Brutish and irrational monster from the ID, Smith is working class, and is torn between adopting this image of himself and fighting violently against it. It's left him with a loathing of liberal humanist condescension. Registered. But if Smith could find no place in James' world, he would take a cue from one of Blake's mottos and create his own fictional system rather than be enslaved by another man's. In James' stories, there is, properly speaking, no working class at all. The lower classes that feature in his tales are by and large the remnants of the rural peasantry, and the supernatural is associated with the countryside. James scholars typically travel from Oxford or London to the witch-haunted flatlands of Suffolk, and it is only here that they encounter demonic entities. Smith's fictions would locate specters in the urban here and now. He would establish that their antagonisms were not archaism. Sinker, no one has so perfectly studied the sense of threat in the English horror story, the twinge of apprehension at the idea that the wronged dead might return to claim their property, their identity, their own voice in their own land. The grotesque peasants stalk the land. Detective versus rector possessed by spectre. Spectre blows him against the wall. Says direct, "This is your fall. I've waited since Caesar for this. Damn fatty, my hate is crisp. I'll rip your fat body to pieces." The fall, Spectre vs. Rector. The word grotesque derives from a type of Roman ornamental design first discovered in the 15th century, during the excavation of Titus's baths. Named after the grottos in which they were found, the new forms consisted of human and animal shapes intermingled with foliage, flowers, and fruits in fantastic designs which bore no relationship to the logical categories of classical art. For a contemporary account of these forms we can turn to the Latin writer Vitruvius. Vitruvius was an official charged with the rebuilding of Rome under Augustus, to whom his treatise on architecture is addressed. Not surprisingly, it bears down hard on the improper taste for the grotesque. Such things neither are, nor can be, nor have been, says the author in his description of the mixed human, animal, and vegetable forms. For how can a reed actually sustain a roof, or a candelabrum the ornament of a gable? Or a soft and slender stalk, a seated statue? Or how can flowers and half-statues rise alternately from roots and stalks? Yet when people view these falsehoods, they approve rather than condemn, failing to consider whether any of them can really occur or not. Patrick Parinder, James Joyce registered. By the time of grotesque, the false pulp. Modernism has become an entire political aesthetic program. At one level, grotesque can be positioned as the barbed prole art retort to the lyric antique Englishness of public school Prague. Compare, for instance, the cover of City Hobgoblins with something like Genesis Nursery Creme. Nursery Creme presents a gently corrupted English surrealist idol. On the City Hobgoblins cover, an urban scene has been invaded by emigres from old green glades, a leering, malevolent kobold looms over a dilapidated tenement. But rather than being smoothly integrated into the photograph scene, the crudely rendered hobgoblin has been etched, Nigel Cook style, onto the background. This is a war of worlds, an ontological struggle, a struggle over the means of representation. Grotesque's English scheme was a thumbnail sketch of the territory over which the war was being fought. Smith would observe later that it was English scheme which prompted me to look further into England's class system. Indeed, one of the few advantages of being in an impoverished sub-art group in England is that you get to see all the different strata of society for free. The enemies are the old right, the custodians of a national heritage image of England, but also, crucially, the middle-class left, the Chabertistas of the time, who condescend to black men and talk of Chile while driving through Haslingden. In fact, enemies were everywhere. Lumpenpunk was in many ways more of a problem than Prague, since its reductive literalism and perfunctory politics colluded with social realism in censoring the visionary and the ambitious. Although grotesque is an enigma, its title gives clues. Otherwise incomprehensible references to huckleberry masks, a man with butterflies on his face and Toadle's ostrich head dress and light blue plant heads begin to make sense when you recognize that, In Perrinder's description, the grotesque originally referred to human and animal shapes intermingled with foliage, flowers, and fruits in fantastic designs which bore no relationship to the logical categories of classical art. Grotesque, then, would be another moment in the endlessly repeating struggle between a pulp underground and the official culture, what Philip K. Dick called the Black Iron Prison. Dick's intuition was that the empire had never ended, and that history was shaped by an ongoing occult conflict between Rome and Gnostic forces. Spectre vs. Rector had rendered this clash in a harsh Murnau black and white. On Grotesque the struggle is painted in colors as florid as those used on the album's garish sleeve. It is no accident that the words grotesque and weird are often associated with one another, since both connote something which is out of place, which either should not exist at all, or which should not exist here. The response to the apparition of a grotesque object will involve laughter as much as revulsion. What will be generally agreed upon, Philip Thompson wrote in his 1972 study The Grotesque, is that grotesque will cover, perhaps among other things, the presence of the laughable and something that is incompatible with the laughable. The role of laughter in the fall has confused and misled interpreters. What has been suppressed is precisely the co-presence of the laughable with what is not compatible with the laughable. That co-presence is difficult to think, particularly in Britain, where humor has often functioned to ratify common sense, to punish overreaching ambition with the dampening weight of bathos. With the fall, however, it is as if satire is returned to its origins in the grotesque. The fall's laughter does not issue from the commonsensical mainstream but from a psychotic outside. This is satire in the oniric mode of Gilray, in which invective and lampoonery becomes delirial, a tropological spewing of associations and animosities, the true object of which is not any failing of probity but the delusion that human dignity is possible. It is not surprising to find Smith alluding to Jerry's UBROI in a barely audible line in City Hobgoblins. For Jerry, as for Smith, the incoherence and incompleteness of the obscene and the absurd were to be opposed to the false symmetries of good sense. But in their mockery of poise, moderation, and self-containment, in their logorrheic disgorging of slanguage, in their glorying in mess and incoherence, the fall sometimes resemble a white English analogue of Funkadelic. For both Smith and Clinton, there is no escaping the grotesque, if only because those who primp and puff themselves up only become more grotesque. We could go so far as to say that it is the human condition to be grotesque, since the human animal is the one that does not fit in, the freak of nature who has no place in nature and is capable of recombining nature's products into hideous new forms. On grotesque, Smith has mastered his anti-lyrical methodology. The songs are tales, but tales half told. The words are fragmentary, as if they have come to us via an unreliable transmission that keeps cutting out. Viewpoints are garbled, ontological distinctions are confused, fractured. It is impossible to definitively sort out the narrator's words from direct speech. The tracks are palimpsests, badly recorded in a deliberate refusal of the coffee table aesthetic Smith derides on the cryptic sleeve notes. The process of recording is not airbrushed out but foreground, surface hiss and illegible cassette noise brandished like improvised stitching on some Hammer Frankenstein monster. Impression of J. Temperance was typical, a story in the Lovecraft style in which a dog breeder's hideous replica haunts Manchester. This is a weird tale, but one subjected to modernist techniques of compression and collage. The result is so elliptical that it is as if the text part obliterated by silt, mildew, and algae has been fished out of the Manchester Ship Canal. Yes, said Cameron, and the thing was in the impression of J. Temperance. The sound on grotesque is a seemingly impossible combination of the shambolic and the disciplined, the cerebral literary and the idiotic physical. The obvious parallel was the birthday party. In both groups, an implacable bass holds together a leering, lurching schizophonic body whose disparate elements strain like distended, diseased viscera against a pustule and pock-ridden skin. Both the fall and the birthday party reached for pulp horror imagery rescued from the white trash can as an analog and inspiration for their perverse return to rock and roll. The nihilation that fired them was a rejection of a pop that they saw as _self-consciously sophisticated, conspicuously cosmopolitan, a pop which implied that the arty could only be attained at the expense of brute physical impact. Their response was to hyperbolically emphasize crude atavism, to embrace the unschooled and the primitivist. The birthday party's fascination was with the American junk conscious, the mountain of semiotic/narcotic trash lurking in the hindbrain of a world population hooked on America's myths of abjection and omnipotence. The birthday party reveled in this phantasmatic Americana, using it as a way of cancelling an Australian identity that they in any case experienced as empty, devoid of any distinguishing features. Smith's R&R citations function differently, precisely as a means of reinforcing his Englishness and his own ambivalent attitude towards it. The rockabilly references are almost like what-if exercises. What if rock and roll had emerged from the industrial heartlands of England rather than the Mississippi Delta? The rockabilly on container drivers or Fiery Jack is slowed by meat pies and gravy, its dreams of escape fatally poisoned by pints of bitter and cups of greasy spoon tea. It is rock and roll as working men's club cabaret, performed by a failed Gene Vincent imitator in Prestwich. The what-if speculations fail. Rock and roll needed the endless open highways, it could never have begun in Britain's snarled-up ring roads and claustrophobic conurbations. For the Smith of grotesque, homesickness is a pathology. There is little to recommend the country which he can never permanently leave, his relationship to it seems to be one of wearied addiction. The fake jauntiness of English scheme is a squalid postcard from somewhere no one would ever wish to be. Here and in C&CS Smithering, the US emerges as an alternative, but there is a sense that, no matter how far he travels, Smith will in the end be overcome by a compulsion to return to his blighted homeland, which functions as his pharmacon, his poison and remedy, sickness and cure. In the end he is as afflicted by paralysis as Joyce's Dubliners. On C&CS Smithering a rigor mortis snare drum gives this paralysis a sonic form. C&CS Smithering is an unstinting inventory of gripes and irritations worthy of Tony Hancock at his most acerbic and disconsolate, a cheerless survey of estates that stick up like stacks and, worse still, a derisive dismissal of one of the supposed escape routes from drudgery, the music business, denounced as corrupt, dull, and stupid. The track sounds, perhaps deliberately, like a white English version of rap. Body a tentacle mess. So our total dwells underground away from sickly grind with ostrich headdress face a mess, covered in feathers orange red with blue black lines that drape down to his chest body a tentacle mess and light blue plant heads. The fall, the N.W.R. But it is the other long track, the N.W.RA, that is the masterpiece. All of the LP's themes coalesce in this track, a tale of cultural political intrigue that plays like some improbable mulching of T.S. Eliot, Wyndham Lewis, H.G. Wells, Dick, Lovecraft, and L.E. Kerr. It is the story of Roman Total, a psychic and former cabaret performer whose body is covered in tentacles. It is often said that Roman Total is one of Smith's alter egos. In fact, Smith is in the same relationship to Total as Lovecraft was to someone like Randolph Carter. Total is a character rather than a persona. Needless to say, he is not a character in the well-rounded Forstian sense so much as a carrier of mythos, an intertextual linkage between pulp fragments. The intertextual methodology is crucial to pulp modernism. If pulp modernism first of all asserts the author function over the creative expressive subject, it secondly asserts a fictional system against the author god. By producing a fictional plane of consistency across different texts, the pulp modernist becomes a conduit through which a world can emerge. Once again, Lovecraft is the exemplar here. His tales and novellas could in the end no longer be apprehended as discrete texts but as part objects forming a mythos space which other writers could also explore and extend. The form of the N.W.RA is as alien to organic wholeness as is Total's abominable tentacular body. It is a grotesque concoction, a collage of pieces that do not belong together. The model is the novella rather than the tale, and the story is told episodically, from multiple points of view, using a heteroglossic riot of styles and tones, like Call of Cthulhu rewritten by the Joyce of Ulysses and compressed into 10 minutes. From what we can glean, Total is at the center of a plot infiltrated and betrayed from the start which aims at restoring the North to glory. More than a matter of regional railing against the capital, in Smith's vision the North comes to stand for everything suppressed by urbane good taste, the esoteric, the anomalous, the vulgar sublime, that is to say, the weird and the grotesque itself. Total, festooned in the incongruous grotesque costume of ostrich headdress, feathers/orange-red with blue-black lines/ and light blue plant heads, is the would-be fairy king of this weird revolt, who ends up its maimed fisher king, abandoned like a pulp modernist Miss Havisham amongst the relics of a carnival that will never happen, a drooling totem of a defeated tilt at social realism, the visionary leader reduced, as the psychotropics fade and the fervor cools, to being a washed-up cabaret artiste once again. Part UF. Don't start improvising, for Christ's sake. The temptation, when writing about the Fall's work of this period, is to too quickly render it tractable. I note this by way of a disclaimer and a confession, since I am of course as liable to fall prey to this temptation as any other commentator. To confidently describe songs as if they were about settled subjects or to attribute to them a determinate aim or orientation will always be inadequate to the vertiginous experience of songs and the distinctive jouissance provoked by listening to them. This enjoyment involves a frustration, precisely, of our attempts to make sense of the songs. Yet this jouissance, something also provoked by the late Joyce, Pynchon, and Burroughs, is an irreducible dimension of the Fall's modernist poetics. If it is impossible to make sense of the songs, it is also impossible to stop making sense of them, or at least it is impossible to stop attempting to make sense of them. On the one hand, there is no possibility of dismissing the songs as nonsense, they are not gibberish or disconnected strings of non sequiturs. On the other hand, any attempt to constitute the songs as settled carriers of meaning runs aground on their incompleteness and inconsistency. The principal way in which the songs were recuperated was via the charismatic persona Smith established in interviews. Although Smith scrupulously refused to either corroborate or reject any interpretations of his songs, invoking this extra-textual persona, notorious for its strong views and its sardonic but at least legible humor, allowed listeners and commentators to contain, even dissipate, the strangeness of songs themselves. The temptation to use Smith's persona as a key to the songs was especially pressing because all pretense of democracy in the group has long since disappeared. By the time of Grotesque, it was clear that Smith was as much of an autocrat as James Brown, the band the zombie slaves of his vision. He is the shaman author, the group the producers of a delirium-inducing repetition from which all spontaneity must be ruthlessly purged. Don't start improvising, for Christ's sake, goes a line on Slate's, the 10 EP follow-up to Grotesque, echoing his chastisement of band for showing off on the live LP Total's turns. Slate's prole art threat turns Smith's persona, reputation, and image into an enigma and a conspiracy. The song is a complex, ultimately unreadable, play on the idea of Smith as working-class spokesman. The threat is posed as much to other representations of the proletarian pop culture as it is against the ruling class as such. The art of the Fall's pulp modernism, their intractability and difficulty, is counterposed to the misleading ingenuousness of social realism. The Fall's intuition was that social relations could not be understood in the demystified terms of empirical observation. Social power depends upon hexes, restricted linguistic, gestural, and behavioral codes which produce a sense of inferiority and enforce class destiny. "What chance have you got against a tie and a crest?" Weller demanded on Eton rifles, and it was as if the Fall took the power of such symbols and sigils very literally, understanding the social field as a series of curses which have to be sent back to those who had issued them. The pulp format on prole art threat is spy fiction, its scenario resembling Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy redone as a tale of class cultural espionage, but then compressed and cut up so that characters and contexts are even more perplexing than they were even in Le Carre's already oblique narrative. We are in a labyrinthine world of bluff and counter-bluff, a perfect analogue for Smith's own elusive textual strategies. The text is presented to us as a transcript of surveillance tapes, complete with ellipses where the transmission is supposedly scrambled, gent in safe house, get out the pink press thread file and brrrp sap asterisk the subject. Prole art thread seems to be satire, yet it is a blank satire, a satire without any clear object. If there is a point, it is precisely to disrupt any centripetal effort to establish fixed identities and meanings. Those centripetal forces are represented by the middle mass and the Victorian vampiric culture of London itself, as excoriated in Leave the Capital. The tables covered in beer. Showbiz wines, minute detail. It's a hand on the shoulder in Leicester Square, it's vaudeville pub backroom, dusty pictures of white-frocked girls and music teachers, the bed's too clean, the water's poison for the system, then you know in your brain, leave the capital. Exit this Roman shell. This horrifying vision of London as a step-forward city of drab conformity ends with the unexpected arrival of Macken's great god Pan Worlds in sound. As ever, the album sleeve was the perfect visual analogue for the contents. The sleeve was more than that. Actually, its spidery scrabble of slogans, scrawled notes, and photographs was a part of the album rather than a mere illustrative envelope in which it was contained. With the fall of this period, what Gerard Jennett calls narrotexts *, those liminal conventions, such as introductions, prefaces and blurbs, which mediate between the text and the reader, assume special significance. Smith's paratexts were clues that posed as many puzzles as they solved. His notes and press releases were no more intelligible than the songs they were nominally supposed to explain. All paratexts occupy an ambivalent position, neither inside nor outside the text. Smith uses them to ensure that no definite boundary could be placed around the songs. Rather than being contained and defined by its sleeve, hex hemorrhages through the cover. It was clear that the songs weren't complete in themselves, but part of a larger fictional system to which listeners were only ever granted partial access. I used to write a lot of prose on and off, Smith would say later. When we were doing Hex, I was doing stories all the time and the songs were like the bits left over. Smith's refusal to provide lyrics or to explain his songs was in part an attempt to ensure that they remained, in Barth's terms, writerly. Before his words could be deciphered, they had first of all to be heard, which was difficult enough, since Smith's voice, often subject to what appeared to be loud highly or distortion, was always at least partially submerged in the mulch and maelstrom of Hex's sound. In the days before the internet provided a repository of Smith's lyrics, it was easy to mishear lines for years. Even when words could be heard, it was impossible to confidently assign them a meaning or an ontological place. Were they Smith's own views, the thoughts of a character, or merely stray semiotic signal? More importantly, how clearly could each of these levels be separated from one another? Hex's textual expectorations were nothing so genteel as stream of consciousness, they seemed to be gobbets of linguistic detritus ejected direct from the mediatized unconscious, unfiltered by any sort of reflexive subjectivity. Advertising, tabloid headlines, slogans, preconscious chatter, overheard speech were masticated into dense schizoglossic tangles. Who wants to be in a Hovis advert anyway? Who wants to be in a Hovis/advert/ anyway? Smith asks in just step-s ways, but this refusal of cozy provincial cliché is counteracted by the tacit recognition that the mediatized unconscious is structured like advertising. You might not want to live in an advert, but advertising dwells within you. Hex converts any linguistic content, whether it be polemic, internal dialogue, poetic insight, into the hectoring form of advertising copy or the screaming ellipsis of headline speak. The titles of Hip Priest and Mere Sud Mag Ed, as urgent as fresh newsprint, bark out from some vorticist front page of the mind. As for advertising, consider just step-s ways opening call to arms, when what used to excite you does not / like you've used up all your allowance of experiences. Is this an existentialist call for self-reinvention disguised as advertising hucksterism, or the reverse? Or take the bilious opening track, The Classical. The Classical appears to oppose the anodyne vacuity of advertising's compulsory positivity to ranting profanity and the gross physicality of the body. But what of the line, I've never felt better in my life? Is this another advertising slogan or a statement of the character's feelings? It was perhaps the unplaceability of any of the utterances on Hex that allowed Smith to escape censure for the notorious line, "Where are the obligatory niggers?" in The Classical. Intent was unreadable. Everything sounded like a citation, embedded discourse, mention rather than use. Smith returns to the weird tail form on Jawbone and the air rifle. A poacher accidentally causes damage to a tomb, unearthing a jawbone which carries the germ of a curse / of the Broken Brothers Pentacle Church. The song is a tissue of allusions: James, Lovecraft, Hammer horror, The Wicker Man, culminating in a psychedelic / psychotic breakdown. He sees jawbones on the street. Advertisements become carnivores. And road workers turn into jawbones. And he has visions of islands, heavily covered in slime. The villagers dance round prefabs and laugh through twisted mouths. Jawbone resembles nothing so much as a League of Gentlemen sketch, and the Fall have much more in common with the League of Gentlemen's febrile carnival than with witless imitators such as Pavement. The coexistence of the laughable with that which is not laughable, a description that captures the essence of both the Fall and the League of Gentlemen's grotesque humor. Whiteface finds roots. Below, black scars winding through the snow showed the main roads. Great frozen rivers and snow-laden forests stretched in all directions. Ahead they could just see a range of old mountains. It was perpetual evening at this time of year, and the further north they went, the darker it became. The white land seemed uninhabited, and Jerry could easily see how the legends of trolls, Jotunheim, and the tragic gods, the dark, cold, bleak legends of the north, had come out of Scandinavia. It made him feel strange, even anachronistic, as if he had gone back from his own age to the Ice Age. Michael Moorcock, The Final Program. On Hex's second side, mutant R and R becomes R and R taught as the songs become increasingly delirial and abstract. Who makes the Nazis as lunar as Tago Mago, as spacey desolate as King Tubby at his most cavernous, is a TV talk show debate rendered as some Jerry-esque pantomime, and composed of leering backing vocals and oniric cryptic linguistic fragments. Longhorn Breed. George Orwell. Burmese police. Hates not your enemy, loves your enemy, murder all bush monkeys. Iceland, recorded in a lava-lined studio in Reykjavik, is a phantasmatic encounter with the fading myths of North European culture in the frozen territory from which they originated. Whiteface finds roots, Smith's sleeve notes tell us. The song, hypnotic and undulating, meditative and mournful, recalls the bone-white steppes of Nikos the Marble Index in its Arctic atmospherics. A keening wind whips through the track as Smith invites us to cast the runes against your own soul. Iceland is rock as Ragnarok, an anticipation of the end times in the terms of the Norse doom of the gods. It is a twilight of the idols for the retreating hobgoblins, kobolds, and trolls of Europe's receding weird culture, a lament for the monstrosities and myths whose dying breaths it captures on tape. Witness the last of the god men. A Memorex for the Krakens. Scritty's Sweet Sickness. His new album is called White Bread, Black Beer. Why? It's pretty much all I live on: Guinness and a lovely, soft, gooey, terribly bad for you white bread from the local Turkish bakery. It's also a reference to when I worked with all these R&B musicians in New York in the 80s. If you played something they didn't like, they'd frown and say, "Oh man, that's so white bread." Meaning that it came from that white pop culture which is seen as largely voided of nutrition, substance, goodness, or indeed soul. And that definitely got my antennae going, because I'm mistrustful of soul and I very much like white, processed pop music. Which, in a way, is what this album celebrates. Interview with Green Gartside, Time Out. Instead of any fulfillment or resolution, Scriti's music delivers the bliss of the lover's discourse in all its ellipses, contradiction, and repetition, its endless pursuit of an unattainable object. The disembodied, depthless, nonlinear effects, and the borrowing of pop's language of love try to undo desire's usual articulation in coherent drives and stable identity while reinscribing or repeating the very soul language that's used to complete the self in today's pop, the sweet nothings heard beside, within the sexual healing. Paul Oldfield, After Subversion, Pop Culture and 3. Power. A fascinating conjunction, listening to Scritti Polity's quietly stunning new album or rather being seduced and ravished by it while reading Leighton Dola's A Voice and Nothing More. If, as Simon Reynolds claims White Bread, Black Beer is an album without a sonic concept, must we conclude that the songs are Green's version of a soul-bearing? After all the deferrals, the veilings, the deviations, finally a revelation, this is me? The album's title seems to invite such an interpretation, suggesting a negative alchemy. The reversion of sublime agalma into foodstuffs. Without a sonic concept, we are left only with the honey-pure voice, one of the most distinctive in pop, and the voice, so we have always been told, is the bearer of pure presence, guarantor of authenticity and veracity. This, precisely, is what Dola challenges. Dola's claim is not that Derrida was wrong that the voice has been privileged in a certain version of metaphysics, but that this has never been the whole story. There exists a different metaphysical history of voice, where the voice, far from being the safeguard of presence, was considered to be dangerous. Tellingly, Dola's threatening and possibly ruinous alternative history of metaphysics goes via the treatment of music. But this latest piece, Simon has linked to is, if anything, even more oddly pointless and indicative. Unlike the pleasantly mediocre Paris Hilton LP, the ostensible object of the piece, Backstreet Boys' single Everybody is actually rather good. Practically everyone I know liked it. The problem is the idea that saying this is in some way news in 2007. No word of a lie, I had to check the date on that post, assuming, at first, that it must have been written a decade ago. The article makes me think that, if the motivating factor with British popists is, overwhelmingly, class, with Americans it might be age. Perhaps those a little deeper into middle age than I am were still subject to the proscriptions and prescriptions of a levised high culture. But it seems to me that popists now are like Mick Jagger confronted with punk in 1976, they don't seem to realize that, if there is an establishment, it is them. Even if the Nathan with whom Kogan debates exists, and I'll be honest with you, I'm finding it hard to believe that he does, his function is a phantasmatic one. For popists to believe that their position is in any way challenging or novel, they have to keep digging up Nathans who contest it. But, in 2007, Nathan's hoary old belief that only groups who write their own songs can be valid has been refuted so many times that it is rather like someone mounting a defense of slavery today. Sure, there are such people who hold such a view, but the position is so irrelevant to the current conjuncture that it is quaintly antiquated rather than a political threat. There may be a small minority of pop fans who claim to hold Nathan's views, but, given the success of Sinatra, the Supremes, Elvis Presley, and the very boy bands that popists think it is so transgressive to re-evaluate, those views would in most cases be performatively contradicted by the fans' actual tastes. The once challenging claim that for certain listeners, the Backstreet Boys could have been as potent as Nirvana has been passive nihilistically reversed now. The message disseminated by the wider culture, if not necessarily by the popists themselves, is that nothing was ever better than the Backstreet Boys. The old high culture disdain for pop cultural objects is retained. What is destroyed is the notion that there is anything more valuable than those objects. If pop is no more than a question of hedonic stim, then so are Shakespeare and Dostoevsky. Reading Milton, or listening to Joy Division, have been rebranded as just another consumer choice, of no more significance than which brand of sweets you happen to like. Part of the reason that I find the term popism unhelpful now is that implies some connection between what I would prefer to call deflationary hedonic relativism and what Morley and Penman were doing in the early 80s. But their project was the exact inverse of this. Their claim was that as much sophistication, intelligence, and affect could be found in the pop song as anywhere else. Importantly, the music, and the popular culture of the time, made the argument for them. The evaluation was not some Fitzalira's a priori position, but an intervention at a particular time designed to have certain effects. Morley and Penman were still critics, who expected to influence production, not consumer guides marking commodities out of 5 stars, or executives spending their spare time ranking every song with the word sugar in it on live journal communities that are the cyberspace equivalent of public school dorms. Whereas Morley and Penman complicated the relationship between theory and popular culture with writing that in its formal properties, its style, and its erudition, as well as in its content contested common sense, deflationary hedonic relativism merely ratifies the empiricist dogmas that underpin consumerism. More than that, Owen Hatherley has astutely observed that, in addition to reiterating the standard Anglo-American bluff dismissal of metaphysics, the deflationary hedonistic relativist disclaiming of theory uncannily echoes the dreary mantras of the average NME indie band: we just do what we do, anything else is a bonus, the music is the only important thing. In the UK, the rhetorical fight between popists and indie is as much a phony war as the parliamentary political Punch and Judy show between Cameron's Tories and Brown's New Labour, a storm in a ruling class teacup. In both cases, the social reality is that of ex-public school kids carrying on their inter-house rivalries by other means. In the case of both indie and popism, there is a strangely inverted relationship to populism and the popular. While the popists claim to be populist but actually support music that is increasingly marginal in terms of sales figures, the indie types claim to celebrate an alternative while their preferred music of choice has full spectrum dominance. In many ways, because it was attempting to analyze a genuinely popular phenomenon, Simon's defense of Arctic Monkeys was more genuinely popist than all of the popist screeds on Paris Hilton's barely bought LP, but of course much of the impulse behind them was the ultra-rockist desire to be seen thumbing one's nose at critical consensus. Witness the genuinely pathetic "it certainly provokes pathos in me" attempt to whip up controversy about the workmanlike plot of Kelly Clarkson, on a blog which, in its combination of hysterical overheating and dreary earnestness, is as boring as it is symptomatic. Though, I have to confess I have never managed to get to the end of a single post, a problem I have with a great many popist writings, including the magnum opus of popism, Morley's Words and Music. Much as he occasionally flails and rails against popist commonplaces, Morley is as deeply integrated into deflationary hedonic relativist common sense as Penman is excluded from it. What was the strangely affectless words and music if not a description of the OED iPod from inside? All those friction-free freeways, those inconsequent consumer options standing in for existential choices. Yet Morley is still a theorist of the ends of history and of music, still too obviously in love with intelligence to be fully plugged into the anti-theoretical OED iPod circuitry. Even so, Ian's silence speaks far louder than Morley's chatter, and, after my very few dealings with old media, I'm increasingly seeing Ian's withdrawal, not as a tragic failure, but as a noble retreat. All of UK culture tends to the condition of the clip show, in which talking heads including, of course, Morley are paid to say what dimwit posh producers have decided that the audience already thinks over footage of what everyone has already seen. I recently had dealings with an operatic of very old media. What you get from representatives of BOM is always the same litany of requirements: writing must be light, upbeat and irreverent. This last word is perhaps the key one, since it indicates that the sustaining fantasy to which the young agents of very old media are subject is exactly the same as the one in which popists indulge, that they are refusing to show reverence to some stuffy censorious big other. But where, in the dreary bright, dressed-down sarky-snarky arcades of postmodern culture, is this reverence? What is the postmodern big other if it is not this irreverence itself? I've quickly learned that light, upbeat and irreverent are all codes for thoughtless and mundanist. Confronted with these values and their representatives who, as you would expect, are much posher than me. I often encounter a cognitive dissonance, or rather a dissonance between affect and cognition. Faced with the thick posh people who staff so much of the media, I feel inferiority. Their accents and even their names are enough to induce such feelings, but think that they must be wrong. It is this kind of dissonance that can produce serious mental illness, or if the conditions are right, rage. Anti-intellectualism is a ruling class reflex, whereby ruling class stupidity is attributed to the masses. It's scarcely surprising that inherited privilege tends to produce stupidity, since, if you do not need intelligence, why would you take the trouble to acquire it? Media dumbing down is the most banal kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. As Simon Frith and John Savage long ago noted in their NLR essay, The Intellectuals and the Mass Media, which Owen Hatherley recently brought to my attention again, the plain common man pose of the typical public school and Oxbridge-educated media commentator trades on the assumption that these commentators are far more in touch with reality than anyone involved in theory. The implicit opposition is between media and education. Once, media was a contested ground, in which the impulse to educate was in tension with the injunction to entertain. Now, and the indispensable Lawrence Miles is incisive on this, as on so many other things. In his latest compendium of insights, old media is almost totally given over to a vapid notion of entertainment, and so, increasingly, is education. In my teenage years, I certainly benefited far more from reading Morley and Penman and their progeny than from the middlebrow dreariness of much of my formal education. It's because of them, and later Simon and Codwo, et.al., that I became interested in theory and bothered to pursue it in postgraduate study. It is essential to note that Morley and Penman were not just an application of high theory to low culture. The hierarchical structure was scrambled, not just inverted, and the use of theory in this context was as much a challenge to the middle-class assumptions of continental philosophy as it was to the anti-theoretical empiricism of mainstream British popular culture. But now that teaching is itself being pressed into becoming a service industry and teachers are required to be both child minders and entertainers, those working in the education system who still want to induce students into the complicated enjoyments that can be derived from going beyond the pleasure principle, from encountering something difficult, something that runs counter to one's received assumptions, find themselves in an embattled minority. Here we are now. Entertain us. The credos of ruling class anti-intellectualism that most old media professionals are forced to internalize are far more effective than the Stasi ever was in generating a popular culture that is unprecedentedly monotonous. Put it this way, a situation in which Lawrence Miles languishes, at the limits of mental health, barely able to leave his house, while the likes of Rod Liddell swagger around the mediascape, is not only aesthetically abhorrent, it is fundamentally unjust. Contrary to the it's only hedonic stim deflationary move that both Stekelmanites and Popists share, popular culture remains immensely important, even if it only serves an essential ideological function as the background noise of a capitalist realism which naturalizes environmental depredation, mental health plague and sclerotic social conditions in which mobility between classes is lessening towards zero. A class war is being waged, but only one side is fighting. Choose your side. Choose your weapons. Variations Ona. Theme. Music critic Paul Morley has written a catalog essay to accompany a recent installation by American artist Corey Archangel, a couple thousand short films about Glenn Gould. Or rather, Morley has assembled most of the text in the same way that Archangel assembled his video montage from fragments found on the internet. Archangel's installation consists of a version of Bach's Goldberg Variations meticulously constructed from YouTube samples of individual notes played by amateurs. By making the connection between YouTube and Gould, the bricolages invite a comparison between user-generated content and the production methods of modernist creator figure. Does user-generated content make possible a new form of artistry, prefigured in both Gould's approach to the recording studio and in Wendy Carlos synthesizer renditions of Bach? Or are Gould and Carlos being positioned as anticipating the dissolution of the individual artist in an anonymous digital network? Morley's own position on these questions has been studiedly equivocal. Originally a journalist at the NME in the late 1970s, Morley has found himself gradually absorbed into the 1990s clip show culture of chatty ephemera. His embrace of superficiality and gloss in the early 80s played more than a small part in ushering that culture in, though what was envisaged as a revolt against post-punk austerity plays very differently in today's pervading climate of populism. In the introductory section of Morley's recent catalog essay, seemingly the only section that he wrote as such, the text is positioned as the sequel to his 2003 book, Words and Music, A History of Pop in the Shape of a City. Morley is averse to definitive claims, but Words and Music seem to want to establish a continuity between high modernism and pop at its most apparently disposable, a continuity exemplified by the book's opening juxtaposition of Kylie Minogue and experimental composer Alvin Lucier. But Morley's ultimate motive was artfully veiled by a spaghetti junction of convolutions and deferrals. It was unclear whether he sought to vindicate the avant-garde through its impact on popular culture or to ennoble pop via its incorporation of the avant-garde, or both, or neither. His Archangel essay retains a certain amount of this ambivalence, but, in its gnomic brevity, it is far more suggestive than the often tiresome Words and Music, which felt at times like being trapped inside an interminable series of iPod playlists. Via thumbnail portraits of the likes of Gould, Carlos, the BBC Radiophonic Workshop's Delia Derbyshire, Genesis P. Orridge, and Robert Moog, the montage follows a number of associative lines connecting music, transgendering, and electronics. By paralleling Archangel's methodology, Morley might have wanted to imply that the electronic music of the 60s, 70s, and 80s paved the way for the networked world of user-generated content of which YouTube is a part. But the pop examples that figure in the text most insistently Gary Newman, The Human League, belong not to this decade, but to a post-punk moment 30 years ago. Perhaps in spite of itself, the text ends up reading less like a justification of 21st century popular culture and its modes of consumption and more like a requiem for a past moment of popular modernism, a lost circuit between pop, new technological developments and the avant-garde. Morley's text implicitly poses some of the questions which an essay in philosophy now by Alan Kirby addresses explicitly. Kirby talks of a new type of text-to-text we are all now very familiar with, whose content and dynamics are invented or directed by the participating viewer or listener. Oddly, Kirby labels these texts pseudo-modernist, arguing that the pseudo-modernism has now superseded postmodernism. Kirby's understanding of postmodernism suffers from being exclusively derived from literary studies, which has defined postmodernism narrowly, in terms of a set of reflexive strategies based around so-called metafictions such as Vladimir Nabokov's Pale Fire. But far from marking a move beyond postmodernism, the shift from creator to recipient, from producer to consumer, that Kirby describes is exactly what the most acute theorists of postmodernism, Jean Baudrillard and Frederick Jameson, had long ago got to grips with. Reading Baudrillard's texts from the 1970s, with their extended discussions of reality TV and the referendum mode, is to confront analyses that now seem preternaturally prescient. What has been made obsolete is not Baudrillard and Jameson's mordant anticipations of the monotony that would ensue in the name of viewer and consumer involvement, but those positions which claimed that eroding the privilege of the author and the artist carries a subversive charge. What Kirby calls the new weightless nowhere of silent autism has eroded the popular modernism which Morley once belonged to just as much as it has eliminated the high cultural resources of traditional modernism. As Kirby indicates, far from leading to new forms, user-generated content has tended towards retrenchment and consolidation. For example, YouTube recycles old material, or else provides a space in which millions of aspirant stars ape idols whose status established by the old systems of distribution and valuation remains secure. Instead of being cowed by the relentless demands for viewer participation, both cultural producers and the much derided gatekeepers need to find new ways of asserting the primacy of production over consumption. They need to find ways of stepping outside seamless circuits in which everyone is implicated but no one gets what they want. In another catalog essay for a couple thousand short films, curator Stephen Bode argues that Archangel's installation is less an advert for networked participatory culture than an index of people's increasing atomization. If postmodern culture presents a kind of network solipsism, perhaps what Gould can now teach us most is the value of disappearance from the screens that eagerly seek our image. Gould, who famously retired early from concert playing, showed that sometimes it is necessary to withdraw in order to find better ways to connect. Running on empty. In 2006, James Kirby, the man behind the V/VM record label and the caretaker, began a download project called The Death of Rave. The tracks have a thin, almost translucent quality, as if they are figments or phantoms of the original, exhilarating sound of rave. When I interviewed Kirby recently, he explained that the project had been initiated to commemorate a certain energy that he believes has disappeared from dance music. The question is, were rave and its offshoots jungle and garage just that a sudden flash of energy that has since dissipated? More worryingly, is the death of rave only one symptom of an overall energy crisis in culture? Are cultural resources running out in the same way as natural resources are? Those of us who grew up in the decades between the 1960s and the 1990s became accustomed to rapid changes in popular culture. Theorists of future shock such as Alvin Toffler and Marshall McLuhan plausibly claimed that our nervous systems were themselves sped up by these developments, which were driven by the development and proliferation of technologies. Popular artifacts were marked with a technological signature that dated them quite precisely. New technology was clearly audible and visible, so that it would be practically impossible, say, to confuse a film or a record from the early 1960s with one from even half a decade later. The current decade, however, has been characterized by an abrupt sense of deceleration. A thought experiment makes the point. Imagine going back 15 years in time to play records from the latest dance genres, dubstep, or funky, for example, to a fan of jungle. One can only conclude that they would have been stunned not by how much things had changed, but by how little things have moved on. Something like jungle was scarcely imaginable in 1989, but dubstep or funky, while by no means pastiches, sound like extrapolations from the matrix of sounds established a decade and a half ago. Needless to say, it is not that technology has ceased developing. What has happened, however, is that technology has been decalibrated from cultural form. The present moment might in fact be best characterized by a discrepancy between the onward march of technology and the stalling, stagnation and retardation of culture. We can't hear technology anymore. There has been a gradual disappearance of the sound of technological rupture, such as the eruption of Brian Eno's analog synth in the middle of Roxy Music's Virginia Plain, or the cut and paste angular alienness of early rave that pop music once taught us to expect. We still see technology, perhaps, in cinema CGI, but CGI's role is somewhat paradoxical. Its aim is precisely to make itself invisible, and it has been used to finesse an already established model of reality. High-definition television is another example of the same syndrome. We see the same old things, but brighter and glossier. The principal way in which technology now makes itself felt in culture is of course in the areas of distribution and consumption. Downloading and Web 2.0 have famously led to new ways of accessing culture. But these have tended to be parasitic on old media. The law of Web 2.0 is that everything comes back, whether it be adverts, public information films or long-forgotten TV serials. History happens first as tragedy, then as YouTube. The pop artists who supposedly became successful because of web glamour turned out to be quaintly archaic in form. In any case, they were pushed through the familiar promotional machinery of big record companies and PR firms. There is peer-to-peer distribution of culture, but little sign of peer-to-peer production. The best blogs are one exception. They have bypassed the mainstream media, which, for the reasons described by Nick Davies in last year's Flat Earth News, has become increasingly conservative, dominated by press releases and PR. In general, however, Web 2.0 encourages us to behave like spectators. This is not only because of the endless temptations to look back offered by burgeoning online archives, it is also because, thanks to the ubiquity of recording devices, We find ourselves becoming archivists of our own lives. We never experience live events, because we are too busy recording them. Yet instantaneous exposure deprives cultures of the time and space in which they can grow. There is as yet no Web 2.0 equivalent of the circuit that sustained UK dance music in the 1990s, the assemblage of dub plates, pirate radio, and the dance floor which acted as a laboratory for the development of new sounds. This circuit was still punctuated by particular moments, but, because anything in Web 2.0 can be replayed at any time, its temporality is more diffuse. The tendency seems to be for a kind of network solipsism, a global system of individuals consuming an increasingly homogeneous culture alone in front of the computer screen or plugged into iPod headphones. All of this makes Fredric Jameson's theories about postmodern culture's inability to image the present more compelling than ever. As the gap between cultural breaks becomes ever longer and the breaks themselves become ever more modest and slight, it is beginning to look as if the situation might be terminal. Alex Williams, who runs the Splintering Bone Ashes blog, goes so far as to claim that what we have experienced is merely a blip, perhaps never to be again repeated. 150 or so years of extreme resource binging, the equivalent of an epic amphetamine session. What we are already experiencing is little more than the undoubtedly grim come down of the Great Deceleration. This might be too bleak. What is certainly clear, however, is that technology will not deliver new forms of culture all on its own. You remind me of Gold, dialogue with Mark Fisher and Simon Reynolds. Kaleidoscope magazine. The first question is linked to my experiencing UK dance music of the 90s as a person living in a different country via imported records and the British music press, and one interesting thing was the idea of futurism that seemed to permeate the scenes, in terms of how the press presented the music as an area of advancement because made with machines. What are, if any, are the futuristic elements and aspects in UK 90s dance music and culture? Simon Reynolds. The word future does not crop up in contemporary dance music discourse in either the conversations surrounding the music, or in track titles and artist names with anything like the frequency it did during the 90s. From artists with names like Future, The Future Sound of London, Future Assassins, etc. to UK rave/early jungle which teamed with titles like Futuroid, Living for the Future, We Are the Future, etc., the whole culture seemed tilted forwards. Everyone was in a mad rush to reach tomorrow's sound ahead of everyone else. That ethos continued into the early days of dubstep with the club name FWD. But looking at the last half-decade or so of UK dance music, I really struggle to think of any equivalent examples. Soul Jazz just put out a compilation of post-dubstep called Future Bass, and then you have the Future Garage subgenre, although the irony here is that this direction involves going back to the two-step rhythm template circa 1998 to 2000. But generally speaking, the whole idea of the future seems to have lost its libidinal charge for electronic producers and for fans alike. This seems to reflect the fact that dance music in the UK, and globally, is no longer organized along an extensional axis but is intensive. It makes criss-crossing journeys within the vast terrain that was mapped out during the hyperspeed 90s. It seems symptomatic to me that Gold, the single off the debut album by Dark Star, is a cover of a Human League B-side from almost 30 years ago. It's definitely an interesting move for Dark Star to make, in terms of their previous music and the scene they're from, dubstep. But as an aesthetic act, the creativity involved is curatorial rather than innovation in the traditional modernist sense. It's about finding an obscure, neglected song and resituating it within the historical narratives of British electronic music. The whole idea of doing a cover version, which is totally familiar as an artistic move within rock, is still pretty unusual within electronic music culture. What also struck me listening to the remake next to the original is that both versions sound more or less as futuristic as each other. Well, the Dark Star reinterpretation obviously is technically more advanced in many ways. There are things done on it sonically that weren't available to the Human League and their producer Martin Rushent. But in terms of the overall aesthetic sensation generated, neither version seems any further into the future than the other. Certainly, it doesn't feel like there's 30 years difference between the two. And it's precisely that feeling that the Human League are contemporary with us that is so mysterious and hard to explain. They ought to sound to us as ancient as early 50s fair Johnny Ray, say, or Louis Jordan, would have done in 1981 heard next to the Human League of Love Action. Mark Fisher, the problem is that the word futuristic no longer has a connection with any future that anyone expects to happen. In the 70s, futuristic meant synthesizers. In the 80s, it meant sequencers and cut-and-paste montage. In the 90s, it meant the abstract digital sounds opened up by the sampler and its functions such as time stretching. In each of these cases, there was a sense that, through sound, we were getting a small but powerful taste of a world that would be completely different from anything we had hitherto experienced. That's why a film like Terminator, with its idea of the future invading the present, was so crucial for 90s dance music. Now, insofar as futuristic has any meaning, it is as a vague but fixed style, a bit like a typographical font. Futuristic in music is something like Gothic in fonts. It points to an already existing set of associations. Futuristic means something electronic, just as it did in the 60s and 70s. We've entered the flattened-out temporality that Simon describes. The 90s ought to be as distant as the 60s felt in 1980, but now the 60s, the 80s, and the 90s belong to a kind of postmodern curatorial simultaneity. To take up the example that Simon uses, when you compare the Dark Star cover of Gold to the Human League original, it's not just that one is no more futuristic than the other. It is that neither are futuristic. The Human League track is clearly a superseded futurism, while the Dark Star track seems to come after the future. I should say at this point that the Dark Star album is my favorite album of the year. I've become obsessed with it. Partly why I enjoy the Dark Star album is because, like many of the most interesting records of the last 6 or 7 years, it seems to be about the failure of the future. This feeling of mourning lost futures isn't so explicit as it was with the Burial records. But I believe it's there at some level with Dark Star. Where with Burial you have a feeling of dereliction and spectrality, the lost future haunting the dead present, with Dark Star it's a question of electronic rot, digital interference. What you could hear behind so much 90s dance music was a competitive drive to sonically re-articulate what futuristic meant. The No U-Turn track Amtrak features a sample. Here is a group trying to accomplish one thing, and that is to get into the future. But I think it's uncontroversial to say that no one was aiming to get into the future that actually arrived. If a young list were pitched straight into now from the mid-90s, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't be disappointed and bemused. In the interview that I did with Kadwo Eshun, which formed the appendix of Kadwo's More Brilliant Than the Sun, he contrasts the textual exhaustion of postmodernism with the genetic concept of recombination. I think Kadwo captures very well the recombinatorial euphoria that many of us felt then, the sense that there were infinite possibilities, that new and previously unimaginable genres would keep emerging, keep surprising us. But, sadly, what's surprising from that 90s perspective is how little has changed in the last 10 years. As Simon has said, the changes that you can hear now are not massive rushes of the future, but tiny incremental shifts. That deceleration has brought with it a sense of massively diminished expectations, which no amount of tepid boosterism can cover over. My friend Alex Williams has posited the idea that cultural resources have been depleted in the same way that natural resources were. Perhaps this is a reflection of today's cultural depression in the same way that the 90s concepts were an expression of that decade's exhilaration. This isn't just about nostalgia for one decade. The 90s was at the end of a process that began with the rapid development of the recording industry after the Second World War. Music became the center of the culture because it was consistently capable of giving the new a palpable form. It was a kind of lab that focused and intensified the convulsions that culture was undergoing. There's no sense of the new anywhere now. And that's a political and a technological issue, not a problem that's just internal to music. The Dark Star album could almost have been designed to please me. it's the convergence of the hardcore continuum, hauntology, and post-punk and new pop. It's growing on me, but initially I found it a bit washed out and listless. Still, Mark's reading of it is typically suggestive. And I do think it is significant that an outfit operating in the thick of the post-dubstep scene, the FWD generation, has made a record steeped in echoes of orchestral maneuvers, New Order, and other early 80s synth pop. It also means something that a record coming out of dance culture is all about isolation, regret, withdrawal, mournfulness. The Dark Star record is an example of a self-conscious turn towards emotionality in UK dance. Most oft album features a human voice and songs, sung by a new member of the group recruited specifically for that role. And just this week I've read about two other figures from the same scene, James Blake and Sabina, who are releasing their first tracks to feature their own vocals. But this turn to expressivity seems to me as much rhetorical as it is actually going on in the music. After all, hardcore, jungle, UK garage, grime, bassline house were all bursting with emotion in their different ways. What people mean by emotional is introspective and fragile in ways that we've rarely seen in hardcore continuum music. The idea that artists and commentators are groping towards, without fully articulating, is that dance music no longer provides the kind of emotional release that it once did, through collective catharsis. So there is this turn inwards, and also a fantasy of a kind of publicly displayed inwardness, the widely expressed artistic ideal of "I want my tracks to make people cry on the dance floor." Because if people were getting their release in the old way, why would tears be needed? I think part of the reason I like the Dark Star record so much is that I don't hear it as a dance record. In my view, it's better heard almost as mainstream pop that has been augmented by some dance textures. 80s Girl is a computer apart. If you heard the record without knowing the history, you wouldn't assume any connection with dubstep. At the same time, North isn't straightforwardly a return to a pre-dance sound. Much has been made of the synth-pop parallels, but and the cover of the Human League track brings this out. It doesn't actually sound very much like 80s synth-pop at all. It's more a continuation of a certain mode of electronic pop that got curtailed sometime in the mid-80s. In the 90s, drugs, specifically ecstasy, were absolutely integral to this communal release. One of the reasons hardcore rave was so hyper-emotional was because its audience's brains were being flooded with artificially stimulated feelings, which could be elation and excitement but also dark or emotionally vulnerable. One thing that intrigues me about dance culture in the 2000s is the near-complete disappearance of drugs as a topic in the discourse. People are obviously still doing them, in large amounts, and in a mixed-up polydrug way, just like in the 90s. There have been a few public scares from the authorities and the mainstream media, like the talk about ketamine a few years ago, and more recently with mephedrine. But these failed to catalyze any kind of cultural conversation within the dance scene itself. It is as if the idea that choice of chemicals could have any cultural repercussions or effects on music's evolution has completely disappeared. Compare that with the 90s, where one of the main strands of dance discourse concerned the transformative powers of drugs. There was a reason why Matthew Collin called his rave history Altered State and why I called my own book Energy Flash. That was a reference to one of the greatest and most druggy anthems in techno, Beltram's Energy Flash. The new emotionality in the post-dubstep scene is emerging in a different context. I'm just speculating here, but I wonder if it has anything to do with a dissatisfaction with internet culture, the sort of brittle, distracted numbness that comes from being meshed into a state of perpetual connectivity, but without any real connection of the kind that comes from either one-on-one interactions or from being in a crowd. The rise of the podcast and the online DJ mix, which has been hyped as the new rave but is profoundly asocial, seems to fit in here. The concept of futurism also contains the idea that a cultural form can capture the zeitgeist of an era and facilitate/modulate the vision of the one to come, and by implication revolt against past cultural practices. This might also in this case translate with the idea of the sound of now that was a vastly common mood of UK dance music in the 90s, and the continuous reorganization of label, clubs, promoters, DJs in new networks and subgenres that created an inbuilt obsolescence in the micro scenes themselves. A sort of voluntary short-term memory imbalance that is hard to understand in the following decade. The noughties in which one of the most original and popular artist has been Burial, which has been one visible manifestation of a fixation with the past which has previously reached similar levels in indie rock. Not to speak of the literalist approach of a very interesting artist as Zombie in Where Were You in 92? Sr. I was totally caught up in the 90s rave culture, and I can testify that there was a sensation of teleology, a palpable feeling that something was unfolding through the music. It would be easy to say in hindsight that this was an illusion, but I'd rather honor the truth of how it felt at the time. On a month-by-month basis, you witness the music changing, and there seemed to be a logic to its mutation and intensification. From hardcore to darkcore to jungle to drum and bass to tech step, it felt like there was a destination, even a destiny, for the music's relentless propulsion across the 1991 to 1996 time span. I entered the scene in late 91, when the journey was already well underway, so you could say that the trajectory started as far back as 1988, when acid house originally impacted the UK. Mine is a London-centric viewpoint, but similar trajectories were unfolding in Europe, with the emergence of GABA, and trance, or the evolution of minimal techno. There was a linear, extensional development, along an axis of intensification. Each stage of the music superseded the preceding one, like the stages of a rocket being jettisoned as it escapes the Earth's atmosphere. And you are right that there was a forgetfulness, a lack of concern with the immediate past, because our ears were trained always on the future, the emerging next phase. At a certain point the London-centric hardcore/jungle narrative took a swerve, slowing down in tempo and embracing house music's sensuality, first with Speed Garage in 1997 and then with the even slower and sexier two-step. But that just seemed like a canny move to avoid an approaching dead end. The rhythmic complexification that had developed through drum and bass carried on with Speed Garage and two-step, just in a less punitive way. In the noughties, especially in the last 5 years, the feeling you get from dance culture and the endless micro shifts within it is quite different. Whatever the opposite of teleology is, that's what you got. It is hard to identify centers of energy that could be definitively pinpointed as a vanguard. The closest thing in recent years might well be the populist wobble sector within dubstep, if only because there's a kind of escalation of wobbleness going on there. There is a full-on, hardcore, take it to extreme spirit to wobble step. Ironically, the dubstep connoisseurs and scene guardians can't stand wobble and have veered off into disparate welter of softcore musical directions. Wobble is quite a masculinist sound, it reminds me of GABA. But then it is easy to forget that the 90s was all about this kind of punishing pursuit of extremes. The beats and the bass were a test to the listener, something you endured as much as enjoyed. The evolution of the music was measurable in a experiential, bodily way. Beats got tougher and more convoluted, textures got more scalding to the ear, atmospheres and mood got darker and more paranoid. Apart from grime and aspects of dubstep, 90s post-techno music overall seems to have retreated into musicality and pleasantness. So instead of that militant modernist sense of moving forward into the future, the culture's sense of temporality seems polymorphous and recursive. And this applies on the micro as well as macro level. Individual tracks seem to have less thrust and drive, to be more about involution and recessive details. Touching on the question of rave nostalgia, the question "where were you in 92?" posed by Zombie is interesting on a bunch of levels. There is an echo, possibly unintended, of the marketing slogan for American Graffiti, George Lucas's groundbreaking vehicle for mobilizing and exploiting generational nostalgia. Then there is also the unexpected biographical fact that Zombie is perfectly capable of saying where he was in 92, because he was 12 and a precocious fan of hardcore rave. Even as the album offers a loving pastiche of old-school hardcore, there seems to be an element of mockery of aging ravers with their boring stories of glory days. That would probably appeal to younger dubstep fans who, unlike Zombie, didn't live through rave as participants and probably find the legacy of the hardcore continuum to be an encumbrance, a burden. Finally, it's intriguing that Zombie did this pastiche record as a one-off stylistic exercise, in between much more cutting-edge dubstep records such as the Zombie EP on Hyperdub. It suggests that Zombie's generation can play around with vintage styles without the kind of fanatical identification with a lost era that you generally get with musical revivalism. It's just a period style, something to revisit. MF, the point is that the question "where were you in '92" makes sense, whereas the question "where were you in '02" doesn't. One of the things that has happened over the last decade or so is the disappearance of very distinctive feels for years or eras, not only in music but in culture in general. I've got more sense of what 1973 was like than what 2003 was like. This isn't because I've stopped paying attention. On the contrary, I've probably paid more close attention to music this decade than at any other time. But there's very little flavor to cultural time in the way there once was, very little to mark out one year from the next. That's partly a consequence of the decline of the modernist trajectory that Simon describes. If time is marked now, it's by technical upgrades rather than new cultural forms or signatures. But the technical upgrades increasingly seem to be manifested in terms of the distribution and consumption of culture rather than in terms of production. You can't hear or see dramatic formal innovations, but you get a higher definition picture, or a greater storage capacity on your MP3 player. Adam Harper, one of the most interesting young critics, has made a case for the new culture of micro-innovation, arguing that the kind of music culture Simon and I are talking about here, defined in terms of scenes organized around generic formulas, is an historical relic, replaced by a culture of 1,000 tiny deviations, an infinite music, in which the temporal recursion that Simon has referred to is not a problem but a resource. Yet, for me, this sounds suspiciously like the intelligent dance music that people were praising before the hardcore continuum came along. It's easy to forget that disdain for the supposed vulgarity and repetitiveness of scene music was a critical commonplace until Simon and Codwo made the case for sceneus in dance music. But it seems to me that the phenomenon we're talking about here, temporal flavorlessness, is a symptom of a broader postmodern malaise. Every time I go back to read Fredric Jameson's texts from the 80s and early 90s, I'm astonished by their prescience. Jameson was quick to grasp the way in which modernist time was being flattened out into the pastiche time of postmodernity. When I read some of those texts in the 90s, I thought that they described certain tendencies in culture, but that this was far from being the only story. Now, there's only a very weak sense of there being any alternative to the postmodern end of history. The question is this all temporary or terminal? I should have also noted that one of the main reasons a sense of linear progress was physically felt during the 90s was that between 1990 and 1997, techno got faster, there was an exponential rise in beats per minute, that accompanied all the other ways in which the music got harder, more rhythmically dense, and so forth. So as a dancer you felt like you were hurtling. Mark mentions the idea of technical upgrades as the metric for a sense of progression in the last decade. This reminded me of a conversation I had with the Italian DJ and journalist Gabriele Sicci. In the space of about 15 minutes, Sicci went from complaining that there had been no really significant formal advances in dance music since drum and bass to then commenting with approval of how advanced sounding records were now compared with 10 years ago. What he meant is that they sounded better in terms of production quality, what's available today in terms of technology, digital software, etc., to someone making, say, a house track, enables them to make much better sounding records. That sounded totally plausible to me, and it may well be the defining quality of electronic dance music in the 2000s. You might say that the basic structural features of the various genres were established in the 90s, but what has improved is the level of detailing, refinement, and a general kind of production sheen to the music. An analogy might be a shift from architectural innovation to interior decor. Mark also mentions Fredric Jameson. His work, The Big Postmodernism book from 1991, but also, especially, A singular modernity helped me see that. Rave in general and the UK hardcore continuum in particular had been a kind of enclave of modernism within a pop culture that was gradually succumbing to postmodernism. Coming out of street beats culture, without hardly any input from art schools and only the most vague, filtered down notion of musical progress, it nonetheless constituted a kind of self-generated flashback to the modernist adventure of the early 20th century. The hardcore continuum especially propelled itself forward thanks to an internal temporal scheme of continual rupturing. It kept breaking with itself, jettisoning earlier superseded stages. One small aside in a singular modernity struck me as both true and funny. When Jameson talks about the modernists being obsessed with measurement, how do we determine what is really new? That struck me as the characteristic mindset of those who came up through the 90s as critics. But the new generation of electronic music writers don't seem to respond to music in this way. It's no longer about the lust for the unprecedented, about linear evolution and the rush into the unknown. It's about tracking these endless involutionary pathways through the terra cognita of dance music history, the tinkering with inherited forms. Another topic I find very interesting is the fact that the dance music referred to as the hardcore continuum, even if it had an international resonance through the media, has maintained a strong local connotation and a somehow insular development. Somehow some of the music in the continuum feels like a sonic cartography of London, responding and being connected to very specific contexts. Is the geographical aspect something you use in the reception of this genre's? Music from the hardcore continuum has obviously found audiences all over the world. The early breakbeat hardcore was universal rave music for a few years in the early 90s. Jungle established scenes in cities from Toronto to New York to Sao Paulo, and in its later incarnation as drum and bass became a truly international subculture. The same applies to dubstep. And even the more London-centric styles like two-step and grime had really dedicated fans in countries all over the globe and small offshoot scenes in particular cities outside the UK. That said, it is incontrovertible that the engine of musical creativity for hardcore continuum genres has always been centered in London, with outposts in other urban areas of the UK that have a strong multiracial composition, particularly Bristol, the Midlands, and certain northern cities like Sheffield, Leeds, and Leicester. The next stage of the music has always hatched in London. That is related to pirate radio, the competition between DJ and MC crews both within a particular station and between stations. And the sheer number of pirate radio stations owes a lot to the urban landscape of London, the number of tower blocks to broadcast from, and the density of the population, and the existence of a sizable minority whose musical taste is not catered for by state-run radio or by the commercial radio stations. This competition expressed through the pirates striving to increase their audience share but also through raves and clubs competing for dancers is partly economic and partly purely about prestige, aesthetic eminence. And it has stoked the furnace of innovation. That London-centric system focused around illegal radio stations seems to be gradually disintegrating. It is still what fuels the funky house scene, its primary audience is still locked onto the pirate signal. In fact, I'm told that there aren't many funky raves or clubs at all, and hardly any vinyl releases or compilations, so the only way to hear funky is through the pirate transmissions. But dubstep, like drum and bass before it, is much more of UK national scene, and also an international scene. Martin Clark, a leading journalist on the scene and also a DJ and recording artist using the name Blackdown, told me something interesting. The Rinse FM show that he and Dusk do, which is eclectic post-dubstep in orientation, gets a high proportion of its audience responses, message, and requests, through the internet, from as far afield as Finland or New Zealand. But the pure funky house shows get most of their requests and calls as texts from cell phone users who live within the terrestrial broadcast range of the pirate stations. So funky is still a local scene in the traditional hardcore continuum sense. It is very much East London. But I think that London-centric orientation is on the decline. Dubstep is fully integrated with the web, it's all about podcasts and DJ mixes circulating on the web, about message board discussions. I think of funky as the dwarf star stage of the hardcore continuum. It has shrunk in cis, still emits some heat in the sense of vibe and musical creativity, but it hasn't been able to command attention beyond the pre-converted diehards, in the way that jungle or grime once did. If you look at funky, it's the first hardcore continuum sound not to have any UK chart hits at all. It's not spawned any offshoot scenes in foreign countries. It hasn't achieved critical mass in the sense of non-dance specialist journalists giving it the time of day. Jungle and grime got mainstream coverage because they simply couldn't be ignored, they were so aggressively new and extreme. But funky, to people who don't follow the minutiae of the hardcore continuum, just sounds like tracky house music with slightly odd-angled beats and a London flavor. It's not anthemic enough to make it as pop like two-step garage did, but it doesn't have the vanguard credentials of jungle. The interesting thing about the hardcore continuum is the way that during its prime it refuted all that 90s internet and infoculture rhetoric about deterritorialization. This was a music culture that derived its strength and fertility from its local nature, precisely from being territorialized. Indeed, during the early days of jungle and of grime, it had a kind of fortress mentality. That seems to connect with its vanguardism, this military modernist mindset. Another thing is that the hardcore continuum genres were very slow to get integrated with the web. When I did early pieces on two-step garage and grime, the labels and artists had hardly any web presence. Nearly all the interviews I had to do calling mobile phone numbers or speak in person, rather than do email interviews. It was only about 2005 that you started to get grime figures with MySpaces. It was only around then that you started to get tons of DJ sets being uploaded to the web. Before that, the music was really hard to get hold of. If you didn't live in London, you had to mail order expensive 12s and CD mixtapes. Now it is totally easy to stay on top of the music no matter where you live. But some oft-romance and mystique of the scene has gone as a result. MF, it's not only UK dance music of the 90s that is associated with cities, the whole history of popular music is about urban scenes. It's no accident that Motown started in Detroit, house in Chicago, hip-hop in New York. Cities are pressure cookers which can synthesize influences quickly and in a way that is both collective and idiosyncratic. Scenes in city depend on a certain organization of space and time that cyberspace threatens. For example, the hardcore continuum depended on an ecology of interrelated infrastructural and cultural elements: pirate radio, dub plates, clubs, etc. But it also relied on these elements being somewhat discrete. For instance, dub plates acted as probe heads, which would be tested out in clubs. But cyberspace has collapsed the differences between making a track at home, releasing it and distributing it. Now it's possible to upload a track into cyberspace immediately, there's less sense of occasion about a record release. So there's a collapsing of time. But alongside this is a collapsing of the importance of spaces. Club spaces were important because of that evental time, you would be hearing a track for the first time. But now new tracks in DJ's sets are immediately made available on YouTube. It goes without saying that the club experience is a collective experience. It gains much of its power from people experiencing the same thing in the same space. Cyberspace is much more individuated. Because it isn't a space in the way that physical space is, you don't get that sense of coming together. It's more like being involved in a conversation than being in a crowd. Even with instant messaging, there's a delay. Clearly, there's something potentially positive about people being able to make and release music without worrying about the costs of recording studios, about how it will be distributed and such like. But while this might remove certain obstacles for individuals making music, it's not clear that cyberspace is good for music culture. Urban scenes compressed and concentrated things, cyberspace and digitality are in danger both of making culture too immediate and too deferred. The city-based music scene is perhaps one of the things you can hear being mourned on Burial's records, with their many references to London. The sonic cartography of London you pick up from Burial's records is in many ways a pirate radio cartography. KM, the international reception of some of the sounds in the continuum was the one of a music alternative to what some perceived as the pure recreational hedonism of house music. For example, in Italy, jungle was embraced by centuries socially. Maybe they were some of the musical genres that helped dissolving resistances towards dance music within non-clubbers. Maybe this was because of the persisting connections with Jamaican music, maybe because of the dystopian mood/control society references. But apart from this, I'd like to know what is, in your opinion, the most significant political significance of these genres. The major political significance of the hardcore continuum is the role it's played in the emergence of a post-racial Britain, which has not fully arrived. Obviously there is still a lot of racism in Britain, but you could talk about jungle and UK garage especially as having created a post-racial people within the UK. It's most obviously a force in the major cities like London and Birmingham and Coventry, but this tribe has members scattered all across the country. It's not just the mix of black and white, it's all sorts. I'm always amazed at the range of ethnicities involved. There's people whose parents are from the Indian subcontinent, or who are Cypriot or Maltese, and you also get every imaginable mixed-race combination. Even talking just about Black Britain, it's not just people of Jamaican descent, there's all the other islands in the Caribbean that have their own distinct musical traditions like soca and so forth, and there's also been more recently African immigrants, whose influence is really felt in the Afro flavors you can hear in funky house. So it's a really rich mix. But I guess the predominant musical flavors that run through the whole span of the continuum involve the collision of British art pop traditions with Jamaica and also Black America. And it's very much a two-way street. It's not just white British youth turning onto bass pressure and speaking in Jamaican patois, it's about second-generation Caribbean British youth freaking out to harsh Euro techno, having their minds blown by all that early 90s music out of Belgium. Or someone like Goldie growing up on reggae and jazz funk but also on groups like Pill and the Stranglers. You might say that the music of the hardcore continuum reflects the emergence of this post-racial people within the UK more than it has created it. But I think it has sped up the process, by being so attractive and so obviously the cutting edge in British popular culture. People have been actively drawn into joining this tribe. It's been an identity many have wanted to embrace, because it's been the coolest music of its era and it's been something to be proud of, a post-racial way of affirming Britishness. So this I think is a major political achievement for the hardcore continuum. Some commentators like the music theorist Jeremy Gilbert have asked why that never translated into politicization per se. At various points, particularly with jungle and with grime, there has been a sense that the music has been telling us things about society and what life is like for the British underclass. The darkness and paranoia of jungle, and the aggression and self-assertion of grime, reflect the gritty side of urban existence. But there is also a feeling, on my part certainly, that at a certain point simply reflecting reality isn't enough. Jungle and grime never really managed to get beyond being gangster rave, which is to say the British equivalent to gangster rap. So across its historical span it has oscillated between darkness and brightness. Apart from the post-racial aspect, the other major achievement of the hardcore continuum is the creation of an autonomous cultural space based around its own media and its own economic infrastructure. Pirate radio seems particularly significant, the fact that it is community radio, offering the music for free, and that it is amateur, with DJs and MCs actually paying to play. Pirate radio is important also because it is public, the culture is underground, but this is an audible underground, it is broadcast terrestrially, blasting out onto the airwaves of London or the other big UK cities. It's a community asserting its existence on the FM radio spectrum. This means that people who don't like the music or the social groups it represents will stumble on it, but also that people who don't know about the music will encounter it potential converts to the movement. If the Pirates went completely online, it would cease to be an underground, it would become much more just a niche market of marginal music going out almost entirely to the pre-converted. The paradox of music undergrounds is that the idea is not really to be totally underground, invisible to the mainstream and the cultural establishment. You don't want to be ignored, you want to be a nuisance. And there is also an interaction between the undergrounds and the mainstream, where ideas from below force their way up into the mainstream and enrich and enliven it, which then forces the underground to come up with new ideas. That process worked for a really long time with the hardcore continuum. It would develop new ideas that were so obviously advanced and compelling that the major labels would sign artists, and big radio stations like BBC and Kiss FM would recruit DJs to host regular shows. It seems to have broken down with funky house, though. It's the first hardcore continuum genre to just stay in its ghetto. MF, in my book Capitalist Realism, I quote an article that Simon wrote on Jungle for The Wire magazine. Simon put his finger there on how crucial the concept of reality, of keeping it real, was for both Jungle and US rap. Simon writes of an implied political position in Jungle, how it was anti-capitalist but not socialist. That always struck me as very suggestive, but these politics were never developed. I would tend to agree with Jeremy Gilbert that the encounter between Jungle and politics never really happened. But this wasn't only a failure of the music, it was also a failure of politics. During the 90s, the British Labour Party courted the reactionary rockers of Britpop. But where was the politics that could synchronize with the science-fictional textures that Jungle invoked? So yes, Simon is right. If the hardcore continuum had any impact on politics, it was in playing a part in establishing a post-racial Britain. It was impossible to fit Jungle into a pre-existing racial narrative. It didn't sound like white or black music. And the extent to which the hardcore continuum has helped to consolidate the sense of the post-racial was made clear by an hilarious recent piece in Vice magazine called Babes of the BNP, in which female supporters of the far-right British National Party were interviewed. One question was, in terms of the BNP's repatriation policy on immigration, if you had to choose, who would you repatriate first, Dizzy Rascal or Tinchy Stryder? Militant tendencies feed music. The idea that music can change the world now seems hopelessly naive. 30 years of neoliberalism have convinced us that there is no alternative, that nothing will ever change. Political stasis has put music in its place. Music might raise awareness or induce us to contribute to a good cause, but it remains entertainment. Yet what of music that refuses this status? What of the old avant-garde idea that, to be politically radical, music has to be formally experimental? The artist Michael Wilkinson's show Lions After Slumber posed these questions with a quiet intensity. The show was a kind of reliquary for a bygone militancy. It was dominated by an enormous black and white print of the photograph of Piccadilly Circus that had hung upside down in Malcolm McLaren and Vivienne Westwood's shop Seditionaries. A stretched linen included the 1871 photograph of the Paris Communards standing over the toppled Vendime column, but the image had been turned on its side, so that it looked as if the restored emperor was once again lording it over the communards, who now resembled corpses. There was no music to be heard at the show, but there were references to music scattered throughout. A screen-printed mirror showed the face of Irene Goergens, a member of the Red Army faction, but the image came from the album Sleeve to Raw Macro, by the techno artist Farben. More importantly, the title of the exhibition was a reference to Scritti Polity's 1982 track Lions After Slumber. Scritti had themselves borrowed the title from Shelley's 1819 poem The Mask of Anarchy, which imagined a rising like lions after slumber / in unvanquishable number to avenge the dead of the Peterloo massacre. The allusion to Scritti Polity makes it clear that the vision of politics that Wilkinson's show simultaneously mourned and invoked was derived from post-punk, the outpouring of musical creativity in the late 1970s and early 1980s that was in many ways Britain's version of Paris 68. In line with the Marxist and situationist theory it drew on and referenced, post-punk grasped culture as inherently political, insisting on a version of politics that went far beyond parliamentarianism. One of the most urgent tasks for any political music was to expose the pacifying mechanisms that were already secreted in popular culture nowhere more obviously than in the cheap dreams of love songs, which groups such as Gang of Four and the Slits deconstructed in tracks such as Anthrax and Love You and Romance. In a world in which people increasingly felt as if they lived inside advertisements where, as Gang of Four put it, at home they felt like tourists. There was nothing more ideological than culture's claim to be entertainment. That was the word that provided the ironic title for Gang of Four's debut LP, and was also used in one of the Jam's most bitterly sarcastic songs, That's Entertainment. Wilkinson's show was timely because post-punk was one of the specters that loomed over the past decade. Its history was extensively catalogued in Simon Reynolds' book Rip It Up and Start Again. The music was pastiched by lumpen plotters such as Franz Ferdinand and the Kaiser Chiefs, and served up again by originals such as Gang of Four, Magazine and Scritti, all of which reformed. The return of the post-punk sound had a double effect. At one level, it constituted the music's final defeat if conditions were such that these groups could come back, 30 years after the fact, and not even sound particularly out of date. Then post-punk's scorched earth injunction that music should constantly reinvent itself must be as dead as its hopes for a revivified politics. Yet even the most degraded simulations of post-punk style carry with them a certain spectral residue, a demand which these simulacra themselves betray that music be more than consolation, convalescence, or divertissement. At the end of history, the impasses of politics are perfectly reflected by the impasses in popular music. As political struggle gave way to petty squabbles over who is to administrate capitalism, so innovation in popular music has been supplanted by retrospection. In both cases, the exorbitant ambition to change the world has devolved into a pragmatism and careerism. A certain kind of depressive wisdom predominates. Once, things might have seemed to happen, but we won't get fooled again. Like the images in Wilkinson's Lions After Slumber, the world has been turned the right way up again. The emperor is on his feet, power and privilege are restored, and any periods when they were toppled seem like ludic episodes, fragile, half-forgotten dreams that have withered in the unforgiving streetlights of neoliberalism's shopping mall. In his study of the Sex Pistols, Lipstick Traces, A Secret History of the 20th Century published in the politically resonant year 1989, Greil Marcus impersonated this depressive wisdom. By the standards of wars and revolution, he conceded, the world did not change. We look back from a time when, as Dwight D. Eisenhower put it, things are more like they are now than they ever were before. As against the absolute demands so briefly generated by the Sex Pistols, nothing changed. Music seeks to change life, life goes on, the music is left behind, that is what is left to talk about. In fact, Marcus argues, the Pistols and those who followed them did change the world, not by starting a war or a revolution, but by intervening in everyday life. What had seemed natural and eternal and which now appears to be so again was suddenly exposed as a tissue of ideological presuppositions. This is a vision of politics as a kind of puncturing, a rupturing of the accepted structure of reality. The puncture would produce a portal, an escape route from the second-nature habits of everyday life into a new labyrinth of associations and connections, where politics would connect with art and theory in unexpected ways. When songs ceased to be entertainment, they could be anything. These punctures felt like abductions. Abduction was what it felt like on first listening to Public Enemy. Like the post-punks, Public Enemy implicitly accepted the idea that a politics which came reassuringly dressed in established forms would be self-defeating. The medium was the message, and Public Enemy's astonishing militant montage was remarkable for both its rabble-rousing sloganeering and its textural experimentalism. When the group's music, produced by the Bomb Squad, looped fragments of funk and psychedelic soul into abstract noise, it was as if American history now cut up into a science fiction catastrophe. A permanent emergency was made malleable and ripe for rapid-fire retelling from the perspective of a post-Panther black militancy. Or there was the very different approach of Detroit's underground resistance. In contrast to the data density of the rap of Public Enemy's Chuck D, they offered a largely voiceless take on techno, pursuing a strategy of stealth and invisibility, drawing listeners into a suggestive semiotic fog created by track titles and sleeve imagery that combined political insurgency with Afrofuturist science fiction. What Public Enemy and underground resistance had in common was a rejection of the idea of music as entertainment. Instead of minstrelsy, they conceived of music in the militaristic terms explored in Steve Goodman's recent book, Sonic Warfare, Sound, Effect and the Ecology of Fear. In this model, the use of music to subdue populations, the psychoacoustic correction directed by the U.S. Army against the Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega, sound bombs deployed over the Gaza Strip, is by no means unusual. All music functions either to embed or to disrupt habituated behavior patterns. Thus, a political music could not be only about communicating a textual message, it would have to be a struggle over the means of perception, fought out in the nervous system. Underground resistance saw their mission as fighting against mediocre audiovisual programming. Yet the problem is that the controllers have been all too successful in propagating this mediocrity. Where Public Enemy and underground resistance conceived of music as education, the dominant culture has been reclaimed by a Tin Pan Alley populism that has once again reduced music to entertainment. The internet and the iPod are part of a new economy of musical consumption in which, thus far, the possibilities of being abducted seem attenuated. In a world of niches, we are enchained by our own consumer preferences. What is lacking in the age of MySpace is the public space that could surprise or confound our understanding of ourselves. Where, today, is the equivalent of the top of the pop stage, which could suddenly be invaded by the unexpected? Ironically, it is something such as the X Factor. The campaign to get Rage Against the Machine to the Christmas #1 slot was evidence of a hunger for music that was not just entertainment. We are in a time of transition. Jacques Attali once argued that fundamental changes in the economic organization of society were always presaged by music. Because, as a result of downloading, recorded music now seems to be heading towards decommodification, what does this suggest for the rest of the culture? And we are yet to hear the impact that the financial crash and its aftermath will have on musical production. The collapse of neoliberalism has already led to a simmering, renewed militancy on university campuses and elsewhere. How will this translate into sound? Perhaps soon we will once again hear new music that aims to turn the world upside down. Autonomy in the UK. When the real rush is in, everything feels like a film, not a film you're watching, but a film you're in. Suddenly, the screens insulating we late capitalist spectators from the real of antagonism and violence fell away. Since the student revolts in late 2010, helicopters, sirens and loud highlers have intermittently broken the phony peace of post-crash London. To locate the unrest spreading across the capital, you just had to follow the Walter Murch chunter of chopper blades. So many times during 2011, you found yourself hooked to news reports that resembled the scene-setting ambience in an apocalyptic flick: dictators falling, economies crashing, fascist serial killers murdering teenagers. The news was now more compelling than most fiction, and also more implausible. The plot was moving too quickly to be believable. But the sheen of unreality it generated was nothing more than the signature of the unscreened real itself. Sound was at the core of one of the year's momentous stories, the still unraveling Hackgate narrative of national newspaper journalists caught out cracking the mobile phone messages of public figures and the grieving relatives of crime victims for story leads. After Hackgate, the UK power elite looked like something out of David Peace's Red Riding Quartet or the Wire television series. The complicities of interest and mutual fear exposed by the phone hacking story brought to mind the party scene in the 1974 episode of Channel 4's TV adaptation of Peace's novels, where the illicit hedonism and skullduggery of cops, hacks, corporate plutocrats, private investigators' friends and ostensible adversaries illustrated the true meaning of David Cameron's notorious phrase, "We're all in this together." In 2011, we were living the film. All that was missing was the soundtrack. At the end of 2010, the BBC's economics editor Paul Mason wrote a blog post called Dubstep Rebellion, which described a pivotal moment he witnessed in the December 9 student protests, when the crucial jack plug of a sound system playing political right-on reggae was pulled by a new crowd in which the oldest person is maybe 17, and replaced it with what he mistakenly believed to be dubstep. He was corrected by Guardian contributor and author of Kettled Youth, Dan Hancox, whose own blog posted playlist of the tracks he heard at the protest. They turned out to be mostly grime and dancehall, alongside chart rap and R&B such as Rihanna and Nicki Minaj. What's striking is the lack of explicit political content in any of this music. Yet grime, dancehall, and R&B have a grip on the present in the way that older forms of self-consciously political music don't, and here is the impasse. It's as if we're left with a choice between the increasingly played-out feel of politically engaged music and the sound of the present. In the past year alone, The Guardian has run numerous articles bemoaning the lack of protest music, but for many of us, protest has always been a rather pallid model of what political music could be. Besides, it's not protest music that has disappeared. Go to the Occupy camp outside St. Paul's and you won't find a shortage of acoustic guitars. What's missing is a specifically 21st century form of political music. While there are some grime tracks that can be understood as having a political message, for the most part the genre's political significance lies in the affects of rage, frustration, and resentment to which it gives voice. By contrast with US hip-hop, grime remains a form that is bound up with the failure to make it. The situation of grime is an allegory of class destiny. Just as it's possible for some to rise from the working class but not with it, so it's possible to rise out of grime, but it's not yet been possible for anyone to succeed as a grime artist. Paul Mason acknowledges his mistake to correctly identify what was played at the 2010 protests in his new book, Why It's Kicking Off Everywhere, The New Global Revolutions. Notwithstanding his inability to correctly track the changes in urban dance music, however, his original blog post was prophetic. After December 9, the student protests lost momentum. The major moments of dissent in 2011, which would also be the most powerful explosion of working-class rage in the UK since the riots of the early 1980s, would come from the group that Mason identified as Banlieue-style youth from places like Croydon and Peckham, or the council estates of Camden, Islington, and Hackney. As with some of the 1980s riots, the immediate cause for the UK's first major uprising of 2011 was the death of a black person, Mark Duggan, shot by the police in Tottenham. 25 years ago police killed my grandma in her house in Tottenham and the whole ends rioted. 25 years on and they're still keepin' up fuckery, tweeted Tottenham MC, Scorcher. His grandmother was Cynthia Jarrett, whose death prompted the Broadwater Farm riots in 1985. Dan Hancox mentioned this tweet in a piece about British urban music and the riots for The Guardian, a crucial journalistic intervention at a vertiginously scary moment when the authoritarian and racist right were using the unrest as the pretext for reheating discourse that would have been deemed unacceptable only a week before. In an extraordinary but typically incoherent rant on the BBC's Newsnight, TV historian David Starkey astonishingly blamed the riots on black culture collapsing the whole of black culture into music, and all black music into a poorly understood version of gangster rap. Like much of what happened in 2011, Starkey's delirious diatribe is best understood as a symptom, in this case, of ruling class panic and ignorance. Starkey dismissed the idea that the riots were political on the grounds that no public buildings were attacked, but what meaning do public buildings have for youth who were born into a social landscape in which the very concept of the public has all but disappeared under sustained ideological attack? The fact that the rioters targeted chain retail outlets was blamed on their consumerism, as if such consumerism were some kind of collective moral failing rather than the inevitable consequence of immersion in late capitalism's media culture. As Owen Jones pointed out in his book Chavs, the demonization of the working class, work, not some lost moral sensibility, was once the source of working class discipline. But what happens to people with no expectation of work, or of any kind of meaningful future? When the punks cried no future, at the turning point of 1977, it seemed like a paradox that couldn't be taken too seriously, Italian theorist Franco Bifo Berardi writes in his most recent book After the Future. Actually, it was the announcement of something quite important, the perception of the future was changing. Moderns are those who live time as the sphere of a progress towards perfection, or at least towards improvement, enrichment, and rightness. Since the turning point of the century, which I like to place in 1977, humankind has abandoned this illusion. From decrying the failure of the future, music has increasingly become part of this inertial temporality. Nothing symbolizes mainstream music's relationship to politics better than the BBC's coverage of U2's set at Glastonbury. The significance here was not the music, predictably moribund and lackluster, no longer even capable of mustering the totalitarian pomp of yore, but the way in which the TV coverage ignored the protest by art uncut. U2 were treated like dignitaries from the Chinese government. Dissenters threatening to disrupt the empty rituals of the rock emperors wouldn't be tolerated. Where once even the most incorporated rock registered something about the tensions and temperature of the times, now you go to rock to be insulated from the present. Both U2 and their fellow headliner Beyoncé made gestures to politics in their sets, past struggles now reduced to an advertiser-friendly hopey-changey sentimentalism covering over a deeper, more pervasive sense that nothing of any consequence can ever change. Yet if mainstream pop has become a_bubble impermeable to the new times, it's not as if experimental culture has yet come up with forms capable of articulating the present either. The art world's political mobilizations via groups such as Art Against Cuts have been more impressive than much of the actual engaged art itself, which has too often remained caught in a mode of pious inconsequence and textural poverty. What has been lost is the transit between experimental and popular culture which characterized earlier eras. But what the student movement has been trying to prevent is nothing less than the dismantling of the last elements of the infrastructure which made this exchange possible. Free higher education, after all, was one of the means by which British music culture was indirectly funded. Perhaps that is why Gang of Fours he'd send in the army, Mark Stewart, and the mafias as the veneer of democracy starts to fade, or test departments the unacceptable face of freedom. Records made more than a quarter of a century ago still have more purchase on the traumatic and tumultuous events of the year in the UK than anything produced by a white musician in 2011. Recalling a conversation with Green Gartside at the Wire's Off the Page Festival of Writing about Music in February, it's telling that today has no equivalent to Green's post-punk anxieties about articulating new relationships between music and politics. Yet if this disconnection is bad for culture, it might be good for politics. For if music and subculture no longer act as effective mechanisms for controlled desublimation, converting disaffection into culture which can in turn be transformed into entertainment, feeding what Jean-François Lyotard memorably called the tungsten carbide stomach of capital, which omnivorously consumes anything, and excretes it as commodities, then discontent can appear in a rawer form. This might be the reason that uber-reactionary Jeremy Clarkson has urged those at St. Paul's to stop camping and start writing protest songs. It could be, however, that our thinking about the problem is wrong-headed. It isn't that music is lagging behind politics, the politics itself is missing. The major political event of the year in the UK was the riots, but they were political in a negative sense. Reactionary commentators attempted to evacuate the riots of any political content by classifying them as an outburst of criminality. But even if we reject this for the absurdity it plainly is, it's possible to regard the riots as symptomatic, a symptom, precisely, of the failure of politics. Harming one's own community is entirely mindless, but why would someone care for a community that doesn't care for him? Professor Green asked Dan Hancox. They might think of this as an uprising, but the anger is misdirected and conveyed in such a way will not have any kind of positive effect. Wiley also saw the riots as a sign of impotence. They're saying we're going to do what we want. And I'm thinking, no you're not, because when the police get a grip on it, you're going to be either banged up, or dead. With the draconian prison sentences imposed on many of those who played even a minor role in the riots, Wiley's prediction has been vindicated. Ceasing to be a symptom is one definition of achieving political agency, and in a world where professional politicians look like inert mannequins incapable of preventing multiple impending catastrophes, nothing could be more urgent than this. It's clear that this agency will not in the first instance be achieved through the hollowed-out, decadent spaces of parliamentary politics. The political movement with which Franco Berardi is most associated, autonomism, has assumed a central importance amongst the political struggles that are coalescing in the UK and elsewhere. Consider, for example, the autonomist-influenced ultra-leftist propaganda machine called the Territorial Support Group, whose blog became a crucial hub for new political thinking in the UK. Steeped in electronic music culture, DSG are as significant for their political aesthetics as for any substantive political position they present. What they offer is a new form of political antagonism far beyond the folksiness of protest music, capable of operating across the cyberspatial, mediamatic and designer terrains of contemporary culture. This is politics as underground resistance's electronic warfare. In the era of hacking collectives such as LulzSec, Anonymous and WikiLeaks, DSG recognize that cyberinsurgency can open up a new kind of political insurgency. With the Diamond Jubilee and the Olympics, not to mention Mayan prophecies of apocalypse, 2012 is shaping up to be the most symbolically charged year in the UK since 1977. Is this the year when no future will finally come to an end? The secret sadness of the 21st century, James Blake's overgrown asterisk. A certain trajectory seems to have come to an end with James Blake's new album, Overgrown. Blake has gone from digitally manipulating his own voice to becoming a singer, from constructing tracks to writing songs. The initial motivation for Blake's early work no doubt came from Burial, whose combination of jittery two-step beats and R&B vocal samples pointed the way to a 21st century pop. It was as if Burial had produced the dub versions, now the task was to construct the originals, and that entailed replacing the samples with an actual vocalist. Listening back to Blake's records in chronological sequence is like hearing a ghost gradually assume material form, or it's like hearing the song form coalescing out of digital ether. A track such as I Only Know from the Klavierwerke EP is gorgeously insubstantial. It's the merest ache, Blake's voice a series of sighs and unintelligible pitch-shifted hooks, the production mottled and waterlogged, the arrangement intricate and fragile, conspicuously inorganic in the way that it makes no attempt to smooth out the elements of the montage. The voice is a smattering of traces and ticks, a spectral special effect scattered across the mix. But with Blake's self-titled debut album, something like traditional sonic priorities were restored. The reinvention of pop that his early releases promised was now seemingly given up, as Blake's defragmented voice moved to the front of the mix, and implied or partially disassembled songs became proper songs, complete with undeconstructed piano and organ. Electronics and some vocal manipulation remained, but they were now assigned a decorative function. Blake's blue-eyed soul vocals, and the way that his tracks combined organ with electronica, made him reminiscent of a half-speed Steve Winwood. Many who were enthusiastic about the early EPs were disappointed or mildly dismayed by James Blake. Veiling and implying an object is the surest route to producing the impression of sublimity. Removing the veils and bringing that object to the fore risks to sublimation, and some found Blake's actual songs unequal to the virtual ones his early records had induced them into hallucinating. Blake's voice was as cloyingly overpowering as it was nonspecific in its feeling. The result was a quavering, tremulous vagueness, which was by no means clarified by lyrics that were similarly elusive. The album came over as if it were earnestly entreating us to feel, without really telling us what it was we were supposed to be feeling. Perhaps it's this emotional obliqueness that contributes to what Angus Finlayson, in his review of Overgrown for Fact * characterizes as the strangeness of the songs on James Blake. They seemed, Finlayson says, like half-songs, skeletal place markers for some fuller arrangement yet to come. The journey into proper songs was not as complete as it first appeared. It was like Blake had tried to reconstruct the song form with only dub versions or dance mixes as his guide. The result was something scrambled, garbled, solipsistic, a bleary version of the song form that was as frustrating as it was fascinating. The delicate insubstantiality of early EPs had given way to something that felt overfull. It was like drowning in a warm bath. On Overgrown, the post-rave tricks and tics have been further toned down, and the album is at its weakest when it limply flirts with the dance floor. Piano is still the lead instrument, but the chords hang over a backing that is almost studiedly anonymous, a luxuriantly warm pool of electronics where the rhythm is propelled more by the gently eddying bass rather than the beats. Like James Blake, though, Overgrown repays repeated listening. As with the first album, there is a simultaneous feeling that the tracks are both congested and unfinished, and that incompleteness, the sketchy melodies, the half-hooks, the repeated lines that play like clues to some emotional event never disclosed in the songs themselves, may be why it eventually gets under your skin. Blake has said that, by contrast with his debut, Overgrown sounds like the work of a man who has experienced love. For me, it is as emotionally enigmatic as its predecessor. The oddly indeterminate, irresolute and unresolved character of Blake's music gives it the quality of gospel music for those who have lost their faith so completely that they have forgotten they ever had it. What survives is only a quavering longing, without object or context, Blake coming off like an amnesiac holding onto images from a life and a narrative that he cannot recover. This negative capability means that Overgrown is like an inversion oft oversaturated high-gloss emotional stridency of chart and reality TV pop, which is always perfectly certain of what it is feeling. But what is the faith that Overgrown has lost? Blake's development has paralleled that of Darkstar, who similarly moved from the tricksy, tic-why vocal science of 80s girl is a computer to the chilly melancholia of their first album, North. Their new record News from Nowhere has brighter, dreamier feel, but, as with Overgrown, it is notable for its lack of designs on the dance floor. In a discussion that Simon Reynolds and I had about UK dance music, Reynolds argued that the emotional turn represented by Blake and Darkstar was an implicit acknowledgement that dance music no longer provides the kind of emotional release that it once did, through collective catharsis. The music doesn't have to be explicitly sad for this to be the case. There is a melancholia intrinsic to the very turn inward. As Reynolds points out, the idea that 90s dance music was unemotional is a fallacy. This was a music saturated with affect, but the affect involved wasn't associated with romance or introspection. The twinning of romance and introspection, love and its disappointments, runs through 20th century pop. By contrast, dance music since disco offered up another kind of emotional palette, based in a different model of escape from the miseries of individual selfhood. In the 21st century, there's an increasingly sad and desperate quality to pop culture hedonism. Oddly, this is perhaps most evident in the way that R&B has given way to club music. When former R&B producers and performers embraced dance music, you might have expected an increase in euphoria, an influx of ecstasy. Yet the digitally enhanced uplift in the records by producers such as Flo Rida, Pitbull, and Will.i.am has a strangely unconvincing quality, like a poorly photoshopped image or a drug that we've hammered so much we've become immune to its effects. It's hard not to hear these records' demands that we enjoy ourselves as thin attempts to distract from a depression that they can only mask, never dissipate. A secret sadness lurks behind the 21st century's forced smile. This sadness concerns hedonism itself, and it's perhaps in hip-hop the genre that has been most oriented to pleasure over the past 20-odd years where this melancholy has registered most deeply. Drake and Kanye West are both morbidly fixated on exploring the miserable hollowness at the core of super-affluent hedonism. No longer motivated by hip-hop's drive to conspicuously consume, they long ago acquired anything they could have wanted. Drake and West instead dissolutely cycle through easily available pleasures, feeling a combination of frustration, anger, and self-disgust, aware that something is missing, but unsure exactly what it is. This hedonist sadness, a sadness as widespread as it is disavowed, was nowhere better captured than in the doleful way that Drake sings, "We threw a party / yeah, we threw a party, on Take Care's Marvin's Room." It's no surprise to learn that Kanye West is an admirer of Plus that was doing the James Blakes. Meanwhile, this mix rounds a couple of years ago made parallels between Blake and Drake. There's an affective as well as sonic affinity between parts of Kanye's 808s and Heartbreak and My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy and Blake's two albums. You might say that Blake's whole shtick is a partial renaturalization of the digitally manipulated melancholy Kanye auditioned on 808's, soul music after the auto-tune cyborg. But liberated from the penthouse prison of West's ego, the disaffection languishes listlessly, incapable of even recognizing itself as sadness. Unsure of itself, caught up in all kinds of impasses, yet intermittently fascinating, overgrown is one more symptom of the 21st century's identity crisis. Review, David Bowie's The Next Day. If you're interested in The Next Day, and even if you aren't, you've probably heard it by now. Heard it, been disappointed by it, ceased caring about it? The only really 21st century thing about The Next Day is the way it exemplifies the hype velocity of current communication. Artfully timed PR rumors, hints, and hyperbole induce anyone within its range to hallucinate a sublime object behind the veil, only for that object to degenerate into quotidian mediocrity the very second we've downloaded it. The willingness to hallucinate is certainly there. Witness the sheer heft of the coverage, and feel the desperation behind it. The prospect of Bowie's return was guaranteed to tickle the palate of a certain age of listener, but the desires that it triggered were also for something missing from contemporary popular music. These days, Bowie stands for all the lost possibilities going by the idea of art pop, which is to say, not only pop plus art, or pop as art, but a circuit where fashion, visual art, and experimental culture connected up and renewed each other in unpredictable ways. His absence was a palate cleanser. His string of forgettable 1980s and 90s records now forgotten, he could once again be the thin white space onto which fantasies are projected. His absence almost seemed like a ploy invented by Bowie, the impresario strategist. After all, the only way to make a new Bowie record an event was for him to withdraw long enough that it could seem like it might really, this time, be forever. The Next Day's first single, Where Are We Now?, with its references to West Berlin-era Potsdamer Platz and Nürnberger Strasse, sounded like an object carefully designed to pique the interest not only of the Bowie diehards but also those with a more general stake in pop history and mythology. Berlin. Tony Visconti. The track's lugubrious melancholy prompted the fantasy that The Next Day could be Bowie's version of Sinatra's No One Cares, an old crooner, a man lost in time paradoxically regaining currency by giving up on the sad pursuit of a present that had escaped him for good long ago. But it was a red herring. There are all kinds of intimations of mortality in The Next Day's words, and reviewers seeking to rescue the record have tended to take refuge in the lyric sheet, but the form is rock, and an alarmingly unprepossessing, devoid of funk rock at that. The rest of the album makes the distance between now and then of Where Are We Now painfully evident, a pain heightened by Visconti's failure to convert this collection of session muso workouts into anything memorable. The Next Day sounds as if it were barely produced at all. It has the flatness of a demo. The relatively warm reception The Next Day received tells its own sad tale about the state of pop in 2013. You can't just put Visconti and Bowie together in a studio in 2012 and expect the equivalent of Low, Heroes or Lodger to result. The source rouse powers that artists seem to possess as of right are never really theirs. Bowie, who perhaps more than any artist has performed the pop star's lack of interiority, has always known this, and he and Eno did much to puncture the romantic conceit that creativity comes from the mysterious inner depths of a musician. Bowie's serial passage through personae, concepts, and collaborators only telegraphed what is always the case, that the artist is synthesizer and curator of forces and ideas. This is all very well when the syntheses and the synergies are working, and there's a steady supply of new collaborators to feed off and to lioness. It's harder in this long striplet hours in the studio when the old magic won't come, when the revels have ended but you still have to go through the motions. It's cruelly appropriate that Bowie's powers deserted him at practically the very moment that the 70s, the decade with which he will always be synonymous, ended. I came to musical consciousness round about the time of 1980's Scary Monsters, and took Bowie for granted. Ziggy Stardust already sounded like a hoary old rock and roll relic, and even much of Scary Monsters sounded reactionary by comparison with what protégés like Gary Newman, The Associates, and Visage were doing. Yet Bowie had helped to create the conditions of his own obsolescence. His successors were following Bowie's template for what a pop star should be, a conceptualist and a designer, sexuality and gender. Indeterminate, alien, and / or android, all outside and no inside, the changing face of the strange. From this point on, Bowie himself would be bereft of masks and makeup. It would be just him, the music and the 80s suits. What followed was years of gradually lowering expectations, of spectacular misfires and the occasional lost gem, but mostly there was reliable mediocrity, the familiar declined star pattern where each new record is fanfare as a return to form, only to immediately disappear into irrelevance. Much of this is compressed onto the cover image, which is by far the most startling thing about the next day. It's startling not for the act of desecration but for the casual character of the desecration, a white square over the hero's cover. What could be more half-assed? When I first saw the cover image I thought it must be a prank. What would the real cover image be like? Here is cover designer Jonathan Barnbrook's rationale for the design. The hero's cover obscured by the white square is about the spirit of great pop or rock music which is of the moment, forgetting or obliterating the past. However, we all know that this is never quite the case. No matter how much we try, we cannot break free from the past. The image becomes more than a comment on Bowie. The man who once traded on his ability to escape the past is now trapped by it. It also functions as a diagnosis of a broader temporal malaise. What is this white space, this void? An optimistic reading would construe it as the openness of a present that is not yet decided. A bleaker take, one in keeping with the hackneyed quality of the music, would see the white space as standing in for the vacancy of the present. With nothing there except a necessarily failed attempt to escape and recover the past. That's our pop predicament in 2013, a predicament which the next day couldn't seriously have been expected to resolve. The man who has everything, Drake's nothing was the same. So here we are again, life at Rainbow's End. Everything that can be bought, available practically immediately, 24/7, women, food, cars, you name it, you click on it. Every hotel suite can be prepared to your specifications. The only things that are different are the shower controls. It's all top quality, although naturally you can get down and dirty with the fast food options if you want to, and often you do. Got everything, I got everything. I cannot complain, I don't even know how much I really made, I forgot, it's lot. Fuck that, never mind what I got. Okay, then, let's get the obvious question out of the way first. If you've got everything, why are you so sad? Surely it can't be as simple and sentimental as that hoary old chestnut, money can't buy you love? Come on, is this really where rap was destined to end up, with the rapper as some rom-com character, all the braggadocio and super conspicuous consumption just so much bluster to conceal the boy lack that the Redeemer woman will make good in the final reel? That old story, again. Next time we fuck, I don't want to fuck, I want to make love. I want to trust. Drake can't quite believe this routine, can't quite make us believe it. He knows perfectly well that this sensitive stuff can play as one more pickup artist's ruse. He's spent so long deceiving and then revealing his deceptions that he's no longer sure when he's trying to play us or speak openly, or what the difference is. Crying real tears with one eye, while winking over the latest conquest's shoulder to the camera with the other. He'd convinced us he was different, but that was a trick, and one that others have caught on to. There's nothing very brave or unique about talking about your feelings now that niggas talk more than bitches do. Is this more honesty, or just an acknowledgement that he needs a new USP? I got 99 problems, getting rich ain't one. Listening to nothing was the same. I'm reminded of Judd Apatow's Funny People. Apatow's film is defined by a series of hesitations and avoidances. First of all, it seems as if it is going to be a film about a jaded but rich and successful comedian, George Simmons, who learns the value of life when he's diagnosed with a serious illness, then it seems to be about a man who accepts the value of love and family. Yet each time the film seems to move towards these standard generic resolutions, Apatow pulls back. Simmons' hedonic nihilism reasserts himself. The threat of death can't break the bad habits of a lifetime. The love he lost long ago was actually better off lost. He's not happy being himself, but he doesn't want to be anyone else. Far from relieving this existential dilemma, fabulous wealth means that he has nowhere at all to hide from it. Nothing Was the Same is characterized by the same ambivalence, a longing to be a new person who can love and trust, together with the recognition that he will never change, that he'll always be drinking, smoking, fucking, that he's far from perfect, but neither is anyone else, right? He never really took off the gangsta minstrel drag for good. Instead, he keeps casting it aside, inspecting it, distancing himself from it, before wearing it again. He can't help himself. But this oscillation is valuable for what it tells us about rap's embattled masculinity in general. Drake confirms that the street-strutting bad boy just looking for head in a comfortable bed is the other face of the desperately alone little boy lost crying to his mommy substitute. The boasting brute is always on the run from the helpless infant inside, but, for that very reason, the emotionally broken down male isn't an alternative to all the ego armor posturing, so much as it is its enabling condition. Women are to be publicly disdained, treated as currency in a homosocial bragging economy. In private they are asked to make these wounded men whole again. Is there a track that has exposed the real nature of the male-to-female love song? Better than Take Care's Marvin's Room? The conceit: a drunk Drake leaving a phone message to a long-lost love he treated badly but now thinks he wants back, leaves us in no doubt that he was speaking to himself via a fantasist female other. Gangsta's hyperbolically staged fantasies of omnipotence were always nouveau-riche giveaways, which, like the bling, sang out that these working-class black Americans had not yet achieved the easy way in the world, the casual confidence that are the birthrights of those born to wealth and power. The chains have always clanked as loudly as Jacob Marley's that the struggle to escape servitude has run aground, and that untold riches for a very few were the compensation for the many languishing in inertia, poverty, incarceration. Is started from the bottom, which we all laughed at. No you didn't, Drake. Drake's commentary on all this? Hear it as an act of imagination, Drake putting himself in the sneakers of those who had to struggle from the depths like he never had to, rather than as some forged autobiography, and it makes more sense. But listen to the sheer weariness that weighs down the track, the heavy tristesse that starts the moment after you've reached the top of the tower, as the realization sinks in that there's no replacing the thrill of the chase. Drake was always expected to be a success, so he was deprived even of that brief moment of satisfaction before the ennui and the paranoia set in. Reaching the top was standard, the least he could expect. Nothing Was the Same is tangled up in all the confusions of a generation of men faced with contradictory imperatives, the post-feminist awareness that treating women like shit isn't cool, together with the Burroughsian bombardment of always available pornography. There's no point moralizing here, either for Drake or us. Drake's at his weakest when he half-heartedly attempts some kitschy Hallmark card affirmation of Lerva. He's at his most painfully revelatory when he admits that these impasses, these binds, are just too much for him. He can't escape these knots because the knots are what he is. His bewilderment about what a man is supposed to be now is the very hallmark of a contemporary heterosexual masculinity that realizes that the patriarchal game is up, but which is too hooked on the pleasures and privileges to relinquish them yet. On Nothing Was the Same, Drake often sounds like Tony Montana in Scarface: fucking, eating, snorting, is that all there is? But the tone here couldn't be more different from Pacino's 80s cocaine histrionics. A glacial fatalism runs beneath everything here, and Drake matters because he makes contact maybe better than anyone else with the sense of hopelessness that quietly subsists beneath all the twerking and tweeting, all the Twitter and the chatter of 21st century culture. Hear this in the gorgeous electro-downer haze that saturates the album and establishes its tone much more than any of the beats. Yet there's something beyond the fatalism, 2. You can hear it in Drake's signature move, the transition from rap to singing, the slipping down from ego assertion into a sensual purring, the relaxing into a lasciviousness that has nothing to do with the localized libido and dumb automatisms of phallic sexuality. Down here, there is a glorious release from the pressures of identity. Rave-like. Pitched up vocals are suspended on placid currents of synth. Voices stop being human, become avatars from a space where subjectivity has been left behind like a bad dream. On the opener, Tuscan Leather, Whitney Houston's ghost is summoned from the hotel bathroom, mutated into some butterfly fragile chirruping creature singing inside a specimen jar. I'm frequently reminded of nothing so much as the refracted architectures and water sprites of Balaam Akhab's Wonder. When you dive into these electro-oceanic depths, nothing was the same ceases to be a fascinating symptom of all the blockages of the present, and becomes a longing for something new, something strange and lovely. Break it down, DJ Rashad's Double Cup. Time-stretched amen break beats, rave euphoric vocals. On Double Cup, Rashad pays his dues to the hardcore continuum, but the traces of jungle and rave here only accentuate how different footwork is to 90s British dance music. Footwork has been greeted with the fanfare that usually accompany the arrival of an avant-garde dance music. These contradictory responses, footwork's being written off as something that you can't dance to at the same time as it is dismissed as a functional music, something that would only be properly appreciated by those dancing to it, is a sure sign that we are in the presence of something which scrambles the defaults of rear-view hearing. But footwork is new in a strange way. It's not historically new, it dates back to the 90s. And what's uncanny, unheimlich, about footwork is that practically everything in the sonic palette is familiar. Most of the sounds on Double Cup feel like they could have come from the 20th century, even if they have actually been produced in the 21st. So, wherein resides footwork's newness then? In a fascinating blog post, Tristram Adams identifies exactly what makes footwork new, its compositional innovations. To bring this out, Adams contrasts footwork to jungle. Jungle's newness was in large part a consequence of the widespread availability of digital sampling technology, which facilitated both new sounds and new ways of treating sound. Beyond this, though, I'm not sure that the way Adams constructs the comparison between jungle and footwork is quite right. Adams hears jungle as more machinic than footwork, but what was exciting about jungle to many of us at the time was that it gave a whole new sense of what machinism was. Jungle's machinism was delirious, it was, in Kadwo Eshun's immortal phrase, a rhythmic psychedelia, composed from whirls, twists, and vortexes of sound. There were none of the rigid mechanoid lines of techno. Jungle was dark, but also wet, viscous, and enveloping. It's here that the contrast with footwork can most be heard and felt. To those whose ears and nervous systems were mutated by jungle in the 90s, footwork can initially sound strangely desiccated, like the dry bones left after jungle's digital ocean has receded. UK bass music is an almost willfully bland term, but it does point to the element which gave every genre from jungle to UK garage and dubstep their consistency, a viscous, glistening bass sound. This is conspicuously absent from Rashad's sound. Instead of functioning as a dark liquid element on which other sounds could be suspended, Rashad's bass is a surging and reclining series of stabs and jabs that heightens and lowers tension without ever releasing it. This leads on to another difference from jungle and the broader tendencies in 90s digital culture. Where jungle, like 90s CGI, used digital technology to smooth out some of the hard lines that had been characteristic of early computer sound and imagery, footwork has deliberately opted for angularity. Charlie Frame's comparison of listening to Rashad with gazing at an animated GIF that grows ever more absurd with each iteration, captures very precisely footwork's jerky repetitions. Perhaps the appeal of the animated GIF and of footwork are both tied up with the way that they reject the dominant aesthetics of digital culture now. Think of the way that the elastic architectures of 90s animatronics gave way to the dreary photorealism of contemporary animation. Now, novelty is to be found in the refusal of communicative capitalism's false promises of smoothness. If the 90s were defined by the loop, then the 21st century is perhaps best captured in the bad infinity of the animated GIF, with its stuttering, frustrated temporality, its eerie sense of being caught in a time trap. That frustrated, angular time and the enjoyment of it is at the heart of footwork. The genre can sound like an impenetrable thicket of rhythms if the thing you lock onto first is the most distinctive thing about footwork, the coiling spasms of super dry snares. Lock into the floaty synth pads and the vocals, however, and footwork comes on as strangely mellow. In this respect, footwork can then be heard as an extrapolation of elements of 90s G-funk. An earlier hyperdub sound, the Daiglo wonky of Joker, had mined funk for its absurdist pitch-bent synths. What footwork takes is some vocal styling, but also a certain mood. G-funk differentiated itself from standard gangsta posturing by the way it dissolved the hard ego of the rapper into clouds of chronic. Beneath the busyness of capitalist realism and its demands that we never stop selling ourselves was another mode of being, where time diffused slowly as exhaled smoke. Beyond the phallic machismo, there was a different libidinal economy, defined by a superficially paradoxical combination of deep yearning and a desire to remain absolutely in the sunlight-saturated moment, liberated from the urgencies of business. This is all the more poignant because a gangster's work is never done, his enemies don't sleep, and chilled-out bliss could be terminated at any moment by gunfire. To the funk celebration of smoking, Rashad adds other effective toners, the lost-in-the-moment exhilaration of the raver, and R&B's wistful regret/lascivious moaning. The overall result is, in terms of mood and effect, oddly reminiscent of cool-era jazz. There is the same ambivalence, the same evocation of an harsh yet alluring urban environment, the same combination of sadness and confidence, the same articulation of longing and bliss. Then there is the tick-tock of the voices themselves, the way they are made to stammer and circle around themselves. It's as if there is a cross-contamination, a human-machine pathology, the machines infecting the human voices with glitches, the humans passing on Freudian slips, parapraxis, to the machines. Rashad's plaintive machinism reminds me of nothing so much as the hallucinatory intensity of the I Love You section of William Burroughs' The Ticket That Exploded. On my knees I hoped you'd love me too. I would run till I feel the thrill of long ago. Now my inspiration, but it won't last and will be just a photograph. I've forgotten you then? I can't sleep, blue eyes, if I don't have you. Do I love her? I love you many splendored thing. Can't even eat jelly on my mind back home. 'Twas goodbye deep in the true love. We'll never meet again, darling, in my fashion. Burroughs' early cut-up and fold-in texts, with their analysis and decoding of emotional manipulation via media and their understanding of pornography as a control apparatus, now read like extraordinarily prophetic anticipations of the present moment. As with Burroughs, there is a double pathos in Rashad's work. First of all, there is a pathos at the level of the affects in the voices themselves, and the way that the voices are orphaned from their supposed origins means that there is an overwhelming sadness even if the feeling expressed is ostensibly joyful. It's the same kind of depersonalist sadness we might feel if we happened upon lost photographs of an unknown person's holiday, long ago. Then there is another pathos that arises from the way that the voices are made to repeat and stutter, the sadness of recognizing a speaking animal in the grip of automatisms, repetitions, drives. Rashad articulates the impasses of our 21st century condition with a precision and a compassion that few others can match. More importantly, he suggests that against all the odds we might still be able to dance our way out of the time traps and identity prisons we are locked in. Start your nonsense. On Plex and Dolly Dolly? There are still all kinds of possibilities for combining voice and sound in new ways. Rap was the last major form to popularize a use of the voice that was not singing, but the field is wide open, as these two new albums from Plex and Dolly Dolly prove. The first temptation with these records is to hear them as spoken word with the musicality subordinated to a voice that is literary, conversational, comedic. However, What makes these two albums so unique is the way that musicality here infests and inflects the voice, the way that the sound refuses to stay background. Both albums take much of their inspiration from the very English tradition of nonsense, which includes Edward Lear, Lewis Carroll, Monty Python, and more recently, Chris Morris. It was on account of Carroll that Andre Breton reputedly said that the English had no need of surrealism. Here, E.M. Plex and Dolly Dolly proffer different versions of 21st century English sonic surrealism. With E.M. Plex, a collaboration between Ecolex and Mordant Music's Baron Mordant, the precursors that first come to mind are certain moments in post-punk cabaret Voltaire's Photophobia, Throbbing Gristle, The Fall, yet E.M. Plex don't sound quite like any of these. From its title on in, Your Crate Has Changed, the Baron's pun-conscious wordplay has a very contemporary focus. If Drake and Kanye West expose the sadness and madness deep within the cyberpleasuredome, the sound of depressed superstars as hypercommodities, then E.M. Plex observe the malaisers and pathologies of capitalist cyberspace from outside the digital matrix. Instead of the seamless, slick, depthless pixelation to which always-on digitality has habituated us, Ecolex's analog electronics seethe and hiss, gathering and dispersing like a steam and mist. These synthesizer sketches function like impressionist sound paintings of what Ken Hollings has called the digital regime, and it's as if, like users coming down from a psychotropic, we are finally seeing it for what it is. TVE got to take this. Baron Mordant has a schizoanalytic ear for how the digital regime reveals itself through the phrases it induces to casually utter. Doesn't this phrase, so often repeated, so little thought about, capture all too accurately our fatalism in respect of communicative capitalism? I've got to take this, I've got to let it, accept it, I can't escape, there's nothing I can do. There's no way out, there's no release from the frenzied inertia of all those cyberspatial urgencies, these alerts. Tethered to my hotspot, 9 tethered to my hotspot, constant anxiety about staying connected, constant worry about holding onto the equipment that allows us to stay connected. Can you watch my laptop? We're all sick of this now, we're all sick because of this now. Sorry for your lossy, what is all this digital compression costing us, and when do we ever get to count the cost? Your Crate Has Changed is like an English take on Franco Bifo Berardi's Precarious Rhapsody, Semia-Capitalism and the Pathologies of Post-Alpha Generation. Berardi persuasively argues that the interlock between precarious work and capitalist communications technology has produced a population whose nervous systems are overloaded with stimuli. Mordant gives voice to weary old digital migrants whose middle-aged flesh is too saggy and gray to be made over, people deprived of security, forced to keep on hustling even though they are too old for the game, bone-weary. No rest for the precarious, no chance to tune into anything except the imperatives of business. Invoices in my head, invoices in my head, invoices in my head, and too much spam and random cyber noise to hear anything else. But I don't think there's been anyone since Mark E. Smith at his telepathic peak in the late 70s/early 80s who has managed to tune into the rogue frequencies of England's schizobabble as effectively as the Baron does here. Mordant finds all the clandestine signals hidden in jingles and classified ads. He channels the voices of the lonely, the desperate, all the weirdos and the sad-us, ourselves, perhaps, but the secret selves we keep stuffed behind our Facebook walls. Yet there are still avenues of escape on a couple of tracks. An Infant's Babbling offers an alternative nonsense to Capital's infant-least huckster speak. A surface joviality, a different kind of humor, much less mordant, separates Dolly Dolly from E.M. Plex. Yet it's the slippages of tone and genre, from light pastiche to intimations of mortality, the sliding of persona from gaunt-nosed raconteur to charity shop mystic, from short storyteller to preening bard, that make Antimacassar such an odd jewel of a record, and Dolly so singular a performer. The opening track, Waddle and Dog collaboration with Position Normal, is more than worth the admission price alone. Over a liturgically smeary detuned piano, Dolly Dolly dolefully declaims a nonsense Shakespearean State of the Nation address. England, my England, the cold mist of your fibrous trolleys stifles the sun half-strangled uncles stuffed with crisps, your sky full of plump chintz cushions. It's like Tony Hancock's melancholia has been dream conflated with his mockery of thespian and playwright pretensions. Yet the nonsense is disarming. Waddle and Dog gives us nothing less than a psychedelic surrealist portrait of a country deprived of psychedelia and surrealism. A world without surprise, an entirely domesticated universe, banality as cosmology. Let's colonize the other planets, fill them with bitter and dry roasted peanuts, pigeons, and oven chips. The dead world of middle-aged Britain's living rooms, the cheery veneer of advertising's ever-smiling, glowing-faced families turned inside out. I'm sick of being a man, moans the character who narrates the closing track. Aren't we all? But Antimacassar finds all sorts of disused or temporarily abandoned doorways into other worlds, all kinds of rabbit holes in which we can escape from being a sad human animal. Old New English library paperbacks become occult manuals, full of esoteric philosophy. It's still possible to transform ourselves, to transport ourselves, and Dolly Dolly shows us how. Review, Sleaford Mods Divide and Exit and Chubbed Up, the Singles Collection Plus. The East Midlands accent, lacking urban glamour, lilting lyricism, or rustic romanticism, is one of the most unloved in the UK. It is heard so rarely in popular media that it isn't recognized enough even to be disdained. I must confess that I have a dog in this fight. I grew up in the East Midlands, and when I left university I was described by a sympathetic lecturer as having a speech and accent problem. The accent gradually disappeared, as I learned to suppress the lazy Leicestershire consonants and articulate my speech in something closer to so-called received pronunciation, an achievement loaded with ambivalence and shame. Sleaford Mods Jason Williamson makes no such accommodation to metropolitan manners, and he's disgusted at those who speak in fake accents, whether they're imitating someone from East London or Lou Reed's, G.G. Allen. The appeal to the local in politics and culture is usually smug and reactionary, a petit bourgeois ruse to acquire more cultural and actual capital by overpricing the artisanal and the organic. But the politics of locality operate differently when it comes to accent. The English bourgeoisie speak in more or less the same accent wherever they come from. The insistence on retaining a regional accent is therefore a challenge to the machineries of class subordination, a refusal to accept being marked as inferior. Williamson was born in Grantham, Lincolnshire. Sleaford is about 20 miles away and was involved in the music scene for years, following a familiar provincial trajectory, not making it, but always being lured back at the very point he was about to give up. He was in and out of local groups, followed the dream to San Francisco and London for a while, and ended up back home when it didn't come off. He tried to go out on his own, but he couldn't find anything new, until, bored and frustrated in a recording studio, he started ranting over a metal track. He had found his voice, literally. He was inspired by the Wu-Tang Clan, but he didn't so much repeat their sound as their methodology, forcing listeners to adjust to his accent, idiolect, and references. This risked bathos. The East Midlands ain't New York, and Sleaford Mods would come off as just another comic turn if it weren't for Williamson's incendiary intensity. Listen to the Singles Collection, Chubbed Up, next to Divide and Exit, and it's clear not much has changed in the duo's sound. The variation is provided by Williamson's words, the music by Andrew Fern always fits in formula, pugilistic post-punk bass, functional but unprepossessing beats, occasional cheap keyboard riffs and listless wafts of guitar. It's digitally manipulated, but conspicuously unpolished. The software is used not to micromanage the sounds but to capture them into a purgatorial loop. The name Sleaford Mods sounds like vintage graffiti, or something you'd have sewn onto a Union Jack at an England football match 3 decades ago. On the face of it, they couldn't be any less mod. Where is the style and the cool in this relentless outpouring of profanity and discontent? But mod was a complex phenomenon, as much about the failure to achieve the glamour of Black America as it was about the aspiration towards possessing it. The mods might have loved Miles and Motown, but when they made music it sounded like The Who and the Jam Rock, born with a plastic spoon in its mouth, stuck in a monochromatic England, skulking in the shadows cast by the USA's pop art consumer dreams. The mods worked in office jobs, in semi-skilled occupations and in department stores, longing for a luxury far above their station. But their ambitions weren't to climb the social ladder of bourgeois respectability. They prefigured instead a world in which style exploded far beyond the narrow calculations of business, and everyday life could become a work of art. As Dick Hebdige wrote in his essay The Meaning of Mod, every mod was existing in a ghost world of gangsterism, luxurious clubs, and beautiful women, even if the reality only amounted to a drafty Parker anorak, a beaten-up Vespa, and fish and chips out of a greasy bag. With Sleaford mods, the chips and the grease are all that's left. Factories have closed and trade unions have been subdued. Art schools and the media have rebourgeoisified. University courses have been opened up, but the real graduate jobs are reserved for the same old suspects. The only time you are likely to hear a working-class accent on television is in a poverty porn documentary. This is Sleaford mods' world, but they refuse the place assigned to them by well-meaning metropolitan liberals and by unscrupulous Tories. They won't play the part of a dumb feckless prole or white, working-class racist. They won't knuckle down and gratefully accept 0-hours contract jobs, or be content to rot away in the aisles of co-op, as the single jolly fucker had it. If anything, Divide and Exit feels more claustrophobic than its predecessor, Austerity Dogs, with even the tiny dreamy spaces that once opened up on tracks such as Donkey eliminated by Williamson's relentless excremental flow. Excremental is the right word. Piss and shit course through Williamson's rhymes, as if all the psychic and physical effluent abject by Cameron's Britain can no longer be contained, and it's bursting upwards, exploding through all the deodorized digital commercial propaganda, the thin pretenses that we're all in this together and everything's going to be alright. What overflows in Williamson's potty mouth is a seething disaffection incubated on the dole or in dead-end jobs and further stoked up by the shop-soiled fantasies of escape pushed by an ailing music business. An early single was called Job Seeker, So Mr. Williamson, what have you done to find gainful employment since your last signing on date, /fuck all. A fantasy exchange no doubt. Here, as often in Sleaford mods, Williamson gives vent to a voice that would otherwise stay locked in his head. Discontent is everywhere in the UK now, but for the most part it's privatized, blunted by alcohol and antidepressants, or directed into impotent comments, box spite and empty social media outrage. All you zombies, tweet tweet tweet. If Williamson's anger often seems intransitive, his fuck-offs are sheer explosions of exasperation, directed at no one in particular, or at everyone. It's underscored by a class consciousness painfully aware that there is nothing which could transform disaffection into political action. Aren't we all just pissing in the flames? Cameron and the Tories are obviously despised. There's a particularly memorable nightmare image of the Prime Minister's face hanging in the clouds like Gary Oldman's Dracula, but who can stop them? Livable shit you put up with it. This is both a taunt directed at the audience and an acknowledgement of Williamson's own capitulation in doing what's necessary to survive. It isn't always the role of political music to come up with solutions. But nothing could be more urgent than the questions that Sleaford mods pose: who will make contact with the anger and frustration that Williamson articulates? Who can convert this bad affect into a new political project? Test Department, where leftist idealism and popular modernism collide. There's something very timely about the return of Test Department. Their installation DS30, the accompanying film and the book Total State Machine, a comprehensive history and critical study of the band, have arrived just in time for the deep crisis of neoliberalism in the UK. Test Department were always more than a musical group. They are better understood as a popular modernist collective that had the production of sound at its center, but which also made visuals, projections, and films. Test Department were formed in London in 1981 by Jonathan Toby Burden, Graham Cunnington, Angus Farquhar, Paul Hines, and Paul Jamrazi. They began as a second-wave industrial act, following on from a first wave led by Throbbing Gristle and Cabaret Voltaire. With their use of found metal objects and their performances in spaces of labor and logistics, Test Department offered what seemed, on the face of it, to be a very literal take on the industrial. Via their involvement in a number of UK struggles including the miners' strike and the anti-poll tax movement, Test Department also became intensely invested in the politics of the industrial and the post-industrial. Test Department's signature sound is intensely percussive, a convulsive dance music that took its inspiration from Soviet constructivism, but which became something like the British equivalent of the politicist US hip-hop group Public Enemy. The records are sonic mosaics, pulsing with panic, the sampled voices of Tory MPs countered by defiant statements by left-wing militants. One of Test Department's most powerful tracks, Statement from the 1986 album The Unacceptable Face of Freedom, features miner Alan Sutcliffe giving a moving account of police brutality during the strike. The track is a work of emotional engineering, a collectivist response to the manipulation of affect and desire through advertising, branding and political propaganda. Sutcliffe went on to tour with the group, one example of the way in which struggles produced not only new alliances but new social spaces, in which art-making ceased to be a matter for specialists of a certain age. For any British, left-wing person, remembering the mid-1980s is liable to provoke a sadness that is visceral, choking, wrenching. I still can't recall without weeping the day when the miners returned to work in 1985 after a year on strike. What I have called capitalist realism, the deeply embedded belief that there is no alternative to capitalism, was definitively established in the UK during that period, in Margaret Thatcher's second term in government. For a significant proportion of the population, the 1982 Falklands War had transformed Thatcher from figure of loathing into a glorious war leader. This renewed popularity, together with the formation of the Social Democratic Party by Labour Party defectors, allowed the Tories to achieve a landslide victory in the 1983 general election. It proved to be a traumatic defeat for the British left in general, and for the Labour Party in particular. Labour began its long march towards Blairism and its eventual complete capitulation to neoliberalism and corporate tyranny. Meanwhile, the crushing of the miners' strike, and the wave of privatizations that the Tories unleashed, created the conditions for the neoliberal Britain that is only now falling apart, 30 years later. In retrospect, it can look as if the whole of the 1980s was a series of defeats for the left. One value of Total State Machine is to remind us that it didn't feel that way at the time. Rather, like John Akumfra's video installation The Unfinished Conversation, the Total State Machine book invokes a forgotten 1980s, in which style culture was synchronized with the rise of an anti-authoritarian left that confidently laid claim to a new modernity, set to dispense with capital, patriarchy, and racism as so many historical relics, a 1980s in which radical chic and designer socialism weren't dirty words but real possibilities. Total State Machine includes a section of Cynthia Rose's 1991 book Design After Dark. Inspired by a Test Department performance, Rose argues that young Britons would succeed in staging a dance floor revolution. It will not be the Komsomol-style overthrow dreamt of by Red Wedge, the ill-fated attempt by a collective of musicians led by Billy Bragg, Paul Weller, and Jimmy Somerville to spearhead a campaign to defeat the Tories in the 1987 general election. Instead, it will come about through grassroots changes, successive waves of guerrilla sounds, guerrilla design, guerrilla entertainments. The new design dynamic will be an impulse born out of celebration, rising out of leisure enacted as an event. And it will change young people's perception about what entities like design and communication should do. Sadly, it didn't work out that way. Rose was absolutely right that most of the innovative energy in British music culture would come from dance music, which was about to enjoy its most fecund period ever. But the atmosphere around rave, jungle and garage tended towards the apolitical, the libertarian, or the capitalist. The alliance of the left with the new technologies, energies, infrastructures, and forms of desire that Rose saw emerging was to be very short-lived. The comparison with Red Wedge is instructive here. Part of the problem with Red Wedge was that, Despite taking its name from a poster designed by L. Lissitzky, its music represented a retreat from modernist experimentalism. Bragg's blockish neofolk, the ham-fisted jazz-funk pop Weller made with the Style Council. The Communards' strangely depressing party music, none of this was capable of articulating a future. It was all bogged down in the worst kind of 1980s gloss. Test Department were one of the last examples of what has been called post-punk, but really they are part of a longer trajectory of art pop/pop art going back to the 1950s. The conditions for this popular modernism were subject to sustained attack in the mid-80s, and they have never recovered. The Tories began to dismantle the infrastructure of social security, higher education maintenance grants, squatting and art schools that had given working-class people access to the resources of so-called high culture and time to produce their own sound, fiction, and art. But the neoliberal capitalism that drove this assault on culture is now heading for disaster in Greece, in Spain, in Scotland and, finally, in England. Far from being some static monument to a bygone era, Total State Machine is an invaluable archive, an inventory of strategies, gestures, and techniques that can now be repatented by others ready to begin where the Test Department of the 1980s left off. Rose's prophecies of a new design dynamic can yet come true. Popular modernism isn't dead, it has merely had a 30-year hiatus. No romance without finance. Jennifer M. Silva's Coming Up Short, Working-Class Adulthood in an Age of Uncertainty is a heartbreaking study of the corrosive effects of the neoliberal environment on intimacy. Silva's book focuses on young people specifically. It is based on 100 interviews she undertook with young working-class men and women in 2 American cities in Massachusetts and Virginia. Her findings are disturbing. Over and over again, Silva finds her young subjects exhibiting a hardened self, a form of subjectivity that prides itself on its independence from others. For Silva, this hardened subject is the consequence of this generation being abandoned, institutionally and existentially. In an environment dominated by unrelenting competition and insecurity, it is neither possible to trust others nor to project any sort of long-term future. Naturally, these two problems feed into one another, in one of the many vicious spirals which neoliberal culture has specialized in innovating. The inability to imagine a secure future makes it very difficult to engage in any sort of long-term commitment. Rather than seeing a partner as someone who might share the stresses imposed by a harshly competitive social field, many of the working-class individuals to whom Silva spoke instead saw relationships as an additional source of stress. In particular, many of the heterosexual women she interviewed regarded relationships with men as too risky a proposition. In conditions where they could not depend on much outside themselves, the independence they were forced to develop was both a culturally validated achievement and a hard-won survival strategy which they were reluctant to relinquish. In a world of rapid change and tenuous loyalties, Silva argues, the language and institution of therapy and the self-transformation it promises has exploded in American culture to a therapeutic narrative of heroic self-transformation is the only story that makes sense in a world in which institutions can no longer be relied upon to support or nurture individuals. In social movements like feminism, self-awareness, or naming one's problems, was the first step to radical collective awareness. For this generation, it is the only step, completely detached from any kind of solidarity, while they struggle with similar, and structurally rooted, problems, there is no sense of we. The possibility of collective politicization through naming one's suffering is easily subsumed within these larger structures of domination because others who struggle are not seen as fellow sufferers but as objects of scorn. The spreading of therapeutic narratives was one way in which neoliberalism contained and privatized the molecular revolution that consciousness raising was bringing about. Where consciousness raising pointed to impersonal and collective structures that capitalist and patriarchal ideology obscures, neoliberalism sees only individuals, choices, and personal responsibility. Yet consciousness raising practices weren't only at odds with capitalist ideology, they also marked a decisive break with Marxist-Leninism. Gone was the revolutionary eschatology and the militaristic machismo which made revolution the preserve of an avant-garde. Instead, consciousness raising made revolutionary activity potentially available to anyone. As soon as two or more people gather together, they can start to collectivize the stress that capitalism ordinarily privatizes. Personal shame becomes dissolved as its structural causes are collectively identified. Socialist feminism converted Lukács's theory of class consciousness into the practice of consciousness raising. Since consciousness raising has been used by all kinds of subjugated groups, it would perhaps be better to talk now of subjugated group consciousness rather than class consciousness. But it is worth noting in passing that neoliberalism has sought to eradicate the very concept of class, producing a situation memorably described by Wendy Brown, in which there is class resentment without class consciousness or class analysis. This erasure of class has distorted everything, and allowed many struggles to be rhetorically captured by bourgeois liberalism. Subjugated group consciousness is first of all a consciousness of the machineries which produce subjugation, the machineries which normalize the dominant group and create a sense of inferiority in the subjugated. But, secondly, it is also a consciousness of the potency of the subjugated group, a potency that depends upon this very raised state of consciousness. However, it is important to be clear that the aim is not to remain in a state of subjugation. As Nancy C. M. Hartsock explains, the point is to develop an account of the world that treats our perspectives not as subjugated, insurrectionary, or disruptive knowledges, but as potentially constitutive of a different world. To have one's consciousness raised is not merely to become aware of facts of which one was previously ignorant, it is instead to have one's whole relationship to the world shifted. The consciousness in question is not a consciousness of an already existing state of affairs. Rather, consciousness raising is productive. It creates a new subject, a we that is both the agent of struggle and what is struggled for. At the same time, consciousness raising intervenes in the object, the world itself, which is now no longer apprehended as some static opacity, the nature of which is already decided, but as something that can be transformed. This transformation requires knowledge, it will not come about through spontaneity, voluntarism, the experiencing of ruptural events, or by virtue of marginality alone. Hence Hartsock's concept of standpoint epistemology, which maintains following Lukács and Marx that subjugated groups potentially have an access to knowledge of the whole social field that the dominant group lacks. Members of subjugated groups do not, however, automatically possess this knowledge as of right. It can only be accessed once group consciousness is developed. According to Hartsock, the vision available to the oppressed group must be struggled for and represents an achievement which requires both science to see beyond the surface of the social relations in which all are forced to participate, and the education which can only grow from struggle to change those relations. One way of seeing Jennifer M. Silva's book is as an account of radically deflated consciousness. Crucial to this is Silva's restoration of the concept of class as a frame shaping the experiences of those who feature in her study. Class is what is typically missing from her interviewees' therapeutic accounts of themselves. Exactly as Wendy Brown says, many of Silva's subjects tend to exhibit class resentment without class consciousness. Reading Silva's descriptions of women wary of giving up their independence to men they perceive as feckless wasters, I was reminded of two R&B hits from 1999, No Scrubs by TLC and Bills 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 by Destiny's Child. Both these songs see financially independent women upbraiding men for their shiftlessness. It is easy to attack such tracks for their seeming peddling of neoliberal ideology. Yet I think it far more productive to hear these songs in the same way that we attend to the accounts in Silva's book. These are examples of consciousness deflated, which have important lessons to communicate to anyone seeking to dismantle capitalist realism. It is still often assumed that politics is somehow inside cultural products, irrespective of their context and their use. Sometimes, agitprop-style culture can of course be politically transformative. But even the most reactionary cultural expression can contribute to a transformative project if it is sensitively attended to. It is possible to see the work of the late Stuart Hall in this light, as an attempt to bring to leftist politics the messages that culture was trying to impart to it. If this project was something of a tragic failure, it was a consequence, not of the shortcomings in Hall's approach, but of the intransigence of the old left, its deafness to the desires and anxieties being expressed in culture. Ever since Hall fell under the spell of Miles Davis in the 1950s, he dreamed of somehow commensurating the libidinal modernity he encountered in popular music with the progressive political project of the organized left. Yet the authoritarian left was unable to tune into this ambition, allowing itself to be outflanked by a new right which soon claimed modernization for itself, and consigned the left to the past. To understand this failure from another angle, let's consider for a moment the work of the late music and cultural critic Ellen Willis. In her 1979 essay, The Family, Love It or Leave It, Willis observed that the counterculture's desire to replace the family with a system of collective child-rearing would have entailed a social and psychic revolution of almost inconceivable magnitude. It's very difficult, in our deflated times, to recreate the counterculture's confidence that such a social and psychic revolution could not only happen, but was already in the process of unfolding. Like many of her generation, Willis's life was shaped by first being swept up by these hopes, then seeing them gradually wither as the forces of reaction regained control of history. There's probably no better account of the 60s counterculture's retreat from Promethean ambition into self-destruction, resignation and pragmatism than Willis's collection of essays beginning to see the light. As Willis makes clear in her introduction to the collection, she frequently found herself at odds with what she experienced as the authoritarianism and statism of mainstream socialism. While the music that she listened to spoke of freedom, socialism seemed to be about centralization and state control. The counterculture's politics were anti-capitalist, Willis argues, but this did not entail a straightforward rejection of everything produced in the capitalist field. Certainly, pleasure and individualism were important to what Willis characterizes as her quarrel with the left, yet the desire to do away with the family could not be construed in these terms alone. It was inevitably also a matter of new and unprecedented forms of collective organization. Willis' polemic against standard leftist notions about advanced capitalism rejected as at best only half-true the ideas that the consumer economy makes us slave to commodities, that the function of the mass media is to manipulate our fantasies, so we will equate fulfillment with buying the system's commodities. Culture and music culture in particular was a terrain of struggle rather than a dominion of capital. The relationship between aesthetic forms and politics was unstable, and inchoate culture didn't just express already existing political positions, it also anticipated a politics to come. Yet there was also an imminent transformative immediacy in the music of the counterculture. It reinforced the feelings of despair, disaffection, and rage that bourgeois culture ordinarily makes us distrust. As such, music functioned as a form of consciousness raising, in which a mass audience could not only experience its feelings being validated, it could locate the origins of those feelings in oppressive structures. Moreover, the ingestion of hallucinogens by growing numbers of the population, and the emergence of a psychedelic imaginary that touched even those who had never used acid, made for a widespread perception that social reality was provisional, plastic, subject to transformation by collective desire. If beginning to see the light is a painful and painfully honest account of consciousness deflation, then the same story is narrated within music culture itself. Peter Shapiro has shown how early 70s soul and funk music, the OJ's Backstabbers, the Undisputable Truth's Smiling Faces Sometimes, Sly Stone's You Caught Me Smiling, engaged in a remarkable conversation about the newly minted smiley yellow face image, an imagistic minefield that played confidence games with centuries of caricatures, the beaming faces of the white establishment promising civil rights and integration, Nixon's dirty tricks gang. With Nixon on the rise and the Panthers subdued, songs like Backstabbers caught a new mood of suspicion and recrimination. In his classic essay The Myth of Staggerly, Greil Marcus argues that these songs, along with the rest of Sly and the Family Stone's There's a Riot Goin' On and the Temptations' Papa Was a Rolling Stone, were part of a bitter moment, when 60s optimism had drained away to be replaced by paranoia and melancholy. Stone writes, when new roles break down and there is nothing with which to replace them, old roles, ghosts, come in to fill the vacuum. The collectivity and the multiplicity that the family stone had embodied radical democracy in vibrant action. A group made up of men and women, blacks and whites, gave way to a morose and dejected individualism. The best pop music does not reflect events so much as it absorbs them, Marcus wrote. If the spirit of Sly's early music combined the promises of Martin Luther King's speeches and the fire of a big city riot, riot represented the end of those events and the attempt to create a new music appropriate to the new realities. These new realities would eventually become nothing less than capitalist realism itself. Capitalist realism in which current social relations are reified to the point that any shift in them becomes unimaginable could only be fully consolidated once the Promethean psychedelic imaginary was all but entirely subdued. But this would take a while. The 70s weren't only about countercultural retreat and defeat. In When the Lights Went Out, Britain in the 70s, Andy Beckett argues that a liberal or left-wing melancholy about the 70s has, in many ways, been the mirror image of the doomy right-wing view of the same period. But, as Beckett argues, this fails to acknowledge that for many politicist Britons, the decade was not the hangover after the 60s, it was the point when the Great 60s Party actually started. The successful miners' strike of 1972 saw an alliance between the striking miners and students that echoed similar convergence in Paris 1968, with the miners using the University of Essex's Colchester campus as their East Anglian base. The 70s also saw the growth in Britain of gay, anti-racist, feminist and green movements. In many ways, it was the unprecedented success of the left and the counterculture in the 1970s that forced capital to respond with neoliberalism. This was initially played out in Chile, after Pinochet's CIA-backed coup had violently overthrown Salvador Allende's democratic socialist government, transforming the country via a regime of repression and torture into the first neoliberal laboratory. The 70s that Andy Beckett celebrates in the British context found expression in the US in the disco genre. Disco was a music that grew out of the convergence of a number of subjugated groups. It was a music made by and for gays, black people, and women, and like most post-war popular music, it was overwhelmingly produced by the working class. Chic's Nile Rodgers, surely the most important producer and sonic conceptualist of the late 70s and early 80s, had been a member of the Black Panthers as a teenager. Disco provided the template for the successive waves of dance music in the 80s and 90s, including house, techno, rave and garage. In her 1991 book Design After Dark, Cynthia Rose prophesied a dance floor revolution that would come about through grassroots changes, successive waves of guerrilla sounds, guerrilla design, guerrilla entertainments. The new design dynamic will be an impulse born out of celebration, rising out of leisure enacted as an event. And it will change young people's perception about what entities like design and communication should do. Yet Rose understandably failed to anticipate the extent to which the new energies, infrastructures, and forms of desire she identified would be appropriated by a neoliberal culture which would lay claim to freedom and pleasure, while associating the left with a grey Puritan statism. Once again, the left missed an opportunity, failing to successfully align itself with the collective euphoria of dance floor culture. Thus the good times on the dance floor became fleeting escapes from a capitalism that was increasingly dominating all areas of life, culture, and the psyche. This superdomination came out in the mordant yet playful realism of Gwen Guthrie's 1986 R&B hit, Ain't Nothing Goin' On But the Rent, one of the first popular musical signs of the emergence of the new hardened subject that Silva analyses so well. At a time of rising unemployment, Guthrie sang, "You've got to have a job if you want be with me / no romance without finance." The subjectivity performed in Guthrie's song is in many ways the female counterpart to the gangster rap persona that was emerging when the single was released. Both reject intimacy and tenderness. In gangster rap there is a hyperbolic performance of invulnerability, a performance that can only appear bitterly ironic, when we consider the fact that even some of the most wealthy and successful gangster rappers would end up being shot dead. By contrast, and despite its surface bravado, Ain't Nothing Goin' On But the Rent is a song about the need for security. Fly girl like me / needs security in conditions of radical uncertainty. This wasn't some celebration of reaganomics. On the contrary, Guthrie's song drew out the way in which reaganomics was corroding the conditions for intimacy, a message that was much more emotionally charged and politically resonant than most of the protest songs of the time. Similarly, the formula "no romance without finance" need not only be construed as merely some reactionary concession to capitalist realism. Rather, it can be heard as a rejection of the ideological sentimentality that separates out social reproduction from paid work. Anticipating much of 21st century popular music, Ain't Nothing Goin' On But the Rent is the sound of the loneliness that happens when consciousness is deflated, and the conditions for raising it are absent. But with the new movements that are rising in the US after Ferguson, with the movements in Europe that have produced Podemos and Syriza, there is every reason to believe that those conditions are returning. It is beginning to look as if, instead of being the end of history, capitalist realism was a 30-year hiatus. The processes that began in the 60s can now be resumed. Consciousness is being raised again. Part 4. For now, our desire is nameless. Political writings. Don't vote, don't encourage them. There was a time when elections at least seemed to mean something. I still recall, viscerally, the hollow, bitter sense of total existential defeat the day after Foote's tragically bound for disaster hard left succumbed to the stormtroopers of SF Capital under Thatcher, and I, only 15 years old, contemplated 5 more years of Tory rule. I didn't hear it at the time, but the song that always brings that feeling, that moment, is Mark Stewart's Liberty City, I'll Give a Wave to the Management Mercenaries. Don't their clean clothes look so pretty / try to awaken then from the comforts of slavery? There are still those who would like to pretend that a Tory administration would be so much worse than New Labour, so that deigning to vote for anyone else would be an indulgence. Choosing the least worst is not making this particular choice, it is also choosing a system which forces you to accept the least worst as the best you can hope for. Naturally, the defenders of the dictatorship of the elite pretend, perhaps they even deceive themselves, that the particular slew of lies, compromise, and smarm they are hawking is only temporary, that, at some unspecified time in the future, things will improve if only we support the progressive wing of the status quo. But Hobson's choice is no choice, and the delusion of progressivism is not a psychological quirk, it is the structural delusion upon which liberal democracy is based. Yuan Hari tries to make the case for reluctantly voting New Labour today, on the grounds that the Tories are the only realistic alternative and they are manifestly worse than New Labour. But just what is the threat that Howard's Tories pose? Will they suspend habeas corpus? Can't, Tony's already done it. Will they shamelessly and shamefully play to the right-wing gallery on immigration? Well, yes, but that's only what the Joker hysterical face is already doing. Let's dispense with this idea, once and for all, that New Labour has improved anything. New Labour is the worst of all worlds, Thatcherist managerialism without the Thatcherite attack on vested interests. In the pre-Thatcher 1970s, it took 6 car workers to do the job of 1, in the post-Thatcher noughties, it takes 6 consultants to do the job of none. Same decadence, different beneficiaries. New Labour and its supporters scoff at the Tories' idea that you could cut £35 billion in public spending and yet improve public services. As someone who works in public services, it strikes me as eminently plausible. Cutting back on red tape, bureaucrats, paperwork would have 2 immediately positive effects. It would get rid of the managers and administrators whose wages are a disproportionate drain on the budget, and it would improve the performance of those who actually do the jobs, simply by dint of the fact that they wouldn't have to deal with nannying memos and those who send them all the time. Blair isn't just contingently liar, he is, like the new breed of career politician he heads, a professional liar. As a lawyer turned politician, it's no surprise that Blair treats reality as a distraction from PR. he has been complicit in producing a situation in which there is no more at stake in parliamentary democracy than beating the other side, as in a debate at the Oxford Union. His genuinely good moral righteousness is as much a testament to his public school and Oxbridge education as anything else. You see, glinting in the eyes, the unwavering certainty of the truly imbecilic. Blair likes to see himself as a conviction politician, but apart from his imperialist intransigence, what else is he actually committed to? It's telling that the only thing he was prepared to defy public opinion on was the war. Blair's slogan education, education, education is the sickest joke of all. Maybe he has pumped more money into education, but that is useless if the extra funds are going on quangos, incompetent administrators, and facile initiatives that were doomed to fail and pointless even if they succeeded. The third way solution to further education is a typical Blairite catastrophe. Colleges are now funded per student, with the result that students now treat themselves as consumers, i.e. the canny ones quickly realize that even the most abusive or violent behavior is unlikely to result in their being removed from the college, since it means a significant cut in the college's revenue. Students with behavioral problems shouldn't simply be turned away, but neither can they be allowed to continue attending college as if nothing has happened. That is a dereliction of duty towards the student, and towards the other students, whose education and learning environment is damaged while such behavior is left unchecked. But third-way funding means that the only result will be institutional cynicism. Imposing targets and assigning funds on the basis of meeting them, what the economist calls reform, i.e. ideology dressed up as realism, will only ever lead to a situation in which bureaucrats and the bureaucratically minded prosper. The way to improve education, and all other public services, is to accept the obvious truth: most people working in these services are not, in fact, venal, are not motivated solely by what is in the interests of them and their family. So it would be better to hand more control back over to them. By all means intervene if it is going wrong, but don't assume that things work better if they are run by bureaucrats. I admit that, emotionally and unthinkingly, I will find myself supporting the left parties when the results come in. Tomorrow night. Yes, I want to see Galloway give Una King a kicking. Yes, I would love to see Letwin lose his seat. But only in exactly the same way that I want to see X contestant beat Y contestant in Big Brother. It really is only sentimentality to pretend that this spectacle has much consequence. This will always be the case in liberal democracy at the best of times, but especially so in a country which has an electoral system so fundamentally corrupt and unjust. Hurry is right that, in the 80s, 56% of the electorate voted for left parties, but because the vote was split between Labour and the Lib Dems, the Tories were allowed to maintain their reign of terror. But that is an argument for urgent reform of the electoral system, not for voting New Labour. As it rightly argues, the people died for the vote line is utterly facile. Soldiers in the Wehrmacht died for the glories of the fatherland. Does that mean I should become a Nazi? Catholics burned for their belief in transubstantiation. Should I then repent and go to Mass on Sunday? Plus, I think I'm on fairly safe ground, really, with the conjecture that no one, but no one, died for the opportunity to choose between Blair and Howard. October 6, 1979, Capitalism and Bipolar Disorder. Realism has nothing to do with the real. On the contrary, the real is what realism has continually to suppress. Capitalist realism, like socialist realism, is about putting a human face on and naturalizing a set of political determinations. The commissars of capital like to pose as tough-minded pragmatists who tell unpalatable truths and who alone are capable of facing up to the harsh realities of the world. Yet capitalism, no less in its soon-to-take-over Chinese state version than in its soon-to-collapse American model, is based upon a slew of fantasies so credulous that they are almost charming. In a powerful piece in The Independent today, Johann Hari parallels the militant complacency of the current ruling elite with the thinking of previous highly developed social groups, such as the Incas and the Mayans, which had committed ecocide. What were Easter Islanders saying as they cut down the last tree on their island? Hurry quotes geographer Jared Diamond asking in his book Collapse, how societies choose to fail or survive. It is grim to reflect that the answers jobs not trees, or technology will solve our problems, never fear, we'll find a substitute for wood are precisely the rationalizations that a thanatropic drive would produce in order to do its work. In the unconscious, Freud says, no one really believes they will die, and this is no doubt also true of civilizations, which despite the melancholy monuments testifying to the demise of Maya and Easter Island, are convinced that they are the exceptions, they are the one which cannot perish. It is easy to see what capitalist realism means when you consider Blair's habitual response to appeals from the environmental lobby. Measures to rein in eco-catastrophe may well be desirable, even necessary, but they, Blair tells us with a heavy heart bursting his sleeve, are politically impossible. Here, then, is capitalist realism, the reduction to the realm of the impossible of any steps that will prevent the destitution of the human environment. For that is what realism amounts to, not a representation of the real, but a determination of what is politically possible. But what is politically possible is at odds with what is physically possible, so in a sense, it is the servo-mechanism agents of capital, not their opponents, who demand the impossible now. Their fantasy of a sustainable capitalism carrying on, forever, without burning out the planet, is perfectly delirial. Another insight into capitalist realism was provided last week by Marxist economist Christian Marazzi, whose lecture Finance, Attention, and Effect at Goldsmiths was an interrogation of the meaning and psychological, social and neuronic impact of post-Fordism. Christian dated the moment of the switch from Fordism to post-Fordism very precisely, October 6, 1979. It was on that date that the Federal Reserve increased interest rates by 20 points, preparing the way for the supply-side economics that would constitute the economic reality with which we are now so familiar. The rise in interest rates not only contained inflation, it made possible a new organization of means of production and distribution. The economy would no longer be organized by reference to production, but from the side of the point of sale. The rigidity of the Fordist production line gave way to a new flexibility, a word that will send chills of recognition down the spine of every worker today. This flexibility was defined by a deregulation of capital and labor, with the workforce being casualized and outsourced. The new conditions both required and emerged from an increased cyberneticization of the working environment. The Fordist factory was crudely divided into blue and white collar work, with the different types of labor physically delimited by the structure of the building itself. Laboring in noisy environments, watched over by managers and supervisors, workers had access to language only in their breaks, in the toilet, at the end of the working day, or when they were engaged in sabotage, because communication interrupted production. But in post-Fordism, when the assembly line becomes a flux of information, people work by communicating. As Wiener taught, communication and control entail one another. What Deleuze, after Burroughs and Foucault, called the society of control comes into its own in these conditions. Work and life become inseparable. As Christian observed, this is in part because labor is now to some degree linguistic, and it is impossible to leave language in the locker after work. Capital follows you when you dream. Time ceases to be linear, becomes chaotic, punctiform. As production and distribution are restructured, so are nervous systems. To function effectively as a component of just-in-time production, you must develop a capacity to respond to unforeseen events, you must learn to live in conditions of total instability, or precarity, as the ugly neologism has it. Periods of work alternate with periods of unemployment. Typically, you find yourself employed in a series of short-term jobs, unable to plan for the future. The horrors of these new working patterns are clear, but it is imperative that the left renounces one of its most dangerous addictions, its nostalgia for Fordism. As Christian pointed out, the disintegration of stable working patterns was in part driven by the desires of workers. It was they who, quite rightly, did not wish to work in the same factory for 40 years. In many ways, the left has never recovered from being wrong-footed by capital's mobilization and metabolization of the desire for emancipation from the Fordist routine. Especially in the UK, the traditional representatives of the working class union and labour leaders found Fordism rather too congenial. Its stability of antagonism gave them a guaranteed role. But this meant that it was easy for the advocates of post-Fordist capital to present themselves as the opponents of the status quo, bravely resisting an inertial organized labor pointlessly invested in fruitless ideological antagonism which served the ends of union leaders and politicians, but did little to advance the hopes of the class they purportedly represented. And so the stage was set for the neoliberal end of history, the vast ideological justification for rampant supply-side economics. Antagonism is not now located externally, in the face-off between class blocks, but internally, in the psychology of the worker, who, qua worker, is interested in old-style class conflict, but, as someone with a pension fund, is also interested in maximizing their investment. There is no longer an identifiable external enemy. The consequence is that, as Christian put it in a memorable image, post-Fordist workers are like the Old Testament Jews after they left the house of slavery, liberated from a bondage to which they have no wish to return but also abandoned, stranded in the desert, confused about the way forward. The psychological conflict raging within individuals they themselves are at war cannot but have casualties. One hidden, or at least naturalist, consequence of the rise of post-Fordism is that the invisible plague of psychiatric disorders that has spread, silently and stealthily, since around 1750, has reached a new level of acuteness in the last 2 decades. This is one more dimension of the real that capitalist realism is constitutively unable to process. It is typical of New Labour that it should have committed itself, so early in its third term, to removing people from incapacity benefit, as if most people claiming the benefit were mailing-ers. In contrast with this assumption, it doesn't seem unreasonable to infer that most of the people claiming incapacity benefit, and there are well in excess of 2 million of them, are casualties of capital. A significant proportion of claimants, for instance, are people psychologically trashed as a consequence of the capitalist realist insistence that mining was no longer economically viable. Many have simply buckled under the terrifyingly unstable conditions of post-Fordism. The current ruling ontology rules out any possibility of a social causation of mental illness. The chemico-biologization of mental illness is of course strictly commensurate with its depoliticization. Considering mental illness as an individual chemico-biological problem has enormous benefits for capitalism. First, it reinforces capital's drive towards atomistic individualization, and second, it provides an enormously lucrative market in which multinational pisco-mafias can peddle their dodgy drugs. It goes without saying that all mental illnesses are neurologically instantiated, but this says nothing about their causation. If it is true, for instance, that depression is constituted by low serotonin levels, what still needs to be explained is why particular individuals have low levels of serotonin. The increase in bipolar disorder is a particularly significant development. In the discussion after Christian's lecture, I asked him about the relationship between this form of mental illness and capitalism as a system. It is clear that capitalism, with its ceaseless boom and bust cycles, is itself, fundamentally and irreducibly, bipolar. Capitalism is characterized by a lurching between hyped-up mania and depressive come-down. To a degree unprecedented in any other social system, capitalism both feeds on and reproduces the moods of populations. Without delirium and confidence, capital could not function. As it happened, Christian confirmed that he had in fact been working with people who had been psychologically smashed by capitalism, many of whom, it turned out, had in fact developed bipolar disorder. It could hardly be denied that there is an isomorphic relationship between the social and individual disorders of capitalism. How could madness not result when we are invited to consider America's consuming of $600 billion a year more than it produces realistic? Make no mistake, the realists are insane, which more than ever reveals the force of the slogan, "The the real is the impossible, but the impossible which happens. Ecological catastrophe and mental illness are present in capitalism's wraparound simulation as warps, unassimilable discontinuities, that which cannot be but which, nevertheless, cannot be extirpated. Perhaps these negative reals, these dark shadows which allow us to see capital's striplet mall of the mind for what it actually is, have their complement in a positive real, an event completely inconceivable in the current situation, but which will break in and redefine everything. What if they had a protest and everyone came? What kind of protest is it that everyone agrees with? If you weren't already suspicious of the dull unanimity that coalesced on Saturday, reflect on the fact that the Russian show only happened because Putin didn't want to be the only G8 leader whose country did not have a live 8 gig. That fact alone reveals that the relationship between the current ruling elite and their ostensible opponents in the entertainment biz goes far beyond complicity. Live 8 rests on two libidinal fallacies. The first is obvious: it ignores the systemic and abstract nature of the geopolitical situation. It really isn't the case that 8 men in a room can change history simply by an act of will. Beyond the sentimental bluster, everyone knows that, but Live 8 depends upon a fantasy that there are two types of subject who need to be enlightened: the subject who does not know and the subject who knows but who doesn't care. But who are these people? Who, exactly, needs to be made aware of the fact that Africa is desperately poor? And does anyone, even those who buy into the cheap off-the-shelf caricature of Bush as a dumb chimp, really think that he, personally, deliberately chooses to inflict starvation on African children? More to the point, does anyone really think that, on the level of personal morality, Bush is any different from the billionaire pop stars so histrionically raising their fists against him and wagging their fingers at us? That is to say, if there is some sort of moral dividing line, would you really want to place Bush on one side and Elton John and Dollar Bill Gates on the other? It is not that Live 8 is a degraded form of protest. On the contrary, it is in Live 8 that the logic of the protest is revealed in its purest form. The protest impulse of the 60s posited a malevolent father, the harbinger of a reality principle that cruelly and arbitrarily denies the right to total enjoyment. This father has unlimited access to resources, but he selfishly and senselessly hoards them. Yet it is not capitalism but protest itself which depends upon this figuration of the father. It goes without saying that the psychological origins of this imagery lie in the earliest phases of infancy. The hippies' bucolic imagery and dirty protest filth as a rejection of adult grooming both originate in the unlimited demands of the infant. A consequence of the infant's belief in the father's omnipotence is the conviction that all suffering could be eliminated if only the father wished it. The demand for total enjoyment is actually pretty indiscriminate. The protest could just easily be against war or against being charged for going into a festival incidentally. One of the successes of the latest global elite, the Social Democrats, has been their avoidance of identification with the figure of the hoarding father, even though the reality they impose on the young is substantially harsher than the reality they protested against in the 60s. In this sense, Bush is a godsend for Blair, since Blair can pose as the really realistic representative of social democratic moderation, winning concessions from the obscene excesses of Bush, the junkyard king of Americapital's hideous fusion of ID and superego. This brings us to the second fallacy. What is being disavowed in the abjection of evil and ignorance onto phantasmatic others is our own complicity in planetary networks of oppression. What needs to be kept in mind is both that capitalism is a hyper-abstract impersonal structure and that it would be nothing without our cooperation. As I will never tire of insisting, the most Gothic description of capital is also the most literal. Capital is an abstract parasite, an insatiable vampire and zombie maker, but the living flesh it converts into dead labor is ours, and the zombies it makes are us. Determinists of both a neoliberal and anti-humanist bent merely echo telemarxism at its most eschatological when they insist that what the meat components of the capital machine are of no consequence since the total triumph of capital is historically inevitable. The question of what capital wants from us requires answers at a number of levels: economic, psychoanalytic, and perhaps most pressingly, theological. In any case, it is clear that, for the moment at least, capital cannot get along without us. It remains the case, however, that we can get along without it. The parasite needs its mere conscious linkages, but we do not need the parasite. In addition to anything else, to ignore the crucial functioning of the meat in the machine is poor cybernetics. The denial of human agency is an SF fantasy, albeit one that is everywhere realizing itself. But to reclaim that agency means first of all accepting our insertion at the level of desire in the remorseless meat grinder of capital. Capital is not something imposed upon us by Bush, it is we who are hooked on the garbage in Honey's sack, unable to kick the habit of returning to the big Jesus trash can for another hit of feel-good junk. It also means raising the price libidinal, personal, monetary of agency. The repeated claim from onstage multimillionaires that the audience were going to change history simply by turning up and tuning in cheapens agency in every sense. Participating in a narcissistic, self-righteous spectacle is not doing something. Tony Parsons, of all people, made the very good point in the Mirror today that the generation of the 30s and 40s did not expect Crosby and Sinatra to change the world, but, as he says, many of them had either risked or given up their lives to change things. Withdrawal from the capital matrix entails an unplugging that will seem painful to nervous systems commensurate to the reality-pleasure principle. Partly it means giving up the reassuring comforter of the bad father figure and facing the fact that the G8 leaders are not capable of legislating away all planetary misery, but are old men at the crossroads, capital's meat puppets not its masters. There is a sense in which it simply is the case that the political elite are our servants, the miserable service they provide from us is to launder our libidos, to obligingly represent for us our disavowed desires as if they had nothing to do with us. If anyone is in charge in capital, it is Oedipus Rex, i.e. us. The political reality that Bush and the others will no doubt blame their failure to act upon is not just an ideological smokescreen. It is the reality constituted by the desires of that self-same Live 8 crowd who, when push comes to shove, will not pay extra taxes, will not give up cheap flights or car use, will not make a stand against inequity and stupidity at work if it means compromising their interests and those of their family, and yet who expect global crises to be magically solved by 8 stooges in a room. The great benefit of Lacanianism is to reject both the party of the infant and the party of the father. There must indeed be a demand for the impossible, but an impossible which does not correspond with the definition provided by either party. It is not a question of total enjoyment, but of the not all, a sober psychosis, lessness. Defeating the Hydra? In Marvel's Nick Fury, agent of S.H.L.E.L.D. Comics, the nefarious S.P.E.C.T.R.E. like international crime and terror network was called HYDRA. Its slogan was "Cut off a limb and 2 more shall take its place." In Saturday's Times, Paul Wilkinson, chairman of the Center for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence, described the decentralist network of Al-Qaeda as a true Hydra. But the lesson of the Hydra myth that to use force against certain types of enemy is not only ineffective, it is counterproductive is one that the leaders of war on terror have yet to learn. It is the absurd war on terror itself that has fed the Al-Qaeda Hydra and put British citizens on the front line. The issue here is not simply a causal one. The war on terror has made life unsafer in the West, but a conceptual one. The very notion of a war on terror has meant that Western populations are reclassified as active combatants in a war not only to the death, but beyond death, an infinite, excitatory cycle of violence begetting violence. Despite what the increasingly hysterical pro-bombing left maintain, the causal argument is one. The claim that the bombing of Iraq has been a recruiting sergeant for terrorism is uncontroversial. A Foreign Office and Home Office dossier cited in the Sunday Times today states what any intelligent observer already knows. It seems that a particularly strong cause of disillusionment among Muslims, including young Muslims, is a perceived double standard in the foreign policy of Western governments, in particular Britain and the US. The perception is that passive oppression, as demonstrated in British foreign policy, e.g. non-action on Kashmir and Chechnya, has given way to active oppression. The war on terror, and in Iraq and Afghanistan, are all seen by a section of British Muslims as having been acts against Islam. Even The Economist grants that some of Al-Qaeda's large group of sympathizers will have had extra levels of motivation since the Iraq War. But the reclassification of the struggle with Al-Qaeda as war is another factor that promotes, inspires, and legitimates terrorism, a factor perhaps no less significant than the misadventures in Iraq and Afghanistan. For example, it used to be the case that the British government refused to accept that it was at war with the IRA. It was the IRA who made that claim. The unwillingness to concede that Britain was engaged in war partly had the effect of making it possible to claim both that the IRA were terrorists and that any attack on the civilian population was an outrage visited on innocents. But if indeed we are at war, and if what we are fighting for is our values, and simply getting on with our lives is an expression of those values as, since Thursday, we have endlessly been told it is, then it would follow that we are all indeed warriors co-opted into war on terror. As Simon Jenkins put it, it is Blair who gave terrorism the status of war. He can hardly complain when the enemy treats it as such. Johann Hari observed, surely not approvingly, that the bombings on Thursday were received in London almost as if they were a natural disaster. Much of the media here has insisted, rather, that the bombings be treated as a supernatural disaster, the act of a transcendent evil that cannot and furthermore must not be explained. Both Blair and Bush find it expedient and congenial to use a theological language to describe a threat that would be better considered in more worldly terms. That language is dangerous for two reasons: first, because it contributes to the sublimation of the Al-Qaeda threat, transforming a diffuse network into a supernatural force, and second, because it renders all analysis of threat Al-Qaeda actually poses all the more difficult. According to an emerging orthodoxy in certain sections of the British media, just about any attempt to offer economic, political, or sociological explanation for Al-Qaeda's emergence is tantamount to an expression of sympathy for its aims and methods. As Savonarola has pointed out, the PBL and other reactionaries attempted in the immediate aftermath of Thursday to make the very word political a slander as they desperately cast about trying to establish a period of non-reflection in which politics and thought could be suspended, a period, that is to say, in which their politics and their non-thinking could be imposed as the default response. The most facile and stupid example of this type of argument might have been Nick Cohen's piece in The Observer today, rightly excoriated by Lenin. The Agalma, the special treasure, of this London resides in the status of heroic victim that a disaster such as this reconfirms. A dangerous logic takes hold: we're under attack, we must be good. The supernaturalization of Al-Qaeda is crucial to this strategy. If we are the good, it can only be the senselessly evil, the irrationally jealous, who would want to attack us. Needless to say, the positing of an ethnic subject we, the good whose innate virtue is reconfirmed by its being attacked, is constitutive of both the Al-Qaeda and the post-9/11 US mindset. A military asymmetry is doubled by a phantasmatic symmetry. Each is the other's Satan. To talk of Al-Qaeda in theological terms is to adopt their mode of discourse in an inverted form. It is to return to a pre-Feuerbachian, pre-sociological perspective in which all the lessons of the 19th and 20th century studies of the social psychology of religion undertaken by figures as diverse as Durkheim, Marx, Weber, Nietzsche, and Freud are forgotten. If a particular strain of religion is to be understood as, in Cohen's words, an autonomous psychopathic force rather than as a social, economic, and psychological phenomenon with complex causes, then all hope of reasoned analysis is a priori ruled out. Unreason is abject unto the enemy, thus legitimating the idea that the only option is military force. The floating of the pseudo-concept of Islamofascism has been central here. There are any number of reasons to consider the idea that there is such a thing as Islamofascism a nonsense. Here are two. First of all, fascism has always been associated with nationalism, but, like global capital, Islamism has no respect for nationality. The first loyalty of the Islamist is to the global Ummah. Secondly, Fascism is about the state. Islamism has no model of the state, as could be seen in Afghanistan under the Taliban. The only sense one can make of fascism as used by the PBL is that it names anything that is really, really bad, or it involves the curtailment of liberties. The brand of Islamism Al-Qaeda favors would certainly curtail liberties, but not necessarily the same ones that fascism would curtail, or for the same reasons. Rather than engaging in nebulous negative sublimation, behold, Satan, it would better behove the opponents of Islamist terrorism to consider more carefully what is specific about it. As John Stevens noted over the weekend, the typical Al-Qaeda terrorist is unlikely to have been parachuted in from an Afghan village. They are much more likely to have lived in the West, either as residents or as nationals. Their affiliation with Al-Qaeda will, we can speculate, almost certainly serve the function of resolving attention in themselves. Al-Qaeda recruit from schools and colleges because they are astute enough to recognize that male adolescence is a time of boiling confusion that craves easy certainties. It cannot be that difficult for a fervent jihadi to convince impressionable young men adrift in the miserable haze of Babylonic capitalism that it is not Al-Qaeda but their enemies who are really evil. After all, it is not hard to construct a convincing story that the success of the West has been achieved at the expense of Muslims. The Sunday Times reports that in Britain Muslims are 3 times more likely to be unemployed than the population as a whole. 52% of them are economically inactive and 16% have never worked or are long-term unemployed. This is blamed on a lack of education. 43% of Muslims have no qualifications. But it is not just the poor themselves who flock to Al-Qaeda, it is also those burning with a sense of injustice on behalf of poor. In this context, it is worth remembering Giuliani's jaw-dropping proclamation, "People who live in freedom always prevail over people who live in oppression." So speak the masters, the winners. Who speaks for the oppressed then? The rise of Islamism must be correlated with the demise of the left. If it has become the default repository for Muslim rage against injustice, then that is partly due to the US, which, as is well known, funded Islamist jihadis in a bid to defeat communism. Since only something like communism could absorb and redirect the energies that are fueling Al-Qaeda, I look forward to the day when the US will fund Islamic communism, and the circle will be complete. The face of terrorism without a face. So Tony Blair is the leader who has brought suicide bombing to Britain. Any remaining doubt about the link between 7/7 and the Iraq bombing and occupation was dissipated today when a friend of one of the suspects, Mohammed Sadiq Khan, spoke to of all things the Evening Standard. The friend said Khan, Tanweer, and Hussein grew up together and often talked about their anger at their Muslim brothers and sisters being unfairly treated in Iraq by the US. No surprises there. And no surprises, at least not for K-punk readers, that the bombers were British. That, at least, some would undermine the racist agendas of European and US experts who blamed the atrocity on Britain's supposedly insufficiently authoritarian immigration and asylum policies, barely concealing their disgust at multi-ethnic Londonistan, a stance that echoes Mark Stein's Islamophobic revulsion at Eurabia. The BNP in Barking found that their predictable attempts to extract political capital from the bombing's leaflet with a photograph of the trashed number 30 bus over a caption saying, "Maybe now it's time to listen to the BNP," also fell foul of the revelation that the bombers came from Leeds, not the Middle East. Naturally, that news brings with it the possibilities for other kinds of exploitation by racists. It is a grotesque understatement to say that the next few months will not be easy for Muslims in Britain. Emollient words about true Islam will be as ineffective as they are misleading. There is no true Islam. Islam, like all other religions, is a riot of contradictions, a tissue of interpretations. The words of the Prophet give as much comfort to zealots as to pacifists. David Davis said last week that modern terrorism is terrorism without a face. Suddenly, however, the terrorists have a face, even though it is not the one that many expected, or wanted. The photographs of the perpetrators and the photographs of the victims, who could tell them apart? There is no telltale demonic stain on the faces of the killers. They aren't the austere, obsessive foreigners that the popular imagination had conjured. They wore trainers and tracksuits, they were religious, sure, but no one thought they were fanatics. They weren't even socially dysfunctional geeks. By all accounts, they were popular, played cricket. Nor was there any obvious lack or deprivation in their lives. The obvious questions seem to be how, why. Yet the same questions do not seem the obvious ones to ask when we see photographs of similar young men who happen to be in the US or British forces, men who have participated in the killing of very many more civilians. The Blairite objection to terrorism cannot be its means, since he, too, considers the killing of a certain number of civilians an acceptable sacrifice for the greater good. It is the ends, then, in which the difference must reside, not the means. Blair is supernaturally confident that he is on the side of the angels, that he is pursuing the good, whereas his enemies are evil. The problem is that they think exactly the same way. He tells us that we are in a war. But to many Muslims, not mad mullahs, but, amongst others, young men from ordinary backgrounds, it is as obvious as it is to Blair what the right, the only side, to be on is. It is the side of the poor and the oppressed, not the side of the hyper-privileged and the massively well-armed. The rage, the righteous sense of injustice that led those four to give their lives and take the lives of others, and please, do not describe what they did as cowardly, brutal by all means, but not cowardly, and certainly nowhere near as cowardly as the Powell doctrine of bombing from a great height. That anger needs to be channeled by other forces, forces which don't counter oppression with repression, which don't transform rage into outrage. Update, Breakfast TV, BBC One. A group of young Muslims from Leeds, not fanatics by any means, tell the reporter that Iraq is the major factor in switching young men onto extremism in Britain. They make it clear that they are appalled by the events of last Thursday, condemn them without reservation, but nevertheless are angered by the patent double standards of the British media. The 50 people who died last week, whose deaths they in no way trivialize, seem to count much more than the thousands who die in Iraq. In the studio, Irshad Manji, author of The Trouble with Islam Today, tries to demur, falling back on the standard line that 9/11 preceded Iraq. True enough, but there had never been suicide bombing in Britain until last week. Manji makes some good points. In a piece the other day, she broke ranks with the sentimental consensus about true Islam, arguing that there needs to be an Islamic reformation, with the acceptance within the religion that certain passages of the Quran can be wrong. But the call for Islamic auto-critique must go alongside a recognition that the crusader policies of the US and the UK feed an aggrieved militancy that will make that kind of reformation much less likely. Conspicuous force and verminization plus. The paradoxical war on terror is based on a kind of willed stupidity, the willed stupidity of wishful thinking. Only the logic of dream work can suture war with terror in this way, since terrorists were, by classical definition, those without legitimate authority to wage war. However, it is horribly evident for some while that a new, frighteningly facile, definition of terrorism has come into play. What makes terrorists terrorists is not their supposed lack of legitimate authority but their inherent evil. We are ontologically good, good by our very nature, no matter what we do. We belong to an alliance of moderation against the axis of evil. Since so when we accidentally level an apartment block full of children with our moderate bombs, we do not cease to be moderate. The difference between they, the evil, and we, the good is, of course, intent. The terrorists deliberately target civilians. This is their only aim, because they are evil. Although we kill vastly more civilians, we do not intend to it, so we remain good. For the libidinal roots of this wishful thinking, we have to look beyond the foibles of individuals to the political unconscious of the hyper-militarized state. It is geared to deal with threats if they come from other armed states, so it pretends deceives itself, and then attempts to deceive us that this is in accord with the actual geopolitical situation. Candy's crocodile tears notwithstanding, the US, needless to say, is in no position to condemn Israel's air strikes, since the Israeli bombings follow the war on terror script to the letter. The conflict with Hezbollah turns into a destruction of Lebanese people and infrastructure, just as the struggle with Al-Qaeda became a war on Afghanistan and Iraq. For the hyper-militarized state, aerometry can only be thought of as an advantage. We have more and better weaponry than them, therefore we must win. The stupidity here is evident, and multi-leveled. First of all, it involves a literal occlusion and suppression of intelligence. Terrorism is a problem to be met with brute force rather with intelligence. Successfully defeating terrorist groups is a long-term business, dirty, but above all, stealthy, invisible. But the war on terror is inherently and inescapably spectacular. It arises from the demands of the post-9/11 military-industrial entertainment complex. It is not enough for the state to do something, it has to be seen doing something. The template here is Gulf War I, which, as both Baudrillard and Virilio knew, could not be understood outside logics of mediatization. Gulf War I was conceived of a kind of reshooting of Vietnam, with better technology, and on a video game desert terrain in which carpet bombing would be industrially effective. This is the kind of asymmetry that the military-industrial entertainment complex likes, no casualties. The bringing to bear of what, following Veblen, we might call conspicuous force presupposes a second stupidity, the verminization of the enemy. Before Gulf War I had even happened, Virilio saw the logic of verminization rehearsed in James Cameron's Aliens, wherein the machinic actors do battle in a money-chain combat in which the enemy is no longer an adversary, a fellow creature one must respect in spite of everything, rather, it is an unamiable being that it is more appropriate to exterminate than to examine or analyze. In Aliens, Virilio ominously notes, attacks on the family the basis of neocolonial intervention. The teeming, Lovecraftian abominations which can breed much faster than we can are to be dealt with by machines whose awesome appearance is part of military effectiveness. Shock and awe. Aliens was the moment in which a new mode of the military-industrial entertainment complex became visible. Virilio argued that Aliens' privileging of military hardware could only lead in the end to the extinction of the talking film, its complete replacement by film trailers for hardened militarists. In fact, the talking film has been replaced by the shoot 'em up video game whose pycnoleptic delirium is flat with the prosecution of the Sega-Sony CNN war. Realists who attacked Baudrillard and Virilio for their insistence upon the fact that war is now constitutively mediatized miss the point that hyperrealization is precisely what permits the production of very real deaths on a mass scale. Verminization not only transforms the enemy into a subhuman swarm that cannot be reasoned with, only destroyed, it also makes us into victims of its repulsive, invasive agency. As Virilio perspicaciously observed, Aliens itself operated a bit like a terrorist attack. Women and children are slaughtered in order to create an irreversible situation, an irremediable hatred. The presence of the little victim has no theatrical value other than to dispose us to accept the madness of the massacres, while we have families who are being senselessly killed. Vermin have neither memory nor motive, they act unreflexively, autonomically. Their extermination is a practical problem, it is simply a matter of finding their nests and using the right kind of weapon. Applying this thinking to Hezbollah or any other group is appalling racism, naturally, but also astonishingly poor strategy, implying no understanding of terrorism whatsoever. Destroy all the infrastructure, kill all the operatives, but you will have only created more images of atrocity, indestructible and infinitely replayable repositories of affect, which, by demanding response and producing recrimination, act as the best intensifiers and amplifiers of terror. My card, my life, comments on the Amex Red campaign. The current American Express Red advertising campaign cries out for the kind of intricate semiotic dissection Roland Barthes pioneered in mythologies. The ad, which shows happy, smiling supermodel Giselle embracing happy, smiling African Maasai warrior, Kezame, is a succinct emblem of the current ruling ideology. The image, with its evocation of ideas of culture and nature, consumerism and debt, independence and dependence, fairly drips with polysemic resonances. There is enough here to keep semiologists busy for years. But the central opposition, my card versus my life, says more than it intends. The first world is metonymically represented by a plastic card, and it is left to the third world to symbolize all the natural vitality that unliving capital has eliminated from Western culture. The Western woman equals culture, the African man equals living nature. Indeed, when we click on the My Life button, we see the stereotypically described proud and fiercely independent Maasai tribes of East Kenya suborned into the role of embodying the dignity, courage, and breathtaking beauty of Africa, their culture quickly flattened back into nature. Slavoj Zizek has argued that what he calls liberal communism, as exemplified by the charitable gifts made by super-successful capitalists such as Bill Gates and George Soros, is now the dominant form of capitalist ideology. According to liberal communist ethics, Zizek argues, the ruthless pursuit of profit is counteracted by charity. Charity is part oft game, a humanitarian mask hiding the underlying economic exploitation. Developed countries are constantly helping undeveloped ones, and so avoiding the key issue, their complicity in and responsibility for the miserable situation of the third world degree. This is the real meaning of the embrace between Giselle and Kezime under global capitalism. The relationship between first and third worlds can never be a symmetrical synergy in which both partners win. It will always be a system of structural inequality in which one side is always destined to lose. But Product Red marks a move on from Zizek's liberal communism. Liberal communism is really just old-style philanthropy, in which exploitation is atoned for by subsequent acts of charity. With Red, by contrast, the act of consumption is presented to us as already and immediately benevolent. At the Product Red launch in January, Bono *, Red's most high-profile advocate, made a point of differentiating the new approach from philanthropy. Philanthropy is like hippie music, holding hands, Bono claimed. Red is more like punk rock, hip-hop, this should feel like hard commerce. We confront here the curious mixture of brutal cynicism and dewy-eyed piety that is so characteristic of late capitalist culture. The billboard version of the American Express ad tells us that this card is designed to eliminate AIDS in Africa. Even when we dismiss this as obvious nonsense, the most credulous consumer cannot but be aware that the card was designed to increase the profits of American Express. The ideological blackmail still holds. How can anything which assists in the struggle against AIDS in Africa possibly be wrong? We've already touched upon one reason. Campaigns such as this occlude and mystify the systemic character of the relationship between Western capital and the Third World. The picturesque image of a traditional Maasai warrior beguiles us into forgetting the way in which Western institutions profit from Third World debt. It also photoshops out capital's attempt, in Zizek's words, to export the dark side of production-disciplined, hierarchical labor, ecological pollution to non-smart third world locations. Another, related, reason is that Product Red promises to eliminate politics as such. If the invisible hand of the credit card user can ameliorate the problem of AIDS in Africa, there is no need for a political response at all. What John Hayes of American Express calls conscientious commerce will be sufficient. In this way, Product Red goes beyond using a Mesa tribesman to advertise American Express, and uses him to sell neoliberal ideology itself. The Great Bullingdon Club swindle. We're all in this together. Capitalist realism everywhere. On television yesterday morning, the relentless message coming from pundits and vox pops, even from most of those who reject the particular form that the cuts have taken, was that something had to be done. The Great Bullingdon Club swindle is larceny and deception on such a grand scale that one almost has to admire its breathtaking audacity. The Bullingdon Club has pushed doublethink to new limits with its mantric repetition of the ludicrous claim that it was new labor policy, rather than the bank bailouts, that was responsible for the massive deficit. The strategy seems to be to employ the elocutionary power of repetition. If they keep saying it, then it will have been true. The Bullingdon boys are working a mass hypnosis trick, forcing through shock doctrine measures while the population are still in a kind of post-crash trance. But where, previously, neoliberals had used the crises in other political systems as an opportunity to helicopter in their reforms. On this occasion they are using a crisis brought about by neoliberal policy itself to try to electroshock the neoliberal program back into life. I heard one buffoon on television saying that we've been in denial for the last 10 years. If there's denial, it's happened in the last 2 years, and on the part of the neoliberals and their friends in the business elite, who after demanding at gunpoint unprecedented sums of public money are now brazenly continuing to peddle the story that they are the friend of the taxpayer and that it is welfare claimants, not them, who are the scroungers who have brought the country to the brink of bankruptcy. In what must surely be the most astonishing bait and switch in British parliamentary history, the victims of neoliberal policy, public services and the poor are now being asked to pay for the manifest and total failure of that policy. As John Gray argues in the LRB, it's no surprise that orange bookers like the wolf-eyed replicant Nick Clegg, as China Meevely memorably described him, are happy to impose on the country the same neoliberal program that they have imposed on their own party. Even so, has there even been a party that has so comprehensively and so quickly squandered the goodwill of those who voted for them as have the Lib Dems? Cuddly Vince Cable's grinning excuse for the backtracking on student fees was a masterclass in capitalist realism, as he practically said, well, that's what happens when you get into power, you give up your principles. For months now, we've been sold the story that public services are bloated. There's no doubt that New Labour mismanaged public services and wasted money on managers, on market Stalinist control procedures imported in from business, and on GPs' ludicrously overinflated salaries. But the narrative of an overfunded public sector produces cognitive dissonance for those of us who have actually been delivering frontline public services in the last 10 years, where we've been expected to do more work for less money and with fewer resources. If those were the good times, you can only feel a shudder of dread anticipating what it will be like when things are bad. Incidentally, if you've wondered why there have been so few posts here in the last month or so, it's because I've been trying to piece together a living as a visiting lecturer, working in institutions that are strained to breaking point by neoliberal reforms. Cuts will mean more casualization, in those institutions that will be able to survive at all. But the most breathtaking aspect of the Bullingdon swindle is the "We're all in this together" slogan, rightly described by Siamas Milne * as preposterous. What we're seeing now is the terminator of capital with its neoliberal managerialist masquerade, and the big society ruse not convincing anyone. The doughy, fat of the land face of privilege now shows itself openly, exuding the emollient manner of noblesse oblige, but without any sense of obligation. What survives is pure ideological reflex, the decorticated terminator blindly blasting at its usual targets, public services, welfare, the arts. Its folk economic foe. Wisdom that is providing the smoke screen for this ideological assault. Myths and deliberately cultivated misapprehensions abound. Judging from all the rhetoric, you'd think that education and the arts were drains on the economy, rather than the highly successful businesses that they in fact function as. Nevertheless, it's crucial that we recognize that this is a time of opportunity for the left. Laurie Penny is right that the Labour Party does not have the answers at the moment. Yet the Labour Party's current lack of an agenda can be seen as a good thing, for two reasons. Firstly, at least this means that Labour has lost the managerialist neoliberal agenda that defined it for the last 15 years. The denulaborisation process will take a while, but it will be expedited much quicker with Ed Miliband as leader than it ever would have been with David at the helm. Secondly, the fact that the post-Blair and Brown Labour Party is now a cored-out shell means that it is a space, which it is at least plausible that could be filled by new ideas and strategies. For the first time in 15 years, the future of the Labour Party is not fixed. It's worth remembering at this point that the failures of the Labour Party, its succumbing to capitalist realism, is not just the consequences of the internal logic of the party. It was extra-parliamentary forces that gave rise to the Labour Party in the first place. It was the defeat of those forces that drove the Labour Party into its craven placating of business in the new Labour era. If Labour is to be anything more than a zombie party once again, it will be new forms of extra-parliamentary organization that revivify it. For that reason, this is definitely not the time to recline into the leftist version of capitalist realism, the defeatist counterpart to the Bullingdon Club's bullishness. Now is the time to organize and agitate. The cuts can provide a galvanizing focus for an anti-capitalist campaign that can succeed. Protests in these conditions won't have the hubristic impotence of anti-capitalist feel-good feel-bad carnivals and kettles. This is shaping up to be a bitter struggle, but there are specific, determinate, and winnable goals that can be achieved here. It isn't a question of taking a peace-hooter to the juggernaut of capital. The UK, the first capitalist country, is the world capital of apathy, diffidence and reflexive impotence. But it is also a country that periodically explodes into rage. Beneath today's ideological trance, beneath the capitalist realist hopelessness, an anger simmers here that it is our task to focus and coordinate. Public displays of rage can play an enormously significant role in shifting the symbolic terrain that is currently governed by capitalist realism. I know there are some who see parallels between now and the initial phases of the first Thatcher government. But Thatcher had a number of factors on her side which the Bullingdon boys don't. Firstly, Thatcherism was part of a wider global restructuring of capitalism. The objective tide of history was on its side. But global capital has not yet found a solution to the problems that led to the banking crisis. Secondly, this shift from Fordism to post-Fordism allowed Thatcher to offer inducements that can't be repeated: cheap shares from formerly nationalist companies, the sales of council houses. The nationalist companies have long since been sold off, and their private counterparts have in most cases failed to deliver the promised increases in consumer satisfaction, although they have certainly delivered massive profits to those who do hold shares in them. Now all we can look forward to are spiraling energy bills and higher train fares. There are no council houses to sell. Indeed, the coalition is planning to effectively end what is left of social housing in this country for good, by forcing up council tenants' rates, and limiting tenancies to 5 years. Thirdly, there was of course the Falklands, but, since the forces are already stretched threadbare, where are the resources for such a neo-colonialist intervention now, and would jingoism function in the same way in 2010 that it did in 1982? Fourthly, there was Thatcher herself, a divisive but charismatic politician, who could plausibly present herself as struggling against vested interests, not only on the left, but also in the British establishment. The current Tory government has none of these advantages, and the neoliberal right in general has lost control of the future, much as it refuses to acknowledge this. In The Standard, Anne McElvoy recently described Ed Miliband as an unreconstructed social democrat. From what position does McElvoy think she is speaking here? Like much of the mainstream media, which is contriving to carry on as if 2008 didn't happen, McElvoy is desperately clinging to the myth of a political center ground that no longer has any legitimacy. After the bank bailouts, the neoliberal settlement is just as dead as social democracy. The "we're all in this together" slogan may turn out to be a phrase that comes to haunt the Tories in the way that Labour isn't working dogged labour for a generation. Classlessness might have seemed plausible for a moment when fronted by John Major, who didn't go to university, or by Tony Blair, the poster boy for post-political administration. But that moment has long passed, and cuts of this kind being forced through by a cabinet of aristocrats and millionaires make brutally apparent a class antagonism that the new Labour government obfuscated. Whenever the ruling class tells us that we're all on the same side, it is a sure sign that we can hurt them. Similarly, the current media phobia about unions is an indication of the power that they have at this time. History is starting again, which means that nothing is fixed and there are no guarantees. Right-wing victory is only inevitable if we think that it is. The privatization of stress. Ivor Southwood tells the story of how, at a time when he was living in a condition of underemployment relying on short-term contracts given to him at the last minute by employment agencies, he one morning made the mistake of going to the supermarket. When he returned home he found that an agency had left him a message offering him work for the day. but when he called the agency he was told that the vacancy was already filled and upbraided for his slackness. As he comments, 10 minutes is a luxury the day laborer cannot afford. Such laborers are expected to be waiting outside the metaphorical factory gates with their boots on, every morning without fail. In such conditions, daily life becomes precarious. Planning ahead becomes difficult, routines are impossible to establish. Work, of whatever sort, might begin or end anywhere at a moment's notice, and the burden is always on the worker to create the next opportunity and to serve. Between roles, the individual must exist in a state of constant readiness. Predictable income, savings, the fixed category of occupation, all belong to another historical world. It is hardly surprising that people who live in such conditions where their hours and pay can always be increased or decreased, and their terms of employment are extremely tenuous should experience anxiety, depression, and hopelessness. And it may at first seem remarkable that so many workers have been persuaded to accept such deteriorating conditions as natural, and to look inward into their brain chemistry or into their personal history for the sources of any stress they may be feeling. But in the ideological field that Southwood describes from the inside, this privatization of stress has become just one more taken for granted dimension of a seemingly depoliticized world. Capitalist realism is the term I have used to describe this ideological field, and the privatization of stress has played a crucial role in its emergence. Capitalist realism refers to the widespread belief that there is no alternative to capitalism, though belief is perhaps a misleading term, given that its logic is externalized in the institutional practices of workplaces and the media, as well as residing in the heads of individuals. In his discussions of ideology, Althusser cites Pascal's doctrine, kneel down, move your lips in prayer, and you will believe. Psychological beliefs follow from going through the motions of complying with official languages and behaviors. This means that, however much individuals or groups may have disdained or ironized the language of competition, entrepreneurialism, and consumerism that has been installed in UK institutions since the 1980s, our widespread ritualistic compliance with this terminology has served to naturalize the dominance of capital and helped to neutralize any opposition to it. We can quickly grasp the form that capitalist realism now takes by reflecting on the shift in the meaning of the famous Thatcher doctrine that there is no alternative. When Thatcher initially made this notorious claim, the emphasis was on preference. Neoliberal capitalism was the best possible system, the alternatives were undesirable. Now, the claim carries an ontological weight. Capitalism is not just the best possible system, it is the only possible system. Alternatives are hazy, spectral, barely conceivable. Since 1989, capitalism's success in routing its opponents has led to it coming close to achieving the ultimate goal of ideology invisibility. In the global north at least, capitalism proposes itself as the only possible reality, and therefore it seldom appears as such at all. Attilio Boron argues that capitalism has been shifted to a discrete position behind the political scene, rendered invisible as the structural foundation of contemporary society, and cites Bertolt Brecht's observation that capitalism is a gentleman who doesn't like to be called by his name. The depressing realism of new labor. We would expect the Thatcherite right to propagate the idea that there is no alternative to the neoliberal program. But the victory of capitalist realism was only secured in the UK when the Labour Party capitulated to this view, and accepted, as the price of power, that business interests, narrowly conceived, would be henceforth be allowed to organize the shape and direction of the entire culture. But perhaps it would be more accurate to record that, rather than simply capitulating to Thatcherite capitalist realism, it was the Labour Party itself that first introduced capitalist realism to the UK political mainstream, when James Callaghan gave his notorious 1976 speech to the Labour conference in Blackpool. For too long, perhaps ever since the war, we postponed facing up to fundamental choices and fundamental changes in our economy. We've been living on borrowed time, the cozy world we were told would go on forever, where full employment could be guaranteed by a stroke of the Chancellor's pen. That cozy world is gone. However, it is unlikely that Callaghan foresaw the extent to which the Labour Party would come to engage in the politics of corporate appeasement, or the extent to which the cosy world for which he was performing the last rites would be replaced by the generalist insecurity described by Ivor Southwood. The Labour Party's acquiescence in capitalist realism cannot of course be construed as a simple error. It was a consequence of the disintegration of the left's old power base in the face of post-Fordist restructuring of capitalism. The features of this globalization, the displacement of manufacturing by computerization, the casualization of labor, the intensification of consumer culture are now so familiar that they, too, have receded into a taken-for-granted background. This is what constitutes the background for the ostensibly post-political and uncontestable reality that capitalist realism relies upon. The warnings made by Stuart Hall and the others writing in Marxism Today at the end of the 1980s turned out to be absolutely correct. The left would face obsolescence if it remained complacently attached to the assumptions of the disappearing Fordist world and failed to hegemonize the new world of post-Fordism registered. But the New Labour project, far from being an attempt to achieve this new hegemony, was based precisely on conceding the impossibility of a leftist hegemonization of post-Fordism. All that could be hoped for was a mitigated version of the neoliberal settlement. In Italy, autonomists such as Berardi and Negri also recognized the need to face up to the destruction of world within which the left had been formed, and to adapt to the conditions of post-Fordism, though in rather a different manner. Writing in the 1980s, in a series of letters that were recently published in English, Negri characterizes the painful transition from revolutionary hopes to defeat by a triumphalist neoliberalism. We have to live and suffer the defeat of truth, of our truth. We have to destroy its representation, its continuity, its memory. All subterfuges for avoiding the recognition that reality has changed, and with it truth, have to be rejected. The very blood in our veins had been replaced. We are currently living with the effects of the left's failure to rise to the challenge that Negri identified. And it doesn't seem a stretch to conjecture that many elements of the left have succumbed to a collective form of clinical depression, with symptoms of withdrawal, impaired motivation, and the inability to act. One difference between sadness and depression is that, while sadness apprehends itself as a contingent and temporary state of affairs, depression presents itself as necessary and interminable. The glacial surfaces of the depressive's world extend to every conceivable horizon. In the depths of the condition, the depressive does not experience his or her melancholia as pathological or indeed abnormal. The conviction of depression that agency is useless, that beneath the appearance of virtue lies only venality, strikes sufferers as a truth which they have reached but others are too deluded to grasp. There is clearly a relationship between the seeming realism of the depressive, with its radically lowered expectations, and capitalist realism. This depression was not experienced collectively, on the contrary, it precisely took the form of the decomposition of collectivity in new modes of atomization. Denied the stable forms of employment that they had been trained to expect, deprived of the solidarity formerly provided by trade unions, workers found themselves forced into competition with one another on an ideological terrain in which such competition was naturaliste. Some workers never recovered from the traumatic shock of seeing the Fordist social democratic world suddenly removed, a fact it's worth remembering at a time when the conservative liberal Democrat coalition government is hounding claimants off incapacity benefit. Such a move is the culmination of the process of privatizing stress that began in the UK in the 1980s. The stresses of post-Fordism. If the shift from Fordism to post-Fordism had its psychic casualties, then post-Fordism has innovated whole new modes of stress. Instead of the elimination of bureaucratic red tape promised by neoliberal ideologues, the combination of new technology and managerialism has massively increased the administrative stress placed on workers, who are now required to be their own auditors. Work, no matter how casual, now routinely entails the performance of meta-work, the completion of log books, the detailing of aims and objectives, the engagement in so-called continuing professional development. Writing of academic labor, the blogger Savonarola describes how systems of permanent and ubiquitous measurement engender a constant state of anxiety. One of the more pervasive phenomena in the current COD neoliberal academic dispensation is CV inflation, as available jobs dwindle down to Kafkian levels of postponement and implausibility. The miserable trigger of academic capital are obliged not just to overfulfill the plan, but to record every single one of their productive acts. The only sins are sins of omission in this sense. The passage from periodic and measured measurement is producing an effect of a pathological type on the individual human mind and even more on the collective mind. Individuals are not in a position to consciously process the immense and always growing mass of information that enters their computers, their cell phones, their television screens, their electronic diaries and their heads. However, it seems indispensable to follow, recognize, evaluate, process all this information. 12. If you want to be efficient, competitive, victorious. One of the effects of modern communications technology is that there is no outside where one can recuperate. Cyberspace makes the concept of a workplace archaic. Now that one can be expected to respond to an email at practically any time of the day, work cannot be confined to a particular place, or to delimited hours. There's no escape, and not only because work expands without limits. Such processes have also hacked into libido, so that the tethering imposed by digital telecommunications is by no means always experienced as something that is straightforwardly unpleasant. As Sherry Turkle argues, for example, though many parents are increasingly stressed as they try to keep up with email and messages while continuing to give their children the attention they need, they are also magnetically attracted to their communications technology. They cannot take a vacation without bringing the office with them. Their office is on their cell phone. They complain that their employers rely on them to be continually online, but then admit that their devotion to their communications devices exceeds all professional. 13. Expectations. Practices ostensibly undertaken for work, even if they are performed on holiday or late at night, are not experienced simply as unreasonable demands. From a psychoanalytic point of view, it is easy to see why such demands that cannot possibly be met can be libidinized, since this kind of demand is precisely the form that the psychoanalytic drive assumes. Jody Dean has convincingly argued that digital communicative compulsion constitutes a capturing by drive. Individuals are locked into repeating loops, aware that their activity is pointless, but T.14 nevertheless unable to seize the ceaseless circulation of digital communication lies beyond the pleasure principle. The insatiable urge to check messages, email, or Facebook is a compulsion, akin to scratching an itch which gets worse the more one scratches. Like all compulsions, this behavior feeds on dissatisfaction. If there are no messages, you feel disappointed and check again very quickly. But if there are messages, you also feel disappointed. No amount of messages is ever enough. Sherry Turkle has talked to people who are unable to resist the urge to send and receive texts on their mobile telephone, even when they are driving a car. At the risk of a labored pun, this is a perfect example of the death drive, which is defined not by the desire to die, but by being in the grip of a compulsion so powerful that it makes one indifferent to death. What's remarkable here is the banal content of the drive. This isn't the tragedy of something like The Red Shoes, in which the ballerina is killed by the sublime rapture of dance. These are people who are prepared to risk death so that they can open a 140-character message which they know perfectly well is likely to be inane. Public renewal or private cure. The privatization of stress is a perfect capture system, elegant in its brutal efficiency. Capital makes the worker ill, and then multinational pharmaceutical companies sell them drugs to make them better. The social and political causation of distress is neatly sidestepped at the same time as discontent is individualist and interiorist. Dan Hind has argued that the focus on serotonin deficiency as a supposed cause of depression obfuscates some of the social roots of unhappiness, such as competitive individualism and income inequality. Though there is a large body of work that shows the links between individual happiness and political participation and extensive social ties, A public response to private distress is rarely considered as a first option. It is clearly easier to prescribe a drug than a wholesale change in the way society is organized. Meanwhile, as Hind argues, there is a multitude of entrepreneurs offering happiness now, in just a few simple steps. These are marketed by people who are comfortable operating within the culture's account of what it is to be happy and fulfilled, and who both corroborate and are corroborated by the vast ingenuity of commercial persuasion. Psychiatry's pharmacological regime has been central to the privatization of stress, but it is important that we don't overlook the perhaps even more insidious role that the ostensibly more holistic practices of psychotherapy have also played in depoliticizing distress. The radical therapist David Smale argues that Margaret Thatcher's view that there's no such thing as society, only individuals and their families, finds an unacknowledged echo in almost all approaches to therapy. Degree therapies such as cognitive behavioral therapy combine a focus on early life with the self-help doctrine that individuals can become masters of their own destiny. Smale gives the immensely suggestive name magical voluntarism to the view that with the expert help of your therapist or counselor, you can change the world you are in the last analysis responsible for, so that it no longer cause you distress. The propagation of magical voluntarism has been crucial to the success of neoliberalism. We might go so far as to say as it constitutes something like the spontaneous ideology of our times. Thus, for example, ideas from self-help therapy have become very influential in popular television shows. Registered The Oprah Winfrey Show is probably the best known example, but in the UK programs such as Mary, Queen of Shops and The Fairy Job Mother explicitly promote magical voluntarism, psychic entrepreneurialism. These programs assure us that the fetters on our productive potentials lie within us. If we don't succeed, it is simply because we have not put the work in to reconstruct ourselves. The privatization of stress has been part of a project that has aimed at an almost total destruction of the concept of the public, the very thing upon which psychic well-being fundamentally depends. What we urgently need is a new politics of mental health organized around the problem of public space. In its break from the old Stalinist left, the various new lefts wanted a debureaucratist public space and worker autonomy. What they got was managerialism and shopping. The current political situation in the UK, with business and its allies gearing up for a destruction of the relics of social democracy, constitutes a kind of infernal inversion of the autonomist dream of workers liberated from the state, bosses, and bureaucracy. In a staggeringly perverse twist, workers find themselves working harder, in deteriorating conditions and for what is in effect worse pay, in order to fund a state bailout of the business elite, while the agents of that elite plot the further destruction of the public services on which workers depend. At the same time as a discredited neoliberalism plots this intensification of its project, a kind of right-wing autonomism has emerged in Philip Blond's Red Toryism and Maurice Glassman's Blue Labourism. Here the critique of social democratic and neoliberal bureaucracy goes alongside the call for a restitution of tradition. Neoliberalism's success depended on its capturing of the desires of workers who wanted to escape the strictures of Fordism. Blond's laughable big society and Glassman's disturbingly insular white working-class communities do not represent persuasive or credible responses to this problem. Capital has annihilated the traditions that Blond and Glassman hanker after, and there is no bringing them back. But this should not be a cause for lament, far from it. What we need to revive is not social formations that failed, but a political project that never really happened, the achievement of a democratic public sphere. Even in Blond's work, the lineaments of a hegemonic shift can be discerned in his startling repudiation of the core concepts of neoliberalism and his attack on managerialism, and in the concession that, contra Thatcher, it turns out that there is such a thing as society after all. Such moves give some indication of the extent to which after the bank bailouts neoliberalism has radically lost credibility. The recent upsurge in militancy in the UK, particularly amongst the young, suggests that the privatization of stress is breaking down. In place of a medicated individual depression, we are now seeing explosions of public anger. Here, and in the largely untapped but massively widespread discontent with the managerialist regulation of work, lie some of the materials out of which a new leftist modernism can be built. Only this leftist modernism is capable of constructing a public sphere which can cure the numerous pathologies with which communicative capitalism afflicts us. Kettle logic. No left turn into Parliamentary Square, flashed a sign as we marched through Whitehall last Wednesday. But all the other signs are suggesting quite the opposite. There's a tentative but very definite shift to the left in the mainstream, nowhere better exemplified than by News President Aaron Porter's admission that he had been spineless in failing to support student militancy. This leftward lean by the News, which has long been a bastion of capitalist realist moderation, is a significant symptomatic moment. See also Polly Toynbee's slight shift away from centrist condescension, as evidenced in the difference in tone and stance between these two recent pieces. Lenin and IT have written reports on the kettle, so I won't detain you for long by repeating what you've already heard. Suffice it to note that the mood walking down Whitehall from Trafalgar Square in the winter sun was almost jubilant, far from the negative solidarity you might have expected. Cabbies and bus drivers honked their horns or waved in support of the young protesters. Even after the kettle was imposed, the mood remained remarkably good. Humored in the main. You already know about the thin pretext for the kettle, the suspiciously abandoned police van, which was only attacked once the kettle was already in place. As others have observed, there can be no doubt that the real purpose of the kettle is to punish people for protesting, and to deter them from doing so in the future. Lenin is quite right. It's imperative that this doesn't happen. The ruling class are counting on the street militancy fizzling out as suddenly as it flared up. We have an opportunity here, not only to bring down the government, which is eminently achievable, but of winning a decisive hegemonic struggle whose effects can last for years. The analogy that keeps suggesting itself to me is 1978, but it is the coalition, not the left, which is in the position of the Callahan government. This is an administration at the end of something, not the beginning, bereft of ideas and energy, crossing its fingers and hoping that, by some miracle, the old world can be brought back to life before anyone has really noticed that it has collapsed. At the moment, so many mainstream commentators and politicians resemble nothing so much as the denizens of the post-apocalyptic world of Richard Lester's The Bed-Sitting Room, tragicomically persisting with the same customs and habits as if the catastrophe hasn't happened. Until the weekend, Aaron Porter was walking the ideological junkyard, apparently under the delusion that a career as a new Labour politician was still on the cards. But his change of position suggests that even opportunists have seen which way the wind is blowing. It looks as if the situation might be starting to dawn on Clegg, who increasingly has the cheated and desperate look of a man who has sold his soul to the devil at the very moment the devil went out of business. Victory will require a range of strategies, and new kinds of intervention are being improvised all the time. See for instance the University for Strategic Optimism. Victory will also require others to follow where the students have led. If public service workers join the militancy, then we can look forward to a winter of discontent every bit as bitter as the one in 1978. In addition to the physical kettling of the protests, we're also seeing a media strategy of containment. Hold your nose and take a look at Jan Moyer Registered if you want to see a prize example of this kettle logic. The preferred strategy of the old guard seems to be one of phobic panic disguised as insouciant disdain. Witness the way Moyer shuttles between sexist and ageist belittling and moral horror. The protest, in other words, was both trivial jape and breach of civil order so serious that it merited detain thousands of the students for hours in a kettling movement. I wonder, incidentally, how long the civic-minded Moyer and her fellow male journos would fight the urge to trash cop cars if they were kettled. I fancy their patience would break long before that of the protesters did. Then of course we get the wheeling out of the capitalist realist canards. The cold reality of the economic times. There is no money left to fund further education for all. Which in any case is an extraordinary privilege, not a right. In reply to which I can do no better than quote Digital Ben's excellent post. The economic argument is that we, as a nation, don't have the money for things anymore. We certainly can't afford to pay tuition fees, and give grants rather than loans. We managed both of those things for several decades up to 1997, without the economy collapsing around our ears and people pushing wheelbarrows of money through the streets and or queuing for bread and salt, but never mind. Moyer demands, with a perfectly straight face, that students ask themselves why they should expect hard-pressed taxpayers to fork out for their further education, when a great number of those taxpayers are less well off than the students' own families. Let's leave aside the little matter of the fact that this didn't seem to trouble Moyer and her fellow right-wingers when they were receiving free higher education. Let's also leave aside the fact that the current government is full of millionaires who received the same privilege. How, you have to wonder, can Moyer expect that those same hard-pressed taxpayers take cuts in order to fund the bankers, who are more well off than almost everyone else? Digital Ben also makes a crucial point about the way that the current capitalist realist discourse depends upon a ridiculously outdated figuration of the student. There's still a dim-witted lack of understanding of the nature of these actions. Too many television and newspaper reporters seem to be operating under the assumption that those of the protesters who are currently students are only attempting to get their own fees waived. A moment's consideration would of course reveal that these people will all be working and paying back their loans by the time the Brown proposals are in full effect. The inability to comprehend the idea that people can have motivations other than self-interest reveals far more about the burlesque sections of the media than it does about the marchers. The archetype of the spoiled, selfish student living it up on taxpayer money, never particularly fair, is now positively antiquated. Viz often a reliable social barometer dropped its student grant character years ago, but it's being dug up and spat back at us in 2010. Desperate stuff. To dismiss the students as wanting something for nothing or everything handed to them on a plate is to completely, willfully misunderstand the situation. The immediate demand of the protesters was for a proposed fee increase to be scrapped. In other words, for the maintenance of a situation in which students work jobs in term time, live in cheaply built PFI rabbit hutches, study hard, and 3 years later, accept a debt measured in the tens of thousands that will hang over them for most of their adult lives. Compassion for these students might be dulled by the thought that they will eventually be earning high salaries. The risible Gove defended the Brown report with the uncannily bad argument, why should a postman subsidize someone who will go on to become a millionaire? But in times like these, how many students do we really believe will be prospering after they graduate? It should be obvious that what these students want is something for something, the prospect of some kind of reward for all of the hard work and financial risk they've undertaken registered. IT has also pointed out the way in which the stereotype of the lazy student is completely out of touch with the reality of so much student experience today. No doubt the students in Moyer's and Toynbee's families who, I think we can assume, will be at elite institutions have an experience of university life which differs little from that which Moyer and Toynbee enjoyed. But many students now routinely have to work long hours during term time, meaning that they barely have the energy to read anything. By comparison with former generations, these students are paying more for a worse quality educational experience, not to mention the fact that their degrees will in many cases fail to yield them any significant long-term financial advantage. I take Alex Koloniko's point about the dangers of generational politics, but there is surely an unavoidable generational dimension to the current situation. Witness Paxman's patronizing treatment of young protesters on Newsnight last week. Transformed from attack dog Rentisneer into the kindly, avuncular advocate of capitalist realism, Paxman explained to the teenagers that, yes, it's unfair that he received an education completely gratis and that they will have to pay 30 grand, but sadly, that's just how things are. There's no money left. Generational affiliation here is a matter of political decision. I effectively belong to Paxman's generation in that I too received higher education completely free of charge. But the issue in question is whether one finds it conscionable to stand by while the young are systematically denuded of the privileges that we took for granted. It's true that higher education has been massively expanded over the past 30 years, but that isn't the fault of the young. They are the victims of an ill-thought and poorly planned out experiment in the expansion of the sector which successive governments have pursued on the grounds that the UK would need more graduates in order to be internationally competitive. It's not even as if the young have the alternatives to higher education that once existed. So here they are, the condemned, and it's down to us whether we stand with them or watch them get further sold out and abandoned. Then there's the attempt to rubbish the motivation of the protesters. They were just along for a laugh, Pied Piper lured along by our old friends, a hardcore of anarchists. Even if we were to accept this, Moyer and Gove need to explain why it is that these anarchists who, presumably, didn't start scheming only a few weeks ago have suddenly been able to motivate the young so effectively. Despite the best efforts of the media and the politicians to maintain business as usual. Something has changed. But this change is precarious. We have to do everything we can to keep it going, supporting protests and occupations wherever we can, introducing and exacerbating antagonisms in the workplace, thinking and discussing new strategies, continuing to build a new politics that has nothing to do with the dead neoliberal consensus that the coalition is seeking to resuscitate. Winter of Discontent 2.0, notes Ona. Month of Militancy. 9:45 p.m. Day X, November 24th. I'm at Charing Cross, grabbing my first food of the day. Actually, it's not particularly abnormal for me to be eating for the first time this late in the evening, but usually it's because of overwork, not a consequence of my being contained by the police for 8 hours. 2 protesters arrive, coming down from the day's anger, frustration, and exhilaration. I catch their eye and one of them asks me if I will be joining them next week. I say, yes, tell them that I've been kettled in Whitehall, only just got out. They say they were kettled twice. One of them has a For Vendetta mask pulled up off his face. The police held him for a while but had to release him because of lack of evidence. They show no surprise, no self-pity or hyperbolic self-dramatization, just a resolute sense of what needs to be done, and a delight in doing it. I enjoyed it, looking forward to next week. I ask one of them what he does. He says his friend is already going to college, he will be going next year. But it's not just about that. It wasn't just about him, it wasn't just about tuition fees, or Emma. It's not just about that. We are no longer that post-ideological generation. Contrast with some of the responses from the liberal commentariat those who belong the real post-ideological generation, if ever there was one. For Deborah Orr, it's business as usual. Resistance to capitalist realism remains futile. It is sometimes suggested that there is little protest against the cuts, except from students and school children, because adults are too craven and apathetic to stand up and be counted. The truth is that they are too wise to waste their energy on something so silly. Protesting against the cuts is like protesting against water's stubborn habit of flowing downwards. Compare also with David Aaronovitch on Newsnight, the avuncular grey vampire body posture, that performance of simultaneous weariness and infinite ease in the world, the jaded fatalism passed off as mature wisdom. Yes, of course, I would have gone on the marches when I was a student, but of course I know better now. It's little different to an argument made by Richard Littlejohn, the protesters will be the next generation of politicians. As if that's what they want, as if, even if that ended up being true, it would diminish what's happening now. 3:15 p.m. December 1st. In one of the dreamlike transitions that are becoming increasingly common in the new atmosphere, I am sitting in the Ewell occupation, when in walks Richard Seymour to give a talk on the recent history of the Tory party. The students at Ewell have been holding room 101 for a week, since day X2. Things have changed rapidly in the space of those 7 days, they are changing all the time. There are now banners draped all over the central concourse of Ewell's Ballardian Docklands campus. Elsewhere, occupations are sprouting everywhere, like unexpected wildflowers. The only thing I can compare the current situation with is emerging from a state of deep depression. There's the rush that you get simply from not being depressed anymore, the occasional lurching anxieties, a sense of how precarious it all seems, and yet not only is it maintaining itself, it's proliferating, intensifying, feeding on itself. It's impossible, but it's happening. The reality program resetting itself. David Cameron's response is both patronizing and misjudged. The students should understand what they are protesting against before they protest. Yet it's clearly Cameron who doesn't have a handle on the current situation. As Richard argued in his talk at the Ewell occupation, these flabby toffs don't have the experience, the strategic intelligence, or the ideological consistency to win a bitter fight. Cameron was a Tory leader constructed in, and geared up for, the pre-2008 consensus of indifference. He didn't expect a struggle, certainly not with those who intend to win. What Cameron doesn't grasp, doesn't want to grasp, is the way that the fees are only the immediate cause of the new militancy. What has been provoked is a generalist discontent with nothing less than capitalist realism itself. 5:30 p.m., December 2nd. Neoliberalism isn't working. I've been stuck on Dartford station for 90 minutes. No trains moving in either direction. No one knows where the trains are, or if they will be able to travel any further even if they arrive. One train tried to head further south, but it only got 100 yards out of the station before having to stop. Official communication is minimal, but only has the status of rumor anyway. The railway workers, bereft of reliable information, tell you one thing, then find it immediately contradicted by developments. Are the buses running? Who can say? I strike up conversation with someone who happens to be heading to my destination. The usual complaints and bemusement. Why does everything in the UK have to be so crappy? He's a casual worker, worried that his Christmas will be ruined if this weather keeps up. If he doesn't go to work, he doesn't get paid, and he already had to have a week off for flu. Frail hopes of a train receding, we consider options. We're less than 10 miles from where we want to be, but we could end up having to stay in a hotel. Then he gets a phone call, a friend will pick him up, and he can give me a lift. As we stand shivering and drinking coffee from the station cafe bar, the news comes over the radio. Russia to get the 2018 World Cup. It feels as if the winter is closing in around. Cameron. Neoliberalism isn't working. No joy for Cameron and the other members of the ruling class holy trinity, the Prince and David Beckham, the poster boy for new Labour celebrity soccer. The grimly smirking Putin arrives last minute to claim the prize. All the boom gloss is falling away, and England feels shoddier and shabbier than it ever did in the 70s. Saturday, December 4th. I'm following the news of the UK uncut protests on Twitter. In the cold of the kettle on day X1, it occurred to me that the best place to be kettle would be in a shopping mall, where the containment tactics would massively inconvenience capital. But the movement is well ahead of me. Flash mobs invade a number of Topshop stores across the country. IT is right about the crucial significance of this kind of intervention, which indicates, among other things, an absolute fatigue with the corporate face of city centers. And also a fatigue with the Mandarin celebrity status of figures like Green. Discontent with celebrity wealth culture has long been like an indelible shadow that no amount of digital manipulation could quite eradicate, but, until recently, the persistent sense that something is missing amidst all this conspicuous consumption and listless hedonism has had no outlet or agent. Day X3, December 9th. There's long been a discrepancy between culture and the post-crash situation. It's now evident that the new 50s are over. The scenery still survives, but you can push your fingers through it. Paul Mason talks of a dubstep rebellion, and, although it would be churlish to complain about Mason's report, given that he was one of the very few mainstream media commentators to properly engage with the movement. Dan Hancock's is surely right. It wasn't dubstep that was being played last Thursday but R&B, bashment, road rap, American hip-hop, and albeit only once or twice grime. What's striking here is the lack of any political content, or even POW accepted much anger in the music that was played. What we can hear exemplified, in fact, is the disengagement from politics that Jeremy Gilbert has persuasively argued was typical of the 90s hardcore continuum. Given the social and political radicalism characterizing most of their immediate antecedents, as well as the traditional radicalism of their core constituency, the multiracial poor of urban London, the music scenes of the NUM were notable for their detachment from any kind of politics, their embrace of competitive entrepreneurial values, and their defense of masculinist and heterosexist norms which other dance cultures were busily and visibly deconstructing at just that moment. What we've grown accustomed to is a split between leftist political commitments and the most vibrant, experimental dance musics. No doubt this is an aspect of capitalist realism, and it's no accident that I referred to Simon's 1996 piece on hard step registered in capitalist realism. In fact, it might well have been the case that the central concept of the book was triggered by Simon's commentary on keeping it real there. In hip-hop, real has two meanings. First, it means authentic, uncompromised music that refuses to sell out to the music industry and soften its message for crossover. Real also signifies that the music reflects a reality constituted by late capitalist economic instability, institutionalist racism, and increased surveillance and harassment of youth by the police. Real means the death of the social. It means corporations who respond to increased profits not by raising pay or improving benefits but by what the Americans call downsizing. Real is a neo-medieval scenario. You could compare downsizing to enclosure, where the aristocracy threw the peasants off the land and reduced them to a vagabond underclass. Like gangsta rap, jungle reflects a medieval paranoiascape of robber barons, pirate corporations, conspiracies, and covert operations. Hence the popularity as a source of samples and song titles of martial arts films and gangsta movies like The Godfather, Reservoir Dogs, Goodfellas, Pulp Fiction, whose universe revolves around concepts of righteous violence and blood honor that predate the liberal, social democratic era. The pervasive sense of slipping into a new dark age, of an insidious breakdown of the social contract, generates anxieties that are repressed but resurface in unlikely ways and places. Resistance doesn't necessarily take the logical form of collective activism. It can be so distorted and imaginatively impoverished by the conditions of capitalism itself, that it expresses itself as, say, the proto-fascist, anti-corporate nostalgia of America's right-wing militias, or as a sort of hyper-individualistic survivalism. In hip-hop and, increasingly, jungle, the response is a realism that accepts a socially constructed reality as natural. To get real is to confront a state of nature where dog eats dog, where you're either a winner or a loser, and where most will be losers. There's a cold rage seething in jungle, but it's expressed within the terms of an anti-capitalist yet non-socialist politics, and expressed defensively, as a determination that the 7. Underground will not be co-opted by the mainstream. At Day X1 I heard the predictable Killing in the Name and the even more predictable Sound of the Police, alongside the Beatles, Madness, and depressingly the Libertines and, most jarringly, Another Brick in the Wall. But a video that Jeremy shot on Thursday suggests a possible convergence between post-NUM musics and politics. It is my belief that the UK music culture of the next decade will emerge from the stew of sound and effect in the kettles these past few weeks. Paul Mason dismissed the idea that the demo was exclusively populated by Laken reading hipsters from Spitalfields, but of course Laken reading hipsters were also there, alongside the Bainloo-style youth from Croydon, Pexham, the council estates of Islington. In other words, this brought together working-class culture and bohemia in something like the same way that art schools so crucial to UK pop art culture since the 50s used to. But with very good reasons. From its own point of view, neoliberal policy has been hostile to this proletarian bohemian cultural circuit. While further education and the new universities have precisely tried to make theories such as Laken available to the working class while also trying to engage with everything vibrant coming out of working class culture, the policy has been to re-cement rigid class and cultural distinctions, philosophy for the bourgeoisie, vocational courses for the masses. Siobhan captures very well the frustrations we encountered on Day X3. Trying to be part of a crowd without being kettled proves all but impossible. The cop's ontology of the crowd is at least interesting. To enter the crowd is to be responsible for anything that any member of the crowd does. You wouldn't have been hurt if you weren't there. One is struck by the way that this is the complete opposite of the corporate irresponsibility that applies to the cops themselves. Dominic notes the underlying identification of disorder with uncleanliness, an identification which is transferred onto the disorderly themselves, supports the cop's self-image as a preserver of public moral health, keeping the clean and decent citizen separate from the filthy and abject underside of society. It's Foucault 101. The plague is met by order. Its function is to sort out every possible confusion, that of the disease, which is transmitted when bodies are mixed together, that of the evil, which is increased when fear and death overcome prohibitions. It lays down for each individual his place, his body, his disease, and his death, his well-being, by means of an omnipresent and omniscient power that subdivides itself in a regular, uninterrupted way even to the ultimate determination of the individual, of what characterizes him, of what belongs to him, of what happens to him. Against the plague, which is a mixture, discipline brings into play its power, which is one of analysis. A whole literary fiction of the festival grew up around the plague: suspended laws, lifted prohibitions, the frenzy of passing time, bodies mingling together without respect, individuals unmasked, abandoning their statutory identity and the figure under which they had been recognized, allowing a quite different truth to appear. But there was also a political dream of the plague, which was exactly its reverse, not the collective festival, but strict divisions, not laws transgressed, but the penetration of regulation into even the smallest details of everyday life through the mediation of the complete hierarchy that assured the capillary functioning of power, not masks that were put on and taken off, but the assignment to each individual of his true name, his true place, his true body, his true disease. The plague as a form, at once real and imaginary, of disorder had as its medical and political correlative discipline. Behind the disciplinary mechanisms can be read the haunting memory of contagions, of the plague, of rebellions, crimes, vagabondage, desertions, people who appear and disappear, live and die in disorder. I was at Hillsborough, and I've seen what can happen when the police treat people as an undifferentiated mass, too subhuman to be disciplined. At these protests, the police have been the agents of negative solidarity. Why should we pay for those students? It's bad for all of us. Why can't they accept it like the rest of us do? By now, it's clear how prophetic Alex's post on post-Fordist plasticity and negative solidarity has become. Since the movement, the alternative to negative solidarity has assumed exactly the form that Alex called for. Unpicking negative solidarity, which is clearly an internalization of the conditions of flexibility and atomized homo economicus individualism necessary for the embedding of neoliberal post-Fordism, requires the constructing of a new form of solidarity, a form of solidarity adequately configured to effectively oppose the chief machines of neoliberal praxis, finance. This new form of solidarity must be capable of fluidity and rapid response, able to exploit weaknesses within systems and structures opportunistically and with a global purview, one which crucially can mirror the rapidity and fluidity of international finance. This is solidarity as plasticity, rather than the static brick-like form of Fordist labor solidarity, capable of flowing and shifting, yes, but also of fixing into position and assuming a hardened form where necessary. This form of solidarity must be inclusive of the new protest and occupation movements which have emerged in recent years, which, although they have been largely ineffectual to date, have certainly led to new and interesting configurations of interest groups. What has been lacking, however, are the necessary cybernetic coordination systems to effectively enable these disparate and fragmentary groups to achieve the status of a counter-hegemonic power, a class power in the broadest sense of the term, one which is capable of counterbalancing effectively the rapacious if discredited centers of neoliberalism. Indeed, it is this which must be formulated as the political conclusion of theories of post-Fordisation, rather than any kind of fantastical and strictly imaginary political subject such as the multitude. Only when there is an effective counterbalancing power can new theoretical socio-economic_post-capitalist forms be properly disseminated, and successfully gain purchase. Degree. Post-Fordist plasticity is also in play in the other major political story of the day, Assange and WikiLeaks. Now is not the time to go into this in any depth, but surely what we can see here, and something which those who say that the leaks only tell us what we already know have not grasped, is a new level of symbolic crisis. The authoritarian Big Other has always relied upon maintaining a clear difference between off-the-record utterances and official proclamations, but it is precisely this distinction which WikiLeaks threatened to abolish. On the train home, I read Clegg denouncing student dreamers on the front page of the Standard. I would feel ashamed if I didn't deal with the way that the world is, not simply dream of the way the world I would like it to be, capitalist realism in a nutshell. From Foucault 101 to Barthes 101. The coverage of the demo on the BBC News Channel is a masterclass in the technique that Barthes called anchorage. What we actually see are mounted police horse charges and some property damage. What we hear about, as bravely narrated by a helmeted reporter from behind the police lines, is the violence of the student protesters. One of the most notable features of the media coverage since Day X has been the persistent equivalence it has made between violence and property damage. Having narrowly avoided two kettles, I hardly see any violence or property damage. The violence I do see is perpetrated by the police, as a line of baton-swinging cops impose a kettle on protesters standing on Whitehall. I only learn about Alfie Meadows later, and the disjunction between the reality of the demo and its media representation becomes even more maddening, to the point where I can hardly bear to watch the news coverage anymore. While a young student has a brain operation, the media are fixated on a cosmetic attack on the heir to the throne's car. The effects of all this are ambiguous. But it's now clear that the UK hasn't been as visibly divided as this since the miners' strike. In the afternoon of Day X1, streaming from Trafalgar Square up towards Whitehall, we didn't know where we were going or who, if anyone, was leading us. A month later, the situation feels the same. We've broken out of the end of history onto terra incognita. What's certain is that the old world is disintegrating, and soon it will not be possible to even pretend that we can return to it. Football/capitalist realism/utopia. Football and neoliberal anti-utopianism. English football, the writer Robin Carmody argued on his Live Journal page, is a metaphor for precisely what the neoliberals have done to England itself. But it's more than a metaphor. Football has been at the forefront of the total re-engineering of English culture, society, and economy wrought by neoliberalism over the last 30 years. Neoliberalism presented itself as supremely realistic, as the only possible realism. It told us that utopia is impossible because there is no such thing as society, only individuals pursuing their own interests. What better image of this anti-utopianism is there than the Premiership, with its imperious, untouchable elite of clubs, its synergy with multinational media conglomerates, its conspicuously consuming players, its super predatory club owners buying success like they are buying another yacht. Competition, exploitation, the strong lording it over the weak, paparazzi snaps of the fabulously wealthy masters of the universe, players exiting nightclubs, flashing their very new money, football as anti-egalitarian Nietzschean combat. Forget utopia, dream, instead, if you're young, of eventually becoming like this, of owning these Cheshire mansions, of getting a cyborg slick wag, or if you're too old to ever lace up those ultra-branded boots, get used to being inferior, to never making it, dream instead of media transfiguration via reality TV, or of a lottery win. Yet the Premiership is often treated as if it were a cause rather than an effect. In the lack of a coherent, general critique of capitalism, complaints about the inflation of players' wages make no sense. After all, it is not public money being redistributed. Players' spiraling wages are a consequence of the very market dynamics that, until last year's bank crisis, were held to be sacrosanct. You can detect a sour anti-working class resentment shared by self-hating elements of the working class itself in the attack on football's undeserving rich. But all of this, the players' high wages, the exorbitant ticket prices, is an effect of football's total subsumption into post-Fordist capital. But what if it wasn't like this? What if there had been another way? Football's lost utopias. There's a poignant moment in Duncan Hamilton's biography of Brian Clough, also recounted in David Peace's The Damned United, when Clough and Peter Taylor go to see Harold Wilson speak and come away glowing with the white heat of old labor optimism, fired up by the prospect of a new era for the proletariat. You could hear the passion for change in what he said. Clough told Hamilton, "We went back to Taylor's house burning with it ourselves. It's like a scene from Our Friends in the North, Our Friends in the Midlands, perhaps." The future that Clough and Taylor anticipated would of course never arrive. There's a parallel, perhaps, with another achingly painful scene in Hamilton's book, Peter Taylor speaking after Forest's second victory in the European Cup, proclaiming that this was only the beginning. What in fact lay ahead was underachievement and overpriced players, decline and mediocrity, the final dissolution of the volatile partnership between Clough and Taylor, a rift opening up between the two men that would remain bitter until Taylor's death. Who of us can identify when the moment of our greatest triumph has already passed? And how bearable would life be if we could? If the brave new world wouldn't arrive for the working class, it did arrive for Clough personally. Instead of being at the vanguard of a newly assertive working class, Clough's period of greatest success coincided with the ebb tide of post-war proletarian collectivism. Clough was sometimes sneered at as a champagne socialist because he saw no contradiction between being a leftist and achieving success. Like many born poor, Clough was never able to fully believe that he had finally vanquished poverty from his life, hence all those TV appearances, ghosted columns, and the bung rumors. In his review of The Damned United for The Guardian, Chris Petit argued that Clough embodied many of the forthcoming dilemmas of Thatcher's Britain, his career a constant argument between self-proclamation and partnership, between probity and the demon drink, between financial irregularity and the belief that football was about more than acquisition. The premiership terminated this, finally destroyed what was left of Clough's crumbling world, a world in which working-class managers could outwit and overcome puffed-up patrician patriarchs, a world in which unfancied provincial clubs could outdo the established colossuses, and his final decline was all too punctual. With Clough and ailing Lear at the helm, Forest were relegated in 1993, at the end of Premier League's first season. The end of an era. May 2009. Flamboyant Barcelona outplay Manchester United in the European Champions League final. United have come to represent the harsh capitalist reality principle of modern football. Only the already successful and the wealthy can win. Fans dream now not of their club being revivified by some Brian Clough-like managerial genius, but of it being saved by the largesse of a bored plutocrat. Barcelona famously have no shirt sponsor, and display the logo of UNICEF on their jerseys. United's shirt sponsor is AIG, the insurance company at the heart of the financial crisis. The neoliberal anti-utopia disintegrated with the bank bailouts, even though it survives in an undead form as a set of defaults which continue to dominate social reality. A non-profit-making association owned and controlled by its members, Barcelona's slogan is more than a club. Do. Barca, with their foundations and educational activities, give a hint as to how football might operate in a utopia. Proletarian artistry, the beauty of teamwork, competition, yes, but not the dog-eat-dog combat of capitalist realism. There could surely be no utopia that didn't include something like this. The game has changed. In my column for this publication a few months ago, I called for a new negativity, in the spirit of Herbert Marcuse's claim that the proper function of art was to be a great refusal. What better answer could I get than the massive no painted on the grass of Parliament Square in London during one of the recent series of protests against government cuts in the UK? Only 4 weeks ago, this kind of negativity still seemed to be only a distant possibility in a place like the UK. When, At a conference on public art and civility organized by SCORE in Amsterdam at the end of October, I suggested that there would soon be expressions of massive public anger in the UK. Some of the UK-based delegates were skeptical, accusing me of revolutionary nostalgia. I was confident that they were being unduly dismissive, but I still didn't anticipate the scale of recent protests. Like Ireland, the UK has been at the forefront of what I have called capitalist realism, the view that, since capitalism is the only game in town, all we can do is find a way of accommodating ourselves to it. Part of leftist capitalist realism has been the disavowal of people's own pessimism and disillusion and its projection onto others. Nothing will happen, people will remain apathetic. That kind of diagnosis has been blown apart by the astonishing student movement that has changed the political landscape in the UK so dramatically since November. "Apathy is dead," said a placard at one of the London protests. "The game has changed," the protesters have chanted, and so it has. What we've seen is an efflorescence of oppositional activity, not only massive protests which have led to increasingly naked displays of antagonism, but occupations and flash mobs invading chain stores. Comparisons with '68 have inevitably been made, but this movement is in many ways much more remarkable than what happened 40 years ago. '68 came at the end of the Cultural Revolution of the '60s, a series of challenges to the monolithic Marxist meta-narrative. '68 presupposed both a credible leftist political project and a social democratic context. But both of these have definitively disappeared. They are a distant memory even for the parents of many of the teenagers who took part in the recent UK protests. The current movement has had to build itself up almost from nothing, in a situation where the revolutionary left has no infrastructure and the moderate left has long since acquiesced to capitalist realism, and, perhaps most astonishingly, it has been constructed by those who had previously been the most obvious victims of capitalist realism: the young. And it should also not be forgotten, even though it often is, that '68 failed. The new breed of protesters expect to win. They do not have the ingrained defeatism and romanticism of failure that has been the vice of so much of the so-called radical left since the '60s. Another difference between '68 and now is the class composition of the protesters. Where the university students of the '60s were a small elite, many of the students involved in the current wave of demonstrations are working class. '68 was about a short-lived alliance between workers and students, but many of today's students are already workers, forced to do part-time and often full-time jobs in order to support their studies. Similarly, the Fordist model of the worker has long since been replaced by precarious work, which assumes flexibility and short-term contracts. Finally, new technology has played a crucial role in the current movement. The rapid response nature of the protests has only been made possible by social networking sites such as Facebook and Twitter. In the UK, the government has targeted education, the arts, public services, and benefits, imposing cuts that are breathtakingly punitive. The justification for cuts in all these areas has been the capitalist realist rationale that there is no more money, but opponents have rightly identified this as a thin pretext used by the rump of neoliberalism in order to pursue its uncompleted ideological project of totally eliminating public space. But this has created the conditions for an alliance between all those groups, which are naturally hostile to neoliberalism. In terms of art and education, what we are potentially seeing here is the reconsolidation of a relationship between bohemia, those elements of the bourgeoisie, which disdain business values, and the working class. That relationship which allowed the arty working class to escape drudgery, and for the bohemian middle class to make contact with the mutational energies of proletarian culture, was the engine of British and Irish popular culture during the '60s, '70s, and '80s. Could today's antagonism revive this? I see no reason not to be optimistic. Creative capitalism plus. We have to live this dead reality, this mad transition, in the same way that we lived prison, as a strange and ferocious way of reaffirming life. You could not escape the atrocious experience of prison, the contact with death and its violence. We were constrained to suffer dark romantic hallucinations. There was no longer any alternative. Certainly for us, there has never been any alternative to the world, but always an alternative in the world. A la Rauschenberg, a world that is assumed, shattered, reinvented in the form of its monstrosity. But even the possibility of such a heroism was denied to us. We have to live and suffer the defeat of truth, of our truth. We have to destroy its representation, its continuity, its memory, its trace. All subterfuges for avoiding the recognition that reality has changed, and with it truth, have to be rejected. The very blood in our veins had been replaced. Antonio Negri, Art and Multitude. Negri's Art and Multitude consists of 9 letters, most of which were written to his friends at the end of the 1980s while he was in exile in France. Negri here describes the destitution that the left endured after the defeats of the 1970s, the destruction of all its hopes, the way in which it had been outflanked by a neoliberalism which successfully installed business thinking into all areas of everyday life. What emerges here, in other words, is an account of the immediate after effects of the installation of what I have called capitalist realism, the view that, since there is no alternative to capitalism, the only possible attitude consists in adjusting to its demands. Negri poses the left's predicament very acutely. To go back to the seeming certainties of older forms of militancy would be to consign oneself to irrelevance, obsolescence, to become an historical relic, but to accept the new situation, to adapt to it, would be to concede total defeat. The only possibility, Negri suggests, is to endure the time in the desert as a kind of religious trial, a moment of terrible and terrifying renewal, a transformation of the revolutionary subject happening at the very moment when revolution seems impossible and the forces of reaction control everything. The new situation capitals mutation into a post-Fordist form in which labor becomes immaterial, flexible, and subject to the pressures of globalization offers new potentials, which must be embraced. Reading these at times extraordinary communications, I find myself, as ever, persuaded by Negri's negative analysis, his vision of culture and consciousness totally subsumed by capital. What I am much less convinced by is his positive alternative to this banal yet dark dominion. Like his inspirations, Deleuze and Guattari, Negri is a vitalist who opposes capital's necrotic force to the living potenza of the creativity of the multitude. Art, Negri maintains, is intrinsically rebellious and subversive. Even though Negri himself recognizes the dangers of taking too much consolation in art, he ends up retaining faith in it. When I myself suffered the political defeat of the 70s and in the depths of despair, asked art to help me to endure it and to help me find individual ways of resistance and redemption, Negri writes, I was overestimating the capacity of art. Yet Negri is soon arguing that art is a perennial demonstration of the irreducibility of freedom, of subversive action, of love for radical transformation. From Negri's point of view, there is no contradiction between these two claims. What he is arguing is that an individual can never find his way out of despondency through art alone, rather, it is only by new forms of solidarity which necessarily must involve art that escape is possible. While the point about collectivity has never been more pressing, Negri's hymning of art seems strangely nostalgic. For the era of capitalist realism has also seen all kinds of synergies between art and business, nowhere better summed up than in the concept of the creative industries. It is of course possible to argue that the art that has dominated in capitalist realism, its artistic and commercial value massively inflated, is a fake art, a betrayal and dilution of art's inherent militancy. But why not go all the way with Negri's logic of negativity, and argue that there is no ready-made, already existing utopian energy, that there is nothing which, by its very nature, resists incorporation into capital. So it is not then a matter of creativity versus capitalism, or rather of capitalism as the capturing of the creativity of the multitude. Instead, the enemy now could better be called creative capitalism, and overcoming it will not involve inventing new modes of positivism, but new kinds of negativity. Reality management *. Johann Hari's defenders and practically every defense of Hari served to further underscore what a complacent self-serving Oxbridge club so much of the UK broadsheet commentariat is might have pathetically seized upon the news of the world hacking story in order to underplay their boys' misdemeanors, but the reality is that the Hari and the news of the world situations are part of a single crisis that also includes the Ed Miliband "These strikes are wrong" video and ongoing cyber war. Perhaps the reason that the Assange/Zizek dialogue was so disappointing is that Zizek's basic point about the crisis of symbolic efficiency is now so clear that it doesn't require much elaboration. It is one thing our knowing about the corrupt practices that the power elite routinely engage in, it is another for that knowledge to be officially validated. The space that power needs to manage reality is disappearing. With the Miliband video, the off-screen manipulations of PR came off less like a dark art and more like surrealist comedy. Miliband for all the world resembling an ROM entity from existence, only capable of giving one pre-prepared response no matter what the question. The exposure of Hari's manipulations is significant, meanwhile, because it showed how his construction of common-sense reality depended on techniques proper to fiction. Reading Hari's pieces back, it's quite astonishing how crass these techniques were as she drew on the omnipresent cigarette here, and he asked for more wine there, inserted between screeds of pirated text. It's like Hari's interviewing career is one long postmodern prank, and, really, this episode ought to be liberal empiricism's equivalent of the Sokol scandal. It was fitting that the deterritorial support group's exposure of Hari started with Hari's hatchet job on Negri, a masterclass in liberal propaganda and knee-jerk loathing of theory. Privately educated Hari reassuring his readers that he couldn't understand empire, therefore they shouldn't worry about reading it. The old "we don't read it, so you don't have to" routine. The Negri interview crudely alternates between personal attacks on Negri and appeals to self-evidence. Yet Hari's conclusion: this is where revolutionary Marxism comes to die. It has been reduced to an obscure parlor game for aging bourgeois nostalgics. Now itself reads like a relic of a bygone world. The certainties and self-evidences of the near past are unraveling quicker than we can keep up. As for the news of the world story, it is clear that it is not just about the news of the world or phone hacking. A whole ruling class, a whole mode of governance, stands accused. All the signs are that neoliberalism's standard tactics of containment, offering an individual as scapegoat trophy in order to deflect from a structural tendency, are now starting to fail. News International are trying to re-sacrifice a scapegoat they've already served up, but the process is out of their control and now has its own momentum. What was made to look like a series of disconnected incidents now appears as what it always was: a worldwide web of corruption whose Byzantine murkiness resembles something out of The Wire or a David Peace novel. A dark network comprising private investigators, the criminal underworld, tabloid newspapers, multinational media conglomerates, the police, politicians, the banks, and the bodies supposed to regulate them cannot now be kept hidden from public scrutiny. This is less a conspiracy than a network of complicities, fear on all sides, nobody trusting anybody else, the whole thing depending on who's got the goods on whom. Cops watching hacks watching cops, threatened politicians looking for favors. What characterizes capitalist realism is fatalism at the level of politics and magical voluntarism at the level of the individual. You can achieve anything, if you do more training courses, listen to Mary Portas or Kirstie Allsopp, try harder. Magical voluntarism, naturally, also drives the tabloid culture of individual blame in which the tabloids themselves are now caught up, although, as Zone Sticks noted, News International clearly expects far more from public service managers like Sharon Shumith than it does from its own executives. Individualize, insists capitalist ideology. Note the way in which the media sought to reduce the Lulzsec story to Ryan Cleary, or the way in which the clueless Peter Preston * finds the idea of a collective entity such as DSG unfathomable. A manageable level of cynicism about the media actually serves the capitalist realist media system well. Since the media stands in for the public sphere, if journalists and politicians are perceived to be all liars, as they widely are, then there is no hope to be had in public life at all. Hack exculpations appeal to a market Hobbesianism. They are giving people what they want but what they won't admit to liking. When, pickled in the jouissance of self-loathing and their other stimulants of choice, the hacks style themselves as princes of darkness, they see themselves as reflecting the public's own disavowed cynicism back to it. Nobody likes working in the sewers, but don't you all love the pretty little globules of sensation that we dredge up for you? Similarly, Glenn Mulcair whines that the NOTW put him under pressure for results. This isn't only an excuse. What we're seeing here is in part the consequence of the intense competitive pressures at work in print media as its market share declines. Negative solidarity again, a race to depth so infernally pressurist that only alcohol-breathing subhuman crustaceans can survive there. As one by one those who played their part are dragged into the light, the old bullying sneers become familiar plaints. That's reality, we couldn't help it, that's how things are now. But we must hear their excuses as indictments of a system. Behold what a wretched state overwork and pitiless competition can reduce human beings to. All of which means that a few sackings here and there will clearly not suffice. What is needed, as Dan Hind argues, is total media reform. The current structure of power and decision-making in the media cannot now be allowed to remain unchanged. The employees of large media organizations have monopoly control of decisions about what is investigated and what prominence is given to the results of investigations. They have been unable or unwilling to use this monopoly power in the public interest. Accordingly, it is time to assert our democratic right to communicate freely amongst ourselves. Each of us must take some fraction of the commissioning power, the power to initiate and publish inquiries. If we do not, our public life will remain a mess of officially sanctioned fairy tales, crocodilian excuses, and grotesque abuses of the innocent, in which market forces and elite prerogatives set the limits of our understanding and hence of our capacity for self-government. In the House of Commons emergency debate today, many MPs had the relieved and faintly bemused air of the henchmen and victims of a bully who can't quite believe that the tyranny might be nearing its end. As Assange said on Saturday, and as Dan Hind also argues in The Return of the Public, the function of corporate media has been to isolate people, to make them distrust their discontent with a world controlled by business interests. What has combated this is the production of new collectivities of dissent, both online and in the streets. What we're seeing in this extraordinary moment of transition is a reality management system imploding from within at the same time as it is being undermined from outside. And, this is only the beginning. You haven't seen anything yet. UK tabloid. It took all of Cameron's replicant smarm to get through this morning's astonishing press conference. Events have moved so swiftly this week that it's easy to overlook how momentous some of his admissions were. Many are rightly skeptical about whether Cameron will act on what he said today. Sometimes, however, words are acts, and the ultimate significance of what Cameron said today is that it constituted an official acknowledgement from the very mouth of the beast that there is indeed a corrupt system involving the press, the police, and other politicians, and that he is implicated in it. "We're all in it together," he ruefully observed, another iteration of the fateful phrase that will define his wretched premiership. This might count as capitalist realism's equivalent of Khrushchev's acknowledgement of corruption in the USSR. There are also those who are skeptical as to whether all of this will lead anywhere very different. If, as I argued in my last post, the scenes we're now living through resemble the denouement of The Wire or one of David Peace's novels, then we must confront the political ambivalence of those fictions again. For what they show, after all, is the system as a Schopenhauerian monstrosity, impersonal and implacable, remorselessly reproducing itself, no matter how many local victories are achieved, no matter how many individuals die or are exposed. Is this an analysis of capitalist realism, or a contribution to it? It's possible now to see both Peace and The Wire as symptomatic of a political impasse. Peace's novels show the defeat of collective politics, and The Wire anatomizes the consequences of that defeat. What we're seeing now may not herald the collapse of the system, but I'm confident that this week will be looked back upon as a moment when power in the UK was forced to reconfigure. We're too ready to see the Murdochs as Machiavellian, one step ahead of events. But no empire lasts forever, even the canniest operator loses their touch eventually, and Murdoch, let's remember, is the man who bought MySpace. Closing down the news of the world may have been a smart move, but it is one that the Murdochs made on the back foot. It was a reactive bid to regain initiative, or at least to gain some traction on a situation that remains out of their control. This is all a consequence of an excess of power. If the old autonomist argument is correct and capital's innovations were forced by workers' acts of refusal, and what could illustrate this thesis more effectively than Murdoch's struggle with the unions in the 1980s, then it's now clear how sloppy and shoddy capital's operatives became in the lack of any effective opposition. This is decadence not merely in the moral sense, but also in the sense of decay and deterioration. During the early 21st century high pomp of neoliberalism, hacks, cops and politicians were so confident that they would never be exposed that they behaved in an ever more brazenly depraved manner, and appeared to take little care in covering their traces. What's also emerging into clearer view now is the tabloid media's crucial role in the biopolitical control which was central to the constitution of neoliberal hegemony. Too much is made of Murdoch the kingmaker. His hold over politicians, like that exercised by Paul Dacher, depended far less on what he could do for them, and far more on what he could do to them, if they crossed him or his organization. It's suggested, for instance, that the reason that the previous police investigations into News International were so inadequate is that NI held compromising information on the investigating officers, and that MPs feared calling Rebecca Brooks to account because they were warned that they would be subject to tabloid humiliation. Dacher and Murdoch are the princes of piety and cynicism. The neoliberal tabloid is an almost too crude diagram of a Burroughsian biocontrol apparatus, stimulating hedonic excess on the one hand while condemning it on the other. Surveillance need only be virtual. There's always something potentially shaming that can be dragged out of the closet, for whose fantasy life is not humiliating when exposed to the glare of the big other. No matter who the victim of these exposes might be, they serve right-wing purposes, because they reinforce a Hobbesian account of human nature. Everyone is out for themselves, everyone has a price, everyone is sexually incontinent, given the opportunity. It's no accident that Elroy called his great work of political demythologization American tabloid. But it was the pairing of piety and cynicism which ultimately did for the news of the world. The revelations that practically every cause or individual about which the NOTW waxed so sentimentally and sanctimoniously are boys, murdered children, the 7/7 victims was being phone hacked means that the distance between public piety and private cynicism could no longer be maintained. Read Adam Curtis' potted history of Murdoch *, and it's instructive to see how the justification for tabloid sensationalism has changed. The denials that the news of the world would be salacious which Murdoch made when he took over the paper in the social democratic era give way to neoliberalism's claim to be only giving people what they want. This was the line that witless reactionary oaf John Gaunt pursued on Question Time last night. There's nothing quite so sad as an unpopular populist, and Gaunt's goading of Hugh Grant: if you didn't want to be on the front of the papers, you should have kept it in your trousers. Who are you to tell people what they can or can't watch? Embarrassingly misjudged the audience's mood. Tabloid sensationalism is a drug, but there was a sense last night that the QT audience was no longer willing to conceal from itself the cost of procuring that cheap hit. There was little appetite for Gaunt's now quaint-seeming rhetoric of choice and his bashing of paternalism. The old neoliberal lines Gaunt was haplessly hawking had all the appeal of yesterday's fast food. What we're left with is a whole set of questions about culture that are now posed again with renewed force. Neoliberalism has failed, the patrician culture it defeated cannot be revived, nor should it be so. Where next? The future is still ours, autonomy and post-capitalism. Adam Curtis' recent documentary series All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace argued that discourses of self-organization, which had formerly been associated with the counterculture, were now absorbed into dominant ideology. Hierarchy was bad, networks were good. Organization itself, held to be synonymous with top-down control, was both oppressive and inefficient. There is clearly something in Curtis' arguments. Practically all mainstream political discourse is suspicious of, and skeptical towards, the state, planning and the possibilities of organized political change. This feeds into the ideological framework that I have called capitalist realism. If systemic change can never happen, all we can do is make the best of capitalism. There's no doubt that the right has been able to profit from identifying the left with an allegedly superseded top-down version of politics. Neoliberalism imposed a model of historical time which places bureaucratic centralization in the past, by contrast with a modernization that is held to be synonymous with flexibility and individual choice. More recently, the much derided idea of the big society is, in effect, a right-wing version of autonomism. The work of Philip Blond, one of the architects of the big society concept, is saturated with the rhetoric of self-organization. In the report The Ownership State, which he wrote for the Respublica think tank, Blond writes of open systems which recognize that uncertainty and change render traditional command and control ineffective. While Blond's ideas have been seen by many as obfuscatory justifications for the neoliberal privatization agenda, Blond himself positions them as critical of neoliberalism. Blond notes a paradox that I also discuss in Capitalist Realism. Rather than eliminating bureaucracy, as it promised to, neoliberalism has led to its proliferation. Since public services can never function as proper markets, the imposition of the market solution in healthcare and education generates a huge and costly bureaucracy of accountants, examiners, inspectors, assessors, and auditors, all concerned with assuring quality and asserting control that hinder innovation and experiment and lock in high cost. Such systems, Blond writes, are organic rather than mechanistic, and require a completely different management mindset to run them. Strategy and feedback from action are more significant than detailed planning. Hierarchies give way to networks. The periphery is as important as the center. Self-interest and competition are balanced by trust and cooperation. Initiative and inventiveness are required rather than compliance, smartening up rather than dumbing down. Since the right is now prepared to talk in these terms, it is clear that networks and open systems are not enough in themselves to save us. Rather, as Gilles Deleuze argued in his crucial essay Postscript on the Societies of Control, networks are simply the mode in which power operates in the control societies that have superseded the old disciplinary structures. Does all this then mean that ideas of autonomy and self-organization would inevitably be co-opted by the right, and that there is no further political potential in them for the left? Definitely not. Far from indicating any deficiency in autonomist ideas, the co-option of these ideas by the right shows that they have continuing potency. Seeing what is wrong with Blond and his ilk's appropriation of autonomism will also tell us something about what the difference between right and left might be in the future. Curtis is right that the principal way in which autonomist ideas have been neutralized is by using them against the very idea of political organization. Yet autonomous theories continue to be crucial because they give us some resources for constructing a model of what leftist political organization could look like in the post-Fordist conditions of mandatory flexibility, globalization and just-in-time production. We can no longer be in any doubt that the conditions which gave rise to the old left have collapsed in the global north, but we must have the courage not to be nostalgic for this lost Fordist world of boring factory work and a labor movement dominated by male industrial workers. As Antonio Negri so powerfully put it in one of the letters collected in the recently published Art and Multitude, we have to live and suffer the defeat of truth, of our truth. We have to destroy its representation, its continuity, its memory, its trace. All subterfuges for avoiding the recognition that reality has changed, and with it truth, have to be rejected. The very blood in our veins had been replaced. Even though the shift into so-called cognitive labor has been overstated, just because work involves talking doesn't make it cognitive. The labor of a call center worker mechanically repeating the same rote phrases all day is no more cognitive than that of someone on a production line. Antonio Negri is right that the liberation from repetitive industrial labor remains a victory. Yet, as Christian Marazzi has argued, workers have been like the Old Testament Jews, led out of the bondage of the Fordist factory. They are now marooned in the desert. As Franco Berardi has shown, precarious work brings with it new kinds of misery. The always-on pressure made possible by mobile telecommunications technology means that there is no longer any end to the working day. An always-on population lives in a state of insomniac depression, unable to ever switch off. But what has to differentiate the left from the right is a commitment to the idea that liberation lies in the future, not the past. We have to believe that the currently collapsing neoliberal reality system is not the only possible modernity, that, on the contrary, it is a cybergothic form of barbarism, which uses the latest technology to reinforce the power of the oldest elites. It is possible for technology and work to be arranged in completely different ways to how they are configured now. This belief in the future is our advantage over the right. Philip Blond's networked institutions may have a cybernetic sheen, but he argues that they must be situated in a social setting which is rededicated to traditional values coming from religion and the family. By strong contrast, we must celebrate the disintegration of these values, as the necessary precondition for new kinds of solidarity. This solidarity won't emerge automatically. It will need the invention of new kinds of institutions, as well as the transformation of older bodies, such as trade unions. One of the most important questions, Deleuze wrote in the Control essay, will concern the ineptitude of the unions, tied to the whole of their history of struggle against the disciplines or within the spaces of enclosure. Will they be able to adapt themselves, or will they give way to new forms of resistance against the societies of control? Can we already grasp the rough outlines of the coming forms, capable of threatening the joys of marketing? Perhaps the lineaments of that future can be seen in Latin America, where left-wing governments facilitate worker-run collectives. The issue is not any more of abandoning the state, government, or planning, but making them part of new systems of feedback that will draw upon and constitute collective intelligence. A movement that can replace global capitalism does not need centralization, but it will require coordination. What form will this coordination take? How can different autonomous struggles work together? These are the crucial questions we must ask as we begin to build the post-capitalist world. Aesthetic poverty. A salient feature of these riots, designer Adrian Shaughnessy wrote of the recent disorder in England, has been the fact that the main target of the attacks has been the shops of the major retail brands of British commercial life. Writing on Design Observer's website, Shaughnessy further noted that most of the outlets which were targeted sports stores, mobile phone shops spend huge amounts of money on branding, on store layout, on window displays, and slick advertising. The comments on Shaughnessy's blog post were telling. Many fellow designers saw the post as, at best, spurious, and, at worst, offensive. Shouldn't the rioters take responsibility for their own behavior? What role could design possibly play in inciting such criminal actions? The reactionary commentary on the riots has tried to downplay the idea that the rioters were deprived. The rioters had expensive smartphones and wore top-end sportswear, so how could they be poor? While this has been exaggerated, the places where the riots took hold overwhelmingly tended to be areas of poverty and unemployment. It's true that, so far as we can tell, most of the rioters weren't homeless or starving. But there are other kinds of destitution than these. As well as physical poverty, there is also an aesthetic poverty, evident to anyone who takes a second look at the dismal vistas of England's hyper-corporatist high streets. While the rich have the material and cultural resources to unplug from the dreary banality of these cloned spaces, the poor are far more embedded in them. This embedding in tightly defined media, social and physical environments is in fact a major symptom of aesthetic poverty. One feature of the moral panic over the riots was the claim that the rioters destroyed their own communities. But this presupposes both that the rioters belong to a community and that chain stores could constitute any sort of community in any case. Isn't the point, rather, that the rioters were outside, not a community, since, increasingly, no such thing exists under late capitalism, but from the quiet desperation and miserable resignation that characterizes many people's working lives today. The fact that some of the rioters had jobs was supposed to prove that these were not insurrections of the underclass. But many of the jobs that the British media kept citing one of the rioters, it was trumpeted, was a classroom assistant. Another, interestingly, was none other than a graphic designer, were not in themselves indications that the rioters had serious prospects. Such jobs, which are often part-time and short-term, are typical of the precarity in which increasing numbers of young people, graduates as well as those with few or no qualifications, now find themselves languishing. Those pushing the idea that being a graphic designer automatically means that you are inured from poverty or hopelessness only demonstrate how out of touch they are. The point about mobile phones is also worth pursuing. In what the theorist Jody Dean has called communicative capitalism, a smartphone can no longer be conceived of as a mere luxury item. Communicative capitalism is not about the production of material objects, but the ceaseless circulation of messages. The content in this culture comes from users themselves, hence paying for an interface into the communicative matrix is more like paying for one's own tools at work than it is like buying a luxury good. The very distinction between work and non-work, between entertainment and labor, erodes. There are no office hours, no clocking off. In addition to ensuring that we are always connected to the communicative matrix, smartphones are tethering devices which allow employers to call short-term workers into work at a moment's notice. But the notorious use of social networking sites and BlackBerry Messenger to propagate the riots shows that the potential of these machines and these websites is not exhausted by communicative capitalism. It has been said that the riots in London spread once groups who usually engage in territorial turf wars called a truce in order to band together against the authorities. While the riots in England could hardly be said to be a coherent political statement, in this collective use of social media there was perhaps the beginnings of something like class consciousness. And in the destruction of the depressing facades of corporate retail, is it too fanciful to see a rejection of the aesthetic poverty that corporate capitalism imposes on so many of us? The only certainties are death and capital. This isn't just art that exists in the market, or is about the market. This is art that is the market, a series of gestures that are made wholly or primarily to capture and embody financial value, and only secondarily have any other function or virtue. So wrote Hari Kunzru of Damien Hirst's work in The Guardian. Am not interested in rehearsing here discussions of Hirst's merit as an artist. What interests me instead is his symptomatic status as a figure who embodies capital's penetration into all areas of culture. As Kunzru points out, Hirst's own relationship to capital is more than clothes. He is a house artist to the 1%, and the way that value is generated out of his work, a mixture of hype and the exploitation of the poorly remunerated assistants who actually produce many of the pieces, is a model of how exchange value is created in late capitalism. Hirst's notorious auction, Beautiful Inside My Head Forever, took place at the very moment that Lehman Brothers was collapsing. But while the banks failed, Hirst remains a powerful brand. In fact, some of Hirst's pieces were among the works that were auctioned when Lehman Brothers' art collection was sold off in order to recoup something for the bank's creditors. The way that the prices of Hirst's pieces became not just part of the story of the works, but practically their sole interest, reminds me of nothing so much as Michael Jackson after Thriller. Yet, while Jackson was tragically maddened and destroyed by the colossal scale of his success, Hirst gives every impression of being perfectly at home at the heart of a vast capital-generating factory. The current Hirst retrospective at the Tate should now look like a reliquary of bygone world, but it merely highlights that art and culture have yet to come to terms with the traumatic events of 2008. Our imaginations are still dominated by work which emerged from the cocaine-buzzy mixture of hedonism, cynicism, and piety which governed art and politics in the 1990s and 2000s. Hirst is the Warhol of capitalist realism, but he has none of Warhol's blank charisma. In place of Warhol's android awkwardness, Hirst offers a blockish bonhomie. Warhol's studied banality has become the genuinely ultra-banal. Or, rather, the Hirst phenomenon typifies the way in which, In late capitalist art and entertainment culture, the ultra-banal and the super-spectacular have become fused. Watching Hearst half-heartedly reiterate half-baked clichés, death as the antithesis of life, art as religion, while he was being interviewed in the television coverage that surrounded his current retrospective at the Tate, I was struck by the guilelessness of his thinking. But, then again, what is there to say about this work that it doesn't already say itself? For all its fixation on death, this is work that, in its bleak imminence, repudiates negativity and leaves no space for commentary. It is this obdurate refusal to be more than what it is that makes Hearst's work flat with what I have called capitalist realism. Capitalist realism refers to a set of political beliefs and positions, but also a set of aesthetic impasses. Realism here does not connote a realist style so much as the inability to see, think, or imagine beyond capitalist categories. It's no accident that reality entertainment came to the fore in the unprecedented period of neoliberal domination before the bank crises of 2008. Hearst's work belongs to a corresponding development that we might call reality art. The dead animals in the formaldehyde really are dead animals. The skull really is a skull. This inertial tautology may be the real point of Hearst's work, and also the reason it emptily but emphatically resonated in a neoliberal era characterized by political fatalism and the corrosion of social imagination. Things are as they are, they cannot be reimagined, transfigured, or changed. Is there any art object which better captures this than the diamond-encrusted skull of Hearst's For the Love of God, the object which, more than any other, may come to stand for the decadence and vanity of the pre-2008 neoliberal world? For the Love of God makes explicit the guiding logic of much of Hearst's work: the only certainties are death and capital. But it can tell us nothing about this. It is a mute symptom which exemplifies a condition it can neither describe nor transcend. Why mental health is a political issue? Welfare suicides don't exist. Suicide is a mental health issue. That line, by the former Labour official Luke Bozier, pretty much sums up the standard right-wing response to the website Callum's List *. According to its founders, the aim of Callum's List is to list the number of deaths where welfare reform has alleged to have had some culpability, and to make the best effort possible to work towards reducing this death toll. Bozier's Twitter comments were a gloss on blog posts by The Spectator's Isabel Hardman and The Telegraph's Brendan O'Neill *. There's more than a whiff of Freud's kettle logic about the cluster of incompatible arguments that these three presented against Callum's List. Their principal claims were as follows. The suicides have not been caused by the changes, and therefore to mention them is an act of opportunistic exploitation. If suicides have been caused by the reforms, this is no reason to abandon them. The problem is not the reforms themselves but how they are managed. Suicide is not a rational act, which means that it can have no political significance. I don't wish to argue here about whether or not specific cases of suicide were caused by the new legislation. But I do want to contest the bizarre idea that, in principle, suicides could not be adduced as evidence against the changes in the welfare system. If people dying as a consequence of the implementation of measures cannot count as evidence that the legislation has detrimental effects, what would? O'Neill displays a strangely judgmental attitude towards suicide, arguing suicide is not a rational response to economic hardship, it is not a rational response to having your benefits cut. This is a spectacular case of missing the point. For many of those suffering from mental illnesses, the capacity to act rationally is impaired, which is one reason that they need to be protected. As for the idea that those returning to work should receive proper support, the lack of such support is the issue. ATOS, the agency responsible for testing whether claimants are fit to work, has seen a large number of appeals against its judgments upheld. And who can have faith the government will properly support those returning to work when it entrusts the transition to a discredited agency such as A4E? But there's a more general problem here. Some of the right-wing commentators condemning Callum's List have deplored the politicization of mental illness, but the problem is exactly the opposite. Mental illness has been depoliticized, so that we blithely accept a situation in which depression is now the malady most treated by the NHS. The neoliberal policies implemented first by the Thatcher governments in the 1980s and continued by New Labour and the current coalition have resulted in a privatisation of stress. Under neoliberal governance, workers have seen their wages stagnate and their working conditions and job security become more precarious. As The Guardian reports today, suicides amongst middle-aged men are on the increase, and Jane Powell, chief executive of CALM, the Campaign Against Living Miserably, links some of this increase with unemployment and precarious work degree. Given the increased reasons for anxiety, it's not surprising that a large proportion of the population diagnose themselves as chronically miserable. But the medicalization of depression is part of the problem. The NHS, like the education system and other public services, has been forced to try to deal with the social and psychic damage caused by the deliberate destruction of solidarity and security. Where once workers would have turned to trade unions when they were put under increasing stress, now they are encouraged to go to their GP or, if they are lucky enough to be able to get one on the NHS, a therapist. It would be facile to argue that every single case of depression can be attributed to economic or political causes, but it is equally facile to maintain as the dominant approaches to depression do that the roots of all depression must always lie either in individual brain chemistry or in early childhood experiences. Most psychiatrists assume that mental illnesses such as depression are caused by chemical imbalances in the brain, which can be treated by drugs. But most psychotherapy doesn't address the social causation of mental illness either. The radical therapist David Smale argues that Margaret Thatcher's view that there's no such thing as society, only individuals and their families, finds an unacknowledged echo in almost all approaches to therapy. Therapies such as cognitive behavioral therapy combine a focus on early life with the self-help doctrine that individuals can become masters of their own destiny. The idea is with the expert help of your therapist or counselor, you can change the world you are in the last analysis responsible for, so that it no longer cause you distress. Smale calls this view magical voluntarism. Depression is the shadow side of entrepreneurial culture. What happens when magical voluntarism confronts limited opportunities? As psychologist Oliver James put it in his book The Selfish Capitalist, in the entrepreneurial fantasy society, we are taught that only the affluent are winners and that access to the top is open to anyone willing to work hard enough, regardless of their familial, ethnic, or social background. If you do not succeed, there is only one person to blame. It's high time that the blame was placed elsewhere. We need to reverse the privatization of stress and recognize that mental health is a political issue. The London Hunger Games. Welcome to the Hunger Games. The function of the Hunger Games is to suppress antagonism via spectacle and terror. In the same way, London 2012 preceded and accompanied by the authoritarian lockdown and militarization of the city are being held up as the antidote to all discontent. The feel-good Olympics, we are being assured, will do everything from making good the damage done by last year's riots to seeing off the threat of Scottish independence. Any disquiet about London 2012 is being repositioned as griping or cynicism. Such whinging, it is claimed, assumed its proper place of marginality as the vast majority enjoy the games, and Lokig is vindicated. The Olympic semiosphere is one from which all negativity must be banished. Witness this masterpiece of circularity, in a blog defending Coca-Cola and McDonald's sponsorship of games. Considering they have both recently signed long extensions of their contracts and the Olympics are just days away, it was rather irresponsible of Jacques Rogge to be in any way negative about such committed Olympic sponsors. Especially because it has also brought negativity to the IOC and the Olympic Games at a crucial period. Negativity is bad because it brings negativity. The BBC is even periodically running a little film about the importance of positive thinking. Sadly, Charlie Brooker has joined those who think that negativity about the games was overplayed. But once the Olympic floodlights are turned off, most will switch back from an attitude of mild interest to indifference towards even the most dramatic Olympic sports, never mind those many Olympic sports which plainly have limited spectator appeal. This isn't the point though. disquiet about London 2012 was never necessarily based in any hostility towards the sports. Enjoyment of the sport and loathing for Lokig and the IOC are perfectly compatible. Cynicism is just about the only rational response to the doublethink of the McDonald's and Coca-Cola sponsorship. As Paulo Verno argues, cynicism is now an attitude that is simply a requirement for late capitalist subjectivity, a way of navigating a world governed by rules that are groundless and arbitrary. But as Verno also argues, it is no accident that the most brazen cynicism is accompanied by unrestrained sentimentalism. Once the games started, cynicism could be replaced by a managed sentimentality. The BBC has given itself over to propagating an hysterical PR delirium, as Mike Marchese described after seeing the boxing at Excel. Breathless BBC commentators reiterate the same round of superlatives: unbelievable, incredible, amazing, brilliant, unbelievable, telling us again and again how unique, how special, how extraordinary these Olympics are. It feels like they're the ones on performance-enhancing drugs, not the usually sober, poised and realistic competitors. Sadly, at the Excel, after the refreshment of the boxing came the utterly formulaic torpor of a video package in which celebrities waxed banal on the atmosphere that makes the Olympics special and the unforgettable moment we're privileged to be part of. Effective exploitation is crucial to late capitalism. The BBC's own Caesar Flick Kerman is the creepily tactile trackside interviewer Phil Jones. Jones' interviews with exhausted athletes are surely as ridiculous as any Chinese state broadcast. Emote. Emote again. Emote differently. Praise the crowd. It is via emotion that advertising can make the spurious connection between brands and the sport, but, as Marchese points out, PR boosterism cannot tolerate the very thing which makes sport so fascinating: its unpredictability, the fact that high drama is not guaranteed. The point of capital's sponsorship of cultural and sporting events is not only the banal one of accruing brand awareness. Its more important function is to make it seem that capital's involvement is a precondition for culture as such. The presence of capitalist sigils on advertising for events forces a quasi-behavioristic association, registered at the level of the nervous system more than of cognition, between capital and cultural. It is a pervasive reinforcement of capitalist realism. There is a strange duality of the Olympics such that, surrounding the games, there can be a semi-blitz of commercial exploitation, but, in the spaces where the athletes compete, there is a coy chasteness about advertising, so that even the O02 has to be renamed North Greenwich Arena for the duration of London 2012. Of course, the reason for this is so only those who pay the IOC for the privilege can commercially exploit the games. Nevertheless, these zones from which capitalist semiotic pollution has been minimized make a pleasant contrast with the ubiquitous tawdry hucksterism elsewhere, inviting us to imagine the games without capital. But we don't have to. It's clear that what people are already enjoying in the games is everything for which capital is not responsible: the efforts of the athletes, the experience of a shared publicness. Insofar as the torch relay was a success, this, too, was not due to the parade itself, a dreary countrywide corporate carnival, consisting of Samsung, Coca-Cola, and Lloyd's TSB floats, but because it allowed people to experience their own sociality. Note also, for instance, that the improved British performance, which has the BBC in such a jingoistic froth, was likely due to national lottery funding rather than corporate sponsorship. Nothing could be a clearer example of Negri's claim that capital is essentially parasitic than the games. Capital's contribution to London 2012 has been systematically overpriced and shoddy, whether it be the branding, with its infantile coloring and lettering, the soon-to-be demolished Olympic Stadium, magnificent only in its mediocrity, and the grand folly of the ArcelorMittal orbit. The ArcelorMittal orbit is perhaps the best symbol of capital's parasitic relation to the London 2012 Games. The echo of Vladimir Tatlin's monument to the Third International tells you an awful lot about the impasses, inertia, and sterility of capitalist realist culture. As Douglas Murphy points out, comparing the orbit to Vladimir Tatlin's monument to the Third International, by short-term flexibility and flux corporations break up or join together, jobs appear and disappear, as events lacking connection. Throughout history, humans have learned to come to terms with the traumatic upheavals caused by war or natural disasters, but what's peculiar about uncertainty today, Sennett points out, is that it exists without any looming historical disaster. Instead it is woven into the everyday practices of a vigorous capitalism. It isn't only work that has become more tenuous. The neoliberal attacks on public services, welfare programs, and trade unions mean that we are increasingly living in a world deprived of security or solidarity. The consequence of the normalization of uncertainty is a permanent state of low-level panic. Fear, which attaches to particular objects, is replaced by a more generalist anxiety, a constant twitching, an inability to settle. The uncertainty of work is intensified by digital communication technology. As soon as there is email, there are no longer working hours nor a workplace. What characterizes the present moment more than our anxious checking of our messages, which may bring opportunities or demands, or, more abstractly, of our status, which, like the stock market, is constantly under review, never finally resolved. We are very far from the society of leisure that was confidently predicted in the 1970s. Contrary to the hopes raised at that time, technology has not liberated us from work. As Federico Campagna writes in his article Radical Atheism, published on the Through Europe website, in the current age of machines, humans finally have the possibility of devolving most productive processes to technological apparatus, while retaining LL outcomes for themselves. In other words, the world currently hosts all the necessary preconditions for the realization of the old autonomous slogan zero work / full income / all production / to automation. Despite all this, 21st century Western societies are still torn by the dusty, capitalist dichotomy which opposes a tragically overworked section of population. 4. Against an equally tragically unemployed one. Campagna's call for a radical atheism is based on the recognition that the precariousness that cannot be eliminated is that of life and the body. If there is no afterlife, then our time is finite. Curiously, however, we subjects of late capitalism act as if there is infinite time to waste on work. Work looms over us as never before. In an eccentric and an extreme society like ours, argue Carl Cederstra 6M and Peter Fleming in their book Dead Man Working, working has assumed a universal presence, a workers' society in the worst sense of the term, where even the unemployed and children become obsessed with it. Work now colonizes weekends, late evenings, even our dreams. Under Fordism, weekends and leisure time were still relatively untouched, Cederstrom and Fleming point out. Today, however, capital seeks to exploit our sociality in all spheres of work. When we all become human capital, we not only have a job, or perform a job. We are the job. Given all of this, it is clear that most political struggles at the moment amount to a war over time. The generalist debt crisis that hangs over all areas of capitalist life and culture, from banks to housing and student funding, is ultimately about time. Averting the alleged catastrophe will heighten the apocalyptic temporality of everyday life, as the anticipation of catastrophe gives way to a sense that we are already living through the catastrophe, and it, like work, will never end. The increase of debt justifies the extending of working hours and working life, with retirement age being pushed ever further back. We are in a state of harassed busyness from which we are now promised there will never be any relief. The state of reactive panic in which most of us find ourselves is not an accidental side effect of post-Fordist labor. It is highly functional for capital that our time is not only quantitatively short but qualitatively fragmented, bitty. We are required to live in the condition that Linda Stone has called continuous partial attention, where our attention is habitually distributed across multiple communication platforms. As Franco Bifo Berardi has argued, we now live in the tension between the infinity of cyberspace and the vulnerable finitude of the body and the nervous system. The acceleration of information exchange has produced and is producing an effect of a pathological type on the individual human mind and even more on the collective mind, Berardi writes in Precarious Rhapsody. Individuals are not in a position to process the immense and always growing mass of information that enters their computers, their cell phones, their television screens, their electronic diaries and their heads. However, it seems indispensable to follow, recognize, evaluate, process all this information if you want to be efficient, competitive, victorious. The necessary time for paying attention to the fluxes of information is lacking degree. The consequence is a strange kind of existential state, in which exhaustion bleeds into insomniac overstimulation and enjoyment and anxiety coexist. The fact that the smartphone makes cyberspace available practically anywhere at any time means that boredom has effectively been eliminated from social life. Yet boredom, like death, posed existential challenges that are far more easily deferred in the always-on cyberspatial environment. Ultimately, communicative capitalism does not vanquish boredom so much as it sublates it, seeming to destroy it only to preserve it in a new synthesis. The characteristic affective tonality for the insomniac drift of cyberspace, in which there is always one more click to make, one more update to check, combines fascination with boredom. We are bored even as we are fascinated, and the limitless distraction allows us to evade confronting death even as death is closing in on us. No doubt this chronic shortage of time goes some way to accounting for the stalled and inertial quality of culture in recent years. The neoliberal gambit was that the destruction of social security would have a dynamic effect on culture and the economy, liberating an entrepreneurial spirit that was inhibited by the red tape of bureaucratic social democratic institutions. The reality, however, is that innovation requires certain forms of stability. The disintegration of social democracy has had a dampening, rather than a dynamic, effect on culture in highly neoliberalist countries such as the UK. Frederick Jameson's claims that late capitalist culture would be given over to pastiche and retrospection have turned out to be extraordinarily prophetic. We've grown so accustomed to repetition and recycling that we no longer notice them. Yet it's no surprise that this is the case. New cultural production requires a use of time that communicative capitalism is profoundly hostile towards. Most social energy is sucked into the vortex of late capitalist labor and its vast simulation of productivity. Innovation depends upon an absorbed drift, but it is increasingly difficult to muster the attentional resources necessary for such immersion. Cyberspatial urgencies, the smartphone's flashing red light, the siren call of its alert function like trance inhibitors or alarm clocks that keep waking us out of collective dreaming. In these conditions, intellectual work can only be undertaken on a short-term basis. Only prisoners have time to read, and if you want to engage in a 20-year-long research project funded by the state, you will have to kill someone. To understand the time crisis, we only have to compare the current situation with the height of punk and post-punk in the UK and the US. It's no accident that the efflorescence of punk and post-punk culture happened at a time when cheap and squatted property was available in London and New York. Now, simply to afford to pay rent in either city entails giving up most of your time and energy to work. The delirious rise in property prices over the last 20 years is probably the single most important cause of cultural conservatism in the UK and the US. In the UK, much of the infrastructure which indirectly supported cultural production has been systematically dismantled by successive neoliberal governments. Most of the innovations in British popular music which happened between the 60s and the 90s would have been unthinkable without the indirect funding provided by social housing, unemployment benefit, and student grants. These developments precisely opened up a kind of time that is now increasingly difficult to access, a time temporarily freed from the pressure to pay rent or the mortgage, an experimental time, in which the outcomes of activities could neither be predicted nor guaranteed, a time which might turn out to be wasted, but which might equally yield new concepts, perceptions, ways of being. It is this kind of time, not the harassed time of the business entrepreneur, which gives rise to the new. This kind of time, where the collective mind can unfurl, also allows the social imagination to flourish. The neoliberal era, the time when, we were repeatedly told, there was no alternative, has been characterized by a massive deterioration of social imagination, an incapacity to even conceive of different ways to work, produce, and consume. It's now clear that, from the start, neoliberalism declared war on this alternative mode of time. It remains tireless in its propagation of resentment against those few fugitives who can still escape the treadmill of debt and endless work, promising to ensure that soon, they too will be condemned to performing interminable, meaningless labor, as if the solution to the current stagnation lay in more work, rather than an escape from the cult of work. If there is to be any kind of future, it will depend on our winning back the uses of time that neoliberalism has sought to close off and make us forget. Not failing better, but fighting to win. Capitalist realism, to sum it up briefly, can be seen as both a belief and an attitude. It is a belief that capitalism is the only viable political/economic system, and a simple restatement of the old Thatcherite maxim, there is no alternative. People like Paul Mason have been saying that since 2011 there has been an upsurge in global militancy, including a number of uprisings, and this represents the end of capitalist realism. But that is clearly not the case. It is true that the major crisis of capitalism from 2008 led to a situation where capital has never been weaker ideologically in my lifetime, and as a result there is widespread disaffection, but the question is why nevertheless capitalist realism still exists. In my view, it is because it was never really necessarily about the idea that capitalism was a particularly good system. It was more about persuading people that it is the only viable system and the building of an alternative is impossible. That discontent is practically universal does not change the fact that there appears to be no workable alternative to capitalism. It does not change the belief that capitalism still holds all cards and that there is nothing we can do about it, that capitalism is almost like a force of nature, which cannot be resisted. There is nothing that has happened since 2008 that has done anything to change that, and that is why capitalist realism still persists. So capitalist realism is a belief, but it is also an attitude related to that belief, an attitude of resignation, defeatism, and depression. Really then, capitalist realism, whilst it is disseminated by the neoliberal right, and very successfully so, is a pathology of the left, or elements of the so-called left, that they succumb to. It was an attitude promoted by New Labour. What was New Labour if not instantiating the values of capitalist realism? In other words, we resign ourselves to the fact that there is no getting around capital, capital will ultimately run things, and all we can do is perhaps bolt on a couple of tethers as gestures towards social justice. But essentially ideology is over, politics is over, we are in the era of so-called post-ideology, the era of post-politics, where capital has won. This so-called post-political presentation by New Labour was one of the ways in which capitalist realism imposed itself in the British context. There is a problem, however, in seeing capitalist realism just as a belief and an attitude, in that both are based on individual psychology. The discussion needed is one that interrogates where those beliefs and attitudes come from, for what we are actually dealing with is the social decomposition that gives rise to them. For that, we really need a narrative about the decline of solidarity and the decline of security. The neoliberal project achieved its aim of undermining them. Capitalist realism then is also a reflection of the recomposition of various forces in society. It is not just that people are persuaded of certain beliefs, but rather that the beliefs people have reflect the way that forces in society are composed in contemporary capitalism. Modernization. The decline of the unions is probably the biggest factor in the rise of capitalist realism for ordinary people. Now we find ourselves in a situation where everybody disdains bankers and finance capitalism, and the level of control that these people still hold over all of our lives. Everyone is aghast at the plunder, avoidance of tax and so forth, yet at the same time there is the sentiment that we can do nothing about it. And why has that sentiment grown so powerful? It is because there really is no agent to mediate the feelings people have and organize those people. The effect is that discontent can be widespread, but without such an agent it will remain at the level of individual disaffection. That easily converts into depression as well, which is one of the stories I try and tell in my book, Capitalist Realism. I deal with the association between post-politics, post-ideology, the rise of neoliberalism and the conjoined rise of depression, particularly among young people. I call this process the privatization of stress. I do not want to hang everything on trade union decline. Unions are just an example of what has been removed from the psychic and political infrastructure of people's lives over the last 30 or 40 years. However, in the past, if your pay and conditions got worse, you might go to the unions and organize, whereas now we are encouraged, if, for example, stress at work increases, to see it as our own problem and deal with it as an individual. We must deal with it through self-medication, through antidepressants, which are increasingly widely prescribed, or, if we are lucky, through therapy. But these concerns experienced now as individual psychic pathologies do not really have their roots in brain chemistry, they reside in the wider social field. But, because there is no longer an agent, a mediator, for a class acting collectively, there is no way of tackling that wider social field. Another way of getting to this story is via the restructuring of capital in the late 70s and early 80s, the arrival of post-Fordism. That meant the increasing use of precarious conditions at work, just-in-time production, the dread word flexibility. We must bend to capital, no matter what capital wants, we are required to bend to it and we will bend to it. On the one hand, there was that kind of stick, but there was also at least the appearance of carrots in the 80s. Neoliberalism did not just hammer workers, it encouraged people no longer to identify as workers. Its success was in being able to seduce people out of that identification, and out of class consciousness. The genius at the center of Thatcherism could be found in the selling off of council houses, because alongside the straightforward inducement of owning your own home was the narrative about time and history, whereby Thatcher and people like her were out to make your life more free. They were opposed to those stuck in the mud, central leasing bureaucrats, who want to control your life for you. That involved a very successful harnessing of the desires that had grown up, particularly since the 60s. Part of the problem here was the absence of left response to post-Fordism. Instead there was an attachment to the comfort of old antagonisms, you could say. We had internalized the story that there was a strong workers' movement which depended on unity. What were the conditions for that? Well, we had Fordist labor, the concentration of workers in confined spaces, the domination of the industrial workforce by male workers, etc. The breakdown of those conditions threatened the breakdown of the workers' movement. There was the emergence of a plurality of other struggles, leading to the undermining of the common purpose that the workers' movement once possessed. But that kind of nostalgia for Fordism was actually dangerous. The failure was not that Fordism ended, but that we had no alternative vision of modernity to compete with the neoliberal account. In fact, neoliberalism owns the word modernization now. If you hear the word in news broadcasts, it is synonymous with neoliberalization. Whenever there is a dispute in, say, Royal Mail, the phrasing used is something like, Royal Mail is trying to modernize, but its plans are opposed by workers. But when they say modernize, they really mean privatis and neoliberalis. We saw this with Blairism. Those who wanted to modernize really wanted to neoliberalis the Labour Party. Of course, if you are opposed to modernization, you must be out of touch with reality and you immediately find yourself on the back foot. The left almost seemed to believe it, and the only way to modernize was to make some sort of accommodation with capital. But the opposite mistake was to think that things could stay as they were before, and that was really a very dangerous line to go down. The challenge was to come up with a post-Fordist leftism, a project which was begun in the 80s. But this soon got derailed, as any attempt to do this was seen as just folding to Blairism, even though that was not the case. Education. There is more than just one particular zone where capitalist realism applies, and most of the anecdotes and key concepts that went into the book came from my experiences teaching 16 to 19-year-olds. So let us turn now to the key question of capitalist realism in education. One of its central features in this area is business ontology, as I have called it, which is simply the idea that the only things that actually count, the only criteria that matter, are related to business. Within education we have seen a creeping spread of practices, language, and rhetoric from business. And this has spread into teaching, into the kind of self-policing and self-surveillance teachers are now required to perform. One of the things I try to point out in capitalist realism is the strange anomaly here. One of the things we were sold about neoliberalism was that it liberated us from bureaucracy, that it was only old Stalinists and crusty social democrats who obsess with bureaucracy. Neoliberalism was supposed to cut away the red tape. So why is it that teachers are required to perform more bureaucratic tasks than they ever were in the heyday of social democracy? Simply because neoliberalism has got nothing to do with the freeing of markets, and everything to do with class power. That is reflected in the introduction of certain methods and strategies, ways of assessing teachers and schools, justified because they allegedly increase efficiency. Well, anyone who has engaged in this kind of, to coin another phrase, market Stalinism knows that nowadays what matters is what appears on the forms, irrespective of whether it actually corresponds to reality. It was New Labor which accelerated this development in education by introducing targets. Isn't it interesting that New Labor presented itself as the extreme antithesis of Stalinism, but it ended up reconstituting at a formal level Stalinism's really bad aspects. The language of planned targets has come back, like the return of the repressed. Given that this clearly does not increase efficiency, we need to see it as a disciplinary mechanism, an ideological, redualicing system. If you are a teacher sitting at home filling in lots of forms full of quasi-business rhetoric, you are not going to teach a better lesson the next day. In fact, if you just watched TV and relaxed, you would probably be better equipped in that regard. But the authorities are not idiots, they know this, they know they are not really increasing your performance. So what is the function of these practices? Well, one is obviously discipline and control, control via anxiety, control via the destabilization of professional confidence. These things are framed as continuous professional development, and that sounds good, doesn't it? You always want to learn more, don't you? And now you always have access to training. But what it really means is that your status is never really validated. You are constantly subject to review. And it is a review of a bizarre and Kafkaesque type, because all the assessment criteria are characterized by a strategic vagueness, whereby it might appear possible to fulfill them, but in reality that fulfillment can be constantly deferred. The result is that teachers are in a constant state of anxiety, and anxiety is highly functional from the perspective of those who want to control us. On a second level, it is merely ideological ritual, of exactly the kind that Althusser described. For him, a good part of ideology is made up of ritual. You just repeat the phrases and, as Althusser says, via Pascal, kneel and you will believe. That is a highly ambiguous phrase. Does it mean, kneel, and you will believe afterwards? Or that in the act of kneeling you already believe? I think both, but it reinforces the idea that belief is really the crucial thing about capitalism. And one of the sources of that belief is the contamination of public life and former public services by this kind of incantation and language of business. Many people regard what they are required to do at work as quite ridiculous and ask why they have to do it. Capitalist realism is confronted, as the response comes back, well, you know, it's just how it is now. We don't really believe this stuff, of course, but we just have to go along with it. That is all ideology really needs. You do not have to believe it in your heart of hearts, all you are required to do is act as if you believe it. In education this has been crucial as part of the way in which we view its purpose. Today education is to be determined by the needs of business. Of course, such a tendency has always been present, but there is almost no contesting it anymore. Debt. There are many different dimensions to capitalist realism in education, but the other key one is debt, plainly. What is interesting is that after the phony peace, I suppose you could call it, following 2008, where nothing really significant happened in terms of public displays of anger, the first real manifestation of discontent was the student movement of 2010. Just before it started, I said to a friend of mine that there was going to be some expression of anger over the cuts in higher education, and he responded to the effect that that could not happen. It was just revolutionary nostalgia on my part. I do not tell that story to claim some special prophetic vision, but to illustrate the fact that his view had seemed to be the realistic one. There really had been no sign of such anger erupting. But it did erupt at the end of 2010. Why was that? What was really being argued over with regard to fees? Clearly the rhetoric about paying down the debt is ludicrous, in as far as anyone can make out anything in this necromantic economics surrounding university fees. It seems that it is costing the government more to impose this new system anyway, so it has actually increased the deficit. What were they actually trying to achieve with this massive hike in fees? To me it is obvious that this is another version of the production of a certain kind of anxiety. The student population had to be constituted as debtors. There was a good piece by Mark Bolton in the New Left Project arguing that debt is now the key social category in capitalism. Capital does not need to work in the same way as before, but it does need us to be in debt, a main source of our subjectivity. Point 2. What is debt? It is also a capture of time, of our future. So the confrontation with university students in the UK is a dramatic example of the kind of switch around we have seen, a struggle over the use of time. What was university like when I went? First, I did not pay a penny in fees, and, secondly, I received a maintenance grant, upon which it was possible to actually live if you were quite frugal. In other words, there was this funded time outside the frenetic activity of work. I say that because now work has changed into simply a means of paying off debt. The article in the New Left Project was arguing against a ludicrous right-wing Tory book, Britannia Unchained, which claims that Britain had been chained up, but those chains have now been cut. So how are we freed as a result? We can work harder and longer, even harder than those Chinese, because we need to do a far better job of exploiting ourselves than we have up to now. But the reality of work is that it does not pay enough, and that is why we are in debt. This government has attempted to moralize a debt. It is analogous to the ludicrous assertion it keeps making that the crisis was caused by new labor overspending, just like an individual who has maxed out their credit cards. Of course, it was not a moral failing at all when people relied so much on their credit cards. It was unavoidable. More importantly, the entire economy now needs people to be in debt. They are doing their duty to capital. That duty to capital in the past is used as a new reason in the present to exploit them further, to cut their public services and standards of living. It would be funny if it were not so grotesque. But this ridiculous personalization of debt, as if it were a moral failing, is the meat and drink of capitalist realism. Connected to this is the reduction in the amount of time that could be spent for purposes other than the kind of frenetic anxiety related to the world of work. That Tory book is really part of this attempt to impose such anxiety. We are not working hard enough, after all. What we have seen with the coalition government is the systematic shutting down of space where time could be used differently. This has a massive impact on culture, because it was within those spaces that any alternative culture could be produced. Many of the key developments in popular culture since the 1960s were facilitated by the space provided by the welfare state, social housing, etc. They amounted to a kind of indirect funding for cultural production. With those spaces closed down, much of the culture of late capitalist Britain is moribund, miserable, repetitious, and homogeneous. Another one of the paradoxes of capitalist realism is the hyper-regulation of learning in the classroom, so that any deviation from the official program is closed down. When you step outside the narrow parameters of the examination drill, students themselves will complain today. They will ask, is this going to be in the exam? A narrow teleological focus is what is inculcated, along with the superinstrumentalization of education. Of course, One of the things senior management is trying to do with the introduction of fees is to create a split between students and lecturers. As the students are paying more in fees, it is expected that they will demand more from the lecturers. Management is fairly cynically trying to get students to behave as aggrieved consumers who should demand more for their money, but the problem is that none of that extra money is going to the lecturers. I know of a communication from a senior manager at a higher education institution saying that, in the wake of the hike in fees, we'd better prepare ourselves for students demanding more. Which means that lecturers will have to work more for the same money. In it together? How is it possible to impose all this? Well, only because of the general ideological atmosphere of capitalist realism. Whilst I do not agree with Paul Mason, capitalist realism has certainly changed its form compared to before 2008. Then it had a bullish quality that declared, either you get on board with us or you're a sad loser who will die drinking meths in a gutter if you're lucky. Since 2008, it has had a more desperate quality, which is what lies behind the ostensibly inclusive rhetoric of we're all in it together. In other words, if we do not all pull together, we will all go down, rather different from the previous implication that anyone who does not come on board will just be crushed beneath the juggernaut of capital. So the tone of capitalist realism has changed, but harsh measures have been imposed very quickly because of the absence of an alternative. In fact, it is even worse than that, because the previous form of the system to which we are told there is no alternative is now impossible. There is no returning to pre-2008 capital. Capital has no idea of any solution to the crises which led up to 2008. There is no guarantee that the current crisis can be ended, because capital's means of keeping wages low and demand up was debt itself. If you make debt harder to come by, then what is going to take its place? There is no answer to that, and plainly capital's apologists are just flailing about. Their only answer has been the strategy of austerity, which in large part has been based on a historical forgetting of why the welfare state was introduced. It was introduced not out of the kindness and largesse of the capitalists, but as revolution insurance, so that widespread discontent did not spill over into revolution. They have forgotten that, and as a consequence they think they can keep pulling away those social safety nets without any problem. Last year's riots give us a glimpse of some oft possible repercussions. What then can we do? Well, it is first necessary to defeat the anarchists. I am only half joking about that. It is essential that we ask why it is that neo-anarchist ideas are so dominant amongst young people, and especially undergraduates. The blunt answer is that, although anarchist tactics are the most ineffective in attempting to defeat capital, capital has destroyed all the tactics that were effective, leaving this rump to propagate itself within the movement. There is an uncomfortable synergy between the rhetoric of the big society and a lot of the neo-anarchist ideas and concepts. For example, one of the things which is particularly pernicious about some of the dominant ideas within anarchism at the moment is their disengagement from the mainstream. There is the idea, for instance, that the mainstream media is an inherently corrupt monolith. The point is that it is completely corrupt, but it is not a monolith. It is a terrain that is effectively controlled at present by neoliberals, who took the fight over the mainstream media very seriously, and consequently won that struggle. One of the things which I am pushing for is media consciousness raising with some younger people. For example, Channel 4 used to have hour-long programs featuring a debate between three philosophers. Now Big Brother takes up that slot. The slot once occupied by European art cinema is now taken by location. If you want to look at the changes in British society, politically and culturally over the last 30 years, then there is no better example than Channel 4. Why is that? Because Channel 4 emerged as a result of all sorts of struggles within the media for control of things like film, and people took that very seriously. Alongside the labor struggles of the 80s, there were also cultural struggles. Both were defeated, but at the time it was by no means obvious that they would be. If you remember, the 80s were the time when there were moral panics about loony left councils, and there was also a moral panic over Channel 4 with its politically correct lefties, who were supposedly taking over broadcasting. That is part of what I mean by an alternative modernity, an alternative to the neoliberal modernity, which is actually just a return to the 19th century in many ways. But the idea that the mainstream culture is inherently co-opted, and all we can do is withdraw from it, is deeply flawed. The same is true about parliamentary politics. You should not pin all of your hopes on parliamentary politics, because that would be sad and ludicrous, but, at the same time, if it was pointless, then you have to ask why the business class expends so many resources in subjugating Parliament to its own interests. Again, the neo-anarchist idea that the state is finished, that we do not need to participate in it at all, is deeply pernicious. It is not that parliamentary politics will achieve much on its own. The object lesson of what happens if you believe that to be the case was New Labour. Power without hegemony, that is effectively what New Labour was. But that is pointless. You cannot hope to achieve anything through an electoral machine alone. But it is hard to see how struggles can succeed without being part of an ensemble. We have to win back the idea that it is about winning the hegemonic struggle in society on different fronts at the same time. Because the anti-capitalist movements that have arisen since the 90s have ultimately done nothing, they have caused capital no concern at all. It has been so easy to root around them. Part of the reason for that is the fact that they have taken place out on the street, ignoring the politics of the workplace and of the everyday. And that feels remote to ordinary working people, because at least with the unions, for all their flaws, there was a direct connection between everyday lives and politics. That connection is now missing, and anti-capitalist movements have not provided it. Coordination. It seems to me that the crucial question now is coordination, and so many debates around centralization versus decentralization, top-down versus horizontal, obfuscate the real issues, which are about what is the most effective form of coordination against capital. Coordination does not need centralization. In order for things to have common purpose, they do not have to be centralized. We need to resist the false oppositions which come out of the way neo-anarchist ideas are narrativized. Obviously, all the anti-capitalist movements, right up to Occupy, have managed to mobilize a disaffection, but they have not been able to coordinate it in a way that causes capital any long-term problems at all. What could coordinate discontent? And what could convert ambient disaffection into sustainable antagonism? It is a lack of the sustainability of these antagonisms which is part of the problem with them. Another problem with them, which my comrade, Jeremy Gilbert, has raised, is their lack of institutional memory. If you do not have something like a party structure, then you do not have institutional memory, and you just end up repeating the same mistakes over and over. There is far too much toleration of failure on our side. If I ever have to hear that Samuel Beckett quote, "Try again, fail better," I will go mad. Why do we even think in these terms? There is no honor in failure, although there is no shame in it if you have tried to succeed. Instead of that stupid slogan, we should aim to learn from our mistakes in order to succeed next time. The odds might be stacked in such a way that we do keep losing, but the point is to increase our collective intelligence. That requires, if not a party structure of the old type, then at least some kind of system of coordination and some system of memory. Capital has this, and we need it too to be able to fight back. The happiness of Margaret Thatcher? So they win again. If anything is to be taken from the miserable time we endured last week, it must be to learn some lessons about how the enemy operates. It couldn't have worked much better from their point of view. A series of punitive attacks on the poorest and most vulnerable in society ended up being simultaneously cloaked and justified by the brazen hijacking of an appalling, aberrant act of violence. This is one part of the legacy of Thatcher that we will be invited to reflect upon in the coming days. The bitter edge to all those leftist celebrations of Thatcher's death is all too evident. She retired from the field of class war 20 years ago, her work a spectacular success. Looking at Britain now, a country much more Thatcherite than when she left office, she could have died a happy woman. The Tories have long been struggling with the problem of how to escape Thatcher's shadow while continuing her project. Last week, we saw their quest to square a circle, how to lose their nasty party image while actually intensifying the attack on the remnants of social democracy bearing some fruit. Helmed by the reinvented IDS, now cast as a caring but tough-minded friend of the poor, the simple strategy has involved the displacement of the concept of unemployment by that of welfare dependency. The idea of welfare dependency is inherently obfuscatory, part of the inverted world of magical thinking the Tories have been all too successful at pushing in opposition. In Thatcher's day, unemployment was the price to pay for reconstruction. Now, insofar as the Tories now mention unemployment at all, it is posited only as an effect of welfare dependency. Just as the state crowds out private sector entrepreneurialism, so we are solemnly informed the benefit system obstructs the capacity of people to act in their own interests. The Tories now can sound like inverted Marxists who aren't attacking individuals, but the system which produces their behavior. In the immortal words of Grant Shapps, it is not that these people were trying to play the system, so much as these people were forced into a system that played them. By shifting the focus onto the benefits system, the Tories can pose as the good patrician parent, offering the tough love solution to the bureaucratic indulgences of left paternalism. Meanwhile, Labour shuffles uncomfortably in the shadows, looking at its feet, before offering up its depressing policy review on the future of welfare. This confirms what few could have doubted, that Labour has learned next to nothing from the failures of Blairism, and that its only strategy is to hide out, do nothing to frighten the horses, and wait for government to be handed back to them as a consequence of discontent with the Tories. Without Blair's charismatic thespianry and false hopes, without even the Shakespearean drama of Brown's blighted leadership, an atmosphere of deathly, affectless decadence has settled over the Labour Party. Populist but not very popular, Labour has become a dead mechanism animated by a blind drive, win elections. It is an election-winning machine which can barely win elections, and which has long ago forgotten why you would want to win an election in the first place. By contrast, the Tories have a feverish sense of purpose. They serve ruling class interests even when not in power by dragging the centre ground to the right. Once in government, they impose their policy agenda at high speed, without majority or mandate, retrospectively justifying it, if they bother to justify it at all, with the kind of debate we saw last week. No doubt Labour's silence last week allowing it to seem as if Owen Jones was the only voice speaking up on mainstream media against the benefit cuts is motivated by its awareness that attacks on benefits are popular amongst elements of the working class degree, but rather than challenging this failure of class consciousness and the myths which contribute to it, rather than beginning the difficult work of unpicking this negative solidarity, Labour of course acquiesces in it. The fact that the right is using value-laden and pejorative language when discussing benefits and welfare is not some moral or intellectual error on its part. It is a crude but remorselessly effective form of neurolinguistic programming, designed to create a series of enduring associations which become embedded in the political unconscious. Here, as with the infamous attempts to shift the blame for the deficit from capitalist crisis onto the Labour Party, the technique is incantatory repetition. The Tories know that if phrases and memes are repeated enough times, facts can be suspended. The reality technicians running the right understand that, as Freud said, there is no negation in the unconscious. No matter how much Owen Jones refuted the arguments of the right on radio and TV last week, they made hegemonic ground simply by the fact that they had managed to create a chain of equivalence connecting a child murderer with welfare. Whether the right actually choreographed their positions doesn't much matter, they still functioned as a coordinated campaign. The Mail fulfilled its usual role as outlier, floating an outrageous position which it inevitably tempts other media outlets into propagating, thus allowing Cameron and Osborne to respond in an apparently more measured but actually only minimally distanced way. The right won ground by the sheer fact that the debate was happening, and anything we do could only ever be a question of clawing back territory. The right is on the front foot, and we, as ever, are playing catch-up. It's worth reflecting a little on the techniques deployed by the Mail, the most read online newspaper in the world, remember, not least because they involve a certain complicity on our part. Outrage is the Mail's stock in trade, and the bind we're in is that we seem compelled to provide more than our fair share of it. Outrage is not merely impotent, it is actively counterproductive, feeding the very enemy we claim to want to defeat. That's because, firstly, outrage is part of the very currency of what Jody Dean calls communicative capitalism, which depends not on content but on the sheer circulation of messages. Even when the Mail was vilified for its headline, such vilification only becomes the libidinal juice of the Mail's communicative capitalism. Secondly, since there is an infinite supply of things to be outraged about, the tendency towards outrage indefinitely locks us up in a series of reactive battles, fought on the enemy's territory and on its terms. Thirdly, outrage reflects a fundamental political misunderstanding, both of our opponents and of the war that they are waging. Such outrage, as Wendy Brown puts it in her crucial essay Moralism as Anti-Politics, implicitly figures the state as if it did not have specific political and economic investments, as if it were not the codification of various dominant social powers, but was, rather, a momentarily misguided parent who forgot her promise to treat all her children the same way. We use the rhetoric of class war, but too often we behave as if we are engaging in liberal debate with ungentlemanly opponents, whose social power will evaporate once the errors in their arguments are pointed out. In an important blog post last year registered, Adam Kotsko discussed this liberal leftist compulsion rife in social media to point to superficial contradictions in conservative ideology. They believe in small government, until it comes time to control women's bodies. Zing. The problem is that these kind of sarcastic dismissals confuse argumentative or philosophical incoherence with strategic incoherence. The stated rationales for right-wing positions may not make much add up philosophically, but seen in terms of strategy, they all make perfect sense. Taken together, they serve to blame the victims, assert that the powerful are powerful for moral reasons, and then claim that the role of government is to endorse and reinforce the morally discovered power structure rather than futilely try to disrupt it. The arguments might clash on a superficial level, but their effects are perfectly coherent and rational once the goal is granted. As Kotsko observes, the stated rationales are libidinal lures which function as a kind of weapon against liberals, who jump at the chance to engage and disprove and will happily waste infinite amounts of time doing so. It's like a drug for a certain type of reasonable liberal, they're showing their broad-mindedness by engaging in dialogue with their ideological enemies, and they're showing their intellectual superiority. The implication of all this is not that we should withdraw from the debates the right imposes. Once these debates have been set up, we need to firefight, and Owen Jones did a great job last week. But if the right have engaged our resources in permanent firefight mode, that is already a significant victory for it. Just as we can't simply withdraw from debates, we can't just ignore the Mail either. The idea that the Mail will vanish if we simply don't click on links to its stories is as fallacious as the idea that we can destroy capitalism by being ethical consumers. Ignoring the Mail will only mean that we don't come to terms with the way it shapes what is taken for social reality. We must engage, just not on its terms. Instead of the hot response of outrage, we need a cooler stance of appraising the enemy's weapons and strategies, and thinking about how to counter, overcome and ultimately outtweet them. Is a left-wing version of the Mail possible? If not, how could we construct a discursive hub that is as successful for the left as the Mail is for the right? This needs to be part of a broader strategy of devoting our energy and resources to goals and projects that will deliver change in the long term, breaking us out of the short-termism that has become endemic in the age of Twitter. What we need to overturn is something that has been the case since before Thatcher's rise to power: the tendency for reactionary political forces to be proactive, and for progressives to be reactive. Suffering with a smile. Usually get up at 5 or 5:15 am. Historically, I would start sending emails when I got up. But not everyone is on my time schedule, so I have tried to wait until 7 am. Before I email, I work out, read, and use our products. I am not a big sleeper and never have been. Life is too exciting to sleep. I quickly scan my emails while my son is taking over my bed and having his milk. Urgent ones I reply to there and then. I flag others to follow up on my commute into work. I receive an average of 500 emails a day, so I email throughout the day. What time do CEOs wake up? These two accounts, both taken from a Guardian article entitled "What Time Do CEOs Wake Up?", might have been designed to illustrate the theses of post-autonomous theorists such as Antonio Negri, Paolo Verno, and Franco Bifo Berardi. Labor is essentially communicative. The boundaries between work and life are permeable. The incessant demands of semia-capitalism stretch the limits of physical organisms. Email means that there is no such thing as a workplace or a working day. You start working the minute you wake up. These descriptions of a CEO's day also prove Deleuze and Guattari's claim in Anti-Oedipus that, in capitalism, there are no longer even any masters, but only slaves commanding other slaves. The bourgeois sets the example, more utterly enslaved than the lowest of slaves. He is the first servant of the ravenous machine, the beast of the reproduction of capital. I too am a slave. These are the new words spoken by the master degree. At the top of the tower, there is no liberation from work. There is just more work. The only difference is that you might now enjoy it. For these CEOs, work is closer to an addiction than something they are forced to do. In a provisional formulation, we might want to posit a new way of construing class antagonism. There are now two classes, those addicted to work, and those forced to work. But this isn't quite accurate. Whether we are working for our employers or for Mark Zuckerberg, most of us find ourselves compulsively gripped by the imperatives of communicative capitalism. This mode of work makes Sisyphus's interminable labors seem quaint. At least, Sisyphus was condemned to perform the same task over and over again. Semio-capitalism is more like confronting the mythical Hydra. Cut off one head and three more grow in its place. The more emails we answer, the more we receive in return. The good old days of exploitation, where the boss was interested in the worker only to the extent that they produced a commodity which could be sold at a profit, are long gone. Work then meant the annihilation of subjectivity, your reduction to an impersonal machine part. It was the price that you paid for time away from work. Now, there is no time away from work, and work is not opposed to subjectivity. All time is entrepreneurial time because we are the commodities, so that any time not spent selling ourselves is wasted time. Hence, like the characters in the film Limitless, we're always seeking ways to increase the time available to us via intoxicants, cutting back on sleep, working while we commute. The unemployed do not escape this condition. The simulation tasks that they are now induced to perform in order to qualify for benefit are more than preparations for the futility of paid work. They are already work. Being exploited is no longer enough. The nature of labor now is such that almost anyone, no matter how menial their position, is required to be seen investing in their work. What we are forced into is not merely work, in the old sense of undertaking an activity we don't want to perform. No, now we are forced to act as if we want to work. Even if we want to work in a burger franchise, we have to prove that, like reality TV contestants, we really want it. The notorious shift towards effective labor in the global north means that it is no longer possible to just turn up at work and be miserable. Your misery has to be concealed. Who wants to listen to a depressed call center worker, to be served by a sad waiter, or be taught by an unhappy lecturer? Yet that's not quite right. The subjugatory libidinal forces that draw enjoyment from the current cult of work don't want us to entirely conceal our misery. For what enjoyment is there to be had from exploiting a worker who actually delights in their work? In his sequel to Blade Runner, The Edge of Human, Kilowatt, Jeter provides an insight into the libidinal economics of work and suffering. One of the novel's characters answers the question of why, in Blade Runner's future world, the Tyrell Corporation bothered developing replicants. Why should the off-world colonists want troublesome, human-like slaves rather than nice, efficient machines. It's simple. Machines don't suffer. They aren't capable of it. A machine doesn't know when it's being raped. There's no power relationship between you and a machine. For the replicant to suffer, to give its owners that whole master-slave energy, it has to have emotions. The replicant's emotions aren't a design flaw. The Tyrell Corporation put them there. Because that's what our customers wanted. The reason that it's so easy to whip up loathing for benefit scroungers is that in the reactionary fantasy, they have escaped the suffering to which those in work have to submit. This fantasy tells its own story. The hatred for benefits claimants is really about how much people hate their own work. Others should suffer as we do, the slogan of a negative solidarity that cannot imagine any escape from the immiseration of work. To understand work now, consider the pornographic practice of bukkake. Here, men ejaculate in women's faces, and the women are required to act as if they enjoy it, to lasciviously lick the semen from their lips as if it is the most delicious honey. What's being elicited from the women is an act of simulation. The humiliation is not adequate unless they are seen to be performing an enjoyment they don't actually feel. Paradoxically, however, the subjugation is only complete if there are some traces of resistance. A happy smile, ritualist submission, this is nothing unless signs of misery can also be detected in the eyes. How to kill a zombie, straightgazing the end of neoliberalism 1. Why has the left made so little progress 5 years after a major crisis of capitalism discredited neoliberalism? Since 2008, neoliberalism might have been deprived of the feverish forward momentum it once possessed, but it is nowhere near collapsing. Neoliberalism now shambles on as zombie, but as the aficionados of zombie films are well aware, it is sometimes harder to kill a zombie than a living person. At the conference in York, Milton Friedman's notorious remark was quoted a number of times. Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. That, I believe, is our basic function, to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable. The problem is that although the 2008 crisis was caused by neoliberal policies, those self-same policies remain practically the only ones lying around. As a consequence, neoliberalism is still politically inevitable. It is by no means clear that the public has ever embraced neoliberal doctrines with much enthusiasm, but what people have been persuaded of is the idea that there is no alternative to neoliberalism. The acceptance of this state of affairs is the hallmark of capitalist realism. Neoliberalism may not have succeeded in making itself more attractive than other systems, but it has sold itself as the only realistic mode of governance. The sense of realism here is a hard-won political achievement, and neoliberalism has succeeded in imposing a model of reality modeled on practices and assumptions coming out of the business world. Neoliberalism consolidated the discrediting of state socialism, establishing a vision of history in which it laid claim to the future and consigned the left to obsolescence. It captured the discontent with centralist bureaucratic leftism, successfully absorbing and metabolising the desires for freedom and autonomy that had emerged in the wake of the 60s. But, and this is a crucial point, this isn't to say that those desires inevitably and necessarily led to the rise of neoliberalism. Rather, we can see the success of neoliberalism as a symptom of the leftist failure to adequately respond to these new desires. As Stuart Hall and others involved in the New Times project of the 1980s prophetically insisted, this failure would prove catastrophic for the left. Capitalist realism can be described as the belief that there is no alternative to capitalism. However, it is more usually manifest not in grand claims about political economy, but in more banal behaviors and expectations, such as our weary acceptance that pay and conditions will stagnate or deteriorate. Capitalist realism has been sold us to by managers who tell us that things are different now. The age of the organized working class is over, union power is receding, business now rules, and we must fall into line. The self-surveillance work that workers are now routinely required to perform, all those self-assessments, performance reviews, logbooks, is, we have been persuaded, a small price to pay for keeping our jobs. Take the Research Excellence Framework, a system for assessing the research output of academics in the UK. This massive system of bureaucratic monitoring is widely reviled by those subject to it, but any opposition to it has so far been token. This double situation in which something is loathed but at the same time complied with is typical of capitalist realism, and is particularly poignant in the case of academia, one of the supposed strongholds of the left. Capitalist realism is an expression of class decomposition, and a consequence of the disintegration of class consciousness. Fundamentally, neoliberalism must be seen as a project which aimed to achieve this end. It was not primarily, at least not in practice, dedicated to freeing up the market from state control. Rather, it was about subordinating the state to the power of capital. As David Harvey has tirelessly argued, neoliberalism was a project which aimed to reassert class power. As the traditional sources of working class power were defeated or subdued, neoliberal doctrines functioned as weapons in a class war increasingly fought by one side only. Concepts like the market and competition have functioned not as the real ends of neoliberal policy, but as its guiding myths and ideological alibi. Capital has no interest in either the health of markets, or in competition. As Manuel de Landa, following Fernand Braudel, has argued, capitalism, with its tendency towards monopoly and oligopoly, can more accurately be defined as anti-market rather than as a system which promotes thriving markets. David Blacker mordantly observes in his forthcoming book, The Falling Rate of Learning and the Neoliberal Endgame, that the virtues of competition are conveniently to be reserved only for the masses. Competition and risk is for small businesses and other little people like private and public sector employees. The invocation of competition has functioned as an ideological weapon. Its real aim is the destruction of solidarity, and, as such, it has been remarkably successful. Competition in education is not something that spontaneously emerges once state regulation is removed. On the contrary, it is something actively produced by new kinds of state control. The ref and the school inspections regime overseen in the UK by Ofsted are both classic examples of this syndrome. Since there is no automatic way to marketize education and other public services, and there is no straightforward way of quantifying the productivity of workers such as teachers, the imposition of business discipline has meant the installation of colossal bureaucratic machineries. So an ideology which promised to liberate us from state socialist bureaucracy has instead imposed a bureaucracy all of its own. This only looks like a paradox if we take neoliberalism at its word, but neoliberalism is not classic liberalism. It is not about laissez-faire. As Jeremy Gilbert, developing Foucault's prescient analyses of neoliberalism, has argued, the neoliberal project was always about vigilantly policing a certain model of individualism. Workers have to be continually surveilled for fear they might lapse into collectivity. If we refuse to accept neoliberalism's rationales that control systems brought in from business were intended to improve workers' efficiency, then it becomes clear that the anxiety produced by the ref and other managerialist mechanisms is not some accidental side effect of these systems, it is their real aim. And if neoliberalism will not collapse of its own accord, what can be done to hasten its demise? Reject strategies that don't work. In a dialogue between Franco Bifo Berardi and me, published in Freeze, Berardi talked of our present theoretical impotence in the face of the dehumanizing AE process provoked by finance capitalism. I can't deny reality, Berardi continued. Which seems to me to be this: the last wave of the movement, say 2010 to 2011, was an attempt to revitalize a massive subjectivity. This attempt failed. We have been unable to stop the financial aggression. The movement has now disappeared, only emerging in the form of fragmentary explosions of despair. Bifo, one of the activists involved with the so-called autonomist movement in Italy in the 1970s, here identifies the rhythm that has defined anti-capitalist struggle since 2008. Exhilarating outbursts of militancy recede as quickly as they erupt, without producing any sustained change. I hereby Fo's remarks as a requiem for the horizontalist strategies that have dominated anti-capitalism since the 90s. The problem with these strategies is not their aims, the abolition of hierarchy, the rejection of authoritarianism, but their efficacy. Hierarchy cannot be abolished by fiat, and a movement which fetishizes organizational form over effectiveness concedes ground to the enemy. The dismantling of the many existing forms of stratification will be a long, arduous, and attritional process. It isn't simply a matter of eschewing leaders and adopting horizontal forms of organization. Neo-anarchist horizontalism has tended to favor strategies of direct action and withdrawal. People need to take action now and for themselves, not wait for compromised elected representatives to act in their stead. At the same time, they should withdraw from institutions that are not contingently, but necessarily corrupt. The emphasis on direct action, though, conceals a despair about the possibility of indirect action. Yet it is via indirect action that the control of ideological narratives is achieved. Ideology isn't about what you or I spontaneously believe, but about what we believe that the other believes, and this belief is still determined to a large extent by the content of mainstream media. Neo-anarchist doctrine maintains that we should abandon mainstream media and parliament, but our abandoning it has only allowed the neoliberals to extend their power and influence. The neoliberal right might preach the end of the state, but only while ensuring that it controls governments. Only the horizontalist left believes the rhetoric about the obsolescence of the state. The danger of the neo-anarchist critique is that it essentializes the state, parliamentary democracy, and mainstream media, but none of these things is forever fixed. They are mutable terrains to be struggled over, and the shape they now assume is itself the effect of previous struggles. It seems, at times, as if the horizontalists want to occupy everything except parliament and the mainstream media. But why not occupy the state and the media too? Neo-anarchism isn't so much of a challenge to capitalist realism as it is one of its effects. Anarchist fatalism, according to which it is easier to imagine the end of capitalism than a left-wing Labour Party, is the complement of the capitalist realist insistence that there is no alternative to capitalism. None of this is to say that occupying mainstream media or politics will be enough in themselves. If New Labour taught us anything, it was that holding office is by no means the same thing as winning hegemony. Yet without a parliamentary strategy of some kind, movements will keep foundering and collapsing. The task is to make the links between the extra-parliamentary energies of the movements and the pragmatism of those within existing institutions. Retrain ourselves to adopt a war mentality. If you want to consider the most telling drawback of horizontalism, though, think about how it looks from the perspective of the enemy. Capital must be delighted by the popularity of horizontalist discourses in the anti-capitalist movement. Would you rather face a carefully coordinated enemy, or one that takes decisions via 9-hour assemblies? Which isn't to say that we should fall back into the consoling fantasy that any kind of return to old-school Leninism is either possible or desirable. The fact that we have been left with a choice between Leninism and anarchism is a measure of current leftist impotence. It's crucial to leave behind this sterile binary. The struggle against authoritarianism needn't entail neo-anarchism, just as effective organization doesn't necessarily require a Leninist party. What is required, however, is taking seriously the fact that we are up against an enemy that has no doubt at all that it is in a class war, and which devotes many of its enormous resources training its people to fight it. There's a reason that MBA students read The Art of War, and if we are to make progress we have to rediscover the desire to win and the confidence that we can. We must learn to overcome certain habits of anti-Stalinist thinking. The danger is not anymore, nor has it been for some time, excessive dogmatic fervor on our side. Instead, the post-68 left has tended to overvalue the negative capability of remaining in doubt, skepticism, and uncertainties. This may be an aesthetic virtue, but it is a political vice. The self-doubt that has been endemic on the left since the 60s is little in evidence on the right. One reason that the right has been so successful in imposing its program. Many on the left now quail at the thought of formulating a program, still less imposing one. but we have to give up on the belief that people will spontaneously turn to the left, or that neoliberalism will collapse without our actively dismantling it. Rethink solidarity. The old solidarity that neoliberalism decomposed has gone, never to return. But this does not mean that we are consigned to atomist individualism. Our challenge now is to reinvent solidarity. Alex Williams has come up with the suggestive formulation post-Fordist plasticity to describe what this new solidarity might look like. As Catherine Malibu has shown, plasticity is not the same as elasticity. Elasticity is equivalent to the flexibility which neoliberalism demands of us, in which we assume a form imposed from outside. But plasticity is something else. It implies both adaptability and resilience, a capacity for modification which also retains a memory of previous encounters. Rethinking solidarity in these terms may help us to give up some tired assumptions. This kind of solidarity doesn't necessarily entail overarching unity or centralist control. But moving beyond unity needn't lead us into the flatness of horizontalism, either. Instead of the rigidity of unity, the aspiration for which, ironically, has contributed to the left's notorious sectarianism, what we need is the coordination of diverse groups, resources, and desires. The right have been better postmodernists than us, building successful coalitions out of heterogeneous interest groups without the need for an overall unity. We must learn from them, to start to build a similar patchwork on our side. This is more a logistical problem than a philosophical one. In addition to the plasticity of organizational form, we need also to pay attention to the plasticity of desire. Freud said that the libidinal drives are extraordinarily plastic. If desire is not a fixed biological essence, then there is no natural desire for capitalism. Desire is always composed. Advertisers, branders, and PR consultants have always known this, and the struggle against neoliberalism will require that we construct an alternative model of desire that can compete with the one pushed by capital's libidinal technicians. What's certain is that we are now in an ideological wasteland in which neoliberalism is dominant only by default. The terrain is up for grabs, and Friedman's remark should be our inspiration. It is now our task to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable. Getting away with murder. The Mark Duggan verdict was both shocking and predictable. Shocking, because it is a verdict that so clearly ignores not only evidence but blatant inconsistencies in evidence. Predictable, because we are now accustomed to seeing the Met getting away with murder. As Stafford Scott's piece in The Guardian * today makes clear, the police case explanation for what happened was an obvious fabrication that lacked even minimal coherence. It's a classic example of kettle logic, in which the police's obvious cover-up actually undermined the rationale for shooting Duggan. Either Mark Duggan was holding a gun when he died, as Officer V53 claimed at the inquest, or he threw the gun away. If the former, how could the gun end up 7 meters away from him? If the latter, then how could Mark Duggan have been thought to have posed sufficient threat that he had to be shot dead? At best, the operation was a monumental blunder compounded by a cover-up which was at least as inept. So, how do we explain the jury's perverse decision? Partly, we have to look to the legal framework itself. As Christian Werthschult observed in a Facebook comment last night, when we read the official verdict, we see that the jury is somehow made to ask themselves if they had felt threatened if they'd been in the shoes of the police officer in order to conclude if the killing was lawful or not. Inevitably this will lead to a "oh, I would have been scared, too" reaction. This is both absurd and terrifying, given the amount of submachine guns that Met officers carry around London. If the question posed to juries in such cases is going to be, might you, an ordinary member of the public, have been scared, then it's hard to see what would ever constitute an unlawful killing. Then we have to look at the broader reality management operation that swings into place in these contingencies. If the Plebgate story revealed anything, it was the brazen and slapdash nature of Met fabrications, which they can get away with because they can usually count on the supine support of Tories and the right-wing press. In the Duggan case, we saw the Met's standard tactic of leading with a totally false story which is later repudiated but only after the tone has been set. Then there is the demonization of the victim, which Stafford Scott describes. Immediately after the shooting, the police and the Independent Police Complaints Commission began to brief the media with inaccurate and misleading information that ensured that Duggan was demonized, even before his body had turned cold. The headlines declared him a gangster who was on a mission to avenge the killing of his cousin, Kelvin Easton. However, during the inquest no evidence was offered in support of this claim. It was further alleged that he was a large-scale drugs dealer, but yet again not a shred of evidence was provided to substantiate these allegations. But that did not matter, the mud had been slung and it clearly stuck as it was designed to. Even now most people still do not realize that he was only ever convicted for 2 relatively minor offenses, 1 count of cannabis possession, and 1 count of receiving stolen goods. The description of Mark Duggan as a gangster then reliably triggers a whole set of racist associations, which we can quickly grasp when we compare the way in which white criminals such as the Krays, or Ronnie Biggs are mythologized. We might also pause to note that Rahul Mode was able to kill people over the course of a number of days before shooting himself. All of this then prepares the way, not only for the jury to see Mark Duggan in the worst possible light, but for those hearing of the verdict to agree with the jury's exculpation of the police marksman. I saw any number of comments last night to the effect of, well, he had a gun, what was he going to do with it? Again, this is terrifying. Apparently, it was okay to kill Mark Duggan because of what he might have done. The era of pre-crime is truly upon us. Then, of course, there is the massive overload of ambient propaganda in favor of the police. The police don't themselves have to generate this, it is freely provided by the right-wing media, but also by a popular culture which overwhelmingly depicts the police as either heroic or ordinary but flawed people, doing a tough job. All of this must have produced some sort of cognitive dissonance in the jury. All the evidence pointed to Duggan not being armed when he was shot, as the jury itself conceded. Furthermore, the blatant cover-up with the gun should have fatally undermined the Met story. But no, the police cannot be guilty, a priori, therefore they are not. Now the verdict has to be protected, and the next stage of reality management comes into effect. What we're now seeing at the moment is the trooping out of right-wing politicians and commentators calling on Mark Duggan's family to respect the law. As with the families of the Hillsborough victims, the family will now be smeared as crazed with grief, hysterical. Their desire to set right a terrible injustice will be pathologized and attributed to an inability to move on. If the reality management system is allowed to do its work unobstructed, we can expect the truth to dribble out in 20 or 30 years' time, as it did with Hillsborough, or, more recently, with the miners' strike. By then, the man who pulled the trigger and those who aided and abetted in the cover-up will be either pensioned off or dead. Either way, they will be beyond the reach of any justice. I write this not as some ACAB anarchist, but as someone well aware of the mundane realities of much police work, which increasingly involves attempting to manage the disintegration of civil society brought about by neoliberalism. Yet surely it is by now clear that the Met is a systematically corrupt force. It is equally clear that the IPCC is a joke, and that courts cannot be relied upon to deliver the right verdicts. Systemic problems require systemic solutions. While Mark Duggan's family must be supported in their quest for justice, this should not allowed to be seen as an isolated incident. Somehow, the whole system, the Met, the media, the judiciary which produced this perverse verdict, needs to be brought to account, and ultimately replaced. The significance of Hackgate was that it started to bring these systemic complicities, this dark network comprising private investigators, the criminal underworld, tabloid newspapers, multinational media conglomerates, the police, politicians, the banks, and the bodies supposed to regulate them into the open. The reality management system was strained then, but whether it will suffer any serious damage will be partly determined by the results of the ongoing trial of 2 of Murdoch's reality managers. It might be that, as with Vito and Michael Corleone, there are too many layers of subordinates between Carlson and Brooks and those who committed the actual crimes for a jury to find them guilty this time. But the cracks in the old reality management system are real. It's an open question as to how long they can keep being smoothed over. No one is bored, everything is boring. One of the most intriguing and provocative pieces on politics and culture this year was "We are all very anxious" by the Institute of Precarious Consciousness. It argues that the key problematic affect capitalism now faces is anxiety. In an earlier, Fordist era, it was boredom that was the dominant reactive affect. Repetitive labor on production lines engendered boredom, which was both the central form of subjugation under Fordism and the source of a new oppositional politics. It could be argued that the failure of the traditional left is tied up with its inability adequately to engage with this politics of boredom, which wasn't articulated via trade unions or political parties, but via the cultural politics of the situationists and the punks. It was the neoliberals, not the organized left, who were best able to absorb and instrumentalize this critique of boredom. Neoliberals quickly moved to associate Fordist factories and the stability and security of social democracy with tedium, predictability and top-down bureaucracy. In place of this, the neoliberals offered excitement and unpredictability, but the downside of these newly fluid conditions is perpetual anxiety. Anxiety is the emotional state that correlates with the precariousness which neoliberal governance has normalized. The Institute of Precarious Consciousness were right to observe that too much anti-capitalist politics is locked into strategies and perspectives that were formed in an era when the struggle was against boredom. They are also correct both that capitalism has effectively solved the problem of boredom, and that it is crucial that the left finds ways of politicizing anxiety. Neoliberal culture, which came to dominance as the anti-psychiatry movement was waning, has individualized depression and anxiety. Or rather, many cases of depression and anxiety are the effects of neoliberalism's successful tendency to privatize stress, to convert political antagonisms into medical conditions. At the same time, I believe that the argument about boredom has to be somewhat nuanced. It is certainly true that one could feel almost nostalgic for boredom 1.0. The dreary void of Sundays, the night hours after television stopped broadcasting, even the endless dragging minutes waiting in queues or for public transport. For anyone who has a smartphone, this empty time has now been effectively eliminated. In the intensive, 24/7 environment of capitalist cyberspace, the brain is no longer allowed any time to idle. Instead, it is inundated with a seamless flow of low-level stimulus. Yet boredom was ambivalent. It wasn't simply a negative feeling that one simply wanted rid of. For punk, the vacancy of boredom was a challenge, an injunction, and an opportunity. If we are bored, then it is for us to produce something that will fill up the space. Yet, it is through this demand for participation that capitalism has neutralized boredom. Now, rather than imposing a pacifying spectacle on us, capitalist corporations go out of their way to invite us to interact, to generate our own content, to join the debate. There is now neither an excuse nor an opportunity to be bored. But if the contemporary form of capitalism has extirpated boredom, it has not vanquished the boring. On the contrary, you could argue that the boring is ubiquitous. For the most part, we've given up any expectation of being surprised by culture, and that goes for experimental culture as much as popular culture. Whether it is music that sounds like it could have come out 20, 30, 40 years ago, Hollywood blockbusters that recycle and reboot concepts, characters, and tropes that were exhausted long ago, or the tired gestures of so much contemporary art, the boring is everywhere. It is just that no one is bored because there is no longer any subject capable of being bored. For boredom is a state of absorption, a state of high absorption, in fact, which is why it is such an oppressive feeling. Boredom consumes our being. We feel we will never escape it. But it is just this capacity for absorption that is now under attack, as a result of the constant dispersal of attention, which is integral to capitalist cyberspace. If boredom is a form of empty absorption, then more positive forms of absorption effectively counter it. but it is these forms of absorption which capitalism cannot deliver. Instead of absorbing us, it distracts from the boring. Perhaps the feeling most characteristic of our current moment is a mixture of boredom and compulsion. Even though we recognize that they are boring, we nevertheless feel compelled to do yet another Facebook quiz, to read yet another BuzzFeed list, to click on some celebrity gossip about someone we don't even remotely care about. We endlessly move among the boring, but our nervous systems are so overstimulated that we never have the luxury of feeling bored. No one is bored, everything is boring. A Time for Shadows. Jean Baudrillard's 1987 text The Ecstasy of Communication reads like an astonishing science-fictional prophecy of our current moment. Writing nearly 30 years ago, Baudrillard invoked an era of absolute proximity, total instantaneity, of informational schizophrenia. The schizo, Baudrillard writes, is bereft of every scene, open to everything in spite of himself. It is the end of interiority and intimacy, the overexposure and transparency of the world which traverses him without obstacle. He is now only a pure screen, a switching center for all the networks of influence. Baudrillard's heightened rhetoric captures what is now a banal experience. Indeed, it might be the very signature of contemporary banality. With the ubiquity of smartphones, the feeling of being overwhelmed by cyberspatial injunctions is now commonplace. It is this strangely prescient anticipation of 21st century banality that makes reading Baudrillard's text such an uncanny experience. Baudrillard wrote of a new era of tactility. According to Baudrillard, even in the 1980s, the spectacle was already superseded. The spectacle subjugated us to image. The tactile system, however, solicits our participation, enjoins us to join in. Again, this is a strikingly prescient observation of trends that are now dominant. Corporations are no longer satisfied with bombarding us with hard sell propaganda, they want us to interact with them, like their Facebook page, comment using hashtags. Smartphones with touch-screen technology seem to secure the age of tactility. Yet, with smartphones, shouldn't we rather talk of a touching without tactility? For the smartphone is certainly operated by touch, but it is a touch devoid of any sensuality. When the fingers encounter the glassy surface of the iPhone, everything they touch on the screen feels the same. The fingers are effectively acting as extensions of the eye and the brain, an eye and a brain that have now been radically rehabituated by cyberspace. The fingers become relays in a digital compulsion system, a set of digital triggers. Yet they are inefficient digital triggers, monkey digits that are too fat and lacking in suppleness to properly operate the touchscreen interface. If, as an episode of The Simpsons observed in a sight gag, the iPhone is strikingly reminiscent of the monoliths from 2001, A Space Odyssey, then too often when we are using them, we feel as primitive and as baffled as the apes in Kubrick's film when faced with the enigmatic opacity of the monolith's black surface. Of course, smartphones aren't really phones at all. The term now favored by airlines, handheld electronic devices, better captures what these machines are. The telephone function of the electronic handheld device is rapidly becoming archaic. As Sherry Turkle maintained in her recent book Alone Together, we have moved beyond the era of talking into a new age of text conversations. Present anxieties, which are circumvented by SMS and direct messages. For all that it evades older kinds of anxieties, Baudrillard's circuit of constant contact generates a whole set of new ones. The pressure of the instantaneous of what, in their new manifesto, on the creative question 9 Theses, Geert Love Inc., Sebastian Olma and Ned Rossiter call frantic entrepreneurship and instant valorization * inevitably weighs heavy on cultural producers. In an enigmatic but suggestive formulation, Love Inc., Olma and Rossiter argue that the urgencies of the immediate need to be replaced by principles of shadow and time. Shadow, they write, is an unintended consequence, an event vacuum, which remains invisible for passers-by. It does not register on the development maps of the managerial class. Time is needed in order for the substantially different to grow. Maturation, which is creative growth, requires time. It is imperative that we carve out some spaces beyond the Hyperbright instant. This instant is insomniac, amnesiac, it locks us into a reactive time, which is always full. There is no continuous time in which shadows can grow, only a time that is simultaneously seamless and discontinuous. The result is a mechanical and unacknowledged repetition. Is it still possible for us to cultivate shadows? Limbo is over. Tony Blair's brief appearance in this election campaign, offering tepid support for a tepid Ed Miliband, ought to have been irrelevant. In many ways it was, who needs yesterday's man, the hawker of an outmoded modernization? Except, like so much of today's culture, Blairism is obsolete, but it has not yet been surpassed. In Blair's Castle Grayskull, it is always 1997. Blair is like some inverted Miss Havisham, frozen not at the moment of his defeat and failure, but just before his moment of greatest success. Be cautious, don't do anything to jeopardize the project. Blairism was this particular form of false promise, this deferral: if we are careful now, tomorrow we can do more. But tomorrow never arrives, the aim is always to be in government, the price is always the lack of any real power to change the inherited parameters of the possible. This is the formula: government without power, and increasingly unpopular populism. The illusion of Blairism is that it was an overcoming of the defeats of the 1980s rather than their final consequence. It was a post-dramatic normalization of catastrophe, not any sort of new dawn. Its legacy is organizational as much as ideological, a Labour Party that napalmed its grassroots and which now beams down policy and PR from some rarefied thick of it Oxford PPE helicarrier circling miles above Earth. The project remains getting into government, but without Blair's showman messiah charisma to cover over the vacuum beneath this aspiration. Miliband's awkwardness stems as much from this lack of any vision as from any personal quirks. There is nothing animating the transparently choreographed moves, tack to the right on immigration, a little to the left on taxation, etc. The ambition to be the slightly lesser evil is painfully clear to all, and can inspire no one. All of this is exactly what we expected. But the entry of the SNP, Plaid Cymru, and the Greens into the TV debates changed the atmosphere. Suddenly, the picture the reality managers have fed us for the last few years, the three big parties each offering a slightly different version of capitalist realism, with Farage and UKIP offering capitalist realism with even more ultranationalism, was interrupted, and it was possible to imagine that Britain was headed, in its nuanced way, leftward. In their different ways, Sturgeon, Wood, and Bennett have widened the bandwidth of a media political scene previously monopolized by the Oxbridge Boys Club. In terms of policy, there isn't much on offer beyond reset to social democracy, but capitalist realism is so deeply embedded that it was hard not to feel a frisson when, for instance, Wood defended trade unions and the welfare state. Cameron's refusal to appear in the BBC debate and his banning of Clegg from doing so was meant as a display of magisterial confidence, the only credible prime minister rising above the irrelevant squabbling of lowly pretenders, but it ended up further reinforcing the sense of ennui that has attended his performances this campaign. Cameron's appeal has always depended on his ruling class ease in the world, but, in his case especially, insouciance always risks shading into an appearance of diffidence and hauteur. As for the Lib Dems, as Craig McVegas observed, their absence was barely even acknowledged in the last debate. Which brings us to the photograph analyzed so well by Jonathan Jones in The Guardian, but, in addition to everything that Jones picks out, one of the most striking elements in the photograph is the empty center. A clustering to the left, sulking Farage to the right, Cameron and Clegg the current centre ground absent. Here is one picture of a post-neoliberal UK, a soft left regaining its confidence on the one hand, a glowering far right on the other, nothing where the capitalist realist middle used to be. The SNP Labour coalition is far more than we could have hoped a few weeks ago, but it is far from enough. How have we settled for so little? Asked an incendiary Russell Brand at the screening of his and Michael Winterbottom's The Emperor's New Clothes in Hackney this week. For those hipster priests who wish to keep activism a marginal pursuit, Brand's fame and wealth automatically exclude him from being taken seriously. Yet fame, charisma, and money are resources, and the left badly needs to be associated with glamour instead of moralizing asceticism. Watching the film in a cinema alongside so many of those who feature in it campaigners from the New Era estate, striking care workers, firefighters was moving, humbling, electrifying. The Free Association Registered have been doing some interesting work on why comedy has replaced music as a political force. Now, much more than any contemporary musician, it is Brand who embodies the psychedelic Promethean principle that any given reality is provisional, plastic, subject to transformation by collective action. I love crowds. Brand functions as a figure of identification who intensifies and links together already existing struggles, and incites us to breach the invisible thresholds that lock us into atomized impotence. We can do what we want. Having passed through what on Tuesday he memorably called the fame paddock of contemporary celebrity, Brand is now in a practically unique position. Instead of remaining in the condition of hedonic melancholia typical of those with unlimited access to late capitalism's pleasure gardens, he's come out the other side, laughing his trickster laugh, with more resources and an invaluable insider knowledge of how the media machine constructs what counts as reality. His gleeful performance of desubordination reminds us of the countercultural lesson: if you gain money and success, there's only one thing to do with the hand that feeds you, and that's bite it. In many ways, the Emperor's New Clothes tells us what we already know, but this is the point. How can we accept what we know, when what we know is so monstrous, so obscene, so insane? In the Q&A, Brand was asked why people care more about the X Factor than political struggles. But he argued that, rather than decrying the X Factor, its techniques, in particular those which incite emotion, need to be repurposed. Capitalism has given us the organisms and the machines we can use to produce the revolution. #accelerate. So the film is an exercise in effective engineering which patiently yet relentlessly dismantles capitalist realist common sense. One of its most powerful techniques is the use of simple but devastating contrasts: cleaners at RBS earning hundreds of times less than the bosses, rioters jailed for stealing small items next to bankers who caused social catastrophe not only going unpunished but receiving bonuses. Mark Kermode's accusation that the film is simplistic misses the point. When faced with a media machine that pushes an outrageously simplistic story of its own, it was labor what done it while recounting neoliberal catechisms like medieval Catholic priests reciting the Mass in Latin. We need an equally simple counter-narrative. It's hard not to have some sympathy with Brand's disdain for voting, which is part of a widespread disillusion with the massively circumscribed conditions of electoral politics under capitalist realism, in which the best that can be hoped for is the least worst. But the problem is that popular disengagement from parliamentary politics suits the right more than us. The right doesn't need the enthusiasm that Thatcher could call upon from certain portions of the population. It doesn't need legitimacy. Popular disengagement, ambient despair, the sense that nothing is at stake in elections, is in the interests of capital, now that all the defaults have been set to neoliberal options. Of course, there was no golden age of parliamentary democracy any more than there was a golden age of the Labour Party. There was no point at which progressive achievements were entirely free of compromise and corruption. But the progressive function of parliamentary politics has been to put some limits on tyranny. Capitalist realism has meant the tacit but definite acceptance that corporate tyranny cannot be curbed, resulting in the democratic deficit that Aditya Chakraborty described so vividly the other day. Democratic leaders have parted ways with their voters literally. Membership of the main parties has dropped sharply over the past 3 decades, so that there are now more vegans in Britain than members of the Conservative Party. What's replaced mass democracy is big donors and a professional political elite. It no longer pays for politicians to think hard about fair growth or build more houses, because to do so would antagonize the big corporates or the big media, or deter those middle class and retired voters. 7. Who actually do turn out to the polling stations? The phobic panic that the prospect of a Labour-SNP coalition is provoking indicates that capital fears any reversal, no matter how modest, of this situation. It has grown used to having everything its own way, but this has led to a certain decadence, an exhaustion of thinking and of strategy. It is surely this exhaustion, as much as any desperation, which accounts for the ludicrous, beyond satire poking about in Ed Miliband's anodyne love life, or the scarcely believable attempts to discredit Nicola Sturgeon. Registered Sturgeon poses a threat, not merely because of her lawyerly poise in debate, not merely because she has articulated an anti-austerity position, nor even because she makes Scottish independence more likely, but more because she has a mobilised base of support behind her. In Scotland, as in Greece and Spain, new models of political organization are emerging and being new logics of proliferation experimented with. Rather than compulsively repeating the same strategies, rather than dogmatically insisting on the inherent futility of elections, these developments are part of a process of collective learning about how popular movements can be connected with parliamentary politics. The potential power of such strategies is clear. The electoral impasse is not down to some semiotic failure, but reflects the actual composition of forces in society. Capitalist realism is class war fought by one side only, an organized corporate elite which is very clear about what its own class interests are and what must be done to keep things aligned with those interests. Only a mobilized population can give political parties the power to challenge corporate tyranny. As Keir ten Milburn says in an important piece, and, as the situation in Greece is showing, you can't vote out neoliberalism. But as Keir also argues, then at their point of failure Plan B electoral politics can be useful if they can clarify the anti-democratic effects of neoliberalism that work against all forms of collective action. In the UK, this could be the most important election since 1979. Even the most sentimental pipe dreamer couldn't imagine the Labour Party will be returning to Plan B socialism in the immediate future, still less offering something more modern and radical. Yet it's perfectly plausible that a Labour-SNP coalition could now achieve what Jeremy Gilbert and I argue that New Labour could have been expected to attempt, make some efforts to change the strategic situation in the long term, to rebuild the unions, to re-energize local government, to facilitate the growth of an alternative media sector. For even this to happen, it will be necessary for those in the party who really want to break with capitalist realism and, believe it or not, there are such people to seize the initiative. What is the alternative for Labour? Even the lackluster and affectless brand of politics that the party have served up under Miliband so far won't be sustainable for much longer. Entropy might be the best fate a Labour Party which can't grasp the new mood can hope for. The more likely scenario is a PASIC-like disintegration. In any case, there's no way back to the pre-2008 world, no way back to capitalist realism with a Joker hysterical face. The party needs really to register that Blairites and the residual Blairite atmosphere in a demoralized and disconnected Labour Party are as out of date now as Blair argued old Labour was in 1997. Now, more than ever, there are no guarantees. The road to renewal has never seemed harder, or longer. Yet, as Margarita Tsamu said in an important intervention at the Monopol og Morgan event in Vienna last week, limbo is now over. Are we plunging deeper into nihiliberal dystopia, the ultra-rich retreating into compounds, a vast surplus population abandoned to fight amongst itself, and subdued by a militarist Hunger Games-style police force? Or is a new popular leftism about to begin the escape from capitalist realism? Communist realism. Normal capitalist realist service was resumed on Thursday, on the BBC Question Time Leaders Special. With the SNP, Plaid Cymru, and the Greens absent, horizons contracted, expectations lowered, we were once again asphyxiating in the Oxbridge-Westminster bubble. This was most obviously signalled by a discursive exclusion. Austerity was never mentioned, so we were back on the arid terrain of a debate the terms of which were set by England's Austerians in 2010. The question, once more, was, who would cut the deficit quickest? Miliband further deflated the mood, I think deliberately, by explicitly ruling out a deal or a coalition with the SNP. Given the right-wing press's scaremongering, Miliband's denying that a deal will happen might have been necessary in order to make the conditions for such a deal possible. Any equivocation would surely have been seized upon by the right-wing media, and relentlessly used to stoke up the fears of voters less likely to vote for Labour because of the prospect of a coalition. The audience members imploring Cameron and Miliband to be honest about possible deals were as ingenuous as those who hailed the programme as a triumph of participatory democracy. Neither leader could be honest about how the vote is likely to go on Thursday, because that very speculation could change what actually happens. Such is the state of our current democracy. Everything is distorted by media projections, by politicians' guesses as to how voters may behave in response to those projections, a whole phantom science of feedback. Baudrillard, polls manipulate the undecidable. Do they affect votes? True or false? Do they yield exact photographs of reality, or of mere tendencies, or a refraction of this reality in a hyperspace of simulation whose curvature we do not know? True or false? Undecidable. 2. For most of this campaign, Cameron has given every impression that he'd far rather be tucking into a country supper than demeaning himself hustling on the hustings. Defending the status quo is not as energizing as tearing it down, and comfortable Cameron never had the class resentment jouissance that drove grocer's daughter Thatcher to battle trade unionists and old-school Tory grandees alike. 3. Not a mission. Cameron has never, for him, it's a career, seemed like a man burning with conviction. He comes across more like the captain of some public school cricket team whose main motivation for winning is to remind uppity comprehensive kids who's boss. On Thursday, Cameron finally went into bat for his class like he meant it. He needs to. This election is pivotal. Either the Tories can finish the job of looting and pillaging everything working class struggle built, or they themselves could be on the brink of destruction. The Conservative Party haven't won an overall majority since 1992. It's difficult enough keeping this party of opportunists, quislings, and crazies together at the best of times. If they fail to win again, will even Boris be able to prevent meltdown? And with the Tories in disarray, the right could finally be forced off the centre ground that they won and radically redefined under Thatcher. Pumped up, calmed down. In front of the BBC cameras, Cameron's performance wasn't quite as slick as his upper lip, but he discovered a poise that he has seldom mustered in the past few weeks. The problem with Cameron getting pumped up last week is not only that it looked pathetically forced. The more serious issue is that such displays of simulated passion undermine Cameron's key appeal, which has to do with projecting casual authority, what David Smale, writing before Cameron came onto the scene, called he confident slouch of the hands in pocket, old Etonian cabinet minister. Cameron's accent, his posture, his smirk, convey a consistent message: relax, I'm in control, defer to me. When he strays from this ease and familiarity, he risks looking angry and or uncomfortable, and apparent affability gives way an affronted sense of class superiority, as in the calm down, dear incident. Presenting the Tories as the nasty party has been counterproductive. The fake letter of support from small businesses devolved into yet another thick-of-it farce, but Thursday's flooding of the audience with Tory supporters posing as undecided voters worked. Cameron was back on home territory, the bizarre inverted world of English capitalist realism in which referring to a global banking crisis was desperate reaching for excuses, and austerity was the only possible course of action for any prudent government. A picture of discontented new wealth. Under the questioning of businesswoman Catherine Shuttleworth, Ed started to look like a supply teacher who had earnestly planned an interesting and informative lesson, only to find out that the kids just wanted to humiliate him, whatever he said. The Tory narrative of Labour profligacy was once again established as a self-evident truth that only a fool and or a brazen liar would contest. This narrative was all the more convincing when it was recycled recited by a concerned businesswoman, struggling to survive in a tough climate. The subsequent exposure of Shuttleworth as a probable Tory plant will not erase the impact of her TV encounter with Miliband, if only because complaining about the audience not only implicitly concedes defeat, it makes Labour look like sore losers. For the moment, let's believe Shuttleworth's story that she isn't a Tory. The question then would be why she should be so ready to blame hard times not on the government which has been in power in the last 5 years, but on the government which was in power when she actually built and grew her business. Miliband's pitch Labour is all about supporting small business owners is part of a strategy that could be fruitful in the long run, since it could break the alliance between small business and corporate capital which has been so central to the installation of capitalist realism. But Shuttleworth's response to these overtures shows that breaking that alliance will be a long and hard struggle. She immediately started bleeding on behalf of Tesco as if Tesco didn't enjoy its greatest success under New Labour, and as if its downfall wasn't a direct consequence of the very corporate tyranny that Miliband was moving to attack. Reflexive cringe. While Miliband was correct not to capitulate to nonsense about Labour overspending, it was clear that Labour has left it far too late to challenge the dominant narrative. On the face of it, Labour's acquiescence in the austerity myth has been inexplicable. Paul Krugman writes of the limpness of Labour's response to the austerity push. Britain's opposition has been amazingly willing to accept claims that budget deficits are the biggest economic issue facing the nation, and has made hardly any effort to challenge the extremely dubious proposition that fiscal policy under Blair and Brown was deeply irresponsible, or even the nonsensical proposition that this supposed fiscal irresponsibility caused the crisis of 2008 to 2009. Why this weakness? In part it may reflect the fact that the crisis occurred on Labour's watch. American liberals should count themselves fortunate that Lehman Brothers didn't fall a year later, with Democrats holding the White House. More broadly, the whole European center-left seems stuck in a kind of reflexive cringe, unable to stand up for its own ideas. You say reflexive cringe, I say reflexive impotence. Labour's slowness to respond to the crisis was not merely some failure of judgment or strategy, it was a consequence of how deeply capitalist realism had saturated the party. There was no question of Labour using the crisis to impose its own program, because, by 2008, it didn't have much of program beyond capitalist realism. Everything had been set up for a corporate appeasement, and there were neither the organizational nor the intellectual infrastructure to come up with anything new. Capitalist realism wasn't something that Labour was waiting out and planning to overcome one day. It was embedded as an effectively permanent baseline set of conditions which receded from visibility even as they imposed strict limits on what could be said and thought. I'm in a trance, I don't ask questions. Following Wendy Brown, I argued that capitalist realism can be understood as a kind of dream work. In this dream work, briefly interrupted in 2008, the banking crisis is some repressed trauma which is known about but never confronted, a reel that the dreamer stays asleep to keep avoiding. Capital is the dreamer here, and, insofar as capitalist realism is sustained, we remain figments in its dream. Yet capital is also our dream, which, matrix-like, has constructed the virtual reality in which we think we live from our energy, our desires, and our fantasies. You would think that mention of the banking crisis would produce some cognitive dissonance when set against the narrative of Labour profligacy. If there was a global financial crisis, how could Labour also be responsible for the deficit? No doubt, part of the success of the Labour Did It story is due to the hold of folk politics. A narrative about incompetent politicians maxing out the credit cards is easily digested. It's far more difficult to assimilate the opaque and abstract mechanics of finance capital. But one of the most valuable insights in Philip Morosky's Never Let a Serious Crisis Go to Waste, How Neoliberalism Survived the Financial Meltdown, comes from his account of cognitive dissonance itself. Referring to the work of Leon Festinger, the social psychologist who worked extensively on cognitive dissonance, Morosky reminds us that cognitive dissonance is not a threat to false beliefs. On the contrary, cognitive dissonance is a mechanism by which false beliefs can be maintained when confronted with evidence that directly disproves them. In fact, as Murawski writes, Festinger's crucial claim was that confrontation with contrary evidence may actually augment and sharpen the conviction and enthusiasm of a believer. Murawski quotes Festinger. Suppose an individual believes something with his whole heart, suppose that he is presented with evidence, unequivocal and undeniable evidence, that his belief is wrong, what will happen? The individual will frequently emerge, not only unshaken, but even more convinced of the truth of his beliefs than ever before. Indeed, he may even show a new fervor about 5. Convincing and converting people to his view. This points to a relationship between desire and belief that has been posited at least since Hume and Spinoza's critiques of religion. We believe in part because we want to believe. But we also want to believe because the belief has become core to our subjectivity. If you get too burnt, you can't come back home. The great mystery of neoliberalism is to what extent its advocates really believed it. Was it ever anything more than a ruse to restore ruling class power and wealth? Of course, the answer to this partly depends on which advocates we are talking about. It's possible that certain key proselyters for neoliberalism never believed it, and only opportunistically fixed upon it as a way of destroying the red bases of working class power. With others, it's more likely that a belief was aided by the desire to believe. This desire was motivated by economic interest, of course, but also by certain libidinal satisfactions, the pleasures of seeing the working class defeated, of seeing the poor and vulnerable stripped of social security. For a certain English petit bourgeois sensibility, Thatcherism was the equivalent of a riot, a jubilee of destruction, a temporary autonomous zone for a reactionary desire that feeds off suffering and misery. And as I was standing by the edge, I could see the faces of those led pissing, there's elves laughing, their mad eyes bulged, their flushed faces said the weak get crushed as the strong grow stronger registered. The funeral pyre will be relit if the Tories win on Thursday, and after 5 more years, there won't be much left. The NHS will have been gutted, sold off by stealth, education will continue to be asset stripped, ripe for yet more corporate plundering, the most vulnerable will be pushed further into destitution, women and children first. This is why Cameron's android smoothness, like Boris's bluster, is so crucial for the Tories. It is a cloaking device, obfuscating the project, keeping the gibbering libido hidden behind a humanoid face and a calming, plummy voice. Imagine if Gove, with his defrocked pantomime dame pout, his lick-spit lip smacking with the class hatred that only a class traitor can feel, imagine if he were leader. By contrast, Cameron's strength is that it is hard to work up much class hatred for him. People that wealthy and privileged are like rare beasts, something you hear about but rarely encounter. In fact, I've seen more pandas in the flesh than old Eton Ians. You also get the sense that Cameron has no particular animus towards the poor, it's rather that the experience of poverty is so remote for him that he simply cannot understand it, except as some theoretical possibility. The poor are pixelated background characters in the blearily cheerful steampunk simulation that Dave projects. Everything's fine so long as you don't look too closely. Dismantling capitalist realism. But let's return to Murawski's summary of Festinger's research. Philosophy of science revels in the ways in which it may be rational to discount contrary evidence, but the social psychology of cognitive dissonance reveals just how elastic the concept of rationality can be in social life. Festinger and his colleagues illustrated these lessons in his first book by reporting in a neutral manner the vicissitudes of a group of Midwesterners they called the Seekers, who developed a belief that they would be rescued by flying saucers on a specific date in 1954, prior to a great flood coming to engulf Lake City. Festinger documents in great detail the hour-by-hour reactions of the Seekers as the date of their rescue came and passed with no spaceships arriving and no flood welling up to swallow Lake City. At first, the Seekers withdrew from representatives of the press seeking to upbraid them for their failed prophecies, but rapidly reversed their stance, welcoming any and all opportunities to expound and elaborate upon their faith. A minority of their group did fall away, but Festinger notes they tended to be lukewarm peripheral members of the group. Predominantly, the seekers never renounced their challenged doctrines. The ringleaders tended to redouble their proselytizing, so long as they were able to maintain interaction with a coterie of 7. Fellow Covenanters. Murawski makes an analogy with proponents of neoliberal economic doctrine, who far from abandoning this doctrine after its discrediting in the crisis held to it even more doggedly. This is what Miliband faced on Thursday. Blank stares of mesmerized true believers 7 years after the saucers didn't arrive. Shuttleworth's interjection like some Manchurian candidate trigger, provoking automaton applause. This shows how difficult the task of dismantling capitalist realism will be. A whole process of deprogramming, involving new narratives, new libidinal attractors, as well as new ways of sharing knowledge, will have to be undergone. While this is certainly a formidable challenge, it is something that is already underway and which we can intensify quite quickly. Of particular importance, it seems to me, is a popular demystification of economics and the economy. The austerity myth has only seemed credible because of a widespread economic illiteracy, and illiteracy I very much share. Economics functions now much as theology functioned in the medieval world, as an intricate and elaborate system of concepts, objects, and reasoning that is closed to non-initiates. We need something like a reformation in / and against capitalist economics, the equivalent of the Bible being translated into English. I think this could be done, not by a series of large-scale conferences, televisions, or films, although of course these wouldn't hurt, but virally. Small groups of people, including at least one individual who is an expert in economics, could get together and talk through some key concepts and principles, major economic events, etc. This could take place in private homes, in universities and colleges, in social clubs. In addition to everything else, this would also serve the function of reviving sociality, of rebuilding a class consciousness that has been dissipated by the individualizing tendencies of neoliberalism and communicative capitalism. Communist realism. Back to Thursday, here's entrepreneur Chris. A ban on 0 hours contract would prevent me from running my small business. Well, would it now? We've heard many versions of this plaint over the last few months, from businesses big and small. What this amounts to is saying that these businesses cannot function without super-exploiting workers, and they cannot function without indirect government subsidies. Hold on a minute, didn't the capitalist realists make their hard decisions to close down nationalist industries on the grounds that they weren't viable and they were draining too much public money? We need a new, communist, realism, which says that businesses are only viable if they can pay workers a living wage. This communist realism would reverse the capitalist realist demonization of those on benefits, and target the real parasites, entrepreneurs whose enterprises depend on hyper-precarious labor, landlords living at large off housing benefit, bankers getting bonuses effectively or actually out of public money, etc. But the concept of communist realism also suggests a particular kind of orientation. This isn't an evangelialism, which will wager all its hopes on a sudden and final transformation. It isn't a utopianism, which concedes anything realistic to the enemy. It is about soberly and pragmatically assessing the resources that are available to us here and now, and thinking about how we can best use and increase those resources. It is about moving perhaps slowly, but certainly purposively from where we are now to somewhere very different. Pain now. A grief without a pang, void, dark, and drear. Pain now, more pain later was the headline on the front page of The Guardian on the day my son was born nearly 5 years ago. That year, my wife and I earned £15,000 between us. I was working as an hourly paid lecturer in adult education and in a university, as well as doing some freelance writing and copy editing. We were able to survive without living in penury because of the £300 a month in tax credits we received. This was the way Brownism and Blairism worked, allowing low wages and precarity to proliferate with one hand, mitigating their effects with benefits on the other. By then, like most of the population, I loathed new labor. Labor had become so capitalist realist that surely it couldn't be much worse if the Tories got in? I shared the widespread view that elections don't change much, all that's on offer are minimally different versions of the same thing. It soon became very clear that this was not the case. Cameron and Osborne unleashed capitalist realism 2.0, the most audacious confidence trick in recent political history: make the poor and vulnerable pay for the banking crisis. Use the crisis as a pretext to destroy even more of the welfare state. Sigh their fake sighs, and tell us what difficult choices they had to make. Today, if my wife and I earned what we did in 2010, we would receive only £50 in tax credits a month. Of course, for me, working like this was something of a bohemian lifestyle choice. If I'd wanted to, I could probably have got better paid work after all, only a fool would expect to enjoy working for a living. But what of all those stuck in low-paid precarious work forever? The disabled? The long-term sick and the chronically mentally ill, forced back to work? A stifled, drowsy, unimpassioned grief. I wasn't very interested in this election a few weeks ago. To be honest, even though I had been commissioned to write a piece about the TV coverage of the election, I couldn't muster up the enthusiasm to watch the first debate until Laura Oldfield Ford, excited by Nicola Sturgeon's performance, texted me and asked what I thought. I switched on ITV+1, and the process of reawakening that has occurred in the last few weeks began. For reasons I will explore more fully in subsequent posts, I have spent the last year in a state of deactivation. I was thrown back into the privatized connectivity of the OED iPod, with its constant stream of low-level anxiety and compulsive micro-enjoyments. I couldn't write, except in a mechanical way. What I produced seemed stillborn, stilted. My main mood-altering drug of choice, music, didn't work. I binged on box sets. I enjoyed time with my wife and son, but there was a fugitive quality to this enjoyment. My fingers always itched to reach for my smartphone. There was always something I should already have done that I hadn't, the urgencies piling up, like a flashing red light constantly blinking in my peripheral vision, never letting me settle. Most of these urgencies were small things, they didn't matter too much, but perhaps there would be some long-forgotten urgency that was going to calamitously re-emerge, too late for me to do anything about it. I'll just check. Livable shit. Which finds no natural outlet, no relief. The coldly terrifying thing about this state of dejection was that it was not a completely paralyzing depression, more a kind of exhausting drudgery. It felt livable, indeed, it felt like I would live the rest of my life in it. Perhaps I have expected too much from life. Now I would have to adjust to misery, like everyone else does. Others were much, much worse off than me. It wasn't like I was to chip ice off the windscreen in the morning. I had been precarious for years now. I was in well-paid secure employment. Why couldn't I just be happy? Okay, so I had to do marketing promotions, complete quality paperwork, amend module proposal form 6 times, but it was hardly coal mining, was it? You see, I had become once again the compliant subject of capitalist realism. Isolated, cut off, surrounded by hostile space, you are. Suddenly without connections, without stability, with nothing to hold you upright or in place, a dizzying, sickening unreality takes possession of you. You are threatened by a complete loss of identity, a sense of utter fraudulence. You have no right to be here, now, inhabiting this body, dressed in this way. You are a nothing, and nothing is quite literally what you feel you are about to become. Engines of dejection. Bifo is right. It wants us to be dejected, not so catatonically depressed that we can't work, but not so confident and secure that we will refuse to do bullshit jobs. Capital needs people desperate, scrambling on the edge. It needs people scrimping and saving and crossing off lists. It needs people to be grateful for any work, no matter how poorly paid, no matter how insecure, struggle after struggle, year after year. In the last 5 years, after the initial euphoria of dissent in 2010 and 2011, an acrid fog of despair has slowly but ineluctably sunk over what Cameron, chillingly, calls our country, choking the social energy out of institutions, reducing workers to automata issuing commands to one another, diminishing, at every level, our capacity to care, no time, no money. Don't know, I've got to go mate, looking over our shoulders, fearing the worst, maybe it will be me next, better stay in line, accept the extra workload, I'm afraid that's how things are now. Pain now, more pain later. Misery is over. The last week or so, I have, each day, played with my son for a few hours, been out on long walks, enjoying extended time with my wife, and managed to write thousands of words. Why can't life always be like this? Why indeed? It's only been possible because I have decided to suspend all my bureaucratic obligations until after the election. I have managed to do this, not by some heroic act of magical voluntarist will, but because of a lift in mood that is not just personal. Scotland, Syriza, Podemos. It's taken a long while for the significance of these developments to filter through to me, but talking to comrades, attending to what Plan C are up to, feeling the electricity that Russell Brand has generated. All of this has gradually returned to consciousness during this election campaign. I don't think I'm the only one. But have we awoken too late to stop the Tories? Has their smog of dejection deactivated enough people who were hardly likely to have been reactivated by Labour's campaign? Shy effects. The two most obvious parallels for this election would seem to be 1974, a weak Labour government, propped up by smaller parties, or, ominously, 1992, with Labour crushingly defeated by John Major's Tories after they were expected to win. Sean Lawson makes a strong and convincing case for why today might turn out to be a rerun of 1992. Much of this is to do with the unreliability of polls. Because of the so-called shy Tory phenomenon, voters not admitting to pollsters that they would vote Conservative, the polls were spectacularly wrong in 1992. Major didn't only win, the Tories ended up with the largest amount of votes ever cast for a political party in Britain. Lawson argues that, despite polling being adjusted to factor in the shy Tory effect, current polling may still be inaccurate. I'm not sure how convinced I am by the parallels with 92. However, for two reasons. 1. Hyperstitional effects. As Baudrillard argued, we can't treat opinion polls as neutral positivist descriptions since they might well affect the very thing they are claiming to predict. It seems likely that this might have happened in 92. The atmosphere leading up to the 92 election was very different to that preceding the current contest. There was the disastrous Sheffield rally. Kinnock's triumphalist shout of "We're all right," still excruciatingly embarrassing to remember nearly 25 years on, not only destroyed the statesman-like persona he had confected, it gave the impression of a manic and jubilatory overconfidence. The premature celebration came off as unseemly, desperate, as if Kinnock himself, never mind the electorate, couldn't quite believe that he would be Prime Minister. It also gave Murdoch's press something to really stoke the fears of reluctant Tories with, especially when the polls were suggesting that Labour would win. Look, they think they've won. If you're thinking of staying at home, don't, every vote is needed. It isn't really like that this time. Polls are predicting a hung parliament, not a Labour victory. There isn't the same resource of fear to feed off. Victory for Labour is uncertain, not an imminent possibility that needs to be desperately averted. Furthermore, while the Tories have certainly tried to scaremonger, a Labour government now is not the terrifying prospect that it could be made to seem in 92. After Blairism, Labour is no longer the other to neoliberal common sense that it could be presented as then. As I said in the last post, Miliband has kept his campaign emotionally subdued. No extravagant promises, no messianic fervour. It's true, Miliband doesn't seem to have prime ministerial gravitas, but, then again, neither did John Major, surely the least likely prime minister ever. 2. We're in new times. In 1992, we were still in the high pomp of capitalist realism. The crash had not yet happened. there was still something on offer to those who wanted to vote in their own interests and let everyone else go hang. The Tories have nothing very much to bribe most of their supporters with this time. Without the false bomb of the big society, they only have a negative message: it will be worse under Labour, and a muted promise, pain now, a little less pain later. Is this enough to motivate the wavering? Neoliberalism is finished as a project, even if it lurches on, thrashing around like a decorticated Terminator. We're finally groping our way, blinking, out of capitalist realism. The psychic blockade that prevented us from thinking and acting is lifting. This has only registered in this campaign in some minor way with the SNP, Plaid Cymru, and the Greens. If Labour manages to form a government, we will be celebrating a Tory defeat far more than we will be hailing a Labour victory. But nothing is certain at the moment. I don't think there will be much certainty tomorrow either. My feeling is that things will be very volatile over the next few weeks. One thing is for sure, we need to be prepared to mobilize if the Tories attempt a coup. And they surely will. Abandon hope? So it was to be a rerun of 1992, after all. It seems that even elections are subject to retromania, now. Except, this time, it is 1992 without jungle. It's Ed Sheeran and rudimental rather than Rufig crew. Always ignore the polls, wrote Jeremy Gilbert late on election night. You get a better sense of what's going on in the electorate by sniffing the wind, sensing the affective shifts, the molecular currents, the alterations in the structures of feeling. Listen to the music, watch the TV, go to the pubs and ride the tube. Cultural studies trump psephology every time. Contemporary English popular culture, with its superannuated pomo-lattishness, its smirking blockishness, its poverty porn, its craven cult of big business, has become like some gigantic Poundbury Village simulation, in which nothing new happens, forever, while ubiquitous keep calm messages, ostensibly quirky ironic, actually function as they live commands, containing the panic and the desperation. England is a country in which every last space where conviviality might flourish has been colonized by a commercial imperative, supermarket checkout operatives replaced by crap robots, unexpected item in bagging area, every surface plastered with corporate graffiti and haranguing hashtags, no trick missed to screw every last penny out of people, exorbitant parking charges in NHS hospitals, all the profits going to private providers. Everything seen through a downer haze. Mostly you self-medicate, comfort eating and bitter drinking. What's your poison? The suburbs are hallucinating, England is hallucinating. Monster Ripper and Smirnoff, Brandy Boost, oversized glasses of Chardonnay at Wetherspoon's Monday Club, Valium scored for a few quid in the pub, the stink of weed drifting from porta-cabins, red eyes and yellow bibs. The pharmaceuticals industry is one of UK plc's biggest success stories as prescriptions for antidepressants are kept on repeat degree. Time for one more, Nigel. Time, gentlemen, please. There is no time. Time is on your side. In any case, Sean Lawson is to be congratulated if that is the word for what turned out to be an astonishingly accurate prediction of how the election would go. My attempts to refute the parallels with 92 in my last post were as much wishful thinking as anything else. I suppose at some level I knew after the BBC leaders' debate how things would go, which is why I found watching it so dejecting. Don't fear. It seems that the very thing which gave us hope, the possibility of vacillating Labour being pulled to the left by an alliance with the SNP, might have been what motivated Tory voters to come out in such numbers in England. The truth is what many of us have long suspected: Labour lost this election 5 years ago, by failing to challenge the Tories' narrative. Yet this failure wasn't about the wrong leader, PR strategy, or even policies. It is ultimately rooted in Labour's disconnection from any wider movement, and this is in turn rooted in the wider emergence of capitalist realism. Blairism may have won Labour 3 elections, but the unfolding of its logic could well lead to the destruction, in the not-so-far-distant future, of the party. As Paul Mason acidly summarizes, Labour no longer knows what it is for, nor how to win. Power. With Blairism, Labour knew how to win power, but in acquiring this knowledge, it forgot what it was for. That existential quandary is bitterly ironic given that there is a large proportion of the population in England, I still believe it is the majority, which feels it has no party which represents it. I maintain that the shift to UKIP is ultimately much more to do with this sense of disenfranchisement and despair than with any intrinsic tendency towards racism or even nationalism in its supporters. Everyone has chauvinistic potentials of one kind or another which can be activated by particular sets of forces. Ultranationalism is a symptom of the failure of class politics, or, class politics emerges through the ultranationalist lens in a distorted and displaced way. As Paul Mason also points out, a return to Blairism will certainly not win back those Labour supporters who turned to UKIP. In England, as in Scotland, it was Blairism's taking for granted and abandonment of its working class base that produced the sense of betrayal which led to so many former Labour supporters losing patience with the party on Thursday. In Scotland, the response to betrayal took a progressive form. In England, it assumed a reactionary mode. Partly, this is because there was no progressive outlet available in England. Working-class English voters alienated from Labour's Oxbridge elite were left a choice between a UKIP that deliberately talked up its appeal to working families, and an array of small left-wing parties to whose message they were not exposed and which had no chance of being elected. UKIP were also practically forced on them to buy a political media so decadent, so boring, that it counts Nigel Farage as a charismatic flash of colour. Hence what Tim Burrows calls the curiously mediated entity of Farage, a man whose direct manner, coloured tweed, and pints of ale seem made for meme politics. UKIP are more popular on Facebook than Labour and the Liberal Democrats put together. Registered. Don't despair. It would be easy to fall into despair about England after Thursday. It would be easy to conclude that the country is full of selfish, mean-spirited, and stupid individuals. Yet we have to remember that most people's engagement with politics is quite minimal, thinking in political terms, framing everyday life in terms of political categories, is now a minority pursuit. This is not a moral or intellectual failing on the part of the electorate, it is a consequence of a neoliberalism which has largely succeeded in its aim of disabling the mechanisms of mass democracy. Overworked and told they need to work harder, busy, but still feeling that they can't get everything done, many are too drained to care. How many Tory voters are committed conservatives, really? Mostly, they are jaded and detached, maybe voting out of fear as much as self-interest. Capitalist realism is not about people positively identifying with neoliberalism, it is about the naturalization and therefore the depoliticization of the neoliberal worldview. The Tories' pitch is in tune with this ambient neoliberalization, with its apparently commonsensical emphasis on choice, opportunity, and the dignity of labor, and its emotional appeal to negative solidarity. To break out of this, you need a repoliticization, and this requires a popular mobilization, just as we saw with the SNP. The Tory success depended upon a popular deactivation. There was no enthusiasm for either of the two leading parties. The only party that could call on massive popular enthusiasm in the UK was the SNP. That popular enthusiasm, an enthusiasm that capitalist realism is set up to prevent emerging, is the rushing in of something that, for a long time, there hasn't seemed to be any glimmer of in England, the future. Don't be depressed. What hope for a country where people will camp out for 3 days to glimpse the royal couple? England is like some stricken beast too stupid to know it is dead. Ingloriously foundering in its own waste products, the backlash and bad karma of empire. William Burroughs, The Place of Dead Roads. So we shouldn't take the Tories' victory as a sign that we are totally out of sync with the majority of the population in England. As Jeremy remarked to me on Thursday, it is not as if the equivalent of Syriza or Podemos had lost. Given the serious weakness of Labour's offer, given the ferocity of the attack on Labour from the right-wing media machine in the UK, given the failure of supposedly neutral popular media such as the BBC to offer the public an adequate account of the banking crisis and its aftermath, it is actually surprising that the Tories' victory was not even more comprehensive. Those who voted Tory aren't necessarily indifferent to the suffering of the poor, or to the plight of the vulnerable, most merely accept the capitalist realist story about there being no money left and the need for difficult choices. No doubt, their acceptance of this is somewhat self-serving, no doubt, it depends on keeping those who suffer out of sight or in their peripheral vision. But it is also a fundamentally depressing and depressive outlook. There is a connection between capitalist realism and depressive realism. The idea that life is essentially drudgery is a depressive conception of fairness, which has a particular traction in a burnt-out post-Protestant culture like England's. All Cameron offered was more of this depression, a vision of a man chipping ice off his windscreen and going to a job he hates, forever. Yet Labour not only failed to offer a narrative about how the economy had gone wrong, it also failed to offer any positive vision of what society would look like if it had its way. I'm convinced that even the most minimal sense of this might have been enough to have inspired people to reject the Tories. Yet the fact that Labour couldn't offer it was not some mistake. It was one more symptom of the way in which the party has been completely colonized by capitalist realism. The Tories quickly abandoned the big society after the 2010 campaign, but the concept did actually point to what neoliberal culture has corroded, the space between individuals and their families and the state. In addition to its clunky and uncommunicative name, it was a kind of anti-meme. The problem with the big society was that, in the Tories' hands, it was a transparent ruse to dismantle the welfare state. To re-socialize a culture that has been individualized to the extent that England demands massive resources, it requires time and energy, the very things that capital strips us of most thoroughly. Real wealth is the collective capacity to produce, care and enjoy. This is red plenty. We, and they, have had it wrong for a while. It is not that we are anti-capitalist, it is that capitalism, with all its visored cops, its tear gas, all the theological niceties of its economics, is set up to block red plenty. The attack on capital has to be fundamentally based on the simple insight that, far from being about wealth creation, capital necessarily and always blocks our access to this common wealth. Everything for everyone. All of us first. Labour has allowed election after election to be fought not on the red terrain of resocialization, but on the blue territory of identitarian community, with its border guards and barbed wire fences. The genius of the progressive forces which have seized the SNP, meanwhile, was to have moved from the blue of identitarian community and the nationalism of colonist peoples is of course very different to the nationalism of the colonizers to the red of internationalist cosmopolitan conviviality. Red belonging offers something different to traditional forms of belonging. Jody Dean has movingly described how the Communist Party in the U.S. gave some Americans the feeling that the world was of one piece, their work meaningful as the work of a class, their struggle significant as part of a global struggle to liberate collective work from those claiming it for their own private profit. For desperately poor and barely literate immigrants, communism is a source of knowledge and power, the knowledge of how the world works and the power to change it registered. The sense of belonging here could not be reduced to the chauvinistic pleasures that come from being an insider in any group whatsoever. It was a special sense of involvement that promised to transfigure all aspects of everyday life in a way that, previously, only religion had promised to, so that even the dreariest task could be imbued with high significance. Even those engaged in the boring, repetitive work of distributing leaflets or trying to recruit new members as the official line changed, or chafing against the smugness of higher-ups, experience their life in the party as intensely meaningful. As opposed to the essentially spatial imaginary of blue belonging which posits a bounded area, with those inside hostile and suspicious towards those who are excluded, red belonging is temporal and dynamic. It is about belonging to a movement that abolishes the present state of things, a movement that offers unconditional care without community. But don't hope either. There's no need to fear or hope, but only to look for new weapons, Deleuze writes in postscript on the societies of control. He was no doubt thinking of Spinoza's account of hope and fear in the Ethics. There is no hope unmingled with fear, and no fear unmingled with hope, Spinoza claimed. He defines hope and fear as follows. Hope is a joy not constant, arising from the idea of something future or past about the issue of which we sometimes doubt. Fear is a sorrow not constant, arising from the idea of something future or past about the issue of which we 10. Sometimes doubt. Hope and fear are essentially interchangeable, they are passive affects, which arise from our incapacity to actually act. Like all superstitions, hope is something we call upon when we have nothing else. This is why Obama's politics of hope ended up so deflating, not only because, inevitably, the Obama administration quickly became mired in capitalist realism, but also because the condition of hope is passivity. The Obama administration didn't want to activate the population. We don't need hope, what we need is confidence and the capacity to act. Confidence, Spinoza argues, is a joy arising from the idea of a past or future object from which cause for doubting is removed. Yet it is very difficult, even at the best of times, for subordinated groups to have confidence, because for them/us there are few if any future objects from which cause for doubting is removed. 14. Class disadvantage is a form of injury inflicted on the person at birth, David Smale explains. The confident slouch of the hands in pocket, old Etonian cabinet minister speaks not so much as a current possession of power as of a confidence which was sucked in with his mother's milk. 2. The welfare state was supposed to be a structure which removed some of this doubt, while the imposition of precarity is a political project designed to remove the confidence that the working class had attained after years of struggle. Whereas hope and fear are superstitious, confidence is essentially hyperstitional. It immediately increases the capacity to act increases confidence, and so on, a self-fulfilling prophecy, a virtuous spiral. So how are we to rebuild our confidence? While the conditions are difficult, and in England, they are about to get much more difficult, we can still act, and act imminently and imminently. How? Socialization beyond social media. The answer, of course, is that many groups are already doing what is necessary. But these processes will become more powerful when they are logistically coordinated and bound together by stronger common narratives and fictions. Jason Reed's essay "The Order and Connection of Ideology" is the same as the order and connection of exploitation, or, Towards a Bestiary of the Capitalist. 13 explains why narrativization is so important. Imagination. In his account of two neo-Spinozist thinkers, Frederick Lordan and Yves Sitton, Reed reminds us that our desire, our loves and hates, are already shaped by narratives, by scripts inherited through television and books. We enter into a world already scripted, and, as Spinoza argues in his definition of the first kind of knowledge, our life is defined as much by signs and images as things experienced. This means that the scenarios that we imagine, the stories and narratives that we consume, inform our understanding of reality, not in the sense that we confuse fiction with reality, but that the basic relations that underlie our fictions shape our understanding of reality. It is not that we confuse fiction with reality, believing everything that we see, but that the fundamental elements of every narrative, events, actions, and transformations, become the very way that we make sense of reality. Fiction exists in a permanent relation of metalepsis with reality, as figures and relations from one constantly inform the other. This is why the intensification and proliferation of the capitalist technologies of reality management and libidinal engineering in the 1980s was not merely some happy coincidence for neoliberalism. Neoliberalism's success was inconceivable without these technologies. It is also the reason that direct action, while of course crucial, will never be sufficient. We also need to act indirectly, by generating new narratives, figures, and conceptual frames. By first of all imposing a particular set of narratives, figures, and frames which it then naturalized. Capitalist realism hobbled what Jason Reed identifies as the particular power of humanity, our faculty to reorder differently the images, the thoughts, the affects, the desires, and the beliefs that are associated in our mind, the phrases that come out of our mouths, and the movements that emanate from our bodies. Cultural studies was also based on this account of the capacity for reordering. The reordering of images, thoughts, affects, desires, beliefs and languages plainly cannot be achieved by politics alone. It is a matter for culture, in the widest sense. Seen from this point of view, the locking of popular culture into repetition that I describe in Ghosts of My Life * and which Simon Reynolds also describes in Retromania, is therefore a very serious problem. Popular culture's incapacity to produce innovation is a persistent ambient signal that nothing can ever change. Sometimes, it can seem fiendishly difficult to account for what has happened to popular culture, but the explanation for its sterility and stasis is ultimately quite simple. Innovation in popular culture has overwhelmingly come from the working class. Neoliberalism has been a systematic and sustained attack on working class life. The results are now all around us. Furthermore, the incursion of capitalist cyberspace into every area of life and the psyche has intensified the processes of desocialization. This is not to say that there are no progressive potentials in the web, but these have almost certainly been overrated, while the impact of cyberspace in desocializing culture and subjectivity has been massively underestimated. Here I merely rehearse Biffo's account of semio-capitalism and Jody Dean's critique of communicative capitalism, but it is important to operationalize this critique. Blogs and social media have allowed us to talk to ourselves. They have also generated pathological behaviors and forms of subjectivity which not only generate misery and anger, they waste time and energy, our most crucial resources. Email and handhelds, meanwhile, have produced new forms of isolation and loneliness. The fact that we can receive communications from work anywhere and anytime means we are exposed to work's order words when we are alone, without the possibility of support from fellow workers. In sum, the obsession with the web, its monopolization of any idea of the new, has served capitalist realism rather than undermined it. Which does not mean, naturally, that we should abandon the web, only that we should find out how to develop a more instrumental relationship with it. Put simply, we should use it as a means of dissemination, communication, and distribution, but not live inside it. The problem is that this goes against the tendencies of handhelds. We all recognize the by now cliched image of a train carriage full of people pecking at their tiny screens, but have we really registered how miserable this really is, and how much it suits capital for these pockets of socialization to be closed down? Knowing someone in this life feels as desperate as me. Some folk in Plan C have been talking about consciousness raising, and for many reasons, I believe that it is crucially important to revive and proliferate this practice now. Consciousness raising is partly about the discovery and production of subjugated knowledges, but it is also about the immediate production of socialization, of forms of subjectivity antithetical to the always/on always lonely mode of contemporary capitalist individuality. Consciousness raising opens up the possibility of living, not merely theorizing about, a collective perspective. It can give us the resources to behave, think, and act differently at work, where capitalist realism has become second nature. The roots of any successful struggle will come from people sharing their feelings, especially their feelings of misery and desperation, and together attributing the sources of these feelings to impersonal structures, albeit impersonal structures mediated by particular figures to which we must attach populist loathing. In the harsh conditions of cyberspatialist capitalism, conditions that, as Jennifer M. Silva demonstrates, have produced a hardening of the self, especially in the young, consciousness raising can produce a new compassion for others and for ourselves. Neurotic Oedipalising capitalism responsibilizes, harshly blaming us, while in its therapeutic mode telling us that we have the power as individuals to change anything and everything. If we're unhappy, it's up to us to fix it. Consciousness raising, meanwhile, is about positive depersonalization. It's not your fault, it's capitalism. No individuals can change anything, not even themselves, but collective activation is already, imminently, overcoming individualist immiseration. So I present below a number of strategies, practices, and orientations, starting from the most immediate and moving towards the more remotes. The list is of course not exhaustive, and I can't claim credit for coming up with any of the strategies myself. The point is to share them, add to them, elaborate them. The chief obstruction to all of these steps is what, in a trenchant and clear-eyed analysis, Ava Jasowicz calls time 7.16 poverty. Our time is under attack. Work will be intensified, worse paid, and more casualized if we don't have it. We'll be working to have it, mandatory and supervised. Job searches and workfare will see people forced to spend their time locked into coerced, computerized distraction. A real, diverse, working-class self-representative movement needs to include people facing and living these experiences, but how will that happen when we're too tied up working? Access to time and our own labor is key and will determine participation and the ability to organize. If we can't have our own time to organize, we can't meet each other, we cannot find each other. Work and the benefits regime, which is work under different conditions and profit margins, are key sites of struggle. Solidarity will need to step up if we are to win workplace disputes and strikes, refusals of workfare and support for people getting sanctioned, so that people have more control over their time and labor. All our commons are under attack. The condition of time poverty and its roots intensification of labor, welfare repression, criminalization, and incarceration have to be recognized as major obstacles to movement, diversity and power. These obstacles need to be tackled if we want to overcome the ideology of wage labor as a determinant of human value on a popular level. The problem is that, in order to struggle against time poverty, the main resource we require is time, a nasty vicious circle that capital, with its malevolent genius, now has. This problem is absolutely imminent. Writing this and the other posts I have completed this week has meant that I have fallen enormously behind on my work, which is storing up stress for the next week or so. The first thing we must do in response to all this is to put into practice what I outlined above. Try not to blame ourselves. #It's not our fault. We must try to do everything we can to politicize time poverty rather than accept blame as individuals for failing to complete our work on time. The reason we feel overwhelmed is that we are overwhelmed. It isn't an individual failing of ours, it isn't because we haven't managed our time properly. However, we can use the scarce resources we already have more effectively if we work together to codify practices of collective rehabituation. Anyway, here goes. 1. Talk to fellow workers about how we feel. This will reintroduce care and affection into spaces where we are supposed to be competitive and isolated. It will also start to break down the difference between work and social reproduction on which capitalism depends. 2. Talk to opponents. Most people who vote Tory and UKIP are not monsters, much as we might like to think they are. It's important that we understand why they voted as they did. Also, they may not have been exposed to an alternative view. Remember that people are more likely to be persuaded if defensive character armor is not triggered. 3. Create knowledge exchange labs. This follows from what I argued a few days ago. Lack of knowledge about economics seems to me an especially pressing problem to address, but we could also do with more of us knowing about law, I suspect. 4. Create social spaces. Create times and spaces specifically dedicated to attending to one another, not conferences, but sessions where people can share their feelings and ideas. I would suggest restricting use of handhelds in these spaces. Not everything has to be live tweeted or archived. Those with access to educational or art spaces could open these up for this purpose. 5. Use social media proactively, not reactively. Use social media to publicize, to spread memes, and to constitute a counter-media. Social media can provide emotional support during miserable events like Thursday. But we should try to use social media as resource rather than living inside it at all times. Facebook can be useful for discussions and trying out new ideas, but attempting to debate on Twitter is absurd and makes us feel more stressed. 6. Generate new figures of loathing in our propaganda. Again, this follows up from what I argued in the communist realism. Post-capitalist realism was established by constituting the figure of the lazy, feckless scrounger as a populist scapegoat. We must float a new figure of the parasite, landlords milking the state through housing benefit, entrepreneurs exploring cheap labor, etc. 7. Engage in forms of activism aimed at logistical disruption. Capital has to be seriously inconvenienced and to fear before it yields any territory or resources. It can just wait out most protests, but it will take notice when its logistical operations are threatened. We must be prepared for them cutting up very rough once we start doing this, using anti-terrorist legislation to justify practically any form of repression. They won't play fair, but it's not a game of cricket. They know it's class war, and we should never forget it either. 8. Develop hub struggles. Some struggles will be more strategically and symbolically significant than others. For instance, the miners' strike was a hub struggle for capitalist realism. We might not be able to identify in advance what these struggles are, but we must be ready to swarm in and intensify them when they do occur. Summer is coming. The Lannisters won on Thursday, but their gold has already run out, and summer is coming. What we saw in the debates dominated by Nicola Sturgeon was not a mirage. It is a rising tide, an international movement, a movement of history, which has not yet reached an England sandbagged in misery and mediocrity. Comrades, I hope for the sake of your mental health and your blood pressures that you didn't see the right-wing tabloids over the weekend, Middle England crowing over its humiliation of Red Ed. Well, if they think Ed was red, wait until they see the coming red swarm. Outer England has been sedated, but it is waking from its long slumber, carrying new weapons. For now, our desire is nameless. Ace in our day, Nikita Khrushchev told a crowd in the Lenin Stadium of Moscow on September 28, 1959, the dreams mankind cherished for ages, dreams expressed in fairy tales which seemed sheer fantasy, are being translated into reality by man's own hands. Francis Spufford, Red Plenty *. This quotation from Francis Spufford's extraordinary Red Plenty reminds us that when communism was defeated, it wasn't just a particular ideology that disappeared. The demise of communism was also the disappearance of modernism's Promethean dream of a total transformation of human society. Michael Hart has argued that the positive content of communism, which corresponds to the abolition of private property, is the autonomous production of humanity, a new seeing, a new hearing, a new thinking, a new loving. Degree the arrival of what I have called capitalist realism, the widespread acceptance that there is no alternative to capitalism, therefore meant the end of these new productive, perceptual, cognitive, and libidinal possibilities. It meant that we would be reduced to the same old seeing, hearing, thinking, loving, forever. Frederick Jameson long ago argued that postmodernism was the cultural logic of late capitalism, and the features that Jameson claimed were characteristic of the postmodern pastiche, the collapse of historicity, are now ubiquitous. The only future that capital can reliably deliver is technological. We count historical time not in cultural shifts, but in technological upgrades, watching the same old things on higher definition screens. The reality of class continues. The attitude of realism that dominant capitalism requires is essentially depressive. The management of this collective depression goes through a series of thresholds. First of all, we come to expect very little, nothing will ever happen again. Then we think that maybe the things that once happened weren't actually so great. Finally, we accept that nothing has ever happened, nor could ever happen. The more that depression is normalist, the harder it is to even identify it. Radically lowered expectations become habituated. Time flattens out. This generalist depression is one reason that so little has happened since the major capitalist crisis of 2008. Yet this depression is itself both a symptom and a cause of something else, the decomposition of class solidarity. We would have to go deep into the 19th century to find a moment when class consciousness was as weak as it is now. Not only capital, but also elements of the post-68 left, have maintained that class is an outmoded category, unfit to deal with the multiplicities and complications of 21st century life. Yet these complications are in some respects a mirage, concealing the persistence of a class structure in which the majority of the population is marked as inferior. The reality of class continues, but without class consciousness. Beverly Skiggs and Helen Wood's work on the class basis of reality TV and Owen Jones's analysis of the demonization of the working class show that class is displayed even as it is disavowed in contemporary culture. Since the 1960s, the left has split into an authoritarian nostalgic Leninism, committed to a party form and class politics whose historical moment seems to have passed, and a supposedly new left which rejects institutions and the centrality of the class struggle and puts all its faith in the capacity of the people to mobilize autonomously and to produce outside capitalist social relations. We desperately need to undo this binary. There is no way back to the old Leninist party, any more than there is a way back to Fordist capitalism. Yet naive autonomism has shown that it has no purchase on the current moment either. Anti-capitalism and its retinue of strategies occupations, protests have not caused capital a moment's serious alarm. 68 preached that structures don't walk on the street, but if anti-capitalism has taught us anything, it is that, by itself, street activism has little effect on structures. There is no desire for capitalism. We don't have to choose between class politics and anti-authoritarianism any more than we need to choose between Gramsci, Deleuze, or Guattari, between a hegemonic approach and a politics of desire. In fact, if we are to succeed, we must absolutely refuse this false choice. Class politics must be renewed and resumed, not simply revived as if nothing has happened. In a Gramscian mode, we need to take institutions seriously again. Mainstream media are still where our sense of reality is produced, and despite all the claims about the waning of the state, Parliament still has power over life and death via its control of the military, health services and social security. Yet these institutions cannot be renewed from within. It is necessary to articulate the institution and the forces outside them. At the same time, desire is not some vitalistic energy which will spontaneously emerge once bodies are freed from institutions. Rather, desire is always the result of processes of libidinal engineering, and at the moment, our desire is manipulated by capital's army of PR, branding and advertising specialists. The left needs to produce its own machineries of desire. It's true that, at first sight, we seem to be at something of a disadvantage here, when we consider the vast resources that capital has at its disposal aimed at capturing our desire. Yet there is no desire for capitalism as such, just as culture is composed from libidinal materials that have no essential relation to capital, which is why capital has to distract, depress, and addict us in order to keep us captivated and subordinated. But if we are no longer to define ourselves negatively, by our opposition to capital, what will be the name of our positive project? I don't believe that the old signifier communism can be revived for this purpose. It is now irretrievably tainted by terrible associations, forever tied to the nightmares of the 20th century. At the moment, our desire is nameless, but it is real. Our desire is for the future, for an escape from the impasses of the flatlands of capital's endless repetitions, and it comes from the future, from the very future in which new perceptions, desires, cognitions are once again possible. As yet, we can grasp this future only in glimmers. But it is for us to construct this future, even as at another level it is already constructing us, a new kind of collective agent, a new possibility of speaking in the first person plural. At some point in this process, the name for our new desire will appear and we will recognize it. Anti-therapy. The idea that talking about our feelings could be a political act seems counterintuitive. Aren't people talking about their emotions more than ever before? And hasn't this new emotionalism coincided with the emergence of what I have called capitalist realism, the deeply embedded view that capitalism is the only realistic economic system? New labor and the birth of emo politics. In order to begin to answer this, let's turn to one of the central hubs of capitalist realism, the UK. Tony Blair's New Labour naturalised what Thatcher had to fight for, the idea that there was no alternative to neoliberal capitalism. In retrospect, it is now clear that the first few months of Tony Blair's first term as Prime Minister also inaugurated a new moment in British political life, the birth of what we might call emo politics. Blair brought a new emotional tone to British government. He positioned himself as part of a Britain that was more at ease with expressing its feeling than his parents' generation and their predecessors with their stereotypical stiff upper lips had been. Crucial to this was Blair and his advisors' manipulation of the extraordinary grief jamboree that ensued in the immediate wake of the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, which happened only a few months after New Labour came to power. The death famously wrong-footed the monarchy, with its older models of duty and emotional restraint, but Blair's delivery of his famous speech about the People's Princess, scripted by New Labour's spin doctor, Alastair Campbell, not only established his authority as a Prime Minister, it initiated a new phase of neoliberal governance in Britain. Thanks to Campbell and compliant members of the British media, a strong narrative soon emerged, in which Blair's apparent emotional openness was contrasted with the Queen's coldness. The monarch's remoteness was now equated with unhealthy forms of emotional repression. Just as Blair sold himself as a modernizer who was taking the Labour Party away from the class politics of the past, so New Labour would also make a break with the traditional account of emotions. The government would now take the lead in ensuring that the population had the correct, healthy response to emotional distress. The normative tone would have been worrying enough, but New Labour's emotional politics went far beyond mere mood setting or the offering of recommendations. Instead, the new conception of emotional health was passive-aggressively enforced in the authoritarian style of neoliberalism, which New Labour made their own by a battery of measures which intervened to an unprecedented degree in the population's emotional lives. Health, education, and social control were all part of this project. Teachers were suborned into the role of emo cops, ensuring that school children complied with the new emotional normativity. Parents judged to be failing were now required to attend parenting classes. Meanwhile, the question of how genuine Blair's feelings of grief were takes us to the heart of the Blair enigma. Did he really believe in the doctrines he hawked, or was he a strange combination of charismatic showman manipulator and depthless puppet of capital? What did Blair see when he looked in the mirror then, and what does he see now? Are we dealing with self-deception, messianic delusion, or a new kind of postmodern psychopathy? The enigma remains as unsolvable now as it was 20 years ago. What is certain is that Blair led the way in normalizing the emotional self-exploitation that was necessary for the final phase of neoliberalism in Britain. The early Blair perfected the art of spincerity, the public performance of an emotion that you may or may not actually feel. As Britain's economy became ever more reliant on the service and sales jobs, increasing numbers of workers were forced to develop the techniques of emotional simulation which Blair publicly pioneered. In their book The Dangerous Rise of Therapeutic Education, Catherine Ecclestone and Dennis Hayes argue that New Labour turned to popular therapy to fill the gap left by class politics. These therapeutic orthodoxies, they argue, include claims that past life experiences have long-term negative emotional effects for everyone, and particularly pernicious effects for an increasing minority. The overall message is that, behind our apparently confident facades, we are all, to a greater or lesser extent, fragile and vulnerable, and, as a consequence, we need particular forms of emotional support. Ecclestone and Hayes are right that these therapeutic tenets have been widely promulgated, and often accepted without much criticism. As Eva Illouz has been especially perspicacious in identifying, therapeutic orthodoxies have been disseminated, not only by therapists themselves, but by a popular culture which has enthusiastically adopted therapeutic motifs and conceptual frames. Ecclestone and Hayes are also right that therapy filled the gap that appeared when New Labour explicitly repudiated the concept of class struggle. However, Ecclestone and Hayes' solution to the therapeutic turn is simply to play off one form of reactionary politics against another. Their call for a return to an education based on reason, science, and progress is superficially laudable. Ultimately, however, theirs is conservative position, which offers us only a choice between different kinds of authoritarianism. In place of New Labour's soft but highly invasive authoritarianism, Ecclestone and Hayes posit an unappetizing return to traditional forms of authoritarianism. They are also in danger of endorsing the very emotional remoteness that superficially justifies the therapeutic turn. The problem with what I would like to call here the therapeutic imaginary is not that it posits subjects as vulnerable, haunted by events in their past lives, and lacking in confidence. Most subjects in capitalism, including those in the ruling class, fit that description. The problem with the therapeutic imaginary, and this is a problem that goes back to Freud and the origins of psychoanalysis, is its claim that these issues can be solved by the individual subject working on him or herself, with only the therapist to assist them. In addition, Ecclestone and Hayes' refusal of the role of emotion in education, or rather their placing of emotion in opposition to reason, science and progress, presents a diminished account of the Enlightenment project to which they claim allegiance. This is the Enlightenment as understood by someone like Richard Dawkins, an Enlightenment rightly criticized for its patriarchal bias by the postmodern theorists that it is no surprise at all to see Ecclestone and Hayes disdaining. The Enlightenment here ends up simply reinforcing the largely unexamined class, gender, and race assumptions of the ruling class. This account of Enlightenment can be contrasted with the one that emerges in the work of Jonathan Israel. In Israel's narrative, Enlightenment corrodes the bases of all traditional forms of authority. This does not lead to some postmodern free-for-all any more than it mandates some dogmatic adherence to the current institutions of science. Rather, forms of authority which claim their legitimacy from tradition stand exposed as illegitimate, which is to say authoritarian. It then becomes possible to contrast such authoritarianism with a democratic and transparent model of authority. The defining principle of radical enlightenment is the conviction that there is nothing that in theory, if not in fact, cannot be understood. This was the belief animating Spinoza's philosophy, which, Israel argues, provided the foundations upon which radical enlightenment would grow. Here we can return to the emotions. As is well known, far from ignoring emotions, or assuming they could be bypassed in some way, Spinoza's philosophy makes the management of emotions central to its project. It aims not to subdue emotions, but to engineer joy, a task that can only be achieved when reason is not simply opposed to feelings, but brought to bear on them. According to Spinoza's logic, ignoring emotions only mystifies them, putting them beyond the purview of rational inquiry. All of which makes Spinoza an eminently modern philosopher, but also a thinker whose work is an indispensable resource for any progressive project. This is especially so now, in an era in which more and more areas of life and the psyche dominated by agencies which engage in libidinal and emotional engineering, most of which is undertaken, knowingly or unknowingly, in the interests of capital. New Labour's authoritarian emo-politics was ostensibly part of its progressive supplement to capitalist realism. Blairism maintained that the only way to implement any measures that would produce social justice was to capitulate to the dominance of capitalism. It was unrealistic to hope for anything more. Such expectations were a relic of an earlier moment, the conditions for which have now disappeared, when the organized working class could assert itself against capital. New Labour accepted and naturalized this new composition of social forces, arguing that its capitulation would allow it the bargaining room to bring in measures such as the minimum wage, which a Thatcherite neoliberal party would always block. It turned out, however, that New Labour's emo-politics were actually fundamental to the securing of neoliberalism in the UK. To understand why that is, we have to reflect more closely on what neoliberalism is. We must also further reflect on the role that the therapeutic imaginary has played in embedding neoliberalism. To do that, we will now shift our attention away from the UK, and onto the US. Antinomies of the therapeutic imaginary. Jennifer M. Silva's Coming Up Short, Working Class Adulthood in an Age of Uncertainty heartbreakingly registers the corrosive effects of the neoliberal environment on intimacy. Silva's book focuses on young people specifically. It is based on 100 interviews she undertook with young working class men and women in 2 American cities. On the face of it, Silva's starting point is similar to Ecclestone's and O.E. Hayes. In a world of rapid change and tenuous loyalties, Silva argues, the language and institution of therapy and the self-transformation it promises has exploded in American culture. Ecclestone and Hayes saw New Labor's adoption of therapeutic tropes as the consequence of some mixture of opportunism, authoritarianism, and bungled good intentions. For Silva, meanwhile, the spread of therapeutic culture in the U.S. is both a means by which neoliberal individualism has been embedded and a consequence of that embedding. According to Ecclestone and Hayes, therapy produces a softening of subjectivity and culture, manifested in a weakening of authority and a strengthening of an ever more intrusive state. For Silva, by contrast, the dissemination of therapeutic concepts has resulting in a hardening of the individual subject. Learn to see their struggles to survive on their own as morally right, making a virtue of not asking for help. If they could do it, then everyone else should too. This brings out the difference between New Labor's rendition of neoliberalism and neoliberalism in the American context. The New Labor model of the subject functioned as a double bind. The double bind, as Deleuze and Guattari explain in Anti-Oedipus, is the term used by Gregory Bateson to describe the simultaneous transmission of two kinds of messages, one of which contradicts the other, as for example the father who says to his son, "Go ahead, criticize me," but strongly hints that all effective criticism, at least a certain type of criticism, will be very unwelcome. The contradictory instructions serve to destabilize the subject, keeping them in a state of permanent neurotic anxiety. On the one hand, the working-class subject was interpellated by New Labor as a being capable of radical, indeed practically infinite, self-transformation. On the other hand, as soon as something went wrong, when the behavior of working-class individuals inevitably went outside the parameters policed by the myriad of surveillance and control agencies which the New Labor administration invented, they were seen as fundamentally lacking in self-determination and the capacity for self-care, and were subject to intensive disciplining. In practice, the American situation that Silva describes operates with the same double bind. It is just that the emphasis is different. New Labor, still haunted by a socialist and social democratic history that it could never fully abjure, presented its management and disciplining of the working class in passive-aggressive terms, as care. In the U.S., where this social democratic history is lacking, the hyper-liberal interpellation of the subject as capable of self-determination and self-reinvention is supplemented, especially in the case of black working-class individuals, by the aggressive use of incarceration. Therapeutic narratives of self-transformation feed into what Alex Williams has called negative solidarity. This is the tendency for neoliberal subjects to race to the bottom. If others are perceived to be in receipt of resources or benefits that they haven't earned, they should not only be denied those resources, they should be publicly shamed for claiming them. Everyone should stand on their own 2 feet. One of the many values of Silva's book is the thorough account it gives of the emotional and cultural roots of negative solidarity. Silva argues that the hardened model of subjectivity that she sees exhibited by most of the people she interviewed for her study is the result of years of institutional and existential abandonment. A therapeutic narrative of heroic self-transformation is the only story that makes sense in a world in which institutions can no longer be relied upon to support or nurture individuals. In an environment dominated by unrelenting competition and insecurity, it is neither possible to trust others, nor to project any sort of long-term future. Naturally, these two problems feed into one another, in one of the many vicious spirals which neoliberal culture has specialized in innovating. The inability to imagine a secure future makes it very difficult to engage in any sort of long-term commitment. Rather than seeing a partner as someone who might share the stresses imposed by a harshly competitive social field, many of the working-class individuals to whom Silva spoke instead saw relationships as an additional source of stress. In particular, many of the heterosexual women regarded relationships with men as too risky a proposition. In conditions where they could not depend on much outside themselves, the self-reliance they were forced to develop was both a culturally validated achievement and a hard-won survival strategy which they were reluctant to give up. In any case, what we confront here is a first antinomy of the therapeutic imaginary, the idea that the proliferation of therapeutic orthodoxies simultaneously produces softened subjects who identify as lacking, if not actually damaged, and subjects that are hardened subjects who pride themselves on a claimed invulnerability. We can approach the second antinomy via the notion of subjects that are excessively invested in their own vulnerability. The severe problems inherent in such an investment from left-wing point of view were analyzed 20 years ago by Wendy Brown in her important essay Wounded Attachments. Brown understood very well the libidinal, discursive, and administrative complex that would produce new labor, as liberal discourse converts political identity into essentialized private interest. She wrote, "Disciplinary power converts interest into normativized social identity manageable by regulatory regimes." However, the main point of Brown's essay was to diagnose the psycholibidinal origins of an identitarian political formation which has become even more deeply embedded since she wrote the essay in the 1990s. Drawing on Nietzsche's account of resentment in On the Genealogy of Morals, Brown wrote of a political subjectivity which becomes deeply invested in its own impotence, even while it seeks to assuage the pain of its powerlessness through its vengeful moralizing, through its wide distribution of suffering, through its reproach of power as such. As Brown observed, politicized identity thus becomes attached to its own exclusion both because it is premised on this exclusion for its very existence as identity. Brown's careful diagnoses of this political psychopathology turned out to be prophetic as well as astute. 20 years on, and the mixture of moralizing aggression and investment in impotence has proliferated in a political atmosphere now substantially shaped by the online environment. In her article, Sexual Paranoia Strikes Academe, published in the Chronicle of Higher Education, Laura Kipnis describes a situation on American campuses in which female students are encouraged to see themselves as helpless victims of predatory lecturers. Everywhere on campuses today, Kipnis wrote, you find scholars whose work elaborates sophisticated models of power and agency. It would be hard to overstate the influence, across disciplines, of Michel Foucault, whose signature idea was that power has no permanent address or valence. Yet our workplaces themselves are promulgating the crudest version of top-down power imaginable, recasting the professionate as snidely whiplashes twirling our mustaches and students as helpless damsels tied to railroad tracks. Students lack volition and independent desires of their own, professors are would-be coercers with dastardly plans to corrupt the innocent. Kipnis's article predictably became embroiled in the very processes it sought to analyze, as she became the target of aggressive moralizing attack from groups self-identifying as representatives of the vulnerable. Here, then, is the first part of our second antinomy of the therapeutic imaginary. There is an excessive tendency amongst many subjects today to identify as victims of abuse. It is important to note at this point that I am not conflating Kipnis's argument with that of Ecclestone and Hayes. Whereas their position ultimately amounts to a call for the restoration of older models of authority, Kipnis is more of a left libertarian who deplores the moralizing authoritarianism that has spread so pervasively through American student politics. At no point does Kipnis underplay the suffering caused by actual abuse, or imply that the survivors of such abuse should button up and get on with it. If both Kipnis and Brown's essays highlight real and pervasive psychopathologies on the left, their analyses need to be weighed against an acknowledgement that sexual abuse by those in politics and media is actually far more widespread than had been previously supposed. The obvious example here would be the disturbing and curious case of Jimmy Savile in the UK. Savile was a DJ turned light entertainer, best known in the 1970s for his work on the children's wish fulfillment television show Jim'll Fix It. After his death, rumors that had dogged him for many years were confirmed. Savile had sexually abused thousands of victims, including many children. Savile was no ordinary entertainer or media figure. Like some character out of a David Lynch film, Savile had links with both the criminal underworld and the most powerful members of the ruling class. A massive police investigation into those who had worked with Savile discovered that he was not alone. Many of his associates were also pedophiles. Yet the remit of Operation Yewtree was confined to the entertainment world. Savile was also a friend of politicians and policemen. In the wake of the Savile allegations emerging, A new scandal is brewing in the UK. This time it centres on politics, with Thatcher's right-hand man Leon Britton and former Conservative Prime Minister Edward Heath among those accused of pedophilia. This brings us to the second half of the second antinomy of the therapeutic imaginary: there is far more abuse than had previously been thought possible. The sense of the possible here has little to do with what actually happened, rather, it is what is deemed credible by the virtual figure that Lacanian theory calls the big other. The big other is something like the virtual observer assumed to be the audience for official discourse, and it is the big other which secures the consistency of any reality system. There is always some discrepancy between what groups and individuals know and what the big other believes. This is because, as Lacan notes, a defining feature of the big other is its inability to see everything. However, a severe crisis will occur if the discrepancy between what groups and individuals know and what the big other believes becomes too marked. In such conditions, the official reality system is in danger of collapse. There is every reason to suspect that, in the UK and elsewhere in Europe, this is what we are currently encountering. Under pressure from the banking crisis of 2008, and the emergence of new political parties such as Syriza and Podemos, the reality and libidinal engineering systems that have maintained capitalist realism for the last 30 years are beginning to look dysfunctional. In England in particular, the oldest capitalist country, and the culture with the most effective and historically durable dampening mechanisms in the world available to it, capitalist realism has operated by dramatically narrowing the effective and representational bandwidth of culture. A culture dominated by reality TV, self-improvement propaganda, and corporate appeasement, all of which push therapeutic orthodoxies, has produced diminished expectations and representational conservatism. Yet the representational frameworks which have served English capitalist realism so well since the 1980s clearly cannot accommodate the trauma of the establishment pedophile scandals, any more than they can accommodate popular mobilizations against neoliberalism. You would indeed need the formal inventiveness of a David Lynch or a David Peace to do justice to the extremity of what the English ruling class has got up to. It turns out that the supposed phantasmatic and melodramatic excesses of Lynch and Peace's work, its tendency to see conspiracies and abuse everywhere, is much closer to actuality than the moderation of respectable middlebrow literary and televisual realism. So here is the second antinomy in full. There is an excessive tendency amongst many subjects today to identify as victims of abuse. However, there is far more abuse than had previously been imagined. How can both these claims be true, and if they are, what does it tell us about the therapeutic imaginary? Capital is more real than you are. There is no such thing as the autonomous individual. To break out of this impasse, we need to abandon the belief in the autonomous individual that has been at the heart, not only of neoliberalism, but of the whole liberal tradition. In a successful attempt to break with social democratic and socialist collectivism, neoliberalism invested massive ideological effort into reflating this conception of the individual, with its supporting dramaturgy of choice and responsibility. If we want to reject this conception of the individual, then we might turn once again to Spinoza, whose whole work was based on the premise that such an individual could not exist. But, in the context of therapy, we might also turn to the radical therapist David Smale, who rejected all of the standard tropes of individualist therapy. What we take to be causal processes of thought, decision, and will are frequently little more than a kind of commentary that accompanies our action, Smale argued in his book Power, Interest, and Psychology. Elements of a social materialist understanding of distress equals the interiority presupposed by much therapy is little more than an ideological special effect. Like Spinoza, Smale understands that the so-called inside is really a folding of the outside. Most of what is supposedly inside us has been acquired from the wider social field. Many of the characteristics that we tend to regard as entirely psychological are acquired from outside. The most significant case in point is probably self-confidence, the crumbling of which is so often at the root of the kind of personal distress which can be diagnosed by the experts as neurotic. This means that, contrary to the founding principles of something like cognitive behavioral therapy, the means for self-transformation are not available to individuals. What people who suffer psychological distress tend to become aware of is that no matter how much they want to change, no matter how hard they try, no matter what mental gymnastics they put themselves through, their experiences of life stay much the same. This is because there is no such thing as an autonomous individual. What powers we have are acquired from and distributed within our social context, some of them at unreachable distances from us. The very meaning of our actions is not something that we can autonomously determine, but is made intelligible by orders of culture over which we have virtually no control. Degree. This is why any individual therapy, even that practiced by a sympathetic and politically progressive therapist, can only ever have limited effects. In order to really come to terms with the damage that has been done to them by and in the wider social field, individuals need to engage in collective practices that will reverse neoliberalism's privatization of stress. Here we can return to an important observation by Jennifer M. Silva. In social movements like feminism, self-awareness, or naming one's problems, was the first step to radical collective awareness. For this generation, it is the only step, completely detached from any kind of solidarity, while they struggle with similar, and structurally rooted, problems. There is no sense of we. The possibility of collective politicization through naming one's suffering is easily subsumed within these larger structures of domination because others who struggle are not seen as fellow sufferers but as objects of scorn. 4. The spreading of therapeutic narratives was one way in which neoliberalism contained and privatized the molecular revolution that consciousness raising brought about. The struggle to dismantle neoliberalism will therefore necessarily involve the rediscovery and reinvention of these formerly popular practices. So now we are in a position to answer the question I posed at the start of this essay: when can talking about our feelings become a political act? When it is part of a practice of consciousness raising that makes visible the impersonal and intersubjective structures that ideology normally obscures from us. Democracy is joy. The meaning of OXI we should fight for is the belief in politics itself. OXI is the belief that we can throw off the demands of a supposedly impartial economy that serves only the few, that we can reject the fallacy that economic necessity demands something we consider socially unacceptable, and instead begin to make decisions about our own collective social life. It is precisely this that makes the Greek OXI vote inspiring, the potential for a return of politics, and the headaches and uncertainties and dangers of attempting to walk an unknown path. Bert Russell, Plan CC? Nothing lasts forever, of that I'm sure. It's somewhat ironic that theories of the event have come to the fore in the most fashionable areas of academic political philosophy at just the moment in history when it has become clear that events in and of themselves don't change anything. From the G20 protests, to the millions marching against the Iraq War, to the Arab Spring, to the short-lived student campaign against fees in the UK, the narrative of evental politics since the late 1990s has been reliably repetitious. Euphoric outbursts of dissent are followed by depressive collapse. Eventalism is the manic flip side of the general depressive tendency in boring academic Marxism, in which an ostensible Leninism/Maoism obfuscates a de facto Adornianism. The whole rehabilitation of the status of philosophy itself in the past couple of decades, the reversal of the democratizing move to theory, and the colonization of what is now called theory by third-rate obscurantist philosophy and curator-speak babble, is a sideshow, of course, but a symptomatic one. The sour comedy of academic philosophical Leninism and Maoism can now be seen as one of the last acts in a postmodern shadow play, a pantomime in which we are condemned to the role of interactive audience, tweeting our responses onto the screen behind the main players, who carry on regardless. The emergence of Podemos and Syriza, the post-referendum SNP and the Kurdish women's movement are part of another rhythm of political transformation. The unseemly way in which swivel-chair Marxist philosophers and anarchists have slavered over any perceived misstep by Syriza tells us all we need to know about these revolutionaries. They don't want any sort of positive change to spoil the purity of the revolutionary theory. The revolutionary event will redeem everything, when it comes, but the time is not right, not yet, never yet. Whether capital crushes Syriza or not, it has already made major contributions to what will be a long struggle to overturn neoliberal hegemony. A line from Kears on social strikes and directional demands has kept coming back to me in all of the noise and chaos around the Greek situation. Even at their point of failure, Plan B electoral politics can be useful if they can clarify the anti-democratic effects of neoliberalism that work against all forms of collective action. If political change doesn't happen through events alone, there are nevertheless moments which function as thresholds, opening up a new terrain of struggle, and allowing different collective emotions to propagate. While for the sake of our fragile collective mental health we shouldn't get too carried away by the Oxy vote last week, we shouldn't underestimate its significance either. Besides, as Bert Russell argues, the meaning of Oxy is not already guaranteed, it has to be established politically. The current struggle in Europe, currently focused on Greece, but sure to spread much wider in the near future, is an opportunity for us to reclaim democracy after its capture by neoliberalism in the 1970s and 1980s. The founding moment of neoliberalism was the decidedly anti-democratic overthrow of the democratic socialist Allende government in Chile. This was a double defeat. Not only was a democratically elected, non-authoritarian, technologically orientated administration overthrown, an extreme neoliberal government was installed in its place. In Chile, the forced forgetting of the possibility of democratic socialism required mass torture, imprisonment and repression. Since then, the capitalist counter-revolution called neoliberalism has had a long run of it. But we should start to accept that, even if we can hardly believe it ourselves, neoliberal capitalism is now in its final, decadent phase. Restoration capital reeks of defeat and exhaustion, like the Eastern Bloc at the end of the 1980s. The Soviet system, just like neoliberal capitalism now, was a gigantic empire of simulation in which by then, no one, not even the big other, believed. Except, under state socialism, there was at least social housing, energy supplied by the state, etc. Under late neoliberalism, even in the wealthiest countries, such as ours, we don't even have that, only a cybergothic Dickensian rerun. Temples of finance looming above food banks, 19th century England minus the Victorian capitalists' philanthropy and Promethean projects. Everything controlled by malfunctioning outsourced IT systems, impenetrable and unintelligible, like relics left behind by some long since absconded Gnostic demiurge. The emotional contagion of the no vote is incalculable. The reality and emotional management systems that have served neoliberalism so well are now not only failing, but conspicuously failing. Of course, the buffers, the spoilers, and the blockers haven't given up yet. Not here, not in England. The country which designed the oldest and most effective damping system the world has ever known. They haven't given up. They haven't even realized that they will soon have to adjust the reality program they have been peddling for so long that it has become a drab second nature. Soon, they will have to pull the oldest trick in the English bourgeoisie's book. First of all you say it is impossible, then, when it happens, you say it was inevitable. You see, you have to preserve the impression that nothing happens, especially when it does. Is that clear? We don't have revolutions here, so the old capitalist realist script is not about to be abandoned, but those still spouting it are increasingly coming off like donkey-jacketed old lefties after the Thatcher victory in '83, bewildered and traumatized, still relying on habits which were once functional, but now amount to a kind of madness. Listen to the BBC, Pravda for Market Stalinism. Roberto Mazzacchiodi reprises an interview from Radio 4 in the wake of the Oxy vote. Reveller, I've got no money, but if I had money I wouldn't base my decision on money. Money flows, money evaporates. I have democracy in my heart, and I'm full up. BBC, yes, but will democracy put a dinner on the table? You're a young man. Let me tell you as an older man, that money matters when you're responsible for a wife and a child. Meanwhile, Halemi listens to Today, as John Humphreys is momentarily shell-shocked out of his smirking knowingness. John Humphreys did an excellent impression of a Telegraph comments section contributor secretly kidnapped in his sleep, paradropped into Greece, and waking up in Syntagma Square confused, lonely and crying out for his wife. Yet the dreary old message, the mantra that the British bourgeoisie recites in its sleep, nothing has ever happened, nothing can ever happen, we need more time, is getting harder to push now that it's evident that the ruling reality structure is coming apart practically everywhere we look. Capitalist realism cannot survive when alternatives are efflorescing. These alternatives are not only political in the narrow sense, they are also emotional. Kadwo Eshun, via email, the emotional contagion of the no vote is incalculable, i.e. a different logic of calculation and futurity. The winter years are ending, and summer is coming. A hyperstitional spiral, the more we believe it, the more we can make it happen, the more we make it happen, the more we believe it. Psychopathologies of corporate capitalism. In its pomp, neoliberalism used hope as well as fear, as part of a double-bind strategy which battered organized labor while seducing individual workers with the promises of consumer durables, satellite TV, job security, all these riches provided. You comply with capital, provided, that is to say, you give up the possibility of red plenty. Since 2010, it's become clear that the cupboard is bare, there are no more bribes, only threats. What's more, there has been no new thinking, no new strategic orientation from the managers of capital. Gorged on decades of easy pickings, capital's meat puppets have let their master down this time. Their unspoken conviction is, if it is broke, it's too much like hard work to fix it. They have defaulted to the managerialist equivalent of retromania, more cuts, more accumulation by dispossession, more asset stripping of public services. This program has to be understood in libidinal as well as political economic terms. It is a psychopathology of the corporate elite. Even if the ultimate libido driving capital is miser-masochism, it's clear that capital, which can machine whatever desiring complexes it needs, has from the start called upon an ancient Gothic impulse towards humiliating and subjugating others. Neoliberalism is in trouble now because, decoupled from any positive inducement, these drives, whether exhibited by the Troika in the deadly loan shark theater it is playing out with Greek people's lives, or IDS visibly excited by the prospect of hurting the poor *, are now appearing in a more and more exposed form. Neoliberal austerity is at once a form of sadism in the technical, psychoanalytic sense, rather than the everyday, moralizing sense, and corporate anorexia. What sadism and anorexia have in common is the belief in the indestructibility of the phantasmatic body. No matter how much I cut, how much I punish, the body will survive. In the sadist's case, the phantasmatic body is the body of the endlessly humiliated other. In the anorexic's case, the phantasmatic body is, in a sense, their own. Yet the infinite elasticity of the fantastic body eventually comes up against the limits of the physical body. It's important to see how the capitalist fantasy necessarily oscillates between a punishing without end of an abject phantasmatic body where workers can be endlessly punished and / or eliminated, and a belated recognition that the phantasmatic body depends on an actual, physically precarious body with vulnerabilities and real limits. You could say that capital as such cannot recognize the collective worker body as belonging to it, only communism can perform this integration. The ultimate fantasy here, the ultimate fantasy of capital itself, is of cutting workers away altogether. Capital's libidinal metaphysics is a kind of cosmic libertarianism. Capital identifies itself as a force of unbounded energy, whose capacity for infinite accumulation is obstructed only by political contingencies. Soon, always soon, capital dreams, I will be free of the need for politics, and free of the need for humans too. Capital's realized utopia would be a burned-out planet full of fully automated factories turning out shit that no one wants to buy, with no one left to buy it anyway, because the conditions for the continued existence of these factories is the destruction of an environment humans can live in. A great deal of modern economic discourse takes it as axiomatic that economic forces are the only ones that matter. This idea has bled into politics too, at least in the Western world, economic forces have been awarded the status of inexorable truths. The scenario we're given, the one being made to feel inevitable, is of a hyper-capitalist dystopia. There's capital, doing better than ever, the robots, doing all the work, and the great mass of humanity, doing not much, but having fun playing with its gadgets. Degree. The absence of abundance is already accepted. The metaphors of the nature poets, mapping human hearts through once commonly understood imagery, are irrelevant and impenetrable. The sun of winter / the moon of summer, and all the singing birds / except the missel thrush that loves juniper / are quite shut out. I'm sorry. The missel what? Can the juniper be monetized? Is this missel thing for sale? Our children already have no stable baseline from which to calibrate the loss of all that lives. It's game over. Bearing this in mind, I finally find myself reluctantly agreeing with the business community. There is no time for delay. Let's build the runway. Let's choke the earth. Let's get this damn thing over with, for what can be avoided, whose end is purposed by the mighty gods of business. Hasten our demise, let our children be the last of their sorry line, and spare their unborn descendants any further suffering. We will not save the rhino. We will not even save the hedgehog. How can we save the world? But, if you can purge cheap sentiment from your mind, how exciting and fascinating it will be to watch as the world becomes uninhabitable. It's almost worth going on a health kick to survive another 60 years and see everything immolated. How many humans have had the awe-inspiring opportunity to witness such spectacle, the end of all that is, registered? Why not export capital to an already dead planet? Then capital can get on with realizing its utopia, and we can get on with recovering Earth for red plenty. It is crucial to note here that capital doesn't and necessarily cannot understand itself. Capital is like Neuromancer before the fated fusion with Wintermute, a component part which narcissistically mistakes itself for a final cause. Or it is like Ultron, a deranged personification of a worldwide network, part fiendish artificial intelligence, part artificial stupidity, part petulant infant, constitutively blinded by its own core programming. Personification of things within. The discourse of capital presents the personification of things within. Capitalism, that is, the fetishism of commodities. But in addition to these two registers of personification, there remain another two, to which Marx's preface calls attention, the personification of persons, both textually and systematically. Capital personifies persons, so capital personifies persons. The individuals whom bourgeois economics would take as economic agents are treated in the text as personifications of the social relations whose creature remain. First and foremost of these categories is capital itself, and thus seldom is there a reference to the capitalist without the qualifying clause, i.e., capital personified. When persons are personified, they are made in the image and likeness of the person, capital. Capital is the subject in this world, all other actors are figures, masks, faces, prosopopoeic personifications of the subject. This is the primacy of capital already emblazoned in the title Capital, the place 19th century novels most often reserve for the subject. Capital is the subject of Capital, as David Copperfield or Jane Eyre or Daniel Deronda are the subjects of David Copperfield, Jane Eyre, and Daniel Deronda. The analytic importance of this subject position, an idea advanced by the trope of personification more than by exposition, is not only that capital is the protagonist of modernity, but that the workings of capitalism are described by the subjectification and embodiment of an abstraction. Capital is the story of capital's becoming subject, of the relentless self-constitution, the valorization of value that propels this mode of production. The artifice of the trope of personification calls attention to the artifice and instability of this subject, to the fissures and crises in its course of becoming, in its adventure of Bildung. Insofar as we are programmed by capital, we can't understand what capital is either. The conditions for understanding capital properly lie outside it, in a communist science that, to hijack a phrase from Nick Land, must create the conditions for its own emergence almost entirely out of its enemy's resources. From the inside, capital is an economic system, which relies on politics only contingently. From the outside, capital is an intricate set of mechanisms designed to block the emergence of red plenty. There is no economy. There is no economy. There is no pure economy, no economy without politics, no economy without libido. David Graeber is surely right that neoliberalism is a form of capitalism that systematically prioritized political imperatives over economic ones. Given a choice between a course of action that would make capitalism seem the only possible economic system, and one that would transform capitalism into a viable, long-term economic system, neoliberalism chooses the former every time. There is every reason to believe that destroying job security while increasing working hours does not create a more productive workforce. Probably, in economic terms, the result is negative, an impression confirmed by lower growth rates in just about all parts of the world in the 80s and 90s. But the neoliberal choice has been effective in depoliticizing labor and overdetermining the future. Economically, the growth of armies, police, and private security services amounts to dead weight. It's possible, in fact, that the very dead weight of the apparatus created to ensure the ideological victory of capitalism will sink it. But it's also easy to see how choking off any sense of an inevitable, redemptive future that could be different from our world is a crucial part of the neoliberal project registered. From the start, economy was the object cause of a bourgeois science, which hyperstitionally bootstrapped itself into existence, and then bent and melted the matter of this and every other world to fit its presuppositions, the greatest theocratic achievement in a history that was never human, an immense conjuring trick which works all the better because it came shrouded in that damp grey English and Scottish empiricism which claimed to have seen off all gods. When Thatcher said there is no such thing as society, she was only echoing the assumptions of Hume and Smith. Society is an unsupportable abstraction, a spook that proper scientific thinking will exorcise soon enough. Only impressions are verifiable, everything else is superstitious junk to be jettisoned. Everything, that is, except capital. Hume, to his credit, at least pushed empiricism to the point where it dismantled itself. It turns out, Hume showed, that when pursued to its logical conclusions, empiricism leaves us with none of the presuppositions upon which the emergent secular liberalism relied. There is no self just as there is no causality. Hume, stunned by the spider scepticism, offered a kind of homeopathic remedy against reason's tendency to evacuate the human world of all its fetishes, touchstones, and commonplaces. Reason, Hume argued, slumping into his backgammon chair, only has a very limited dominion over our lives. Emotion and habit dictate most of what we think and do. Thus, the self and causality are back, and Kant's transcendental critique arrives to clear up the mess. So there is no escaping libido, not even for the British. This insight is crucial to the radical enlightenment which Spinoza patiently prepares in his Lensgrinder's lab in Amsterdam. As the defenders of theocratic and secular power quickly realized, radical enlightenment was the most dangerous weapon in Christendom, not least because it exposed as bogus the difference between theocratic and secular power. There is in all political power an irreducible theocratic element. Spinoza preemptively takes out both British empiricism and the continental trajectory kicked off by Kant. The critique of superstition is meaningless while we still believe in free will and the self. The first anthropomorphic act is the invention of the human being, projected back off the image of an invented God who not only doesn't exist, but couldn't possibly exist. For human beings who want to move in the direction of love and freedom, the only option consists in the apparent paradox of theoretico-practically inserting themselves into the naturalistic matrix of cause and effect. The effect is to break down the cordon sanitaire that Hume placed around emotions, preserving bourgeois thought's common sense division between feelings and thought. In refusing this opposition, radical enlightenment democratizes the possibility of what Lynn Siegel calls radical happiness. Emotions don't just happen, they emerge out of fields of cause and effect which can be analyzed. This means that feelings can be engineered, in a hyperstitional spiral, which has more to do with what Justin Barton calls lucidity, than with what academic philosophers call reason. I'm using the term emotion rather than affect here, very deliberately. Affect as it is now routinely used by academics is pretty much completely opposed to what Spinoza meant by it. The problem begins with Deleuze, and the fatal splicing of Spinoza's project of emotional engineering with Bergson's vitalist cult of creativity and unpredictability. It's hard to think of thinkers more opposed in their fundamental presuppositions and orientations than Spinoza and Bergson. And more or less everything that is wrong with Deleuze, in my view, is tied up with his infatuation with Bergson. It is Bergsonism, rather than Spinozism, which is the true ideology of late capitalism. It's true that many of the key sciences of late capitalism, libidinal and reality engineering, advertising, branding, media, the happiness industry are in some sense Spinozistic, but this is a captured Spinozism, an emotional engineering tethered to capital's needs, not geared to the production of joy. It does not move, or change, or grow old, remains, forever, icy, silent. The idea that a wave of economic change is so disruptive to the social order that a society might rebel against it that has, it seems, disappeared from the realms of the possible. But the disappearance of 47% of jobs in 2 decades must be right on the edge of what a society can bear, not so much because of that 47% as because of the time frame. Jobs do go away, it's happened many times. For jobs to go away with that speed, however, is a new thing, and the search for historical precedents, for examples from which we can learn, won't take us far. How would this speed of job disappearance, combined with extensive deflation, play out? The truth is nobody knows. In the absence of any template or precedent, the idea that the economic process will just roll ahead like a juggernaut, unopposed by any social or political counter-forces, is a stretch. The robots will only eat all the jobs if we decide to let them. John Lanchester, the robots are coming. The least reflective of capital's managers believe their own propaganda. The welfare state was a regrettable moral lapse, an indulgence. The thought that it was an insurance policy against revolution doesn't compute anymore. Why worry about revolution now? Reality is now more real than it ever was, established as a kind of granite, inertial certainty, from which the possibility of change is a priori excluded. Beneath the frenzied simulation of productivity, a sterile no man's land, which does not move, which remains forever icy and silent. The more intelligent of capital's agents, however, must realize that this cannot continue for much longer now. Nihiliberalism is a smash and grab raid, a last hurrah before they helicopter off behind the compound walls, and let everything else descend into an Oryx and Crake-style dystopia. Up here in the kingdom of Gormenghast, where everything cowers in the crooked shadows cast by the twisting towers and turrets of finance capital, we're already living in a dystopia, but a dystopia that cloaks itself in the time-honored mantle of the English bourgeoisie, the boring. Hyper-anxiety digitally glossed over with high-res distraction machineries makes for a wonderful capture system. Deep in the bowels of Middle England, bunkered far away from all the hashtags, handheld devices, and all the other haranguing technologies they distribute amongst the lower orders, these eminence grises were close to celebrating total victory, the final achievement of their historic mission. Close, but no Cuban cigar. If only it hadn't been for those pesky Greeks, and Spaniards, and Scots, bloody foreigners don't know what's good for them. The English bourgeoisie, crushing spirits and making everything boring since 1750. If there's a sentient creature anywhere in the cosmos that is not boring and miserable, they will find it and neutralize it. All vampires are first of all vampirist, and look at the long faces and manicured grey fingers of these ghouls, capital's oldest and most trusted servants, to see what capital does to its human resources. Long gone are the virile, predatory vampires that once populated horror stories about capitalism, sucking out the vital essence of the proletariat in Gothic fortresses of dead labor. Instead, shambling worm-eaten wrecks mill about aimlessly, whilst augmenting their numbers in obscure cannibalistic circuits that defy rational comprehension and which are, in any case, too hideous to steadily contemplate. Fiends have degenerated into ghouls, who do not hunt and feed to strengthen themselves, but only to carry on, prolonging their putrescent decrepitude. Degree. These grey Anglo-Saxon Protestant capitalist sorcerers seldom appear in the light. They pay their subordinates well, although CEOs, politicians, columnists, to spin the line that England in 2015, possibly the most depressed country ever to exist on earth, is some shining island of freedom and wealth that immigrants are desperate to get into. Only in secret do they boast to capital's other subterranean agents that England's chief export product is the historical defeat of the working class. What is England's export product? Supposedly, it's finance. To some degree it's as lieutenant to America's empire, but that's limited. We have a real estate bubble on the basis of the finance system, because every single super-rich person in the entire world has to have a house in London, so they're selling bits of London and the southeast. Why is it appealing? On the one hand, you have a creative, subservient working class. You get the best servants here. Second of all, it's security, you have political safety, whereas if you come from Bahrain, Singapore, Macau, in those places something could still happen. Democracy is joy. Neoliberalism has reached the point where it is now forced to undermine its own libidinal and ideological bases. The Troika's naked attempts to unseat Syriza are unpicking the natural association of capitalism with democracy upon which capitalist realism has depended. In this final phase, capitalist realism cannot even muster the pretense that it can even tolerate democracy, still less that capitalism is the only political system compatible with democracy. Apparently that Greek referendum was polarizing. Was it? When 60% voted no, and no single area voted otherwise. Seems more likely to be unifying than polarizing. Perhaps that's the problem. Turns out the consensus is not where you thought it was. Any question which asks for yes or no is sort of likely to be polarizing anyway, isn't it? Polarizing in most of these repeated uses means that the mass of people have been asked to consider issues fundamental to their lives. These are difficult questions. It would be better if they didn't task themselves with them and can't understand them anyway, so polarizing equals, likely to cause thought, debate, dispute and subject them to the stresses of political agency. How dare a government go to the people with such pressing and complex questions, when its job is to shield them from the difficulty of thought via technocracy? Polarizing here just means profound questions, questions that touch and demand action on fundamental aspects of social organization. But to be asked such questions and to debate or dispute them isn't vexing, harrowing or painful, it's essential and welcome. Political agency is not a burden, it's its absence which weighs on you, and its apparent demands are experienced instead as a euphoria, a lightening of the load, a lifting up. The powerful effective elements of mass participation are something Jeremy Gilbert gets at well in Common Ground, and the hunger and need for these kinds of intensities is palpable. In his speech before the vote last night, Tsipras observed, at least so the translation ran, democracy is joy. Now listen to capitalist realism's useful idiots line up on Twitter. Dan Hodges, I've just held a referendum of myself, and I voted overwhelming not to pay off my credit card bill or mortgage this month. Simon Sharma, I'm voting no to my credit card bill today. This will put me in a much stronger position to negotiate a repayment schedule. I'm voting no to facile folk economic bullshit. I'm voting no to bank bailouts and bankers' bonuses paid out of public money. Oh, it seems I can't vote on that. We live in capitalism, its power seems inescapable, but then, so did the divine right of kings. Asterisk. There is a possible alternative, however, in which ownership and control of robots is disconnected from capital in its current form. The robots liberate most of humanity from work, and everybody benefits from the proceeds. We don't have to work in factories or go down mines or clean toilets or drive long-distance lorries, but we can choreograph and weave and garden and tell stories and invent things and set about creating a new universe of wants. This would be the world of unlimited wants described by economics, but with a distinction between the wants satisfied by humans and the work done by our machines. It seems to me that the only way that world would work is with alternative forms of ownership. The only reason, for thinking this better world is possible is that the dystopian future of capitalism plus robots may prove just too grim to be politically viable. This alternative future would be the kind of world dreamed of by William Morris, full of humans engaged in meaningful and sanely remunerated labor. Except with added robots. It says a lot about the current moment that as we stand facing a future which might resemble either a hyper-capitalist dystopia or a socialist paradise, the second option doesn't get a mention. Cybergothic vs. Steampunk. In December 2015, Hilary Benn made a speech in the House of Commons, supporting airstrikes against Syria. The speech, and the hysterical acclaim it received, were an exercise in retromania, the equivalent in politics of what the new Star Wars film is in cinema, the same old thing again, but worse. Benn's intervention was a repetition of exactly the kind of speech that was made to justify the attack on Saddam Hussein, and which therefore led to the emergence of ISIS. One great value of Badio's intervention is that it checks any temptation to treat all this as if were just a mistake. As Badio makes clear, from the point of view of capital, the Iraq War and its consequences were not some blunder. They were an opportunity to trial a new form of colonialism, in which states of conflict open up a temporary autonomous zone for capital accumulation, and plundering can continue without the irksome duties involved in setting up and running a state. The capitalist West has only ever been a structural fantasy of independence and separation from what is outside, a fantasy that is failing now that the border policing on which it depends no longer works. The enemy is already inside, while the victims can no longer obligingly remain off-screen, even if they wanted to. Badio and Benn are in agreement about one thing, however, that ISIS can be described as fascists. While this classification is tempting, it obfuscates rather than illuminates the nature of ISIS's malignancy and its relationship to the current phase of capitalist domination. Badio is closer when he characterizes ISIS as gangsters. They are indeed part gang, part apocalyptic cult, part franchise. If nothing else, ISIS is a slick brand, a brand that is far more effective than anything capital can come up with at the moment in any case. ISIS holds up a mirror to 21st century capitalist nihilism. This nihilism does not have the Mephistophelian fervor of 19th century existentialism, nor is it the cold scientific nihilism described by Ray Brassier. This is a boring nihilism, an existential poverty that accompanies the material poverty into which capital plunges so many. A tiny minority escape material poverty, but only capital's most devoted addicts can evade existential poverty. Capitalist realism was only ever a fantasy that the human resources capital needs for its growth were as infinite as its own drive. Yet capital is now coming up against limits of all kinds, and existential limits are not the least of these. Capital cannot care, but humans cannot help but care. For all the capitalist realist posturing, the open secret is that human beings continue to engage in caring and nurturing practices which, moreover, remain more important to them than anything capital can offer. Shop-worn PR injunctions won't cut it in anymore. How can you believe that anyone can make it when you and everyone you know is unemployed or underemployed? When the reward for poorly paid night shifts and cold early mornings is more of the same, if you are lucky. You can never do enough for capital. It's not enough to produce and retail shoddy commodities no one really wants, you must also be passionate about it. When Ken Livingstone talked a while ago of ISIS members sieving up their lives for the cause, he was shouted down in yet another example of desperate capitalist media decadence. The distinction between understanding something and justifying it is elementary, and Livingstone was making a similar point to the observation that Michael Corleone makes about the Cuban rebels in Godfather 2. "I saw a strange thing today," Michael remarks to Hyman Roth. "Some rebels were being arrested. One of them pulled the pin on a grenade. He took himself and the captain of the command with him. Now soldiers are paid to fight, the rebels aren't." "What does that tell you?" Roth asks. "They could win," Michael replies. "ISIS won't win, but the analogy points to the very serious problem that capital now faces. Paying people has never touched people's deepest motivations. You need to offer some other cause, some other purpose. What happens when you demoralize people, destroy their capacity to commit to any purpose in life beyond capital accumulation? And don't even pay them? What if you don't even offer them the possibility of being exploited, and classify them as a surplus population?" Capital doesn't have much of an answer, but ISIS does. A disputed poll suggested that more than 1 in 4 French youth between the ages of 18 and 24 have a favorable or very favorable opinion of ISIS, although only 7 to 8% of France is Muslim. For whatever the truth of this survey, the willingness to believe it indicates that there is a growing suspicion that societies dominated by capital are now encountering mass disaffection and defection. More than 3 of every 4 who join ISIS from abroad do so with friends and family. Most are young, in transitional stages in life, immigrants, students, between jobs and mates, having just left their native family. They join a band of brothers ready to sacrifice for significance. Degree: the motivation is belonging and fellowship, not hatred. A survey of those Saudi men who volunteered for Afghanistan and who later fought in Bosnia and Chechnya or trained in Al-Qaeda camps has found that most were motivated not by hatred of the West but by the desire to help their Muslim brothers and sisters. Degree: for all that ISIS offers horrifically false solutions, it responds to real problems. Capital is nothing if it is not parsimonious, and for the last 30 years it has sustained itself by relying on ready-made forms of existential affiliation. This reliance on already existing forms of identification, all those nationalisms and religions, with any number of archaism ready to crawl out of the crypt, is what postmodernism has been. There are no sure archaism, nothing ever repeats without difference, and ISIS is properly understood as a cybergothic phenomenon which combines the ancient with the contemporary. It faces not a confident capitalist modernity, but a capitalism that has retreated from the present, never mind the future. Left to its own resources, or rather, left to the resources it retains from previous forms of exploitation, capital can never come up with anything new. Postmodernism was its ideal form, and the naturalist postmodernism of capitalist realism was its optimal solution to political and cultural antagonism. The UK has specialized in developing the steampunk model, Victorian social relations, but now with iPhones. But the conditions which sustained capitalist realism have now evaporated, and the real enemy which prompted the neoliberal counter-revolution is re-emerging. This enemy was not the necrotic Stalinist monolith of the USSR, still less was it the cult of Parisian Maoism, which was only ever the most minor of distractions. No, neoliberalism was designed to eliminate the various strains of democratic socialism and libertarian communism that bubbled up in so many places during in the 60s and 70s. Wherever this possibility emerged, capital crushed it, most ruthlessly and most spectacularly in Chile. But the rising tide of experimental political forms in so many areas of the world at the moment shows that people are rediscovering group consciousness and the potency of the collective. It is now clear that molecular practices of consciousness raising are not opposed to the indirect action needed to bring about lasting ideological shifts. They are two aspects of a process that is happening on many different time tracks at once. The growing clamor of groups seeking to take control of their own lives portends a long overdue return to a modernity that capital just can't deliver. New forms of belonging are being discovered and invented, which will in the end show that both steampunk capital and cybergothic ISIS are archaism, obstructions to a future that is already assembling itself. Mannequin challenge. One of the images that has most haunted me since the election is that of Clinton and her close allies doing their version of mannequin challenge on the campaign plane. It wasn't only the smugness of the scene which irked, it was the sense that the simulation of stasis reminiscent of the eerie scenes in Westworld in which the android hosts are temporarily put into sleep mode actually revealed what the Clinton campaign was composed of: decommissioned political robots playing out an exhausted program one last time before being permanently taken offline. The uncomfortable irony is that this final day promotional video's injunction "Don't stand still, vote today" is, unfortunately, exactly what too many of Clinton's potential supporters did. But it was also what Clinton's whole campaign had done: stayed still. While Trump's campaign was possessed of a sense of effervescing excitement, of anarchic unpredictability, the feeling of belonging to a building movement, Clinton's offered only more of the same. Or the same, but less. Its message was not only that nothing much will change, but also that nothing much needs to change. This paralysis cannot be attributed only to the complacency and insularity in the Clinton camp, it is instead a symptom of a broader pathology afflicting the center-left. Center-left has to be placed in inverted commas here because the malaise is in large part a consequence of this group's failure to register that the center to which it is attached and from which it takes all its bearings has disappeared. In addition to the parallels with Brexit, there are clear echoes of the last UK general election. Rather like Ed Miliband, Clinton lost essentially because she was unable to mobilize her own supporters. It turns out that there wasn't much of a surge to the right. As Gary Young points out in an invaluable piece, Trump may have led the charge to the right, but comparatively few marched with him. Instead, there was an evacuation of the center. Like Boris Johnson, Trump is opportunistic, but it is this opportunism which enabled him to respond to transformed conditions and to be seen to respond to them, something which his own party's ruling establishment, just as much as Clinton's Democrats, were singularly unable to do. The mood that Trump and Brexit caught is a dissatisfaction with capitalist realism. Yet it isn't capitalism that is being rejected in these inchoate revolts, but realism. When Simon Reynolds wrote about Trump a few weeks ago, he picked up on a quotation from The Art of the Deal I Play To. People's fantasies. The turn to fantasy is crucial to the current success of the right represented by Trump and Brexit. What both Trump and the Brexiteers are selling is a fantasy of nationalist revival. The automatic deference to economic good sense and corporate expertise on which capitalist realism has relied. Genuflections too, which only a few months ago were a requirement for anyone serious about pursuing power, have now become toxic. Rather than adding to her authority, Hillary Clinton's closeness to Wall Street confirmed her reputation as a stooge of the status quo, just as the appeals made by David Cameron, who already seems like a figure from a long ago era, to experts proved in the end to be disastrously counterproductive. In the fantasy of nationalist revival, experts are refigured, not as avatars of an economic reality principle, but as spoilers and obstructors, enemies oft resurgent will. The Brexit vote was practically a case study of what Paul Gilroy calls post-colonial melancholia. Trump's rise, "Make America Great Again," is the American equivalent of the same phenomenon. As Gilroy points out, this melancholia has its manic and jubilatory aspects, but it is rooted in a longing for an idealized past, and a denial of the complexities and perplexities of the present. Since it is organized around desires that are impossible to satisfy, the flight into fantasy will of course be very far from some harmless exercise in escapism. Immense damage will inevitably be done in the attempt to preserve these / of restoration and purification. Post-colonial melancholia is caused by the loss of the fantasy of omnipotence, at the same time as it is a compensatory strategy which renders the disappearance of a sense of omnipotence as a merely temporary matter, soon to be rectified. It is precisely the phantasmatic dimension of feelings of omnipotence that is denied in Trump's rhetoric. The omnipotence was real. The fall into vulnerability and malaise is to be attributed to a depressive stupor, which will be overcome by a recovery of will and belief, nationalist magical voluntarism. the jubilatory denial of the constraining power of economic conditions and ultimately of any conditions accounts in part for the striking differences in libidinal tenor between the Clinton and Trump campaigns. Clinton's buttoned-up poise, her rendition of an obsolete good sense, and her failure to recognize that the center ground on which she stood had collapsed beneath her, was a personification of capitalist realism at its most staid and shop-worn, entirely devoid of any capacity to inspire, and mired in a near past for which few express any nostalgia. If Obama came to represent a version of capitalist realism, the narrative arc of his presidency, after all, saw euphoric change and hope quickly declining into deadlock and impasse. He nevertheless possessed a grace, equanimity, and charisma that Clinton could never muster. He gave late-period capitalist realism and geopolitical realpolitik a serious, personable, and thoughtful face, and, in spite of all the disappointments and jading, his being president at all still possessed a quality of the unexpected and the momentous. For all that Clinton's accession to the presidency would have been momentous, it didn't feel that way. Her status as tarnished dynastic insider always overshadowed her position as gender outsider. In any case, Trump's immoderation was a break with all of this. His displays of unbound libido have a performative dimension. Trump's unprofessional lapses, his seeming faux pas, his ready descent into racist invective and misogyny, his hate-mongering, these are significant not only for their attraction to those already evincing such attitudes. They also have an appeal to some of those who don't share them, and who might even deplore them. What such outbursts come to signify is both an authenticity, a simulation of straight talking, and, equally importantly, a performance of libidinal freedom. I'm by no means the first to note the parallels with Silvio Berlusconi, Trump's most obvious precursor. Franco Berardi has rightly argued that much of Berlusconi's appeal came from his ridiculing of political rhetoric and its stagnant rituals. Voters were invited to identify with the slightly crazy premier, the rascal prime minister who resembles them. Voters too don't always say the right thing, they too have contempt for the state conventions of parliament. Needless to say, resemblance of this sort is always cultivated and engineered. Voters are directed into selecting and identifying with some of their own traits at the expense of others. Like Berlusconi, Trump disdains law and rules in the name of a spontaneous energy that rules can no longer bridle. Those disquieted or even disgusted by his racism and misogyny could nevertheless still be excited by Trump's disregard for politesse, procedure, and precedent. It was Trump's excess which allowed him to appear as the candidate of change, something which many of his supporters insistently cited as the reason that they voted for him. Simon Reynolds refers to the edgy promise of a less boring politics. The New York Times recently quoted a voter who confessed to flirting with the idea of voting for Trump because a dark side of me wants to see what happens. There is going to be some kind of change, and even if it's like a Nazi-type change, people are so drama-filled. They want to see stuff like that happen. Asterisk. As such, you might say, Trump was less the glam than the punk candidate, possessing the same combustible, fissile mixture of the reactionary and the that characterized so many punk acts. Punk's political boredom, mid-70s stasis was so enervating that any change would be better. Well, after Brexit and Trump, we can say with certainty, boring dystopia is over. We're in a whole other kind of dystopia now. In Trump's case, the fantasies of national restoration reassure, mitigating the sense of risk that he provokes. It's almost as if the fantasies give permission to indulge in the excitement. Vertiginous change and a restored past, all in the same moment. Trump has found a way to renew the formula that the right has successfully deployed since Reagan and Thatcher. Then there are the fantasies of class, at which Trump excelled. The real story of this election, Fukuyama argued, is that after several decades, American democracy is finally responding to the rise of inequality and the economic stagnation experienced by most of the population. Social class is now back at the heart of American politics, trumping other cleavages: race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, geography that had dominated discussion in recent elections. Degree. Martin Jacques made similar claims in The Guardian. The wave of populism marks the return of class as a central agency in politics, both in the UK and the US. This is particularly remarkable in the US. For many decades, the idea of the working class was marginal to American political discourse. Most Americans described themselves as middle class, a reflection of the aspirational pulse at the heart of American society. According to a Gallup poll, in 2000 only 33% of Americans called themselves working class. By 2015 the figure was 48%, almost half the population. Brexit, too, was primarily a working class revolt. The return of class, because of its sheer reach, has the potential, like no other issue, to redefine the political landscape. Bernie Sanders, but the version of class politics offered by Trump and Brexit is nothing new at all. It repeats a divide-and-rule strategy used by Nixon, Thatcher, and many other right-wingers for many years. What we have seen in both Trump's win and Brexit is a perpetual obfuscation of class via race and nationalism. Both Trump and the Brexiteers proffered a highly racialized account of class politics, as the very term white working class implies. The depredations that the working class have faced under neoliberalism were relentlessly attributed to racialized others, immigrants, economically aggressive foreign powers. Converting class antagonism into racialized and nationalistic resentment has been central to the success of UKIP, but it didn't invent so much as intensify a strategy that has served the right well for 40 years. On the face of it, it's incredible that Trump could in any way persuasively appear to be a man of the people to come off, in the astonishing words of his son, as a blue-collar guy with a big balance sheet. It's not as if Trump, who inherited his wealth, is even a self-made man who came from any kind of modest background. No doubt this is one more example of the subordinated being seduced into identifying with the rich. If Trump is a blue-collar guy with a big balance sheet, then those who engage in this phantasmatic identification are blue-collar folk who don't yet happen to have a big balance sheet. But this doesn't answer the question of how Trump in particular and of all people was capable of engendering this fantasy. I think that there are at least 4 reasons for this: his ability to seem to be in tune with working class worries and concerns, his liberal professional elite, his comportment, and his position in the media ecology. Contrary to how he was portrayed in the mainstream media, Trump did not talk only of walls, immigration bans, and deportations. In fact, he usually didn't spend much time on those themes. The heart of his message was something different, an ersatz economic populism, which has been noted far and wide, but also a strong, usually overlooked, anti-war message. Both spoke to legitimate working class concerns. Trump took the Bernie-style populism, emptied it of real class politics, reduced it to a jumble of effective associations, and used it to beat up the smug liberals of the professional managerial class. Populism, Francis Fukuyama argued back in June, is the label that political elites attach to policies supported by ordinary citizens that they don't like. Registered, yet these policies aren't typically generated by ordinary citizens themselves. More often, they are attempts by elites to ventriloquist desires and anxieties ordinary citizens are held to have. Right-wing populism of the kind Trump and Brexit represent is a gambit in a struggle amongst different versions of the elite. Crucial to this process is the way in which the opposing elite is characterized. At least since Nixon, the right has identified the bad elite as a liberal clique, with its cosmopolitanese, its remoteness from ordinary life, and its contempt for the supposed vulgarity, insularity, and chauvinism of the subordinated classes. Such an elite really does exist, of course, and its domination of large areas of the left since the 1960s has made it easy for the right successively to pull different versions of the trick that Trump, in this campaign. Trump reassures and flatters his supporters, "The problem is not you," he says, "but the others. Once we've built the wall, everything will be okay." By contrast, the message from the left, Trump says, is that the problem is you, the others are okay, deserving of special favors that won't be granted to you. Joan C. Williams claims, in a problematic piece that nevertheless makes some interesting points, Trump's success is also the consequence of a particular kind of resentment, whereby the white working class resents professionals but admires the rich. If Hillary Clinton, Williams argues, epitomizes the dorky arrogance and smugness of the professional elite, then, like something out of Ballard's Kingdom Come, a poor novel but prescient social prophecy, Trump has come out of a fusion of celebrity culture and business that currently possesses far more hegemonic pull than the arid professional politics which Clinton drearily personifies. This form of populism depends upon television's simulation of intimacy and familiarity. McLuhan remarked that when people see a film star on the street, they recognize them, but when people see a TV star, they typically think that it is someone they know. Trump's presiding over The Apprentice, his willingness to appear on shows such as The Roast of Donald Trump, means that he feels like someone audiences personally know. As a representative of this professional elite, Clinton was too close, too familiar. At the same time, Trump's position in the media ecology means that, in some respects, he could seem less remote than Hillary Clinton. What we are seeing, evidently, is not an attack on the establishment from outside, but the replacement of one form of establishment with another. And one reason that this insurgent establishment, neo-authoritarian and neo-nationalist rather than neoliberal, has been able to overcome its rivals is that it has stirred up a populist political fervor that capitalist realism tended to damp down. Capitalist realism secured its hegemony by deactivating people as political agents and reinterpellating them as entrepreneurial individuals. It wanted to close down political movements, not build them, all the better to organize and administrate policy from above. Faced with Trump's performance of unbound libido, the danger here is in conflating this return of class with class agency. One of the most telling and poignant phenomena in the wake of the UK referendum on EU membership was a particular kind of dismay expressed by some of those who had voted leave. They were alarmed by the result because they didn't think their vote would count. Still others claimed that a decision this momentous shouldn't have been left to them. Brexit may have been supported by large numbers of the working class, but this is very far from its being an expression of self-conscious working class agency. It is certainly a mistake to oppose this current form of class politics to race. What is new is the disappearance of any countervailing pressures from the advocates of globalization, free trade, etc. The tension that has defined the neoliberal right for 40 years, in which ostensibly opposing positions in practice complemented one another, has now become a size Zion. What does this mean? It means, first, that this right has retreated from its claim on modernity. Neoliberal ideology made neoliberalization seem as if it were synonymous with modernization. But it is exactly this modernity that the right is now rejecting. In place of the neoliberal embrace of a globalist present, there is now only a turn backwards, and inwards. The Brexit vote was driven by what Paul Gilroy has called post-colonial melancholia, and Trump's rise has clearly been powered by the American equivalent of this phenomenon. But the right's retreat from modernity gives all the more impetus for the left to reclaim it. Current right-wing populism is responding to real problems of the neoliberal world. In addition to economic stagnation, it is also offering a bomb for the existential deficit in contemporary capitalism, the banal nihilism of a world cored out by capitalist imperatives. Its answer, naturally, is nationalism. But this is by no means the only response to the problem of belonging. Control of their own lives.